Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Thruxton, everybody. The continuing story of the British Superbike Championship here at the fastest circuit in the UK, and it is great to see so many of you around the circuit already bright and early on a Saturday morning down here in Hampshire. We are BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. It's your audio companion to all the action this weekend. If you have a little FM radio, you can tune into us on 93.7 FM, and we are around the world as well at BritishSuperbike.com, live streamed. We're live streamed at tsl-timing.com, and we also have our own official British Superbike Championship channel on YouTube, where we are live streaming all day. You'll be able to get a good look at the TSL live timing page on that YouTube stream, and also a few pictures from down in the pit lane with our mobile camera, and here in the commentary box as well with Duncan Vincent and various guests over the course of today. I'm alongside Duncan this weekend, watching the screens that Duncan will be watching. Down in the pit lane, we'll say hello in a couple of minutes to Larry Carter, but for now, let's say a very good morning to Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Good to be here down at Thruxton.
Well, welcome. You're on my manor now, so welcome.
This is your patch.
This is my patch.
Yeah, and I tell you what, when I arrived here on Thursday, I wished I was back at home in my patch.
It was a bit warm, wasn't it?
Was like stepping out into the middle of the Sahara Desert.
You're not used to that, are you?
No. I watched the temperature increase on my way down the M9, the M80, the M6, the 74, the 40, the A34, the A303. It was 38 degrees when I got out of the car, Alan.
Yeah.
38 degrees. I'm a Scotsman with like pale skin.
Thursday was very warm.
And a bit of winter baggage.
Do you have a kilt?
I do have a kilt, yeah. I have a very good kilt. I have a kilt that I got married in. It's a nice black tartan.
You should have worn your kilt.
It would have been too hot. Kilts are warm. Very warm.
But do they not allow sort of...
Ventilation was never really thought about when kilts were actually.
Okay, right.
It depends what you wear underneath your kilt, and I'm not that type of person because I don't like to itch. BMWs are on track. Don't know where we went with that
3 minutes into the broadcast.
Yeah. And it's gone downhill. Rocket off BMW F900R Cup qualifying on track yesterday after combined practice. Barry Burrell had a march on the field off a full second. Now, that won't happen during the race. I wouldn't imagine this will be a pack race that we'll see here. But Barry Burrell, who's only going to do one event this year, this is his 5th event, if I'm not mistaken. Let me bring my soul brother in. He's in the pit lane. It's Scoopy-Doo himself. Larry Scoop Carter. I hope you've got the sun cream on, buddy, because it's not as hot as it has been, but it's going to be warm out there in that pit lane.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. Good morning, Alan. Good morning to everybody here trackside for the 7th round of the ongoing British Superbike Championship. Down here at the fastest track on the calendar, the wonderful Thruxton Thriller that produces such wonderful racing. And the southernmost point. We went to the northernmost point up in Duncan Vincent's neck of the woods a few months ago up at Knockhill in Scotland, and this down here in Hampshire, the circuit that's undergoing a little bit of renovation, and as a result, if anybody's looking for Duncan Vincent, no, he's not up there on the telehandler currently overlooking the track at this club chicane. That is not Duncan Vincent up there. We've found him a broom cupboard to ensconce him away back in the annals of the offices here, so the poor lad, he hasn't got a view of the track. So I will make any apologies in advance if Duncan misses something at the club chicane or something else like that. He's solely dependent on Richard Coventry from the broadcasters for any information, and Sam and Richard from TSL to get that information into the commentary.
I did bring my binoculars down, though, Larry.
The stock of binoculars are redundant this weekend, mate.
I don't have a window, but I brought my binoculars. I put them on the desk, and Heidi says, "What are you going to do with them?"
You get a good view of the media centre from there.
So they're now propping up a television.
Well,
nicely.
I am the only person in the commentary team this weekend that has a view of action out here, so I realise there's a big onus of responsibility on me this weekend. And as ever, I'll duck and dodge that as much as I can throughout the course of the weekend. But yeah, it's great to be here for Thruxton. Always get some wonderful racing. And as you said about Baz Burrell, the rider that told us up at he arrived at Donington, didn't he? He didn't bother with the opener at Donington, was it? And he rocked up at Knockhill and says, yeah, I'm just going to do an odd round, might just be my one and only outing. He started the season running in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship until he got a couple of bills, and then he decided that he wasn't after going to sell the crown jewels and everything else to pay for it, so he was more or less on the sidelines. Wheeled the old Halliwell Jones BMW out and said, I'm just going to do one round. We haven't been able to get rid of him since. He's like something that you're standing, isn't he? You just can't get rid of it. But Baz out there as well, looking forward to it, and we're already 5 minutes into this session, just 14 to go for this qualifier for the Rocket Off BMWs.
Absolutely, Larry. Thank you very much for your little warm welcome down from the pit lane, and it will get warmer as we go along as well. Barry Burrell was meant to do that one round, and it's quite funny that he's missed so much of the championship. But yet, because the championship and the way the BMWs actually work, he's actually still very much in the mix of things. And let's face it, Barry Burrell is a man who has been around long enough. He knows what he's got to do to get that championship back on track. And actually, he got it back on track pretty quickly. If we look at the actual standings, Burrell's already moved himself into second place. He's only 4 points off the championship lead. Now, this is the man who missed Donington Park, didn't come in there. 4 points off the championship lead from Christian Smith. The championship, Larry, the top 5 are only covered by 31 points. It's tight.
Yeah, I think with a couple of circumstances which have kind of contributed to Baz. He's been the good boy, hasn't he? He's eaten all his vegetables. He's done everything he should have done, because we have had 1 or 2 exclusions, if we want to factor in those. Nicky Coates, of course, he was thrown out the results. I think it was at Knockhill, wasn't it, for some infringement of the rules post-race. It was it was done in all innocence, to be perfectly honest. It was just a technicality, but rules are rules, as they say, and as a result, Nicky was ejected from the results. And then we had it last time out at Alton Park, when the race winner, Bobby Vary, and it was one of the Smith twins, Kieran, I think it was, that got lobbed out of the results due to a slither of something that was in the petrol tank. Again, in all innocence, these guys ride the bikes at various track days and other meetings and what have you, but when it comes to BSB, there's a strict fuel control rule, effectively, and that means that anything that isn't in the fuel tank that shouldn't be, and as a result, a couple of the riders were pulled to one side after that, and it was deemed that there was an infringement. Very, very technical. It's yeah, as we said, rules are rules, and you can't sort of like say, well, it's the analogy I drew up at Knockhill, which caused a lot of laughter in certain quarters. You can't be just a little bit offside, and you can't be just a little bit pregnant. You either are or you are. It's simple as that.
He loves that one, doesn't he?
and the result was that Bobby Vary and, correct me if I'm wrong, it was Kieran Smith, it was rather than his twin brother Christian, I think, that got ejected from the results, and they were subsequently off of the podium, which elevated all the other riders up, and I think Baz Burrell ended up taking another victory. So that has had a factor on it. Let's just hope that everybody can keep their the powder dry, as it were. Nice to see that Luke Foreman down here runs for the Foreman Taxis Racing Squad. He's got a little bit of backing from the cowboy. The comeback kid Scott Redding down here is just having a chat to him down there. And Redding, who we will be getting a few yeehaws. Don't worry about that, kids. There's going to be a little bit of that down there. And he's just down here. Yeah, do you fancy this BMW kit? When the Superbike job's finished, Scott, and you know, you can't get a ride anywhere, do you fancy going these BMWs?
Yeah, I've had a go on one. They're good fun, to be honest. But I just like helping my mate out, really. We've been doing a couple of track days together, bringing him on. So yeah, I'd like to get him in the points in the main race, really. So that's our goal. That's what we've been working on, and yeah. I've had fun out there, so maybe in the future you might see me out there. Who knows? It's going to be a crack.
Never say never, do. Are you wishing him with the cowboy hat and the yeehaws before too long?
There'll be a few out there this weekend, that's for sure. Obviously, having a race close to home, having all the fans out there, so we'll have the cowboy hat out there, baby, and we'll give it a yeehaw.
Yeehaw, brother. We got one in early for you. Thanks, Scott Redding. It's only going to go down.
Doesn't he sound like he's firing on all V4 cylinders this weekend, by the way? What a difference.
He's a lot better than he was at Alton Park. He was very under the weather, wasn't he, at Alton Park? We didn't make too much of reference to that, but he didn't really want to interact with us. He did all the stuff professionally like you would expect him to do. But yeah, he was just a little bit, he's a little bit subdued. And we had that with Christian Hidden at Snetterton as well. There's been this little bug that's been doing the rounds of the paddock, isn't it? And it really has laid one or two of the riders low over the past few meetings. Lots of visitors down here in Gasoline Alley, Doug. There is Jordan Ashington just about to leave pit lane. The aforementioned Luke Foreman still just getting Uncle Darrell now moving in on proceedings with that one. Just seeing who else is down there in pit lane. We can see the number 2 of race coach. There's the number 75 of Christian Smith. The two Smith twins, of course, they are very local to the Thruxton circuits. Their home round, as it were. They're just from half an hour down the road at Reading, and the two Smith twins who are very much towards the cutting edge of that one. The taller figure of Christian and the slightly smaller figure of Kieran. Kieran around about 2 minutes the younger on that one, as they're just having a chat to the team. There is Joe Carnell in there as well, and Far and Dry's down here as well. Just want to check in that all is okay with Darren Fry down here. Didn't need the oxygen yet. We had the Red Bull and everything else. I did see that you were up towards the cutting edge yesterday, Darren. What's going on?
I don't know. I'll just keep having a senior moment and putting it in the van and having a go. But yeah, still puts a smile on my face even though I'm crap. But yeah, I mean, I tell you what, these boys can kind of half pedal. You know, some of these front boys are, you know, everybody thinks it's a very straightforward class. I tell you, the front boys are on it, and they're hard to ride. And they're, I'm proving the fact they're hard to ride. And I'm too old, too fat, and too slow. But
so what was it like hanging it out through Church Corner, 140 miles an hour, mate? I thought them days were over.
Probably my favourite corner in the world, that is. You go through, you can't explain it, from village down, and even on these things, and even at my speed, you go through there basically flat, and it's, if that doesn't get your heart racing, nothing will.
Darren, go and enjoy it, mate, whilst you can, because you're a long time underground, mate, so keep going as long as you can.
Cheers, mate.
Well, there is Darren Fry, the co-owner of the FS3. FS3, that is Fry and Snook, and number 3 is the numbers that they used to race with, as depicted by the number 3 there, the all black leathers, just about to leave pit lane there of Darren Fry. He's a good egg, he's Darren, isn't he?
He's a good lad,
He's one of them guys in the paddock. If you need a favour doing, and I've pulled 1 or 2 favours off him in my time as well, nothing's too much trouble.
As long as you don't need a favour from business in him for what he does for his normal day job, you're absolutely fine, Larry. But yeah, Darren, he's back out, he throws the bike in the van. He's always super complimentary to these guys who are out there, because he came back in and I don't think he could expect it just to be as hard as it was. And he's finding out that the F900R Cup is a hotbed of talent. I had a bit of breakfast this morning, I had some nice healthy breakfast, a little bit of yogurt, berries and granola. As you do,
very good.
I always
well
do.
Done.
And I sat, and beside me was Josh Corner, and he says, I just need to kind of get things a little bit back on track. He goes, I've crashed twice, it's not really me, it's just been a little bit, shall we say, keen. So let's hope that he can give himself that little bit of a head start and just make things easier for him. The crash at Oulton Park was a very strange one, where he went down and crashed at the Shell hairpin. And Corner is a man who was leading the championship, if you remember, going into Snetterton, and it went horribly wrong there when he crashed on the first lap at the Agostini hairpin. Barry Burrell is fastest, but only by 0.6 of a second in this qualifying session over Josh Corner, who we've just been speaking about. Then it's Kieran Smith ahead of Christian Smith, with Dale Thomas again. Now, Larry, Dale Thomas is a man who's gone under the radar and is showing some fabulous, great progress. He really is starting to feature week in, week out. He's ahead of Nicky Coates. He's ahead of the man who was 3rd overall yesterday, Kenny McLeod, and Jack Tynan up there as well. Bobby Varry's got new leathers, which I would like to point out, so you may have a little bit of a recognition check on the number 88 Bobby Varry bike down there, who's in 9th place. And then Simon Bastable is 10th, but yeah, Varry has got rid of the old leathers, which he used to cover up with a t-shirt every time he came in for the sponsors' logos on the television, and he's looking very good in a nice new set of white leathers with the current up-to-date sponsors, shall we say. But with 5 minutes off this session to go, Thruxton is it's the fastest circuit in the calendar, but it's also quite a quick fire day. We start at 9 today, and we run through and we finish at 5:55, a slightly little bit later than yesterday. But it's been, yesterday was pretty much non-stop in intense heat. I would like to say that the heat has drifted away ever so slightly over the course of the night, and we now have a lot more comfortable conditions for you, the spectator, for our lovely Portwest Race Safe Marshals officials and technical team, all the medics, and the riders. Because I was trying to point out yesterday, Alan, when the riders are on these bikes, they're effectively sitting on top of a radiator, if you like it. It's just projecting heat in towards the rider. There is the engine, which gives so much heat off. There's the exhaust. There's the tyres. There's the massive radiator filled with water, which pumps hot air back towards them. And what they try and do? Well, the riders try and tuck themselves out of that still air, or the moving air, get it behind the still air, where it's just a hotbed of heat.
You're like a bit of bread in a toaster, aren't you?
And then what we do is, I know we've got a great idea. We'll perforate the leathers to let some air in, but you're actually letting in the hot air.
That's the heat in. They don't tend to notice it until they stop.
Yeah, that's exactly true.
It's quite an interesting thing, isn't it? That when the adrenaline is pumping and they've got plenty to think about, then body temperature doesn't really come into it.
Yeah, Brad Ray hit the nail on the head yesterday. You're fine on the bike, and then you come in the garage and think, whoa.
Yeah, it's a bit warm out here.
It's a little bit hot.
Yeah.
They've got fans in the garage now. The fans aren't pouring cold air into the air like Alan Hyde's lovely air conditioning unit, which we have here.
Yeah.
It's on borrowed time, though, apparently. You know that.
Higgsy's got his eye on that, hasn't he?
I told Higgsy we've got some great aircon in that little
going
room.
back to my hotel room that today, don't you worry about that. The oven that was always in last night.
Well, I said to him, we've got some great aircon. He goes, is it mobile? I said, no, I screwed it to the floor.
And then about 10 minutes later he said to me, don't get too attached to that air conditioner, will you?
Whatever you do not encroach into Heidi's manady. We learned that lesson last year, Dunk.
Yeah.
The incredible Hulk, old slugger. We saw a different side to him, didn't we, when somebody had the audacity to actually walk in uninvited into Alan Hyde's office, as it were. And I had to put get the old gum shield and everything else with me this weekend, just in case we had a repeat performance of that one. You have got the panic button, haven't you, on the day?
Don't worry, there'll be none of that this weekend,
things
Larry.
Start getting out of hand, just let me know. Just to let you know that with 2.5 minutes to go, all the leading contenders are actually still in pit lane down here.
Oh, Larry, you're not going to believe what's just happened in the commentary box. I'm going to send you a picture of this. Heidi's got these special boxing gloves he's just brought out his bag.
Well, you have been warned, Dunk. You have been warned. If the commentary goes quiet, it means that old Slugger Hyde might have just given Duncan Vincent a right-hand reducer, and we might be appealing for a commentator out into the crowd at some point in time. Just to let you know that with less than 2 minutes to go, now we are starting to get a little bit of activity, but there's Reece Coates going. The Smith twins they've decided that fuel's expensive enough. They're not going to do anything else with this one. Nicky Coates is parked up as well. You can see Josh Corner still down there at the back end of pit lane. He looks like he's just going to go and have an outlap. Around about 1 minute 20 the need to go. So if they are going to think about getting a flying lap in, they do need to start thinking about getting out there pretty rapido. Here come the Smith twins now. Anyway, they're just about to cock the leg over the bike, and Josh Corner's done for the day. Nicky Coates is done for the day. So Bobby Variak, I think that's him down there towards the bottom end of pit lane. He's got the old yellow leathers on, so the white ones haven't come out for this one.
Maybe keeping them safe on the ramps.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Well, it looks as if, Dunk, with a minute to go, that a number of the leading lights ain't going to take any further part in this one.
Well, as we know quite well, Larry, and a lot of our very knowledgeable spectators, fans and listeners, qualifying's one thing for the Rocket Off BMW F900 Cup. It gives you that little mantle of, I've been on pole position. But effectively, Barry Burrell is on pole, but yet so is Josh Corner right now for heat number 2. And what they don't want to do is go and do lots of laps on these tyres, because these tyres are the tyres that they will race in race number 1. So the less mileage you put on that tyre around this abrasive Thruxton circuit, the better it's going to be for you during the race. And tyres, I know a lot of you give it, don't talk about tyres. It's a boring subject. It's not boring when you come to Thruxton. It is everything at Thruxton. We use a different Superbike tyre. We've even got a notification last night about the junior sport bike tyre was higher than expected. So they've been given an extra tyre sticker as well. And they're the smaller capacity, lighter weight bike. So tyres are everything at Thruxton, especially when you come to this, the fastest circuit in mainland Britain. It is an abrasive old style of tarmac. Yes, there are new patches in there, but the actual old tarmac surface, I would like to say, how old is that old surface, Alan?
I can't remember when it was resurfaced. I would imagine that at some stage in the not too distant future, it's probably due another resurfacing.
It's a big area to surface, you know.
It
It's
is
a wide area.
Incredibly long out.
And when you're doing it, you'll do the runways as well. So Heidi can get the private plane, or I can use the private jet to get down here as well. That BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki has. Checkered flag about to come out. It comes out actually, and Alex Pearson's taken it, as has Joe Carnell. Leon Wilton. We wait for Barry Burrell, Josh Corner and Kieran Smith. Larry Carter, please check your phone. I've sent you a picture. It's absolutely fabulous. And we wait for everybody else to come through, but it looks like everybody's in the pits apart from Kenny McLeod. 7th overall for Kenny, 13 laps deep on that tyre for Kenny McLeod. That's a lot of laps he's actually done, so we need to kind of keep our eyes just a little bit on that one. But it is Barry Burrell who ends the session fastest, from Josh Corner, Kieran Smith, then Christian Smith and Dale Thomas rounding out the top 5. Nicky Coates is 6th place, ahead of Kenny McLeod, Jack Tynan, Bobby Very and Simon Bastable. No real change through the positions as Darrell hops online and has a look at our laptop. Harley Preble in 11th place with Dutton, Dakin, Foreman, Reese Coates, Davy Gray 16th, Vela, Liam Vela, we spoke with his team boss yesterday, Peter Eaton, James Higginson, Alex Pearson and Lee Devonport down to 20th position. That is the end of the first qualifying session of the day for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. This is the RNG Race of the South. It's the British Superbike Championship. We are at Thruxton. This is BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. Larry?
Yeah, I've just got
sound good.
Yeah, so I've just got the riders down here starting to filter into Park Fermé area. So whether or not we need to have a quick commercial break, or whether I can just grab a quick word with you.
If you've got them, Larry, you can go ahead.
In.
Yeah,
we'll do that, and then we'll throw back, because the one rider down here, sadly, is on his lonesome without his mates. Is Baz Burrell down here on pole position as well. Well, considering you told me when you rocked up at Knockhill, how are you doing this weekend? I reeled the bike out of the back of the garage, had naught to do, what have you. But me and the wife are doing a triathlon next weekend. We've got we're off to the fun fair the week after that, and what have you. You're not doing too badly considering that you're only going to do one round, Baz. Yeah,
to be honest, Larry, the plan was for this year to obviously do the roads and stuff, and then she's gone the wrong side. Do the roads and then do Alton Park, because Alton Park's been the home round for the Halliwell Jones BMW lot. So yeah, that was always the plan, but I didn't want to just turn up at Alton Park not riding it before then and not do them justice really. So yeah, I thought I'll do Knockhill. Do Knockhill because I just enjoy that place, and then you know, it's like you get the bug. Especially I was P1 in every session, won the race, got the bug, went to Snetterton, and then the race Snetterton was definitely my last one, and then the race at Snetterton was one of my favourite races I've ever had. So when you have that much of a high, you obviously trying to search for it again, and then here we are. We went to Alton Park. The proper big boss of Halliwell Jones came to see us, and he asked us if I'd like to do the rest of the year, and he wanted to do it because obviously I generally didn't expect to be that close in the championship at that point as well. So yeah, here we are. I'm doing the rest of the season now. So
that's great. At least we don't have to make that excuse anymore. What's more, you might become the first ever back-to-back champion in the BMWs. Nobody's done that before, Baz. So thanks for that one. Here's Josh Corner. Put all the wrongs of Alton Park behind you with that one, Josh. Hopefully you can have a good clean run around Thruxton here this weekend and get back to where you should be towards the front.
Yeah, definitely. I'm disappointed with how things have gone so far this year. I think we've had a lot more out-and-out pace than we did last year, and we came on a bit earlier. But then just too many mistakes, crashed twice out of the lead or battling for the lead, and obviously Alton Park wasn't great. So we got a bit lucky there with track position. To be fair, that was the perfect session for us. 4 laps, good lap time, front row start. And looking forward to getting the rest of our season back on track.
Look forward to that. Thanks, Josh, the Chasing the Racing podcast. And here is Kieran Smith, one of the two. Well, it's nice to have a race in your backyard, is it not, Kieran?
It is, yeah. It's nice to travel just less than an hour to get to a circuit for once. Yeah, it's nice.
Lucky to right the wrongs from Alton Park, I guess, and obviously it was just unfortunate what happened there. But here we are, Thruxton, flat out. Yeah. It was important to try and save some tyres in that session, though, wasn't it? You and Christian didn't do a lot of track time there.
No, the tyres get used up a lot here. The grip is super high, so to use the tyre as little as possible is key. So go out, use each other for a slipstream, do a couple laps, come in, park it. We saw on the pit board I was P3. Everybody else in the top 6 was inside pit lane, so no need to go back out.
That's you done now, isn't it? Till tomorrow, you can go and get straight to the barbecue. Not a disposable one, mind. And then you'll be all right for that. So job done now. Front row start for the main race tomorrow. Don't have a last chance qualifier.
No last chance qualifier. Not too many people here this weekend, but yeah, looking forward to the race tomorrow.
It'd be great to see you up there in front of your local fans. Thanks, Kieran. The younger of the two Smith twins from just down the road at Reading. Well, already things moving on at a pace. That concludes the Rocket Off BMWs. Their race will go tomorrow. That's the last of the BMW action today. No last chance qualifier, as it were, because not enough entries to warrant that one. So with that, I think we'll hand back to Alan in the studio.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On Radio Thruxton on 93.7 FM, Larry Carter down in pit lane. In the commentary box is Duncan Vincent and me here alongside Duncan in the studio and taking your messages all
side
throughout this weekend. I know,
shall we put ourselves on camera
weekend
very quickly?
running.
Let's put ourselves quickly on camera for all the lovely YouTube viewers to see. We're not going to do it small camera, we're going to do it full screen. Don't get too close. Remember that restraining order in place.
I'm in.
Heidi and Dunk, the Scoop in the pit lane. This is our commentary box. This man created this commentary box, built it.
For you.
There was nothing in here. It was an empty room. Would you show everybody our mascot while they were on the warm-up lap?
There was a big round table in here when I came in, and we could barely get anybody in here, so I built it. This came all the way from Edinburgh Airport, and I rather liked him, and I thought it would make you feel a little bit more at home this weekend.
Isn't it? It's a little bit of a Highland coup. You could move that someplace else, sorry.
You pressed him, didn't you?
Yeah, I pressed the cow, yeah. So thankfully you can stop that if you push it again. But there we go. This is our commentary point. We do hope you're enjoying watching a bit of YouTube stream as well as.
He doesn't have a name.
That's what we have outside. Maybe people could name
he has
the
no
Highland
name.
cow.
You could WhatsApp us. You WhatsApp us with your name, just your first name, and your message to 07482 877 877 07482 877 877. I suppose the most obvious name would be Duncan, but I think that's too easy. It's like an open goal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of names we could give that Highland cow, you know, because my kids at school did a poem which was moo moo moo, I'm a Highland coo. That was a long time ago, but I remember trying to learn that with Guy. Guy picked up quickly. Lola was a bit of a struggle with that one because she used to laugh all the time. But do you have any thoughts of what we could call our Highland cow? He's a quite shaggy, long, smooth coat. I think Dougie rings a bell for me.
Dougie?
But yeah, I don't know where that
nice.
comes. Dougie the shuggy cow. Anyway, let's move on. It could be Gav, as Gav, our sound engineer, comes in. We could honorary name Gav, or we wouldn't name him after the boss, would we? No, probably best for our jobs.
Absolutely not.
We don't do that.
No. We would definitely lose our air conditioning.
Yeah. Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship on track for their qualifying session. And, well, yesterday in combined times, it was Richard Cooper who was fastest. Hang on, Richard Cooper was fastest in Sport Bike, yes. Coops is back for the remainder of the year on the Moto 12 CF Moto. And he has not just brought himself with a whole heap of pace. He's worked so well with the two youngsters in that team. He's worked well with Aidan Davey and Peter Willis. Cooper was fastest, Carl Harris second, Aidan Davey was third place, Sullivan Mounsey, Lewis Smart, Danny Goodman, Peter Willis 7th. We had 3 CF motos inside the top 10. That's more than any other manufacturer. And Richard Cooper he's been keeping himself racing this year. It's not that he's been doing nothing. He's been doing a few Irish roads and various other bits and bobs. But it's really good to see him come back and showcase just how good that CF moto is. This will be an important qualifying session, because we've also got the likes of Alfie Davidson, who tipped off yesterday. I don't know if you caught that, Larry. Alfie Davidson actually managed to tip off during one of the free practice sessions and cost himself a whole lot of track time, which you really don't want to do, but sometimes these things are out of your control. I think he went down at Campbell, which is the first of the complex corners. Campbell, Cobb, then Seagrave. Campbell, the right-hander. Cobb, the quite tricky left-hander in the middle. And then Seagrave, the second right-hander, which opens up and takes a lot of speed up towards Noble. Alfie Davidson is our championship leader over Asher Durham and Harley McKay. But with Davidson falling off yesterday, Asher Durham didn't have a great day. 10th place for Asher the Thrasher. And when your championship rival is having an issue, you really want to then try and capitalise as much as you possibly can. That's what you've got to do. Carl Harris is having a good return to form. Now, that's something that we have looked at a couple of times this year, Larry. The young man puts a lot of pressure on himself to perform. But we did see there was almost the little social media update from Carl Harris saying, you know, times are tough. We're struggling to continue. And it was quite early in the season for that. Now, we don't always give people shout-outs, and we don't start GoFundMe pages ourselves, but we do try and help as many people as you possibly can, purely by giving them a mention on the commentary about what they're actually going through, because this is a difficult time for people to be involved with racing bikes on the track. But what Carl Harris is doing is actually backing it up with good results. He's not just out there looking for sponsors, he's actually backing it up with good results on track, and we can see him fastest of anybody, ahead of Dan Goodman, who really has come alive in the last, I'm going to say 3 or 4 rounds, post Knockhill. Let's face it, Dan Goodman doesn't like Knockhill, doesn't get on with Knockhill. He says, every time I come to Knockhill I crash and it's usually wet. But since then, he really has had a good run. Snetterton, fabulous. You know, he looked strong. Brands Hatch, Oulton Park, we come back here to Thruxton. Dan Goodman on that Fibertech Aprilia, 71, bike 71 in second place, looks strong, ahead of Sullivan Mounsey. Now, Sullivan Mounsey is in the Simsiris Kawasaki squad, kind of parachuted in for a couple of rounds, and what a welcome addition it is. It's been a long time, Scoop, long time since we've actually talked about Sully being at the top of one of our timing screens. He's been away doing Red Bull Rookies, a bit of CEV Championship Moto3 racing, but to have Sully back in this championship, I think is really, really super exciting, because he's a fast guy and he brings a whole lot of energy with him, and he brings a kind of different style of racing. The more continental style of racing can only be good for our championship, Scoop.
Yeah, absolutely, Dunk. The fact is that I'm not sure whether or not Sully is going to do the rest of the rounds, given that he came in at Oulton Park on the Simsiris Motorsport Kawasaki, and I thought that might just be a one-off, but then lo and behold, we were told to drop him in the entry list for this one as the new colour scheme for Asher Durham. Just noticed that one. I'm not too sure whether you've seen that. Predominantly, it's been the white and blue colour scheme for the Powerslide Suzuki. Well, I can tell you now, I don't know whether or not you've seen the race livery, but Asher Durham is sporting a very Christian and Kieran Smith type gold and yellowy black type livery in this. I don't know whether you saw that yesterday, Dunk, but certainly is very fetching, given that the couple of other Powerslide Suzukis out there are still in the traditional blue and white, so not too sure what is going on there, as the Thrasher just about ready to go with that one. Lovely the new colour scheme, Asher. Is this one off for this weekend?
Yeah, just a one-off for this weekend. Thank you to Lady Bella for helping us out.
Right, mate, we'll let you go. There is Cameron Dawson as he is just about to make his way out there onto track. Lady Bella, it's something to do with in the chauffeur business, from what I can gather on that one. So not too sure who the origins of that sponsorship is, but certainly if you get a chance to look at it, that livery is very, very fetching, as it were. Lots of riders down here in pit lane. Can see Harrison Mackay, Harrison, who won the race at Snetterton, then cleared off at Brands Hatch, but unfortunately he did himself a world of no good at Alton Park, where he was in the old A&E unit for about 8 hours. One thought he'd had a nasty neck or upper back injury to that point in time. He was laid flat out on his back whilst they mustered the various treatments that were needed. Luckily he had a scan and it was revealed that there was no major damage done there, by which time I think it was round about midnight that he ended up back in at the track, but he was very battered, very bruised, as you imagine, so it certainly was a battle in 8th position for him last time out. Alfie Davidson's down here as well. Still got around about 13.5 minutes to go. You mentioned that he tipped off yesterday. You can see his team boss down there in Newton. Alfie's a man of a few words. He doesn't get involved with too much. All okay after yesterday, Alfie? It was a little bit of a tip-off, I understand, but all good today?
Yeah, just a little tip-off, nothing major, my fault, but yeah, just building on what I can do today and see how it goes.
All right, thanks for that one. You mentioned about Carl Harris. His number 9 machine is down here, and they were really struggling for finances, but I'm from the People's Republic of Yorkshire. You won't need any reminding for that one, and Carl is a near neighbour of mine, just up here, and they had a fundraising effort up at a bikers cafe up in the North Yorkshire area. Carl, I just read online about the fundraiser that you had at the Manor Cafe up there at Bellaby near Leyburn up there in North Yorkshire. Some vital funds that were actually raised that weekend, so that allow you to continue racing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing everything I possibly can as a young lad to keep racing and chase my dream and hopefully get some podiums this weekend and win some wins. So it was absolutely a mega event, and yeah, just doing everything I possibly can, and I can't thank everyone for what they're doing.
Well, you're doing just about everything on track. Sadly, a couple of little indiscretions have meant that you're not as far up the leaderboard as you like. Put that right here with the podium this weekend.
Yeah, that's perfect. Currently just sitting P1, so did that lap by myself, so feeling very comfortable this weekend, so just keep chipping away and enjoying it.
And the bomber's on the background, church, mate. Just forget that. Never forget that.
I won't. I'll never forget that.
Good lad. We'll let you get out there. Such a nice lad. That is Carl with a C rather than his dad, Carl, the late departed Carl Harris, who spelt his first name with a K, a kicking K, as it were. And he's such a nice lad. It's like so many of the riders in this paddock, though. They do live from one round to the next, and it is a little bit of a battle just getting the necessary finances to continue their plight, as it were. But I think you'll agree, Duncan, apologies if one or two of them interviews didn't come across quite as well as what they would like. The background noise, we'll do our best to ride
Sounded
the levels.
great, Larry.
It did. We could hear it out the window as well.
Yeah, it was fabulous, mate.
I think it was just the background noise by the vehicles going past. But yeah, I just we're not allowed to have favourites in our game, are we? But I think we would all say it would do the heart good if we saw Carl Harris up there towards a podium or indeed a race victory. He's going to have to go some, but he's one of them guys who, yeah, he's such a nice guy, such a pleasant guy, and one that's had to deal with so much tragedy in his life as well. When he lost his dad back in 2014, then you know, you consider that he was brought up with his uncles, and he's had a lot of things to contend with, but he still overcomes adversity, gets a lot of backing from Ron and Lee and Hassan in that Rocky's concerned, and I would just love to see him get up there and try and do the business this weekend.
Oh, it's the same as in I'm going to say my commentary team. Whoa, I better not say that, but it is in my commentary team. I don't have favourites, Larry, but you know, Larry, There we go, Alan. I'll just rub your arm with that one next to me. The interviews were perfect, Larry. The noise in the background is manageable. It's fine.
The allegiance to Scotland is not lost on the people down here in Hampshire, Vincent. We will know that we cut you some slack when we're up at Knock Hill, and you do cheer from the rafters for your fellow countrymen up here. But 500 miles away from your base up there in central Scotland, some 7.5, 8 hour drive that you've got to. All of a sudden, you're a resident of Hampshire now, are we?
Yeah. No, I mean, I love Glastonbury as well. You know, I'm right into that. And Stonehenge is right up my alleyway. I've got friends who are here this weekend. Dave and Josh are along from Taunton. They come every year to Thruxton. They also buy themselves some hospitality, and they have a little bit of wining and dining with the team. I enjoy my annual trip to Thruxton, so much so that I actually came here last year, or it was the year before, and I covered the touring cars for Alan down here at Thruxton.
You did?
It's a long way to come, but it was.
But it's well worth it.
I like it. Yeah. You know what? I get Thruxton. I like it. It's unique. And any commentator who turns down the chance to come and commentate at Thruxton is mad in my eyes. It really is one of these circuits that's a little bit of a gem because it's so different. We only come here once a year with the British Superbike Championship, so long may that very much continue. But I'm gonna cheer on some of the locals down here, as well as keep an eye on my guys from north of the border, because you know when you race in Scotland, you have Knockhill and you have East Fortune, 2 tracks there. There's nothing like this, absolutely nothing, where you get to hold the bike open wide in 6th gear for a good 10 seconds up the back straight from Church to the club chicane. It's absolutely unique, and I love it. I love it, and I know the riders like the place as well. Carl Harris was giving you a great little chat there, and yes, he is at the sharp end. He is currently fastest by a 1/10 of a second with 8 minutes to go over Dan Goodman. So the Rocket Rookie Suzuki ahead of the Fibertech Aprilia. And Sullivan Mounsley and the Simceris Kawasaki finds himself in 3rd place. Behind that, Aidan Davey on the Moto 12 CF Moto, another Moto 12 CF Moto in the mix. But we look and see, hang on, where's Richard Cooper? Cooper finds himself in 12th place. Now, I'm not worried about that. Number 76, Rhys Stevenson, has gone down at Cobb. That's unfortunate. That is in the middle of the Campbell Cobb and Seagrave complex. Shout out to the marshals in that area. They've been fairly busy. And I met Keely Jack, a local Scottish marshal who's come all the way down to Thruxton, Larry. What do you think of that? And she's marshalling at Campbell Corner. But just the corner round from that, that's where Rhys Stevenson has slipped off. Thankfully, Rhys badged as being okay, so nothing for us to worry about there. Let me just quickly change one of the pages on the timing screen so we can get up the race log. Is something I like to look at, the log that shows everybody crossing the line, and as they cross the line we get to know exactly what's going on. Matt Roberts, you can use that coat hanger all you want. It's 50 pence a minute, not a problem, by the way. Try, how can you sneak into the room with the squeakiest door in the place? It's like an alarm signal. But there's a coat hanger on the wall. I actually put a picture of this online yesterday, and somebody actually commented, "What's with the coat hanger? Do you take your clothes off?"
I nearly threw the coat hanger away yesterday. No, you never know.
Never know. No. We're going to do your T-shirt as well, pal.
Very nice.
Just to let you know. There we go. I wonder if that'll fit me. Put on later on.
But we're just having a chat with Dave Tyson off air there, just about the new colour scheme for Asher Durham. One rider out there I wanted to bring your attention to, Duncan, is a rider that I haven't seen on a British racetrack for probably getting on for 20 years now, and he was one of the leading lights in the Virgin Media Cup, the Virgin Mobile Cup, the series that spawned the likes of Tommy and Ollie Bridewell, Peter Ward, Cal Crutchlow, and 1,000 other riders, Billy McConnell over the years. And it's a rider that when I got the entry list I was very, very surprised to see him. Dan Bray is there, runs under number 50.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think yesterday he was just outside the qualification.
No, he was
cut.
just inside. He was 43rd out of 44th. He made the 110%.
Because we get 44 riders on a grid here, don't we? So that is the thing. Normally it's only 40. So Cadwell Park is 36, I think. So
TSL told me 40 yesterday, Larry? Do you want me to check on that?
I think the 44 might be for the lower classes, just thinking about it, Dunk, like when we had the Moto Star or whatever. But I think 40 might be the cut-off point for these. I can't see there being 44 out there. But yeah, I haven't had a chance to catch up with Dan, but he was one of the original. There was the series that Kate Copstick did, Natural Brawn Races, where they used to feature them at the track and then take them off down the nightclub for various shenanigans and everything else like that. But yeah, wonderful times with that one. And if it is the same Dan Bray, which I'm assuming it is, then we haven't seen him on the track for probably around about 20 years.
Barnum Racing Yamaha. There you go, Barnum Racing. Dan Bray, yep, in 43rd position. Only person outside the qualification maxima yesterday in the combined times was Nick Cronin. He managed the best of a 128.8, which was some. I think Nick had an issue, 8 seconds off the pace going around there. But we only have 4 minutes of this qualifying session left. You notice that Larry's all very much about the nightclubs. Well, I'm going to show you a picture which I got from Larry last night. This is Larry late last night, double parked in his local. What do you think of that?
Very good indeed.
That was about 10 to 4, wasn't it? I was still waiting for you and Heidi to join me, but by 4 o'clock I'd given up and decided to call it a night. But yeah, usual time tonight, boys, if we can meet for around about 7. I want you back at the hotel for 5 o'clock in the morning, though, tomorrow. Even though we've got a late start, we have got a very busy day tomorrow. So if you can get the old pizzas and kebabs down your throat before then well, I'm calling a curfew at 5 a.m. this morning on YouTube.
Okay, noted, boss, noted, no problem. Last night for me, it was actually a very quiet night. I decided to not go to the nightclub. I had a lovely Indian at the Pink Olive just along the road. Lovely.
Don't we know about it this morning?
Steady on, Scoop, steady on. 3 minutes 45 seconds of the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship remaining.
Yeah, and Carl Harris sitting this one out, Dunk. He's still in pit lane. He's not moved since we had an interview. There's Harrison Mackay just about to leave pit lane now. The background noise there, 3 minutes 29 seconds.
P9 for Harrison.
But the only bike that I can see in eye shot is the number 9 of Carl Harris, who is parked up and he's not going out onto track. There is another rider just making their way down pit lane. I think that might have been Joe Ellis, but yeah, no sign of Carl Harris. He's parked up in Gasoline Alley, Dunk.
Yeah, Carl Harris playing it nice and cool with a 10th in his pocket. You know, Larry, what a lot of the riders were telling me yesterday, look, if you're on the first 4 rows here, you're fine. You know what you're going to get in this race. Pole position is always a great bonus. It's nice. It's what you would like to have, but if you're on the front 4 rows, you're fine. Harris, Goodman and Mounsey, provisionally front row. Davy, Davidson and Smart, provisionally row 2. Banham, Goth and McKay would be row 3. With McCabe, Dawson and Shelton, you know, they're pretty good 4 rows there, but you think, hang on, you've not mentioned Asher Durham or Richard Cooper. No, I haven't, because Asher Durham's in 13th and Richard Cooper's in 14th place. People a little bit out of place, shall we say. Ed Best in 17th, Ted Wilkinson in 19th. You know, these are people that you don't expect to be there. There's a big improvement for Peter Willis and Cameron Dawson and Zach Shelton. Dawson, P5, Willis, P12 and Shelton, P13. Big improvements from those guys as they cross the line. Cameron Dawson with a 120.526 puts himself between Aidan Davey and Alfie Davidson. Peter Willis as well, looking really strong here. Young Peter Willis, since stepping from the Talent Cup era of bikes in towards where we are with the new sport bike, just getting on that bigger bike seems to suit him. If you remember last year, Peter was a winner in what we called the RNG British Talent Cup then. It's now the RNG Moto 4 British Cup. But got to say, he won at the British Grand Prix event, and he didn't just win, he absolutely disappeared up the road from everybody in tricky wet conditions or damp conditions and showcased the talent that the young man from Northern Ireland has. But he's getting up to speed with these bigger sport bikes. There's Zach Shelton. Zach Attack now answers back and goes 8 places further up our TSL time screen, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile, to put himself in P5, a 120.468. So there are movers in the pack, but there's nobody actually as yet got towards the sharp end with Carl Harris. We have got 19 bikes covered by 9/10 of a second. Make that 20 bikes covered by 9/10 of a second as, well, Asher Durham goes up to P2, Richard Cooper goes P5, and Ted Wilkinson goes P7. So a whole lot of moving and shaking going on there. Ed Best also up 3 places into 15th. So having all these bikes covered by 9/10 of a second, it's Finsmart Whedon who we find in 20th place, just on the cusp of that. You know, you're 9/10 away, you're P20. As Harrison McKay goes up 7 places, and he now goes into 9th. I don't know if Salty Sellers is here, or if he's still maybe away digging on the other side of some Norwegian fjord in the big boat, but that will please him. Harrison was riding the crest of a wave. As we look at the timing screens, and we have got 21 seconds to go. Perfect timing there. Harrison was riding the absolute crest of a wave, back-to-back victories at Snetterton and then Brands Hatch. Came to Oulton Park high on confidence and then suffered the inevitable high side. Down he went. Fairly big hit, and it hurt him a bit, and the confidence has just dipped ever so slightly. Now, Carl Harris is on an outlap, but things are looking spicy on our TSL timing page. Aidan Davey could move himself up towards the sharp end here, as Richard Cooper's also very much in the mix, and you can't discount Asher Durham, but Aidan Davey is purple through Sector 2. It's drifted away ever so slightly as you go through the third sector. Davey crosses the line and doesn't actually improve. It all drifts away, as it does for Asher Durham and Richard Cooper and Ted Wilkinson and Peter Willis. It looks like the Rocket Rookie is going to take pole position, unless Dan Goodman has something up his sleeve, and I don't think he has, by 0.03 of a second for young Carl Harris. This would be a fairly emotional pole position, but it's only one part of the weekend done. There's a whole lot more to be done after this, but it's a step very much in the right direction. That's what we'd like to point out. We wait for the last couple of weeks to come through. Zach Shelton is on a lap. Harley McCabe's on a lap, and he's marooned in 17th place for Harley McCabe, but he's only 0.6 of a second away. That's where it gets very, very tricky. Doesn't look like anybody is on that lap that's going to do anything, and the checker flag has gone out. A couple of bikes to take it, but well, Larry Carter, you spoke to Carl Harris in the pit lane. You had the nice, fairly comfort and relaxed Carl Harris in the pit lane as well, and there we go. He takes pole position for the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship qualifying ahead of Asher Durham and Dan Goodman. Suzuki, Aprilia, your top three.
Yeah, Carl was on pole for the round at Donington Park. One rider that would love to be out there is Deco Connell down here, but unfortunately in the super stock category, he looked a pretty nasty one. A right wrist break, Deco. That's obviously the stockers don't go to Assen, so you'll be out for Cadwell. Looking at a return for Donington Park possibly.
Yeah, we'll be ready for Donington Park definitely. I mean, it's not what we want, but you know yourself, it happens in racing, and it's kind of hit me when I'm down. I had a good round at Owen, but I've had some unlucky rounds this year, but we're there and I know I'm fast enough to go again, so let it heal and we'll be back for Donington.
Just one of them seasons, Deco, you just got to ride it off, mate. You've had more bad luck. You got a lot of good luck, mind you, when Swanee's bike didn't click you at Oulton Park, mind. But yeah, Deco Connell, a very near neighbour of Duncan Vincent up there in the Kingdom of Fife. Yeah. He sadly out on the Rapid Honda. It looks pretty neat. Still got a legacy, 1 or 2 flesh wounds on that right hand as well. So hopefully
the glove came off Larry during the accident at the exit of Seagrave, so Cobb Seagrave. So glad he is okay. Yeah, we send love to Declan. He's a tough boy.
But the thing is about Mum Leona, we can't, if he won't be at Cadwell, are we going to have a bit of crack with him at Cadwell Park Clubhouse? Because normally she's 3 sheets to the wind, isn't she, when we got up there, and she's normally singing on the karaoke and doing everything else down there. So she's
the life and soul of the party,
so not too
and I love her to bits, Larry.
The Connells are going to, if they're not going to be at Cadwell Park, I'm not too sure who's going to entertain us. But here is Asher Durham on the Lady Bella Power Slide Motorcycles Suzuki, and Dave Tyson just giving me a little bit of information which I'm going to allude to in this interview with the Thrasher, but waiting for King Carlos. He grows. There is Carlos there, Carl Harris. Yeah, and he's happy enough with that one. He sat most of that one out as the Rocket team makes their way in, and he just has a chat with the team. He's just going to take the RI crash helmet off, and we'll see if we can have a chat with Carl. He is the spit of his dad. You'd look into them steely eyes and you could see the great Carl Harris. And there's Dan Goodman, as Duncan was referring to. For whatever reason, the polar opposite. He's had a lot of bad luck and bad experiences at Knockhill. I think that was one of the reasons. But he has managed to put it here onto the front row. There is Asher Derham. We'll just go and have a word. I'll tell you what, Asher, I'm going to have a word with the bloke who puts these programmes together, because one thing about it is he seems to be a bit of an Alfie Davidson fan, doesn't he? You're doing all this good work, you're not getting a good look in and anything else like this. If you find out who's putting them words together, mate, just let me know and I'll go and sort him out for you.
I know, I thought you were the runner of Asher Durham fan club.
Well, I can't let my allegiances be too obvious, but anyway, you've on there anyway in the first couple of rows of the grid is going to be a good one at Thruxton Asher, and the sport bike race is always a cracker, so looking forward to that one.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really hard to get a breakaway. Everyone's in a similar speed, and some of the other bikes like the Aprilias and the Triumphs just have a little bit top speed. The Suzukis and the CFs just kind of struggling with, so most of the track I'm quicker, then as soon as we get to the straight we're just getting a bit balked. With Slipstream obviously I can run, but without it I'm a little bit hopeless out there. But I mean, I knew we had a good feeling all weekend. It was hard to get a lap together because it's so busy. I think I did about 3 flying laps in 25 minutes. You know, it's ridiculous. But like I say, we've got a race today, race tomorrow. Hopefully, just stay out of trouble, stay consistent, and just focus on trying to do our best.
Yeah, and get that championship lead, mate. You might get the headline in the programme there.
Hopefully.
Thanks, Ray. There is Carl Harris down here. He's just going to get the photo with the rest of the team down here. P1, it says on that one. As see Ash Barnes down there and the rest of the team. Getting the final photos. Well, Carl, you've managed to do it. You're on pole at Donington, obviously, but it didn't work out for you there. But I have a feeling this weekend could be a good one for you.
Yeah, just I'm really enjoying it. I'm feeling really comfortable on the bike, and just going to go and give it me all and see how we get on.
And bring it home, that's the main thing, isn't it? Because you put so much pressure on yourself, even though them little mistakes that come, it's all part of the learning process, but you're your own biggest critic.
Yeah, exactly. My crashes this year is all down to myself, just pushing that bit too much. So I need to learn from that and I need to just go out and enjoy it, ride my own race, and whatever the result is, I'll be happy, but I want to be in here.
Yeah, well, tell you what, mate, we'll go for a dip in the swell when we get back home if you win this one.
We will do indeed.
I might have my boxers on as well for that one. Well, there is Dan Goodman. Let's just go and grab a quick word with Dan, because he is. He's been showing good pace all weekend. I'll tell you what, Dan, this is a little bit more like it, isn't it? We've had a chat a couple of times this year, but here on the front row of the grid for this round at Thruxton, this place obviously suiting you.
Yeah, just hopefully get a good start at the race, just hold position, maybe even get in the first to turn one, and just try and get in the front group and stick there.
We know it's going to be pack racing, don't we? It's important that you do get away, because you can just get swamped around here if you're not careful.
Yeah, you will do, especially in a turn one. If you get on the inside and you get pinched in, and then everyone around you'll just come around the outside, and you'll just lose too many positions.
Another rider doing well at his local circuit, isn't he, from your point of view?
Yeah.
So only about 300 miles away from where he lives. Good luck, Dan, on that one. Well, that is the top 3 then in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. On pole position, the number 9 of Kit and Carlos, Carl Harris, who sits proudly on that pole position. Then the rider that is second in the championship for the Power Slide Suzuki and Lady Bella Concern, and that is the Thrasher, Asher Derham. And rounding out the front row of the grid for Michael Laverty on the Aprilia, that is Dan Goodman, the number 71. If you want any of the results or anything like that, we don't have time to give them out during the weekend. TSLtiming.com, TSL Timing Solutions Limited.com. That is where we get all the information. Just click on the British Superbike icon, little drop down to whichever round you want. It's got little PDFs there, 80, 90, 100 page PDFs, which you can download and get all the information till your little heart is concerned. That's what I do. That's what Duncan Vincent does, and that's what Alan Hyde does.
Larry, thank you very much indeed. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, here on Radio Thruxton, 93.7 FM.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bolton Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Qualifying for RNG Moto 4 British Cup coming up here at Thruxton, and thank you to all of you that have been sending in WhatsApps on 07482 877 877 if you want to shout out people that you're here at Thruxton in the sunshine with, enjoying the bikes this weekend. If you'd like a shout out, then all you have to do is to WhatsApp us 07482 877 877, your first name and your message. We only need your first name. 07482 877 877. From Josh, I want to give a shout out to Alex Vella in the BMW F900R Cup, who had an engine blow up yesterday and made it out today thanks to the entire paddock coming together to help him. That's kind of one of the features of this paddock. It really is a great place to be. Also a shout out to my brother Daniel, who is Alex's signal man, who drove over 100 miles to pick up the new engine. Well done. Absolute great team effort there. Thank you very much indeed. Josh, thanks for writing in. This one is from Bryony in Frodsham. Hi all, stuck at work all weekend but not missing a moment by listening to your wonderful commentary on TSL. Cheering on Super Ted, Ryan Garside returning to the paddock, Rory and Kyle as well. Up the ride, baby, says Bryony. Bryony, thanks for listening. Sorry you've got to work, but hopefully makes you feel a little bit closer to being trackside listening into BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
What about our cow? We could call it Ryder.
Oh, that's quite good.
That's actually quite clever from me, isn't it?
I quite like that, yeah.
Can you believe I've come out with that first thing in the morning?
Yes, I can. You're very artistic.
Rider.
Morning to all the commentators. Like to give a shout out to William Clare and our grandson Lennon Doherty, wishing him all the best for this sport bike race today. From Valerie and Ronnie McGregor, listening to TSL Timing back in Scotland. And Sue wrote in first thing this morning to say she couldn't quite hear the speakers overlooking Club Chicane, but we put Super Gav on the job and fixed it, and she says big thanks to Super Gav. There you go.
We love Super Gav.
Yeah.
He's a special guy, isn't he?
He needs a cape.
He was sleeping in this commentary box at your last big meeting you had here.
It's
because he done an all-nighter.
He had done an all-nighter, yeah, to get an audio signal back from the complex, which is a very long way to run a cable.
Long way away, you know.
It is, yeah.
And Thruxton are lucky to have Gav. I would like to point that out.
Gav is Super Gav.
I think he's a star. He really is. And he's actually out and about just now doing what Super Gavs do, saving the circuit, I think.
yeah.
You know?
Saving all the audio connections. He does a super job, our audio engineer here at Thruxton. If you want to get in touch, first name and message to 07482 877 877. Right, RNG Moto 4 British Cup qualifying out on circuit. We're getting pictures from Cov. This is really good news.
Yeah, we are getting pictures from Cov, and I was just away to say, for those of you, thank you Alan, who have maybe never been to Thruxton before, or maybe you have been to Thruxton, you're normally used to seeing myself in air traffic control overlooking the Club Chicane. Well, that's now gone. They're now building a brand new fancy building in that area. And I'm actually in it's bizarre. It's bizarre being in a commentary box doing circuit radio with no windows. I can't see the circuit.
I know.
I've got a little bit of FOMO. I'm not going to lie to you because I like to see tarmac.
I get that, yeah.
However, yeah. I made after getting a phone call from the series director, the boss man, Stuart Higgs, on Monday. He says, Right then, this is what we're at. This is how it is. What do you want to do? We concocted a plan. Alan Hyde's come up with this, and I phoned Richard Coventry TV director, said, can you furnish me with some pictures? He goes, it would be my pleasure.
Oh.
He's not just furnished us, he's given us every single camera on the circuit. Thankfully, I've got a fairly large television.
A big telly for multi-view.
I've got a big television, but I don't know where to look. I don't know where to look. But this is really handy, and it just I must say thank you to Timeline for stepping in, to Alan Hyde for setting this up, and for everybody who's been involved and putting it together for me, because I've effectively just arrived and plugged myself in and started talking.
And we're jealous of Jeff.
We are jealous. Jeff has got the best camera out there. Jeff is elevated. It looks like he's actually in the stratosphere looking down upon the club chicane.
It's a super picture, isn't it?
It must be on a cherry picker.
Yes.
Because the height on that is fabulous. That's where Ben Taylor, Alex Thistleway and the guys at Thruxton, including Gav, need to put the new commentary point.
That would
what a view.
that would be beyond any expectation.
It looks like the Blackpool Tower's been brought in for this weekend.
It's just superb, isn't it? You see them through Brooklands up Woodham Hill, and just a glorious sight, that camera.
Yeah, fabulous. And Thruxton looks great. The circuit has been presented incredibly well, handed over to the MSVR team, and here we go. Bikes are on track. This is the Moto4, RNG Moto4 British Cup qualifying session. Yesterday, Frosty was fastest in qualifying, on combined times, from Jack Burrows. Jack Dunnaby, 3rd place, Marco Holt, 4th, Harrison Day, 5th, Mason Foster, Luke Fitchett, Alex Ramisil, Lomas Larry, George Bowes and Hayden, and Clayton Edmonds. Hayden? Clayton Edmonds. Spoke with Clayton yesterday, actually, Larry. First time I've caught up with Clayton Edmonds in quite some time. He was sitting on the city lefting bike in pit lane, and I walked up to him. He stepped off the bike to speak to me, which was lovely because it was running. He's taller than me, Larry. He must be 6'1" or 6'2". He's enormous. What happened to little Clayton Edmonds? He's like, he could be the commentary box himself across there. So tall. And kids do grow. You know, it's one of these things. But for anybody who races one of these small Talent Cup-esque bikes, it is the nemesis of what happens in life. They eat their vegetables, they like broccoli, away they go, and before you know it, unfortunately, they outgrow the bikes, and that is something which can be difficult for the teams, the riders, and where do they go after this? But Clayton Edmonds was incredibly tall, speaks very well on the microphone as well, just wants to get a bit of luck going in the season. It didn't get off to a good start. It got off to possibly the worst start we could possibly imagine, down at, or up at Oulton Park, where they had three races, and unfortunately Clayton crashed 3 times in each, not in each race, he crashed 3 times over the course of the weekend. 1 crash per race, which is very, very unlike him. Pit lane camera, Gimbal Girl is back. She is very much alive. We're seeing all sorts of people and people and bikes moving about the pit lane. Lovely to have Laura on hand down there. It gives everybody who's watching on YouTube land just that little bit of a different vibe. I did get a message from a very, very good friend of mine saying you frown too much, Duncan. I think
really?
Yeah.
Was it your mum?
No. She would say something much worse than that.
Okay.
And I don't know. I think it's just maybe. I'm at that age where I think I might need to give in and go for the glasses. I have glasses. I just tend to not wear them.
You should wear them.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, I've got a 36-inch television in front of me.
The television is excessive, bearing in mind the distance you are from it.
I never thought of that, actually. I can touch it with my arm there, yeah. That's a good point, isn't it?
So, do you remember when you were young and we had like a 28-inch...
Sorry, can I stop you there? When I was young.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When you were young, your mum said, don't sit too close to the television set. And it was 28 inches.
Yeah.
And you used to sit the other side of the room.
Yeah.
How big's that?
That's 36 inches, and literally my arm...
It's bigger than that. It's 40.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay. Maybe I should give
That's what it says on the box in big letters, so if you can't see that...
Yeah. Oh, dear, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologise for this. But there we go. I love the message, but maybe...
Wear your glasses.
Maybe I need to bring the glasses to the next BSB round.
And they suit you. They're fine. Otherwise... your eyesight will get worse and worse.
Oh, will it? Oh, yeah. Okay, I thought you had to keep
just correct it with glasses.
Okay, boss. Okay. Yeah. I can't do no rating this commentary box
I feel
today.
parental.
Yeah, well, you've got to be. You have to be. 60 minutes of the RNG Moto4 British Cup qualifying still to go. 60 minutes of it will be taking place. And it's Ryan Frost who is fastest. I can see that on my tracker map as I look to my left. As you look from the YouTube screen, it's on the right-hand side. He's the yellow dot on the TSL tracker if you're watching that. He's getting chased around by Henry McCartney, who rides number 34 for Stanford Racing. I'm staying in the same hotel as the Stanford Racing crew. Danny Webb, met Danny on check-in. Also caught up and spoke with Danny yesterday on the pit wall. What a great guy to have racing, to have running a race team, as we actually see Henry McCartney making his way in towards Noble. Remember, Henry was out with a broken wrist, but that's all healed up and fine. Danny Webb's been there, seen it, done it, raced it, been on pole position at Grand Prix level. He's a real deal, and he brings a wealth of experience back to this little Stanford Racing squad as well. And I think it's fabulous seeing what he can do with that Stanford Racing team. And keep your eyes on Henry McCartney. Danny tells me that they've worked together for some 4 years now. So it's seeing kind of the 4-year vision come through. It's not just getting a rider in for 1 year and then we'll get the next rider in. There's actually been a dedicated plan put in place to bring Henry McCartney through. Hudson Kai Cooper's another person, another young man who's come into this. These two guys have raced together for so long. And Larry, that's one of the great things about this championship. The R&G Motor4 British Cup qualifying that Ryan Frost leads by 0.7 of a second. It brings youngsters through, but it keeps up with that Grand Prix-esque mentality that they can go from this to Red Bull rookies to racing in Spain. They still have that little bit of a dream there.
Yeah, well, just 7 days ago they were at the Grand Prix, weren't they? Yeah. For the part of the Dorna-sanctioned event, this British Motor 4 Cup, formerly British Talent Cup. Effectively, it's the same bikes and the same cast to a greater extent, but it has been rebranded this year to one of an elite series where the Talent Cup, there was sort of like every man and his dog had a Talent Cup, didn't they, in the country going back a year or two, but now Dorna have escalated it to kind of like a Premier League, and there's only, 4 or 5 now national cups, effectively, one of which is in Britain, and the winner of which will automatically go into the Red Bull rookies for next season. For me, it's just since we had Eddie O'Shea winning it going back to 2020, 2021 sort of time, where he's now in Grand Prix, obviously, and Scott Ogden, who went to the championship as well. Well, it's kind of manifested itself for a Grand Prix career for him. He was on pole position at the British Grand Prix last weekend in the Moto 3 category, from what I remember. But over the past couple of years, it's kind of not really worked out for the winners. Evan Belford, who went off to race in the Spanish Championship, he kind of like didn't get lost in obscurity, but sort of like hasn't sort of gone on to the sort of levels that we want. And then, of course, Lucas Brown, who won the championship in 2024, went off to the Red Bull rookies. Unfortunately, the physicalities of that, he's such a tall rider. You mentioned about Clayton Edmonds being a tall rider, Dunk, but Lucas Brown, he stands about 6'6", and that just isn't conducive for a small capacity rider. So as a result, he ended up back in the British Supersport Championship. So let's just hope that whoever wins this championship, and it is probably to be a battle royal between the likes of the Rhino Ryan Frost and the wee Scot from Ayrshire, Jack Dunnerby. Not Jack Dunnerby, as some TV commentators tend to refer to. It's Jack Dunnerby, who has won a number of races in recent rounds. Let's just hope that they can go on to bigger and better things. There's the Bolt, Marcus Holt, just leaving pit lane. He really is a talent to watch, as another one of the riders. That looks to be Henry McCartney. Now, you mentioned about Danny Webb. It always gets me back to thinking about the Grand Prix, when we used to have a couple of Dannys in the Grand Prix, and it was always confusing because it was Danny Webb from Kent and Danny Kent from Gloucestershire, who always used to get the commentators tied up on that one. But it was it here at Thruxton last year that we had Danny Webb out on the Senkada
Yes,
Aprilia.
we did, and unfortunately,
he did himself no good across there at the complex, and that was short and sweet, that tenure on that particular bike, wasn't it? So there is the case. So with, 11 and a half minutes to go, still a little bit of shuffling about. Boy, we weren't at the Grand Prix last weekend, Duncan. You were on touring car duty up in your neck of the woods at Dockhill. I had the duties on as well. I haven't done the Grand Prix since 2019. So, yeah, we weren't there, but I caught the action. I don't know whether you've managed to catch the action on YouTube, but what a pair of cracking races it was. I think there was probably around about a dozen riders that could have won that race going into the last lap both times out at Silverstone last week.
Yeah, I caught the action, Larry. I love the Talent Cup that we have here, the RNG British Cup and Motor4 British Cup. It's great, and you're correct. We missed you at the Grand Prix, but I had the Scottish Legends on track as well. So if you've not seen the Facebook of the Scottish Legends,
there's some scrap after that as well, wasn't there?
Oh, good grief! Yeah, just gonna have a little look. Just Google Scottish Legends not kill, and you'll see exactly why I was.
Or don't if you are of a nervous disposition.
This is a championship that I look after and help organise and. They gave me several moments, shall we say. We'll leave it at that. But all's fair in love and legend racing, and they move on there at Croft next weekend. They act a little bit like the Talent Cup race or something, actually. But these guys on track seem to be able to just control that a little bit better. But 0.7 of a second around here for Ryan Frost is a big gap. It's a very big gap. It's I don't want to say chunky or meaty, but it's substantial, ahead of Marco Holt in second place, Holt the Bolt. And then behind Marco Holt, very much Tyler Humphries. Now, Tyler Humphries will have never raced here before, ever. I can guarantee that. And how do I know that? It's because Tyler Humphries is from Dundee, and you just simply don't get the chance to come to Thruxton enough to do some racing down here. So Tyler Humphries will be learning as he goes. He's a new lad into the championship. Done a lot of racing in Scotland. But as I say, there's nothing like this anywhere else. Thruxton is very, very unique. And what we have here is Tyler Humphries in third place, ahead of Jack Burrows, Harrison Day, Jack Dunaby. Not Dunaby. I like that one, lad. That was a good one. We've had very different accounts of Jack's second name. And then we've got George Bowes, who tipped off yesterday, actually, did George Bowes. That was a great shame for him. Luke Fitchett, who had a technical problem yesterday. If you're in the pit lane, Larry, if you could grab Peter Lucy, I spoke with Peter yesterday, or somebody from the Cavara team. Luke got 3 laps in the first session and was really short on time. He says he felt the bike pulling back on him as he was coming up Woodham Hill. Now, for me, that went, okay, the engine's tightening up, and it sounded like he clutched it and brought it in. But they wheeled the bike straight out of pit lane, and they had to get something done. I never got a chance to get back in pit lane for the second one, as Harrison Day goes P2. But it would be worthwhile finding out what went wrong with Luke Fitchett's bike in free practice number 1 for Peter Lucy and the Cavara Projects team. Harrison Day, though, he is having a really strong year. It's got to be said that the year that the young man is having, he's P2. He was going very well at the Grand Prix as well. And if you're going to showcase yourself, where better to do it than actually at the Tissot MotoGP event at Silverstone. Which is technically run by MSV. I would like to say that MSVR go in there. Stuart, Claire Neat, the Deputy Race Director, they're all there. It's all the same people, and they do a fabulous job of putting that event on for everybody with the actual Grand Prix kind of, I'm not going to say bolted onto it, but the Grand Prix being there. So it's a very well executed and run event. Looking a little bit further down, who is maybe out of place? Well, Azir Devine is in 13th place. Mason Foster is in 15th place, which is a strange one for me. Expected a little bit more for that. Ollie O'Gorman, 22nd place. There's the question, Larry. There's the question. I put it out yesterday. Has anybody seen Casey? Is Casey here? Should I get on Instagram and find out where Casey is? Is that the thing to do? I think we should do. Is Alan Hyde, look over?
Well, do I need to put 20 minutes aside for an interview with him, more to the point, with Casey O'Gorman?
If you could do that, would be lovely. Do you think it's needed, Larry?
Because I'll tell you what, if I got, I don't know about 20 minutes, more like 2 seconds, wouldn't it? Well, Casey, how's it going? Feeling good this weekend? Yes. And that's it. And that's as much as we get out of Casey O'Gorman. In fact, when I interviewed Ollie O'Gorman at, where was it, when he first appeared? Was it Snetterton? Was it Brands Hatch? I think I got more out of him. I got something like 10 words out of Ollie O'Gorman, which is the total sum of the interviews that I've had with Casey O'Gorman over all of the years. So we'll keep our eye out, see if COG is here this weekend, but not seen him so far.
I've just sent him a message, Larry. Let's see if he gets back. Let's see if he has any connectivity and he can get back in touch with us as we go back live with our pit lane camera. Now, that's a nice pit lane shot. I'm very impressed with what Laura's got us now. elevated above the pit lane, looking up. That's good. That's
It's
classy,
good, isn't it?
That's where my commentary box is meant to be.
So interesting story about that. That is where the old Thruxton podium used to be, and that was where I commentated at my first ever race meeting back in 1993.
1953. Wow.
1993.
Sorry, I was being a little bit cheeky there, chaps. Impressive. Yeah, but I like what Laura's done there. She's given us a bird's eye view. I wanted to do Larry spotting. He's down there somewhere, Laura. He gets around, does Larry. He uses those sambas up so incredibly well, as I see Charlie Cunningham.
There he is.
There he is, directly below us. He now makes his way into pit lane with his bongo feet. Is that what that's called?
The bongo feet,
yeah. Brilliant. So what have we got left? I've got 6 minutes left of this session. And it still is Ryan Frost who's fastest from Jack Burrows and Thorley Trevorrow with a big improvement up there into 3rd place. Harrison Day down to 4th. Alex Remsel-Lomas in 5th place. Marco Holt, Tyler Humphreys, Jack Dunnaby. Jack Dunnaby's in 8th place. That's not ideal for Dunnaby. But having said that, you know what you're going to get at Thruxton. It's very much unlikely that somebody's going to do a Marco Morelli and disappear at the sharp end and go away. I can't see that actually happening. And if it wasn't for those pesky kids, who would know what would happen at the sharp end? Marco Morelli, who came here on a Fibertech Honda for Michael Laverty as a one-off round, one of his Junior World Championship racers a couple of seasons ago, and Marco Morelli just demonstrated exactly how you ride Thruxton, so much so that I don't know if the team actually told him to slow down, but he was that far up the actual road. But Marco Morelli, it was great to see what could actually be done here on a Talent Cup bike. Everybody, though, stepped up a gear and got onto the back of Marco Morelli. It's not like his lap times did slow down. He actually managed to get caught by the likes of Ryan Frost and various others who were champing at the bit. Emmanuel Brinton, as it was at the time, as well. And speaking of Manny Brinton, back in the paddock with Millionaire competitions in Supersport. So it was lovely to catch up with Manny yesterday. Caught up with his dad as well. I've got a bit of a fact sheet that his dad was going to drop into me, which will be very, very helpful as we move forward. I do like how the Brinton family are very supportive, and they like to keep it up. Peter Brinton's a great guy, great supporter of Manny, and the more information that we can get on Manuel Brinton, I mean, he looks even taller, and I think that's difficult for him to be any taller, but he's dwarfing the Supersport R9 Yamaha that Millionaire competitions have put him on. Remsel Lomas has now got himself into 2nd place. Ryan Frost, Alex Remsel-Lomas and Jack Burrows, 1, 2 and 3, but it's a 1-2 for Fibertech Honda. That's as Larry Carter gets his snake hips out the door, looking good there. The commentary point has been built with millimetre precision. It's almost like a style as you come in.
It took a while.
Yeah. I like that. Larry just slid his way out there. But we've got so much going on here on the actual timing screen that it's keeping the commentator looking from left to right, and then having a look at my main feed that I get from Richard Coventry, bang smack in the middle. Time is of the essence, so we have got 3 minutes and 33 seconds to go. When I started that conversation, Charlie Cunningham crosses the line. Long way down for Charlie Cunningham. He comes all the way down from north of the border in a little place called Leven. Tyler Humphreys loses a lap time. Lap number 14 has been disallowed for a course cut, as has Marco Holt. Holt the Bolt loses his lap time. Now, this is something that's been new for this year. At the Club Chicane, TSL Timing have actually put in a loop which will pick up any bikes that go over that area. So now there's the actual loop in that part of the Club Chicane, Larry. So the definite you have to lose time is good. You know, you've got to lose that second before you get back over the start-finish line. So an ever-improving situation. Nothing stands still. And race direction, Stuart Higgs, his director, are always trying to push things forward. TSL putting in an extra timing loop there. The bulletins went out that you are strictly forbidden to do any touring on the track and sectors. You cannot be any more than 135% away from your fastest sector time. That bulletin went out to everybody. You'll have seen that bulletin, Larry. Yesterday, the amount of people that got done for touring, and the strange thing about it was all experienced guys. The first guy upstairs was Richard Cooper. He got dragged into race direction for touring. The next guy was Luke Mossy. I was thinking, I can't believe this. It's quite strange. We've just watched Tyler Humphreys, though, leave the pit lane and cut across the big solid blend line. That was another bulletin that came out from race direction for you not to do, and Humphreys cut straight across that. So Whether he gets a little tap on the shoulder and getting a little bit of a warning for that one, it might be in the post for young Tyler. And we've also just had news on screen that unfortunately George Bowes has gone down at Cobb. Rider OK, slipped off the number 67 A Edwards Racing Honda. Great shame for George. Not what you want to do in the middle of your qualifying session with only 1 minute 40 seconds to go. If we look at the timing screen, George finds himself in 12th place. A little bit of work to do on that bike back in the 10th for the team, but that's unfortunate. Not what you want to do in qualifying, but it doesn't look like anybody has got an answer for Ryan Frost. Whether Frosty did that with a tow, I would imagine he would. Whether Jack Burrows did it on his own or had a tow. Really, if you're putting a good fast lap time at Thruxton on one of these bikes, Larry, as you know, you're picking up a tow from somebody either down from Goodwood down to Church or from Church back up Brooklands, Woodham Hill into the Club Chicane. There are 2, maybe 3 areas where you can pick up a big slipstream here. You even get a slipstream from the Club Chicane round towards Campbell Corner all the way through Allard on these smaller capacity bikes. Very similar to what we see at Donington Park, where they pick a slipstream up from the old hairpin and it takes them all the way through Starkey, Schwantzcurve and up towards the top of McLean's. 40 seconds. And then the checker flag will be out for the R&G Motor 4 British Cup. It's been a busy morning inside this commentary box. Alan Hyde seems to have more people coming to visit him today than anything.
It's been a bit of a technical. We are a technical hub.
We've got TV coming to ask us for help now.
We have, yeah.
And you've got BSB TV as well. Rosie's been in, and then Gav's brought the most wonderful smelling breakfast ever in here for himself. Did you point that out? You know, so it's not a team breakfast, but it smells good, doesn't it?
He's only halfway through it.
I know.
It's that big.
He's been there for 40 minutes.
I was going to say, it's a good half an hour.
4, 3, 2, 1. Qualifying comes to an end for the R&G Motor 4 British Cup. The checker flag flies and the bikes will now cross the line, and it looks like Frosty will hold on to this. It looks like Frosty's going to actually extend his advantage as he makes his way through and comes across the line. We'll wait to see what happens with Frosty. Purple sector number 2, purple sector number 3. Looking at our timing screens to try and pick up if he's in a group or not, and that's the difficult thing. Let's change that channel just a couple of times. We'll get Frosty across the line. 0.8 of a second. The gap goes out to Ryan. Frost has put time into everybody, and he technically did that on his own some. I'm going to say that, but there was a bike around him. But Frosty looking ever so strong here today. He had Jack Burrows in tow, but there we go. A 1:21.398 for Ryan Frost. A 1:22.288 for Jack Burrows. 0.8 of a second. Then 0.04 of a second behind Burrows, Alex Remisel Lomas on the second of the Fibertech Hondas. Only 0.04 away, and that's a 1:22.328. Frosty, Burrows and Lomas. That will be the first time we've had Alex Lomas on the front row of the grid scoop. This will be nice to have a new interview for you to do. You could maybe even break into your fluent Spanish that you have for everybody around this Thruxton circuit and dazzle us all with the Yorkshire twang. That would be something that I think a lot of people would like to hear, especially myself. But Thorley Trevorrow with a fabulous 4th place on 42. 5th place for Harrison Day on 15, and 88 Mason Foster does salvage something to get back up to 6th place ahead of Luke Fitchett, bike 7 in 7th place. Tyler Humphreys in 8th place on 19. Jack Dunnaby 9th place for bike number 63. Trouble at mill there, work to do for Dunnaby. And in 10th place, number 37, Marco Holt. Bikes making their way back round. Before we get there, we'll hand it back to the studio to Sir Alan Hyde for a very quick commercial break.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 93.7 FM here at Thruxton. A very good morning to you. Welcome along to a sunny Thruxton and Superbike weekend. Let's get down to pit lane and join Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al. Well, it's Michael Laverty Fibertech 1-3 effectively, and great to see the Spanish ace Alex Remisal-Lomas on the front row of the grid for the first time. But one rider that is making it all his own in recent rounds is Ryan Frost down here. Well, Rhino, after the performance at the Grand Prix last weekend, we're better to continue things off. Pole position, nearly a second ahead of everybody else here at Thruxton.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, to be fair, but I know I was pushing on when I could feel the bike sliding a lot more compared to yesterday, but no, we managed to do it all by ourselves, to be honest. Just got a little bit of slipstream on that last lap to bump us up another 0.3 and get under that record, but when you compare that to obviously Moto3 riders like Marco Morelli and stuff like that, I'd say we've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, well, he was here, a couple of years ago, wasn't he? Really set a benchmark for that one. You know, it's going to be another pack racing out there, exactly the same as what it was at Silverstone last weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We're hoping for the same. It was a good race in MotoGP, but obviously we're hoping to have the same ending as well.
Well, you can't do any better than winning both races. And for Jack Burrows down here, Jack, after the disaster at Silverstone, I think it's fair to say, it's important that you bounce back this weekend. So giving yourself a fighting chance, at least you don't have to start on the back of the grid this time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm super happy, to be honest. At Silverstone we had, as you say, an absolute disaster. Lost a lot of points in the championship, but I believe now that you know, a week difference has made a big difference. You know, we're back in the front row, and I'm delighted. Just like to thank the boys for giving me a great bike.
Well, it's great stuff. You've got to do it all over in the race, Jack, a little bit later on. But what about this one? Hola, mi amigo. ¿Cómo está? Buenos días, señor. ¿Cómo está? Alex, today you are front row of the grid.
Yeah, so happy to stay here for first time. The race will be difficult because probably will be a big group like Silverstone. But yeah, I feel strong. I did good laps here in the qualifying. So yeah, I'm ready for the races.
And we've got Spanish weather today as well.
And say thanks to my team and for my mechanic and to my dad, to my mom, and to all the people to stay with me for this championship. So thank you.
Muy bien, muy bien. Absolutely fantastic to have the Spanish. At least I didn't do a Marc Marquez there. Hablo español, por favor, señor. Ask Marc Marquez when he was on the podium at the British Grand Prix a few years ago if he could speak Spanish. Never been allowed to live that one down, Al. But it is the Rhino, Ryan Frost, number 24, that sits on pole position on the back of that double victory at the British Grand Prix last weekend. Alongside him will sit one of his championship challengers who was aiming to recoup the points that he lost at Silverstone, and that is a 16 of the RK Racing Burrows Engineering entry of Jack Burrows. And then we've got El Spaniard, the El Toro, the Spanish bull that is there under number 23, the second of the Michael Laverty Fibertech Hondas, and that is Alex Remisal-Lomas, who will sit on the front row for the first time this season on the British Moto 4 Cup. So that concludes then proceedings as far as that is concerned. We're going racing with them a little bit later on this afternoon. Looking forward to that one as well. But already bikes getting ready for the final qualifier this morning, which will be the Quattro Group British Super Sports. So with that, we can hand back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter. Great interviews down there. Post-qualifying for the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. Coming up next, as Larry said, in just a couple of minutes, green light at the end of pit lane for the Quattro Group British Super Sport qualifying. And that will take us through until 11 o'clock. And then 10 past 11 until 20 past 11, we've got free practice 3 essential essentially a warm-up for the British Superbikes in association with Pirelli. All of that coming up. If you're watching on YouTube, a very good morning to you. Welcome along to some new angles, camera angles from the old podium here at Thruxton, which is a high building at the end of pit lane, just looking out to the arch going on to the circuit. So we see the bikes going out for the Quattro Group British Supersports in just a couple of moments, and a few of your messages as well. Hi Charlotte, good morning. Can you say a massive hello to Amber and Violet, who are here for their first ever meeting and loving every second. I normally marshal here as a spectator this weekend, talking them through every session. Love your commentary. By the way, what frequency are you on? 93.7 FM, Charlotte, is the frequency, 93.7 FM. And this one says, listening at home to the commentary, which is fantastic as usual. Can you give a shout out to Fletch and Bryony, who are here taking pictures? Looking forward to seeing you at Cadwell, from Simon and Karen. P.S. missing not being there. And this one is from Stella, who is here at Thruxton. Can you give a bit of a public service announcement out, please? There is a camper van on the Marshall campsite. The registration number is RX70 EHF, RX70 EHF. The alarm keeps going off and we don't want them to have a flat battery. Stella, thank you very much indeed. And if you are the owner of that camper van, RX70 EHF, then probably best to go off and work out quite what is setting the alarm off. And this one says, hi, please could you give a shout out to Sean and Janine? The frame of my Motability scooter cracked and made it unusable. I put a post on the BSB Facebook group and a couple of people tagged Janine. The result was that Sean welded my scooter and wouldn't accept more than a gin and tonic for doing so. Totally in awe of the BSB family. They're simply amazing. Thank you so much for restoring my independence. And that comes from Sarah. Sarah, what a lovely message to send. And thank you very much indeed to Sean and everybody on the BSB Facebook group for helping out. Absolutely lovely, feel-good story, Sarah. Thank you very much indeed for sharing it with us on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877. So we have a squeaky door to the commentary box stroke BSB radio studio, and Radio Dave, without whom none of us would be able to communicate with each other without looking at them, has just come in with some WD-40, and we have a squeak-free door. Radio Dave, thank you very much indeed.
And it smells of WD-40.
Which is never a bad thing, is it? Yeah.
Touch in there, Dave. Thank you very much, buddy. Brilliant.
I understand you can get an aftershave that smells of WD-40.
You do, but you can also just spray it on yourself.
Would you?
Well,
do you want to be slipping around all day?
Slipping and slide. R&G would like that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, you could always pick it up and ride it.
Because if you slip it and slide it,
there you go.
Exactly. R&G would love that, but we don't want WD-40 spilling around the place. But you do get Castellar candles as well, which is something that I haven't actually had. I haven't bought one yet, but I do fancy buying one. Do fancy it. Quattro Group British Supersport Championship is on track for qualifying. Yesterday, the combined times had Jack Kennedy fastest. Who says that the CBR 600 isn't fast enough in a straight line? Jack Kennedy shows us that's nonsense in the hands of he. Luke Stapleford yesterday was actually clocked doing some 647 miles per hour through the speed trap. I think there was some sunlight in the
glitch.
Yeah, slight glitch.
Just a glitch.
But as ever, somebody caught it. Somebody got it on camera.
Boy, Thruxton is quick.
Yeah, and still Stapleford's been moaning that his bike's not fast enough. 647 miles per hour through the speed trap.
A new land speed record.
Yeah, he was, and he was still accelerating at the time of that grabbing gears.
He's in good company. Campbell, Cobb, Seagrave,
Stapleford.
Noble, Stapleford.
Yeah, so that was one of the highlights for yesterday. Thanks for that, Dave. That's perfect. Ollie Bayliss in a good third place. Combined times, Dean Harrison fourth, Harry Trulove fifth. The first of the McCams R9 Yamahas. Then it was Oliver Barr ahead of Josh Watley. Very impressive run for Josh Watley, the World Supersport racer who steps in, teammate with Leonardo Ticini in the World Championship, finds himself across here riding Chris Hicks's XMT Triumph. Very impressive run for Watley into 7th, ahead of TJ Toms, Jamie Davies on the second XMT bike, and then Cam Hall, top 10. 2 G&S Kawasaki's inside the top 10. Absolutely fabulous. Outside the top 10, Corey Tinker, Harvey Claridge, Can Onchu. Now, that was a big name to be outside the top 10, got to say.
Massive name, yeah.
Didn't expect that, but the bike is very, very different to what he normally has and what he normally uses. It's just one of these things he's got to get used to. It's got a shorter swinging arm. As I watch Will's camera at the exit of church and absolutely leap out of my seat as James McManus is out over the exit cab, more akin to a touring car than an actual
Look at me
super
watching
sport
the picture
bike.
to see if we get a replay. Obviously, it doesn't work like that, does it?
I don't think that works like
No,
that. You could ask Cov, but I'm worried for Matt, who's elevated some 450 feet in the air here, now tying himself in with some bungee cords and adjusting his microphone. But
yes, he is.
spare a thought for our marshals who are out there in the sunlight all day, the marshals and medics, the officials, and the TNT Cloud Timeline camera people. That's a lot of work out there. One thing I'm not going to do this year, I'm not going to get to see my good friend Richard, who I normally have up on air traffic control.
Joins you outside, doesn't he? Yeah.
Richard normally pops in. He's not live right now, but I would normally give him one of the hell of a good pasties that Finn Arscott would drop in.
Yeah.
And Richard absolutely loved it. And he gave me a shot of the camera as well, It's amazing what changes and the difference a year makes,
Yes.
But so Char Onchu has got work to do this weekend. Steve Rogers said it's okay, he's a world-class rider, let's give it time. When the whole thing came about, it seemed like they didn't want to put somebody on the bike, they didn't know about it, but then when Can came up, they were like, we can't not put him on that bike. Carter Brown also outside in 14th place, and Lucas Brown in 15th place. Freddie Barnes was 16th, James McManus, who we've just mentioned, 17th, Cameron Fraser. Jack Mahaffey tumbled off yesterday, down in 19th place, just ahead of his teammate Mikey Hardy in 20th. So work to do for both of those guys. Manny Brinton is out there. He's in 23rd position on the Millionaire Competitions Arne Yamaha. Manny Brinton, bike number 23, the very tall figure, just making his way down through Goodwood Village down towards Church. And if you get a chance to see Manny Brinton, he tipped off yesterday, unfortunately, at the Club Chicane. And the bike, unfortunately, took a bit of a flip, even though it was a fairly gentle fall for Manny. The bike went way up in the air. As we can see, the two Binch Pro 3B Construction Ducatis working together. Oliver Barr towing around Carter Brown as they make their way out in towards the countryside. We can see them now right on the limit of adhesion is Carter Brown as he goes through Goodwood in towards Village, a little bit wider than Oliver Barr. But he does manage to get that bike back into some sort of line and then back on the gas as they head up in towards the Club Chicane. It's not the first time I've said in a Quattro Group British Supersport Championship session the two Hondas are working together, and it probably won't be the last time I say that happens, because that's exactly what we can see on track at this moment. We have got Kennedy fastest from Baylis Stapleford, and Corey Tinker again showing a great turn of speed this weekend. But Dean Harrison is glued to the back of Jack Kennedy as they make their way in towards the Club Chicane. That's quite telling. It's almost a little bit overwhelming what I've got happening in front of me here, and I don't actually know the layout and the rhythm of the cameras just yet. So we're getting there. We're getting there. What I can say is in towards the Club Chicane, I should see the two Hondas coming together. There they come, Kennedy, then Harrison. As they come out of there, I'll pick them up across the finish line or the control line as Chan Onchu makes his way up in towards the Club Chicane. Chan Onchu, well, having a look a little bit further down, 10th place for Chan, with a little bit of work to do, but he hasn't done anything silly this weekend. He hasn't got himself into a situation where he is now starting to try and override the bike to get the results. The speed is there. He just needs to get to know Thruxton. It's a pretty unique place. When he came to our championship before, we saw him jump in at, if you remember, Donington Park, circuit he knows also well, so that was natural to him. This is a completely unique place.
That's the unique thing about coming to Thruxton, because it is such a one-off. It's incredibly quick. It favours the brave. In car racing through the years, I've always seen when you come to Thruxton, you get names at the top of the times that you don't necessarily expect to be at the top of the times. It is a place that doesn't necessarily follow the norm of a championship year.
And we've seen that just a second ago in the RNG British Cup, the RNG Motorsport British Cup, where we saw likes of Harrison Day at the sharp end. We saw these other guys at the sharp end who we would expect to be there, but also taking nothing away from him, wouldn't expect him to always be there. It can give you a bit of a topsy-turvy grid every now and again. As we watch, I think that's Ollie Bayliss with Josh Bannister just ahead of him. Ollie Bayliss way out wide over the curb of the Exeter Church, and a big long look over his shoulder. Now, yesterday, I need to correct something, actually, because JC Hayden picked me up this morning for something that was maybe misheard on track, or misconstrued by somebody across towards Kaisha, who is the girlfriend of Ollie Bayliss. I did see that Kaisha was enjoying sitting in PBM hospitality when Ollie Bayliss was on track. Yes, I did see that, kind of, but it was on Thursday when Ollie Bayliss was cycling around the circuit. Kaisha certainly has never sat in the PBM hospitality when Ollie Bayliss has been out there on track, either doing a session or in a qualifying. So Kaisha was doing the correct thing on Thursday in hospitality, drinking some water when Ollie Bayliss was cycling the circuit with the likes of Cameron Dawson and a few other people. So I just want to put a right or wrong that was maybe heard there, as JC Hayden pinned me to the side of the lorry this morning in PBM hospitality. What did you say about Kaisha? Oh my goodness, I can't remember, but there we go. We've managed to get that one through, and it with some 60 minutes of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship left, we have got Jack Kennedy fastest on the number 4 Honda, from Luke Stapleford on the number 8 Scars Ducati, with Ollie Bayliss in third place on the number 68 Factory Macadam Triumph. Corey Tinker on the JDM Ducati, very much up there at the sharp end. Great to see, and it's not a surprise from qualifying, because we saw Corey looking very strong through the free practice sessions. We find him in 4th place. Ollie Barr, OB in 5th, ahead of Carter Brown. CB, his teammate, Breaker on the side, up there in 6th place. So OB ahead of CB. Behind that, we've got Jamie Davis and Josh Watley. So there's teammates 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th, because Jamie Davis and Josh Watley very much together. Dean Harrison 9th and Canon Chu in 10th place. TJ Thomas is just on the outside looking in, but Lucas Brown has had an improvement. A 117.5 for Lucas Brown puts him into 12th place. Yesterday Lucas Brown did an 18.9 and an 18.1, so he's found 6/10 of a second as he makes his way up and in towards Noble. And Lucas Brown, we pick him up from a nice long camera shot. The MSG Suzuki in the hands of young Lucas does look very, very good. Just getting himself up to speed with Supersport. We've seen a lot of people have some good runs on the MSG Suzuki, and as Lucas makes his way down in towards Church, it's a long way down from Goodwood through Village down towards Church, and then you make your way back up in towards Woodham Hill area, where we have that lovely new expansive area that Thruxton have put up for the spectators. Brown makes his way through the back of the chicane. He'll cross the line, and we'll get him across that line, see if there's any improvement in Lucas's lap time this time across the line. And 117.5 is a pretty hot lap time, depending on whether Lucas comes into the pit lane or whether he carries on for another lap. But 2-place improvement for the man on a number 29 MSG Suzuki, and he's actually come into the pit lane. So I was building that one up, and we just see the TSL tracker now tells us that bike number 29 MSG Suzuki Lucas Brown into the pit lane. Thank you for all the messages that are coming in to Alan Hyde on his WhatsApp number, which you can get in touch with us with great ease on 07482 877 877. That was correct, wasn't it?
You read it?
I did read it, yeah.
You literally read
yes. And you can also say hi to us via the YouTube stream. There are lots of people saying hi on the YouTube stream, which is nice.
Mind you, you're not wearing your spectacles, so I think you did well.
This is gonna run on for a while now, isn't it? My very good friend who says you frown a lot, and now Heidi's telling me I need to wear my well, they're in Fife, so what I'll do is I'll bring them to Cadwell Park. Was that a deal?
Yes,
okay.
Please.
Even though the TVs are even closer at Cadwell Park.
They suit you.
Oh, thank you. We could maybe put a poll out on BSB. Do these glasses suit Vincent, or does he look like a Muppet?
Don't ask questions you don't want to hear the answer to.
Yeah, very, very true. Very, very true. Some cracking images coming back to our commentary point now. Thank you very much to Timeline and Richard Coventry for stepping up and maybe going over and above what they would be expected to do as they come here. But this is what we like to see. Jack Kennedy fastest. Luke Stapleford in second place. Stapleford has got the exclamation mark next to his name. Oh, that's James McManus on the floor. That's at the exit of Seagrave Corner. Campbell Cobb Seagrave. James McManus up and walking away back towards Ian Parson in the taxi bike. He doesn't look a happy little McManus, I've got to say that. He's actually looking for the taxi bike rider. He wants to get back to the pits pretty quickly if he can. And there we go, James will hop on the back of that. He's perfectly okay for anybody who's listening. Number 14, Faller at Seagrave, turn 5, rider okay. And that's James McManus, who's now on the back of the lovely Honda Africa taxi bike, and he'll head back towards the pit lane. Fabulous pictures coming back from that. Just happy to see James on his feet. He's had a pretty rough run of it for quite some time. And we're going back all the way to Snetterton last year, where he ended up in hospital alongside Glenn Irwin. I think there were not 3 Irishmen in hospital at the same time, all in the same ward. Larry Carter to keep me right on that one. Glenn Irwin was definitely there. James McManus was definitely in there as well. But yeah, James, it's been a long road back after that pretty nasty ankle and bottom of the leg ankle break that James McManus had. Carter Brown out there ahead of Oliver Barr and quite far up the road from Oliver Barr. OB in 5th, CB in 6th. And Carter Brown has got the GNS Kawasaki's trailing him. In fact, Ollie's got the GNS Kawasaki's trailing him as he makes his way through the mid part of the lap. It's TJ Toms tucked up behind him. And then further back ever so slightly is the Cam Hall, the lovely bright pink helmet of Cam Hall, which we're used to seeing. Now, you want a Chan or a Can Onshu update? I can give you that. He's in 10th place. 10th place for Mr. Onshu. On the Macam Jama. Even rides on the number 61, which makes it nice and straightforward. Get well soon, Ben Curry. I haven't said that this morning, and I have been starting quite a lot of broadcasts with that. We look forward to seeing Ben back in the not too distant future, and we'll hopefully see him. I'm thinking maybe Assen, maybe longer than Assen. Who knows? Donington Park, but we'll see. But one thing's for sure, he'll come back when he's ready. He won't rush back too soon. A lot of riders sometimes need help from themselves. Speaking of help, riders, there's a big chain of riders going through Campbell Cobb and Seagrave, and nobody wants to go fast. Well, nobody wants to go properly fast, and there's a whole line of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bikes going up through there. Now, they need to get a wriggle on, because here comes I mentioned them earlier on. It was the 3B construction kind of freight train that's coming through that area, which has both the GNS Kawasaki's on the back. The group ahead have finally got their rhythm and act together, as Lucas Brown has a big long look over his shoulder and sees the incoming Carter Brown, Oliver Barr and the 2 GNS Kawasaki's. They can't be touring around the circuit. They've got to be within 135% of their fastest sector time. Now, if anybody can calculate that one on the bike, I'll be absolutely flabbergasted. I'd like to point that out. But they can't be slow, and that's something that they need to watch. There's a big gaggle of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bikes coming through the club chicane. Then behind that, we have Carter Brown, Oliver Barr, TJ Toms and Cam Hall, all on hot laps. Let's see what they can give us back. Ollie Barr's on a pretty hot lap here. This could be a slight improvement for OB, who sits in 5th place. Will we see him cross the line and move a position? No, he doesn't. At 117.4, 117.140, which is 300 slower than what he's already done. So he's very much keeping it in the mix. TJ Toms improved in lap time, but not in position, into 11th place with his 117.464. So that freight train was pretty good. Can Onshu's gone through the first sector mildly faster than anybody else. Purple first sector, personal best second sector. We need to pick him up on the mains if we can, Cov, because this is a lap that we need to watch. Bike number 61, Can Onshu. He'll be making his way up and in towards that club chicane. He's come through the club chicane. This is about to be Can Onshu throwing his hat into the ring. He comes out of the club chicane, comes across the line. Where does he go? He's 11th in the TSL timing screen right now, goes up to 4th place. He's arrived, Larry. 0.3 of a second away.
Yeah, of course, you referred to it yesterday, the fact that we have seen Chan Onshu in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship when he deputised alongside Tom Davis on the Galen Kawasaki a couple of years ago. So he's no stranger. My question to you, Dunk, is that you'll have been trawling the paddock over the past couple of days. We know from Ollie Bayliss that there's only one round of the World Supersport Championship that clashes with the remainder of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Championship, and that's the championship finale at Brands Hatch in the towards the end of October, which clashes with the World Supersport Championship round at Jerez in southern Spain that weekend. Now, Ollie Bayliss, the jury's out on him as to if he keeps this winning streak going, where he's won 5 out of the last 6 races, and he has closed in to within a smidgen of the championship contenders. One would imagine that if Ollie still harbours hopes of that British Championship, he will forsake Jerez at the end of the season to race at what is effectively the double points Brands round. But my question to you, Dunk, is that will Chanonchu likely to follow him, given I don't know what his World Championship commitments are, but there's no clashing rounds. Ben Curry, unfortunately, looks as though he's going to be out for a little while due to injury. Might we see Chanonchu at Cadwell Park? Assen he certainly knows all about. At Donington Park, where he's won before, the big question mark is if he was to stick on that McCann's Yamaha, the R9, for a round or two, what might he made of Cadwell in a couple of weeks' time?
Chanonchu's a class act, world-class act. Schooled by Kenan Sifoglu, Toprak Razgatlioglu. You know, he's come through, I'm not going to say the school of hard knocks, but Kenan has been well known for his robust training techniques, shall we say. And it clearly works because he and his brother Dennis, who is still in the Moto2 paddock, they are quality riders, very much quality riders. Chanonchu. So there's been a lot of people telling me how to pronounce the name. I have always said, like you, Larry, I say Chanonchu, giving it the Turkish vocabulary, giving it how Alan Hyde's done his research on it for us. So I'm going to try and stick with what I've always said, because yesterday I got told a few other ideas and I thought, I just don't think that's 100% correct.
Just call him the Turkish bloke and that gets around it, doesn't it?
Yeah, Onchu. Let's see how he gets on, because Dean Harrison's got P3 and split Ollie Bayliss and Luke Stapleford.
Just to round out that conversation, have you had that chat with Chanonchu as to whether or not he might be on that bike for just more than one appearance this weekend? Or is that something I've got to go and venture to Steve Rogers?
That's a Steve Rogers quote I'd like to get from you. I did speak with Steve Rogers yesterday. And Steve was very honest about it was where we're going to fill the spot, and then Yamaha said they'd like to. I didn't want to push the subject matter too hard because it was the end of free practice 1. And I knew that Ben Curry was also listening, so I'm going to leave that one up to you, Larry, if that's A-OK.
Well, no time like the present, and if you are listening, Ben, we do wish you all the very best for a speedy recovery. Let's hope you're back sooner rather than later. Well, you've managed to get a Turkish bloke on the bike this weekend, Steve. Obviously, Fleetwood has its connections, doesn't it, in European relationship? But Chanonchu out there, we know that he's got winning pedigree in the British Super Sport Championship, and it's a wonderful job that you've done to get him there. Whilst we wish Ben all the very best, is there any long-term plans to stick Chan on the bike for a round or two?
No, not at the minute. We're hoping Ben's going to be back for Assen. If he's not, then we perhaps put Chan on it again, but at the minute that's the plan. Just do this round and see how we go.
How did the deal come about, Steve?
Luckily, Chan's contracted to Yamaha, so we just made a phone call to AMRE and Nico facilitated.
All right. A friend with people in high places, you, Steve. We missed you at Alton Park. Anyway, where were you? Had jetted off on holiday or what?
No, wasn't too good, was it, Alton? No.
All right,
no,
okay.
So we missed it.
Yeah, dropped your wallet on your foot, something like that, Steve. Thought I missed him at Alton Park. I wasn't aware that he was on the sick list there that weekend. It's a one-off ride, just to round that one out. But if Ben Curry is still on the sick list, then Onchu might be on the bike for Assen.
Great stuff, Larry. Good to hear from Steve Rogers. Had a bit of a chat with Steve Rogers as well yesterday. You always get the truth from him, and it's always a nice interview as well. And he's a busy man now, Larry, because he's split across 2 garages. You've got the Superbike garage on one side, and then you've got the 2 super sport bikes on the other side.
You've got to feel sorry for the bloke, because we'd put him out to pasture, hadn't we? We'd sent him off into retirement at the end of 2023, never to be seen at a racetrack ever again. Thanks for what you've done. Started off with the angry gerbil Kevin Maudsley going back into the early 1990s. He'd served his tenure. We sent him off with the farewell gifts and what have you, and 6 months later we're ringing up saying, any chance for a bike for Brad Ray, because this team he was supposed to be racing for hasn't materialised. Let me just go and see if I've still got the keys to the transporter, and there's an R1 here. Yep, I think we might just have a comeback.
A comeback. The angry gerbil. There's a flashback as well, Kevin Maudsley. That's a great name from the past. As we watch Manny Brinton making his way through Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave before heading out onto the outskirts of the countryside here at Thruxton. 2 minutes 50 seconds to go. The Hondas once again fighting together. It's Dean Harrison's turn to now tow Jack Kennedy round, and then we've got an XMT Triumph bolted right on the back of those guys, and that's Josh Watley who makes his way in towards that area, just to be a bit of a fly in the ointment and see if he can get a bit of a tow round. Watley finds himself in 6th place, just behind Jean Onshu, which he is in 5th place. So 5th and 6th for the two wildcards. Can we call Ollie Bayliss a wildcard, Larry? Or is Ollie Bayliss' wildcard status now gone? I think he's actually a replacement rider, isn't he?
Well, yeah, he's we knew that Brad Peary's out for the season, didn't we? So, yeah, the very fact is, once he'd got his tenure in the World Supersport Championship over and done with the clashing rounds, and in footballing terms, he's out on loan, isn't he, effectively, for the season. He normally rides for the Simon Buckmaster squad in the World Championship, but Simon, with his associations with Triumph, has sent him out on loan with the Mick Wadsworth's crew, and a bloke that runs, what, 3rd in the Championship. We can hardly call him a wildcard now, can we?
No, because he's done so many rounds as well. That's another thing that we need to look at. He's been very much involved for most of the season, apart from, I think, the first 2 rounds that Billy McConnell stepped into that Triumph. Yes, it was the first 2 rounds, and then Skippy stepped over to the MMB Ducati squad.
He's not on that bike this weekend, though, is he?
Skippy, well, it's a great shame, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I assume he's concentrating on the Chris Fairburn Stalker this weekend, because he always does traditionally go well around here. But just wondering whether or not, have we seen, is that the last we've seen of Skippy McConnell on the MMB Ducati?
I wonder if that's a word you could stick towards Eugene McManus if you see him in the pit lane, because Billy was starting to get some good results on that. He was, top 10s. It was there or thereabouts. To have that one MMB Ducati out there, and yeah, you're right, Skippy is just out there concentrating on what we see, the Pirelli National Superstock Fairburn, CNL Fairburn BMW, and that's a relationship that goes back a long, long way, isn't it? The Billy McConnell and Chris Fairburn, that goes back, that's not just a couple of years. That goes all the way through Superstock, Superbike as well, and it keeps those guys very much together and in tow.
It's almost like the Fraser Dykes to Richard Kerr relationship, 100%. Isn't it? I think Richard has got the end of the gable building at home painted with the AMD colours. Once you get a loyal sponsor, they're hard to come by, but you get one, like in Skippy McConnell's case with Chris Fairburn, who set him on the road to Superbikes last year. You certainly do want to hang on to them.
We have got 17 seconds of the session remaining as we look to see if anybody is putting in any purple sectors or anything that would jump out on the TSL timing screen, brought to you by Amolagato and 1P Mobile. It doesn't look like it at the moment. Hang on, just as I say that, through sector number 1, Jean Onchu goes purple through the first sector. It depends who he has on track in that area with him. But Jean Onchu will be heading round in towards the Noble Goodwood Village area of the track as he heads down towards the all-important Church Corner, trying to pick him up on one of my camera feeds inside here. I can also see Luke Stapleford now making his way up with Max Wadsworth in tow in towards Noble. Onchu goes through the second split with a personal best. He's on a bit of a mission here. That second split for us is down at the bottom of Church. We wait to see what the next split is. The second last split, which comes in towards Woodham Hill, drifted away ever so slightly. Then there's a dash for the line for Jean Onchu. Will we see an improvement from 5th position as he crosses the line right at the end of this session? Goes across the line? No, he doesn't. It just ever so slightly drifts away as the checker flag comes out, and he takes that checker flag, and he will start from the second row of the grid in 5th place. Currently alongside Ollie Bayliss and Josh Watley, we have a complete grid, the second row on the grid, of World Supersport racers. That's impressive. Very impressive, because Stapleford, Kennedy and Harrison look like they're going to lock out that front row off the grid, and that's going to make Luke Stapleford pretty happy on the Scars Ducati with a 116.177. 116.177. Stapleford's always gone incredibly well around here. That is under the existing lap record, I'd like to point out as well. The existing lap record which we have is a 16.247, so Stapleford underneath it by almost by 3.5 tenths of a second. Having to put the half tenth into the 10th is quite something that's a new thing in motorsport, but it's where we are in this day and age. Things are so close and so competitive. Stapleford's on pole on the Scars Ducati for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, bike number 8. Jack Kennedy P2 on bike 4. And his teammate Dean Harrison, 55, rounds out the front row of the grid for Honda UK. Ollie Bayliss, Jean Onchu and Josh Wortley make up row number 2. That's bike 68, 61 and 70 with Hazard True Love 7th place alongside Corey Tinker and Oliver Bard. That's an impressive row as well. Let's pause for a very quick commercial break. Back to the studio to Sir Alan Hyde.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at BritishSuperbike.com and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
Superbikes are coming out next here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Just a few minutes away from that, let's get down to pit lane and Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al. The Ducati and 2 Hondas heading proudly here, having seen off the threat of the World Championship stars who will form row 2 of the grid. And a rider just having a chat down here with his, he's a happy little Stapleford again now, so we can talk about motorbike racing. We're not going to talk about the weather, we forget about the football. The athletics has been good this week, hasn't it? I don't know if you've been watching that. But anyway, Luke, obviously got the dialed in around here on pole position.
Yeah, to be honest, I love Thruxton. I've always gone well here, no matter what bike I've rode. So we seem to be pretty steady on tyres as well with my riding style. So that should bode well later on in the race. And we just need a solid weekend. We're like I keep saying, we're all about points now. So to be fastest in qualifying is good, but the main thing is that we keep collecting them points.
That's all it's all about. Racket the point. Points make prizes. As I was saying, a rider that's looking for his first victory, he has got 3 or 4 victories around Thruxton to him this over his career, and that is JK Jack Kennedy, the rider that has won 5 Quattro Group British Supersport Championships over the years, but he's still looking for his first victory here this weekend. Dean Harrison, of course, joins him as that's it. Happy enough with that one, Jack? Surely only a matter of time before that first victory. The Honda, the smallest bike out there, is obviously making light work at this super fast Thruxton track.
Yeah, it's, you know, the Honda's, as everybody knows, a nice handling bike, fast flowing lines around here. Yeah, we might be a little bit down on maybe top speed, but we work together as a team to get the most out of slipstream, you know, to try and punch a hole in the air for each other, and it's obviously worked out well because the two of us are on the front row of the grid, so perfect starting position for later on in the race. So a lot windier today, so I think it's going to be slipstream city as it always is here in the race, you know, but tyre life not so important today, a lot more important tomorrow, but I think we slightly improved our feeling, what we were looking for from yesterday to today, to improve them 2-3 tenths that I needed for the race, but tyre not looking so good even after 5 laps, is it? So we'll see how the race goes later on.
Yeah, making light of that. It's a sprint race this afternoon. God help us after the feature race tomorrow. But here's Dean Harrison, who has had such a stellar summer on the roads as well, just having a chat to the team, and he is looking forward forward to it. Well, Thruxton, it's not exactly what you're used to. There's no brick walls and telegraph poles around here, but the speed of it is what you obviously excel at around here, Dean.
No, road race, short circuit is two totally different things. Two totally different things. The road race is closer to the Paris-Dakar than it is BSB, I'd have said. But no, I quite enjoy it around here. It's a good bit of fun sliding around, and it's about making the most of the tyre, I feel, in qualifying. You have to be so fast straight away because the drop-off's quite quick and then you struggle to meet the lap time again, so it worked out quite well. On the second run, the second tyre, I managed to get a decent lap on lap 2 and get through some traffic, so front row starts, good from there, try and get in there, and I think it's going to be a slipstream and a bit of a dogfight to and throw, so we'll just wait and see what happens.
That first victory might just be around the corner.
Well, you never know. Keep trying. We've had a podium this year already, so we're at the sharp end all the time, which is good, so we'll keep trying.
Thanks, Dean. The reason I posed that question was we saw his namesake, no relation, Nathan Harrison here last year on the Stocker, and he was breaking eggs with sticks, and he says, you know what, it's not dissimilar to what we ride back home at the TT this. So, but there we go. He's just totally dispelled that rumour as Dean Harrison. So there you go for the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship race. The sprint race later on this afternoon. Pole position then, the championship leader, number 8 on the Scars Racing Ducati, Luke Stapleford, who first won a race back around here in 2015. He did the double going back 11 years, so it's been around for a while. Then we've got the 5 times champion, that is Jack Kennedy, the first on the race in the UK's, and then his teammate Dean Harrison will sit on the number 55 alongside him for the sprint race later on today. Back to the studio.
Did Luke Stapleford say anything about the 647 miles per hour speed trap time they set yesterday?
Yeah, because today's time was a disappointment.
He's lost a bit of speed there.
647. It looks a little bit like a 747 jet does the, but I'm not sure even that one will do 650 miles an hour.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you very much, Larry Carter. Alan Hyde. Well, it's all happening today. You are a busy boy today, Heidi. You're not just BSB Radio. You've got a few other 100 things to be doing.
I'm spinning plates, and so far none of them are broken.
Yeah.
Please can we get a shout out to Mike, Ruby, Louis, and Kate here for a day out in the sunshine with the bikes, enjoying the weather and the noise. Yeah, the noise is such a big part of it, isn't it? Being here in real life and hearing the bikes is something very special. And can you say good luck to Cam Dixon this weekend and speedy recovery to Declan O'Connell, please? Yes, we can. Yes. And this one says, hi Al, Cliff from Carmarthenshire here. Please can you say hi to my mate Pete from West Sussex? He's had one heck of a week with family difficulties, but he's made it here to Thruxton to unwind with the greatest sport on earth. Cheers.
Remember, I'm going to message Casey O'Gorman.
Yes.
I messaged Casey O'Gorman.
Yes.
Are you at Thruxton? Yes.
Yes. Is he going to come in? We haven't got a reply yet.
Oh dear. Are you coming to see me? Blanked.
Yeah. It's a full stop.
Thanks, Casey. I love it.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green light at the end of pit lane. Superbikes on circuit.
Superbikes on circuit for free practice 3. It's only a 10-minute job, this one, free practice 3. You may think, well,
it's a warm-up, isn't it?
Yes, it's a warm-up. This is what we call the Hickman session after it was kind of put in place after a slight issue at Oulton Park where we went straight into qualifying and Peter Hickman went straight into the Rectus Hill at Britons. Marched upstairs like an angry Peter Hickman, and Stuart Hicks said, you know what, Peter, you're actually probably right. Let's put this little free practice session in, and that's exactly what we are getting. FP3 on track. We'll have the pictures beamed back to us from Richard Coventry and the guys out there. This is something that I've never actually witnessed before. I don't know what to do because I've got one 40-inch television with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good grief, there's so many camera things to look at, and the operators are all checking their cameras by zooming in and zooming out at the same time. It might end up falling over. And for some reason, there's a Volkswagen Transporter for
Which
Thruxton.
we're seeing a lot of.
Yeah, I want to know what's going on with that grey Volkswagen Transporter. It looks like the actual Thruxton's own van that maybe Tom was driving about. I don't know if that's a person that works at Thruxton. Is there a Tom that works here? Yeah, Gav says there is, but he was very delayed on his return answer.
He was.
Yeah.
He's an audio engineer.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of delay on him.
It was fine leaving me. That's how you're going to say.
Exactly that.
For 10 minutes of this session, let's have a look back on what happened in free practice 1 for the Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Kyle Ride topped FP1 with a 15.087. We went into free practice 2 where Leon Haslam topped out with a 15.415. And you maybe think, well, why was it slower in free practice 2 than free practice 1? Trust me, the temperature in free practice 2, the track temperature was almost at 50 degrees. It was red hot, love. Absolutely smoking out there.
Yeah, it's going to be a little cooler today, isn't it?
Yeah, So
with temperatures mid-20s.
We may see faster lap times in qualifying, yes.
Definitely.
Kyle Wright then topped the pre-qualifying session with a 1:14.5 on a brand new tyre. Max Cook was in there with a 14.8. Scott Redding 14.8 and Joe Talbot a 15 flat. Rory Skinner with a 15 flat as well showed that he has got good pace, and he celebrated yesterday by buying everybody in the garage ice cream. He had a spare ice cream, but guess who didn't get that spare ice cream?
You.
Yeah, because I called him his little pet nickname and his mum told on me. Sorry, Mum. Sorry, I won't do that again, Mum, I promise. But I just think it's a cool little nickname that he's got. And Rory is a good friend of mine. I've known Rory since he was about 6 weeks old. So it's great to see the progress through his riding journey of being a racer. As we see Storm Stacey on track, and that's good because we didn't get pre-qualifying Storm Stacey yesterday. Scoop, I don't know if you picked up on that. I did at the end of the session say we've got 23 bikes. I should have had 24. Where is Storm Stacey? They hold an oil cooler yesterday again. Another little issue on that bike, and they just couldn't get the oil cooler back on in place, bled up and ready to go before pre-qualifying. So Storm unfortunately missed that. I popped in to have a word with Professor Ray Stringer at the Batham's AGN Ducati garage, and Ray sounded a little bit low, but he was typically the professional as he has been for many, many years, Ray Stringer. And also, it was good to ask about Storm Stacey. He said he's actually taking it very well. It's just one of these things, the team simply can't get the bike back together in time. There's nothing they can do about that, so there's no point Storm throwing his toys at the pram, which he didn't, which I do like. A couple of years ago that may have been a different state of affairs, but he's very much enjoying being on track. As we see him heading down towards Church sideways as Christian Eden puts the Senkat Yamaha through on the inside, and just waves a little hand towards Josh Brooks there to say maybe sorry that was a little bit closer than expected, and everybody in a whole state of sideways action coming out of Church. I must say, this new camera angle that we've got at the Club Chicane, Alan, gives us a much different perspective of the bikes as they make their way in there.
It is mega, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks really, really strong from the top of the hill. Really good. That Ducati pulls up there, but so does the Yamaha. This, for many, many years, has been thought of as being a Yamaha track. Think back to the Jason O'Halloran race, where O'Halloran, the Osho, was deep in the pack. He was about 8th or 9th position, and he just bided his time, didn't do anything silly, and picked off a position each lap. Through he went, click, tip, 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 past them before he got to the front and won the race. And it was all about tyre management and looking after what you had underneath you. Conservation, is that the right way? Looking after the tyre, not burning it into a million pieces. I saw pictures last night of that Jamie Morris had taken of Scott Redding going around the circuit. As he's accelerating out of Seagrave, you can actually see black bits of rubber in the air off the back tyre. So
wow.
That's how impressive it is. Oh, we've got a hand in the air for Christian Eden as he makes his way in towards. Now, I think that's Christian saying I'm going to be going in the pit lane. I think that's what that is. He's got a hand in the air. He's not touring. He's notified. I think that's more for a race direction thing to say, I have a problem. I need to get out of the way here. Because he doesn't want to be pinged for touring on the racetrack. That, as he comes in towards the Club Chicane, we can keep our eyes on Christian. And he gets through there and gets out of the way. Kyle Wright fastest with a 1:15.3. We catch up with him on the mains as we come in towards that newly resurfaced piece of Club Chicane tarmac. A couple of years that's been resurfaced just in the actual main parts of the chicane, the right, left, right. Just gives a slightly different perspective, slightly different grip level for the riders. And it feels different as well. You then go back onto the slightly older tarmac and you can feel it's a lot more porous, a lot more abrasive. The stone that's in that old tarmac really does eat the tyres as Kyle goes deep, deep, deep into Campbell and almost misses the corner and decides to bail out of that lap for the best. Behind him, Scott Redding and Glenn Irwin. Well, Glenn Irwin's not had a very good run, I've got to say. He's had electrical issues on that bike, and it really has been a bit of a shame for Glenn. We see Glenn in 7th place with a 1:16 flat, but you know, Glenn was starting to make the comeback. He got into the podium at Knockhill. It was looking so good. Then the next race at Knockhill, we saw Glenn have a bit of a crash, which was a little bit unfortunate. And it just took the wheels off the progress. It just halted the progress ever so slightly. And now we get these little gremlins. I tried to have a word with Glenn a few times, but he was never there. I did get Ryan Rainey. And Ryan Rainey was worth a good bit of a chat as Kyle Wright pops in behind his teammate after coming slow through Church. Top speed into there, 195 miles per hour in towards the Club Chicane. That's pretty impressive, 195. And then you slow it down to 53 miles per hour on the entrance point. That's a lot of braking, Alan.
And you can watch there, and I did it this time last year. I went out and stood down there at the new spectator area at Woodham Hill, where you can get refreshments and enjoy the speed and the deceleration. There is something spectacular to watch.
One thing we need to look at, the Bimotas are looking strong this weekend. They focused a lot on race pace. Max Cook, well, he'll be looking good in qualifying because he knows how fast he can go around here, and he has got great form at this circuit. Remember him last year in the FSD Kawasaki, he actually rode into somebody going into church, and then he folded the front on the same lap coming in towards the chicane and managed to keep it upright. Yeah,
yes,
and
was smiling and giggling afterwards, yeah.
Is a front row in the cards for Max Cook?
Yes.
As we pick him up on our main screen coming in towards Campbell, Cubb and Seagrave?
Yeah.
I think so as well. The Bimota just looks like it's tuned in to Max Cook and the circuit. And because they sacrificed a session yesterday to not try and put a quick lap time in there to focus on the race runs.
Yes.
Shows you how confident that team actually are.
Everything this season, I've got a feeling, has been building towards this weekend. That's kind of the feeling that I get.
Storm Stacey gets himself up into P5. That's a big lap for Storm. That's answering the team and saying thank you very much for the hard work you've put in through the afternoon yesterday and the night to put on P5, showing that Batham's AGN Ducati has still got a lot of speed involved in it. And Storm Stacey out there doing exactly what he does. As Scott Redding, a 1:15.043, goes 600th of a second faster than Kyle Ryde. That's an impressive lap from Scott Redding on the Hager PBM Ducati. I'm still watching Max Cook coming in towards the club chicane. Max, well, you can get the cookie box. It's across at Max's Hospitality. He's P3 at the moment as he comes out and accelerates across the line. Personal best towards the end of the lap. Does he improve? Crosses the line. Max Cook stays in third place with a 1:15.7 last time across the line. But it's the way they can do those lap times. I was also looking at the lap times of Redding and Ryde. The sprint race, I think the sprint race last year was a little bit, I'll be cautious for a couple laps. I don't think we're going to see anybody being cautious in the sprint race. I don't think that's going to happen at all.
I think the only caution you're going to get is looking after tyres.
Yeah, well, not for the sprint race. Yeah. I don't think so. I think it's a 14-lap race. The SCD tyre is pretty good for the full race length, I believe.
Yeah.
Watch them go. I believe it will be a flat-out race, the sprint race. Then the tyre savvy races will be the 20-lap races. Yeah. So that's going to be pretty interesting as we have a look across the multiple cameras that we have here fed into our commentary point from Richard Coventry at Timeline. We see Scott Redding now. We pick him up on the mains coming through Campbell. The distinctive features of Scott Redding, the long elbows that poke at the side of that Ducati fairing. Kind of a part of his racing DNA now coming from the Moto2 Championship. We'll look across to the club chicane and we catch up with Brad Ray. You know, take the Yamaha out of it yesterday. He was 9th fastest in pre-qualifying. Was Brad Ray worried? No, not at all. Why? Because he knows how good the Yamaha can be around here. He knows that he's got something underneath him, which is a proven weapon. As the checker flag now pops out with 0 time left on the clock, Brad Ray goes 5th with that last lap. This 10-minute session, there's more to lose in this 10-minute session than to actually gain. So the guys just wanting to go out there, they'll be just having a lot of feel, looking at the track, making sure nothing's changed, getting themselves dialed into the bike and almost adjusting the brain back up to the speed of Thruxton. You tune the bike to the circuit, but you also have to tune your own body and mind to the circuit. And that's exactly what this little 10-minute session does. Because the next time we see them on track will be for their qualified at 1:20. So they've already been on track this morning. They've had 10 minutes of doing that 195 miles per hour, picking that all-important braking marker, getting themselves up to speed and not doing anything silly. Checker flag has been out for most of the riders. Just 2 to take it, and that will be Max Cook and Brad Ray. Brad having a really good long look at the back of this Bimota as they come in towards the club chicane. Look at Brad on the brakes if you're across there. Very deep. Oh, he almost lost the front on the way in there. That was a warning shot for Brad Ray as he went in towards the club chicane, a little bit wider than Max Cook. As his dad hangs out the pit board, will we see Ray improve in position? No. After that slight bobble on the way in there, he stays in 5th place and Max Cook stays in 3rd. But it's Scott Redding who wins free practice 3, if you'd like to look at it that way. He ends the session fastest of anybody on top of the times from Kyle Ryde and Max Cook. A good strong showing from Ryan Vickers in 4th place and Brad Ray in 5th. Storm Stacey comes home in 6th place ahead of the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam in 7th. Rory Skinner 8th and the Osho Jason O'Halloran in 9th alongside Danny Kent in 10th place. Outside the top 10, Glenn Irwin, Eli Michalczyk, Fraser Rogers, Lee Jackson, Joe Talbot. We have got Josh Brooks, Rhys Irwin, Charlie Spud Nesbitt, Eugene McManus, Christian Hidden in 20th place. So it does show that Christian did have a problem there because he put his hand up and he's come back in. He's only done 5 laps. He's parked the Sencat Yamaha. So that's a slight worry. Richard Kerr 21st, Braden Elliott, Graham Irwin and Joe Sheldon Shaw in 24th place.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And getting through a few of your messages that are coming in on WhatsApp. If you want to get in touch with us, say hi to anybody, support a rider, support a team, you can do so on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877 is our number. 07482 877 877. Big shout out to the teenage pensioners on tour. Always makes me giggle. Plus the support crew. Darren, Leanne sadly not here today. The newest members of the team, the G-Dog, Raimundo, Rhys, his first time here, and today is the day for rider Carl Harris. Come on, podium or even better, first win. We'll be cheering on from the complex. Big shout out to the marshals and the commentators, always doing a great job. Thank you very much indeed, Daz. Great to have you listening. And this one says, hi, can you say hello to my bestie Kathy? First time at Thruxton and BSB. Loving the bikes and the sunshine. Love from Sam and from Phil as well. This one says, good morning. Please can you say good luck to Max Simmons in Superstock. His first time back on the bike since crashing at Donington. Tell him to keep it sunny side up from all of us here at Castle Combe Medical Centre. Thank you very much indeed, Chris. Thanks for writing in. And just while we've got a brief break in between now and the next session, which is in just a few minutes time when we get things back underway for qualifying for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. Maybe you can send your message in now and you will be able to hear over the bikes. 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp only. Karen says, I would like to wish Michelle a very happy birthday today, listening on radio today. Can't wait to be trackside tomorrow. Good luck to all the riders this weekend. Karen, thank you very much indeed. And this one says, hi, the girls missed this. Any chance you could do it again with a bit of warning when it will be done? Love you all. I don't know how we do that, Charlotte. Okay, I'll do it now. Charlotte's message is about to be read out for the second time today. How does that work? Could you please say a massive hello to Amber and Violet, who are here for their first ever meeting and loving every second. I normally marshal, but I'm here as a spectator this weekend, talking them through every session. Love your commentary. What frequency are you on? 93.7. Love from Charlotte. Charlotte, Amber, Violet, I hope you heard it that time. Can you say hi to Phil and Sam with us today? And Sam's bestie, Kathy, hoping for a win for Max Cook and a great safe weekend for all the riders. And this one says, wishing Jamie Hanks Elliott all the best for this weekend. From the Blakes, we've bought Charlie for his first official visit as his first. He was 2 months old at Silverstone. Well, maybe now knows a little bit more about things, Paul. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. And Charlie, hope you have a great weekend here at Thruxton. WhatsApp 07482 877 877 if you'd like a shout out on air. And this one is on email. If you've got slightly more to say, listening at home, studio@bsbradio.com. Come straight into the studio as well. From Dale in Dundee. Morning, guys. My nickname for the Highland Cow would be Hugh the Coo. Good luck to all the riders, marshals and medics. Keep the banter up. It's cheering me up at no end after a few long, hard months. Well, Dale, I'm glad we're putting a smile on your face, and that's not a bad shout for the name for our little studio mascot this weekend. This one from Jazz and Zoe Charlotte, regular listeners to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Hi, Duncan, Scooby-Doo and Alan. That's Larry. Hope you're all well. Jazz is a little confused with the BMWs finished for today because they've got the heats. Yes. Love and hugs from Jazz and Zoe Charlotte. Yes, indeed. The heats for the BMWs, the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Quick start procedures for heats 1 and 2 at 12:20 and 12:50 today. They sneaky, Larry Carter, sneaky indeed. Bikes getting themselves ready down in the pit lane. We can see that if we're looking on the YouTube live stream with Laura's camera looking down there just at the archway, because we are about 40 seconds away from getting a green flag at the end of pit lane to get a 20-minute session underway, Larry, for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. It's their qualifying session over 20 minutes. Then we move into free practice 3, so a similar length of session to what we've just seen for free practice 3 for the Superbikes. That will be for the Pirelli National Super Stocks because they qualify right at the end of all the action this afternoon. 5:30 they qualify, and their free practice gets underway at 12 o'clock until 12:10. Then we've got the two heats for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Heat 1 is at 12:20, Heat 2 is at 12:50, and then during the interval that we've got in race proceedings just before qualifying for the British Superbikes, we have the JD Stunt Show presented by R&G out on circuit, and they'll be commentating on that through Larry's mic, through the wonders of Larry's radio mic, which I trust, Larry, you find is working everywhere you want it to once again this year.
But so far, yeah. I've not been to the bar with it yet, so we could do some damage in there, couldn't we?
Those works that Gav and I did last year, they're absolutely rock solid. Right, green flag at the end of pit lane, bikes on circuit. That means we've got the qualifying session underway for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. Let's get back to the commentary box. Well, it's about a metre away, in fairness. And Duncan Vincent.
I'm closer than that.
1 metre? That's 1 metre, isn't it?
Maybe we can touch each other.
Here we can, yeah.
You're very hot.
Not in. I am warm.
Yeah.
I've got my jersey on.
I don't know why you've got your jersey on.
Because
don't tell anybody that it's cold in here, or the aircon will get taken away.
Because it's cold in here. No, because it's branded and my shirt is not. That's the reason.
Well, what we could do is we could brand you like the Highland Cow. Actually, there you go. That'd be quite good.
Hugh is the suggestion from Dale in Dundee. Hugh the Coo.
Hugh the Coo.
Quite like that.
I like that. Purple Hugh the Coo. I'm standing by Ryder. I quite like that one, but it's maybe a little bit, biased towards the defending reigning champion. Okay, on track, as Alan rightfully said, we have the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship qualifying session. This qualifying session, 20-minute session. They've had one free practice yesterday. That free practice was topped by Ben Jolliffe. And Ben Jolliffe was in a fine state of of speediness yesterday, if that's even the correct term. The Yamahas were strong. Yamaha at one point were first, second and third. It did get kind of split up a little bit. Marley McKenzie did kind of get a lap towards the end of the session and put himself into P2. But Ben Jolliffe, Marley McKenzie, Arnie Carr was up there as well. Now that's something that we haven't seen too much of this year. Arnie Carr with a big step in performance put himself right in towards the kind of the limelight, if you like it. This championship has been not a runaway for Marley McKenzie, but he has been very strong in this championship purely because the amount of race victories that he has is much bigger than anybody else. But the other people behind him are all finishing in the relatively the same positions along the way. So it does make it difficult for Marley to build up a championship lead. As we come into Thruxton, now remember, Thruxton is their second to last event because the next time we see them on track will be for their finale at Donington Park. That's all they have, then the season will be done. Marley McKenzie has a 46-point championship lead. Really, as we look at it, Larry and Alan, he is in the driving seat of the championship. It's in his hands. There is the Thruxton doubleheader and the Donington Park doubleheader for the finale up for grabs. He's had 9 wins. He's had 1/3. If he can just keep it consistent, he doesn't need to set the world on fire and win by 9 or 10 seconds as he was doing at the start of the year. He needs to be sensible. He needs to bag as many points as he can, and that looks like, without tempting fate, it could be a championship for Marley McKenzie.
He doesn't need to do what he did at Snetterton, though, does he? That did put a spanner in the works.
He went on holiday for a weekend, didn't he?
He did. He was last seen rolling about in the barriers during the qualifying, and it was we didn't realise it was a fairly big offer that he'd had. We were perhaps playing it down a little bit, weren't we, Dunk? And the fact is that it really did affect him that weekend. That and a small matter of a young South African called Ryan van Nooykerk, who's not with us this weekend. He was with us at Alton Park doing a full season next year, but just picking and choosing 1 or 2 rounds this weekend. And poor O'Malley could only manage 7th in both of the races. Now, that did sort of like give the opposition a little bit of a sniff, effectively, but it's really been since then. Where do we go after that? Brands Hatch and then Alton Park. It really has been. He's unbeaten again for them rounds. But Ben Jolliffe got the better of him in that race at Donington in the sprint to a line when we think he missed a gear, didn't we? When he came out of Goddard's corner and didn't accelerate. So it's not had all its own way, but the way that the point structure is in not just this class, but in all the other classes, is that it ramps up towards the end of the season. And if you need to know about that, then we have put details in the race programme. If you've not managed to get a copy of the race programme, then we would suggest that you do. And if you just look in the race pages on the right hand side, it does tell you the point scoring system for this round and the remainder. But effectively, when we get to Brands Hatch at the end of the year, it's effectively double points. That's the kind of way that it works for the superbikes. It's not quite as such a gap for the support classes, as it were, but the small matter is that Marley is racking up these points. 46 points, I think he said the gap was at the top of the championship, and he'll be looking to try and increase that. The championship, it's looking good for him, but we can never say never, especially when we lump in a couple of wild cards that have decided to rock up on the entry list this weekend. One of which is one of your aide de camps out there, and she is doing a wonderful job in the Women's World Championship, and that is a certain CJ. Chloe Jones is out there for this particular weekend. And she finished yesterday. Was it 4th, Dunk?
Yeah, Chloe Jones was fabulous in 5th place yesterday. Delighted to see Chloe back here. She's a bit of a following doing the World WCR. And this should be happy hunting ground for Chloe. You know, she's coming back onto the slightly smaller capacity bike. She did do a year in Super Teen. Correct me, Larry. I think she did.
Yeah, got the lap record of Brands Hatch as well.
Yeah, so she knows what these bikes are all about. The only thing is she's come back on the Yamaha with the MPR race team. So riding the Yamaha, well, she rides a Yamaha in World WCR, so it's probably a pretty good fit, rather than going from the twin that she races in WCR to then come back to a screaming inline 4, stay on something that's almost pretty much the same. I think that's a good thing for Chloe to have done. Can't wait to see how Chloe gets on. We know she's got good racecraft. Yesterday to come home in 5th place, fabulous. You're correct as well. We do have a different South African for the Free Tech team out there. Now, I don't know if you managed to catch a word with Hudson Kenna as of yet, and his latest racer that he's got. Ryan van Newkirk, has taken. He's gone home. He's gone home for a holiday. He's been away for so long. He's gone back home to South Africa. Nothing wrong.
The visa's expired.
Yeah, basically, yeah. He's had to go and spend some time in the country.
I was going to say, where's Kenna shipping him in for? He's got a own little trade route, has he, for all these South Africans that are coming over?
Yeah, so we've now got a different one here. We've got a different one. What does it sound like? We've got Tristan Pinar, who's out there. And Tristan normally races, Larry, a 1000cc superbike back home in the South African Superbike Championship. So you would imagine stepping back onto the little R7 will take a huge amount of time to get used to it. But it's also a smaller bike, so you think that he should actually be the man who's bossing the bike a little bit. But then you put Thruxton into that. It's not as if Hudson Kenna brings him to these nice, easy-going tracks. He brings him to Thruxton. He brought Van Newkirk to Snetterton, at the Snetterton 300, which is very, very long, very flat, very fast. It's going to be interesting to see how young Tristan gets on the Freetech-backed R7 Yamaha.
And the undulations of Oulton Park as well, where Ryan van Nuykerk had that issue on the front row of the grid. He had to start from pit lane in one of the races, and he ended up... I think he can get on the podium. Well, he didn't quite manage to get on the podium from pit lane. I think he ended up P4 or P5, but it was a good effort. I can report that Luca Hopkins is still just down here. I think Laura's just about got him on the cam there, so that is Luca Hopkins, the green-clad figure there, just having a chat to the team. That is the domain of a certain Steve Baywatch Brogan. And can't see Brogy about here at present. And the reason for that is he's back home in Liverpool. He's actually on the Sun Lounger. He's got the Factor 50 sprayed all over. Her wife, Tiga, will be fetching and carrying for him. But, yeah, Luca Hopkins just about to put the crash helmet on there and go out there, because he is a rider that is in, correct me if I don't have the championship positions, but from memory, I think he's in joint second place in the championship. And he really needs to start clawing some points back on Marley McKenzie if he's to do that. We mentioned about Chloe Jones being in the Women's World Championship. Of course, she runs for the Paul Denning squad, which is based down here in the south of the country. He's based at Verwood in Dorset, is Paul, so I'm not too sure whether or not Paul might be making a trip here. But we can see Jamie Hanks-Elliott as well. And Jamie, correct me on this one, Dunk, given that I don't follow the World Championship racing quite as closely as you. But Jamie, she was in the Women's World Championship racing last year from what I recall, and she runs for the Kev Stevenson Rev to Race squad. Incidentally, we've had Jacob Stevenson pull out of the sport bike class. It was Jake's first race back for a number of rounds this season, and the reason for that is not through injury. He's been suffering with a very bad bout of glandular fever, and as a result, his strength has been sapped. Anybody that's had glandular fever will know the symptoms with just lethargy and just can't be bothered to do anything, swollen neck and just aching all over. And they tried to get him back on the bike this weekend, but sadly he's had to admit defeat after that first sport bike qualifying session. So we won't be seeing the number 7 of Jacob Stevenson out in the race a little bit later on.
Fabulous, fabulous pictures on our YouTube stream of Luca Hopkins in pit lane. They're just putting his helmet back on, having a chat with the race team before he heads out onto circuit. And you know what, Larry, you're 100% correct. He does need to start trying to claw points back. He's equal points with Ben Jolliffe for second place, but they're both 46 points adrift of Marley McKenzie, who the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki rider bases himself. Well, he's back out. He's actually in the pits, McKenzie himself. I thought he'd maybe going back out onto track, but Marley sits in 10th place for this qualifying session. Knows he's got the pace and the speed out there. This qualifying session, got to say, it's just a little bit like a game of chess. Very much. Kylan Shuttlewood down in 18th place has just stopped himself back in the pit lane on the Rocket Rookies Kawasaki. You see Ron has him very much in that Rocket Rookies pit, having a very well educated word in the ear of all of his riders, as Ron does. He doesn't ever put pressure on them, and we can see Kylan still sitting on his bike here in pit lane down with Larry and Laura. Ron doesn't ever put pressure on anybody, but what he does do is just gives them words of wisdom, and having somebody like that in your camp is so important. Young riders like to know that there's a bit of a legend looking over their shoulder, somebody who's got their back. That's really what you're looking for.
And the way that the Rocket Rookies and the Affinity Academy works, and that's exactly what it is, and it has done for a number of years, whereas Rocket might be the title name, the name above the door, effectively. But this is very much the brainchild of three people, three ex-British Championship racers, ex-World Championship racers, and that is the Rocket Ron Haslam, his son Leon, and of course a certain John Laverty, one of the three racing Laverty brothers out of County Antrim, and John, who did the European Championship for many years. And it really is an academy whereby the riders are trained on the bike. You've seen Ron Haslam there just having a chat to Kylan Shuttlewood, but it's also what they do off of the bike. And up at the Haslam's domain up there in the Midlands, just on the outskirts of Derby, they have some land, they have a little farm, and what they do is they take the riders in there, they stay with the Haslams. The Australians did this a lot with likes of Brodie Gorth and Henry Snell, one or two others, Jacob Hatch when they came across. And Ron and Anne and Leon and the rest of the team, they do all the academy stuff. They sit them down in the classroom, they do all the academic stuff, and then they'll go out on the trial bikes and do a half a day on the trials bikes, and then a few hours on the motocrosser, and then they do just the training in the gym and everything else like that. And Ron, Anne and Leon, it's not just what they do on track, it's what they do off track as well. So as the name suggests, it is the Rocket Rookies team, but it's the Affinity Academy that tends to do all the stuff away from the track as well as on it.
Yeah, it's the background work, like you say, Larry. It's gone on for a long time. The Affinity Academy, John Laverty was very much involved in that for quite some time as well, if I'm not mistaken. But the training that they do with the kids back at the farm, back at base, looking after everybody, I think is great, and a long way to continue.
I have actually been to the house. I actually bought my, I do have a motorhome, I actually bought it off Ron actually, and I went down to Derbyshire to pick it up, and I got a tour of the farm, and suffice to say, it was an experience, Dunk. It was an experience I shall not forget.
A good experience, Larry?
It reminds me of a Little Britain sketch, which hasn't probably not been written yet, but yeah, it certainly was. The Haslam family is so accommodating as well. They do a wonderful job there, but they have got a lot of riders down here this weekend, and it's all part of the exercise. Now, all the riders look like they're out on track. 5.5 minutes to go in this session, Dunk. We've only got a couple down here. Jack Knights looks to, in fact, it's not Jack Knights, it's a couple of the Rocket Rookies down here. It's Jediah Cumbermack, who was the first ever Bermudan to get on a podium, if you recall, at Alton Park.
Certainly do, Larry.
Yeah, we missed him for a couple of rounds. Not too sure whether he just went back home to do a couple of things. He's Chan On Chu. He's just seen what all this junior sport bike is all about. He's there with the resplendent in the McCams Yamaha squad. There's Jamie Elliott, Hanks Elliotchi, just leaving pit lane there. That orange and black crash helmet, so reminiscent of the Hanks family, who had their backgrounds in something that's very close to your heart, Duncan, sidecar racing.
Yeah, sidecar racing. The Hanks family, that orange helmet with the black lines down it. Jamie Hanks Elliott's carried that for a long time, and it goes through generations, all the way back to I mean, the Hanks family. Roy Hanks was racing with that for, I mean, back in the day, and I think before that even some family members from sidecars predominantly. They do still do sidecarring, the Hanks family. A lot of support comes from the sidecar fraternity towards Jamie Hanks Elliott as well. A good friend of mine, Ian Hamilton from Express Tyre Service in Lockerbie, a long-time sponsor.
Is he a very good friend of yours?
He's a friend. He is actually a very good friend of mine. If he can get me cheap tyres, yes, he is.
Because that name is synonymous with the sidecar paddock, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Sam Hamilton, his dad before that, Ian Hamilton. I mean, just great guys. And they're all about sidecar racing. And that's what we love to see. The sponsorship that they give Jamie, it's just tyres. That's what they can do. It's their business, and it does help Jamie along the way. Jamie finds herself in 12th place, just behind Freddie Oakley and ahead of Kyle Payne as well, who's out there. But the thing is with Jamie Hanks-Elliott, we did see her in WCR. You mentioned that, Larry. She's done a few wild cards. This year it's Chloe Jones and Katie Hand who are doing WCR. And speaking of Chloe, she just had a lap time disallowed for a course cut. Number 15 lap 7 has been disallowed for Chloe. She finds herself in 9th place. With a bit of work to do, but Marley McKenzie has got most of the work to do. He's in 10th place at this moment with 3.5 minutes to go in this session, and he has just put a personal best first sector in. He's gone through the second sector and it's 22.721. We look to see the fastest time. He's only 0.2 of a second away there. So Marley McKenzie is starting to put together a bit of a lap. He's building up the speed as he makes his way in towards the club chicane. He'll come through that club chicane. We'll pick him up on one of the small side cameras and we'll get him across the line. And then Marley McKenzie, it depends whether he's in a group, and he is. He's tucked up behind someone. He goes across the line. Does he improve in position? Number 45 goes up 4 places into 6th for Marley McKenzie. But all the time at the front is Ben Jolliffe, Arnie Carr and Laken Payne. Looking very strong is Ben Jolliffe in 42. Arnie Carr, we haven't had too much to say about him this year on bike 33, but it's nice to see him at the sharp end. And Laken Payne, well, the Kawasaki ZX4RR racer. Always easy to spot Laken because he has that predominantly white helmet, which does make him stand out a bit. Mason Johnson also having a really good show. If you remember back a couple of years, Larry, it was this circuit where Mason Johnson had a bit of a tip-off at the club chicane during a BMW race, and he picked up a bit of an injury and disappeared off the radar for quite some time. But he's now come back, and Mason Johnson finding a home in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. As we get towards, 2 minutes to go. This is where it's going to get that little bit close for some of these guys who need to be at the sharp end. And it's very much Marley McKenzie who wants to deliver some sort of special fast lap as he come round with bang on 2 minutes to go. His personal best through the middle part of the lap. That looks better, Alan. And then they come around towards the fast area. From Church, Brooklands, Woodham Hill, up towards the club chicane. Get everything tucked in. Get your toes tucked in. Get your elbows. You've even got to get the shoulders tried to get tucked in behind these very small screens. Any little bit of drag will slow these bikes down. McKenzie goes up one other place into 5th. So the championship leader now starting to look a little bit better at the sharp end of this series. He has got that 46-point championship lead. Marley McKenzie needs to come out of Thruxton with that comfortable 46-point gap there, or can he extend it to something even bigger, which would definitely make him feel comfortable going in towards the 2nd and 4th of October, 2nd to the 4th of October at Donington Park. So they have a big break. They have almost a late summer break where they can go on summer holiday at the end of August, take September off, and then come back ready to go for a championship at Donington Park in October. I'm pretty sure the temperature will be slightly different from what we have today at Thruxton when we do get back in towards October. Lewis Mullins in 6th place. I thought he was a little bit faster than what we had yesterday. Lewis looked a lot stronger. I expected a little bit more speed from Lewis on bike 12. And as well as Luca Hopkins. That's another person who's just having a little bit of a difficult time. He's 8th place, Luca Hopkins, on the team SBR Power DKS Drilling ZX4RR Kawasaki, but with Steve Brogan at the helm. Luca Hopkins finds himself in 8th place, and Isaac Mark, his teammate, is in 9th. So they're together on the timing screens. The thing is, are they together on the tracker map as we have a bit of a look over the back? We'll watch them going through, and a lot of riders all come across the line together. Kylan Shuttlewood goes up 4 places. We saw a shout out for him on our YouTube stream, so somebody will be happy with that one. Kylan Shuttlewood up into P11 now as he makes his way towards the sharp end. And that's what we expect to see. Kylan has been involved with the Rocket Rookies for quite some time as a checker flag now flies. I remember, I think, interviewing Kylan maybe 3 years ago at Motorcycle Live when I was there for Kawasaki UK, and he was one of the guys who was on the stage announcing his step into, I think it was Junior Supersport Championship at the time. Ben Jolliffe has put an even faster lap time in though, 1:23.978. Puts almost half a second into the entire field, Ben Jolliffe, and we've got a rider down at the club chicane, bike being moved out of the way, and we've got a red flag at the end of the session, so they're not going to get to do any laps if anybody like Kylan Shuttlewood has just put 2 fastest sectors in, it's gone. The red flag does come out at the very end of this one. Checker flag and red flag after there's a bike in the middle of the track at the club chicane, and we need to get that dealt with. So it comes down to Ben Jolliffe. He takes provisional pole position on bike 42 from 33 Arnie Carr and 72 Lakin Payne. Lakin Payne will join the other two around the back of the winners' enclosure for a post-qualifying debrief with our man Larry Carter on BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. Mason Johnson in 4th, Marley McKenzie 5th, Lewis Mullen in 6th place, with Freddie Oakley, Luca Hopkins, Isaac Mark and Chloe Jones coming home in 10th place. But a red flag pops out at the end of that session. Unfortunately, bike number 82, Kyle Payne, just being assessed at the chicane by the marshals and the medics. We'll pause for a nice quick commercial break before we hand down to Larry Carter for the post-qualifying debrief.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
This is the sound of British Superbikes online and on FM radio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's get straight down to pit lane and rejoin Larry Carter.
The battle of the hairstyles down here, because it's the mullet man that's got pole position, and that is Ben Jolliffe, just having a chat with the team down here, and got to be happy enough with that one, Ben. Pole position, all the championship contenders behind you, so giving yourself a fighting chance.
Yeah, just as long as I'm in front of Marley, I'm happy.
Yeah, you've got to try and pull some points back on him now, haven't you? That's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, try and even out a bit.
Well, you beat him already this season at Donington. No reason why you can't do it again.
Only once, so just try and make it twice this round.
Yeah, well, Thruxton is a totally different kettle of fish, as we all know. And here is Arnie Carr. Arnie, what a wonderful result there. You've been at the cutting edge all weekend. Missed the opening couple of rounds, of course. A couple of top 10s so far, but really coming into your own this weekend.
Yeah, sorry, what did you say, sorry?
Yeah, say, coming into your own this weekend, feeling good?
Yeah, feeling really good, thanks. Weekend's gone mint, to be honest. Best weekend we've had yet. Put it on P2. Couldn't be happier, to be honest.
You just got to get away with them at the front, haven't you? That first podium just might be around the corner.
Yeah, it sure might be.
Yeah, just looking forward for that one there. All the way down from Yorkshire, and his Lancashire counterpart down here is Lakin Payne. He's been on the podium a couple of times since then. Well, happy enough with a front row start. We all know it's going to be pack racing out there, Lakin, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good race. Just good to be on the front row, really. I'm unsure on a break. I don't think it'll be a break. I think it'll be one. But obviously, you want to be at the front of that pack on the final lap, and that's the plan. Know where we're strong compared to the others, know where we're weak. So just defend when I need to and attack hopefully into a championship game.
You've got the championship leader behind you on the grid, which is always a good thing from your perspective. So there you go, a little bit of a surprise that Marley Mackenzie's not on that front row of the grid, but it is the 42 of the pole position setter Ben Jolliffe that will start from P1 on the grid for that race for the first of the junior sport bikes. Always a double header for the junior sport bikes. Then we've got, can we call him a surprise package for Arnie Carr, the ATP Motorsport Kawasaki, the Yorkshireman who has rocked up here at Thruxton and is looking to do the business under number 33. And then a rider that's still looking for that first victory of the season for the number 72 of Laken Payne, as he will start on the outside of the front row of the grid for the junior sport bikes. Effectively, this is the class that superseded the super teens that we ran for 2 or 3 seasons, but similar bikes to some extent, and one or two of the riders that did race in the Super Teen Championship who are back to fight for this 1P Mobile Junior Sport Bike National Championship. So that concludes that qualifying session, and with that we can hand back to the studio, Alan Hyde.
Larry, thank you very much indeed. Just a quick update, because we're not outside. What is the temperature like out there, Larry? I know it's hot, but how hot is hot?
Well, you're asking a Yorkshireman who's come down from the frozen north, who doesn't cope with 27, 28 degrees temperature too good. It's the wind. One or two riders have referred to it. The wind has picked up a little bit.
Yes, blowing.
And as a result, that is sort of cooling the temperature down.
Yes.
I'm trying to do the sensible thing and keep out of the sun. I did have a message from the lovely Jill Hannah, who's one of BSB's biggest fans, and Jill was saying, spare a thought for the old fan scoop, because there's very little places to get out of the sun. And when you think about it, it's okay, because I can nip into my bases in the media centre there, and there's plenty of shade down here in pit lane. But you could people around the track, unless you have got the umbrellas or the gazebos up, then you are out there in the baking hot sunshine. So it doesn't you don't need me. We don't need emergency alerts in our lives and anything else like that, and you don't need me to lecture you on the risks with the dehydration and sunburn or anything else. All I will say is that we've got a wonderful medical centre here, manned by some of the best medics and paramedics in motorsport, and we'd rather them just have an old scrape or a scratch to attend to with a rider. We don't want it full of sunburnt Brits in the medical centre being treated for sunstroke if we can help it. So just keep yourself out of the sun, plenty of hydration and plenty of sun cream, and just if you can, just get a cap. There's plenty of merchandise outlets which will sort you out with that one. But yeah, if you are in the sun all day, it's going to be a bit cooler tomorrow as well, so I think we have seen the extremes of the temperature that we have seen.
We're on the down.
It's a pleasant summer day. I don't subscribe to this that we're all on the verge of destruction. We're having a damn good summer, aren't we? And I think that
we're having a lovely summer.
Back in the day when I was growing up, we used to look forward to these.
Mind you, I do remember 1976 when we had to go and get our water from a standpipe in the studio.
I wasn't
in the studio
in the street.
I'd hazard a guess that I wasn't even born in 1976.
Thank you, Larry.
Believe that and you'll believe anything.
Was it a hot summer in 76? No, I wasn't born in 76. I can't say this.
It was a very, very hot summer. It was lovely.
Did you get alerts on your iPhone then about the wildfires?
No, that didn't happen.
No, it didn't.
And they didn't ban disposable barbecues back then. I just wondered now, when you're not allowed to make decisions for yourself, when you've got to be told what you can and you can't do by the government, it sets a pretty bad precedent, doesn't it, for me? Enough of the I sound like a former commentator, don't I? With the politics. I'll leave that with you, boys.
Larry, thank you very much indeed. Good to get an update on the political landscape in the UK and the weather as well. But it is a good point. We do need to make sure you all stay safe and enjoy the day. So if you can seek a bit of shade somewhere around the circuit, then do take a bit of time to do that, and do hydrate. Keep hydrated. That's probably the most important thing. As Duncan Vincent opens up a bottle of water and takes a good old glug of that. By the way, Radio Dave is the tradesman that everyone dreams of, because not only did he come and fix our squeaky door with WD-40, he just came back to make sure that the work that he'd carried out for us was running according to plan. So
Yeah.
he is the dream tradesman, isn't he?
Don't you just love him?
Yeah,
and
you have
know
to
what?
love him, yeah.
If you say, Dave, I need a little bottle of water, a bottle of ice cold water arrives in the door. It's fab. It's
And
really
are you okay for food? He asked earlier on. It's absolutely
lovely.
superb.
Well, lovely, great guy. Everybody needs a Dave or a Michael. We found out in the past couple of weeks.
Everybody needs a Dave or a Michael or a Bob.
Or a Bob
Or a
Dawson.
Gavin.
Or a Gavin.
Yeah.
Hang on. See, it's like when I start naming the photographers.
We've started now.
I start naming photographers and then I'll miss somebody out and then
I
it
think
comes
we've got
back
them
to
all.
haunt me. I'm just.
We've done them all.
What about a Nick? Donington Nick.
Everyone needs a Nick.
Yeah.
We have started something.
Let's move on. Okay, the Pirelli National Superstock Championship is on track for their free practice 3. I was busy going through all my sheets I have here looking for the combined practice sessions for Pirelli National Superstock, then realised, hang on, they have another one. There's no tyre stickers for this. It's a little bit of track time for them. So the combined sheet will come out after this session. But Luke Mossey was quickest in free practice number 2. He also got a bit of a slap on the wrist, did Luke Mossey, for touring around the circuit in a certain sector. And another one has been sent out this morning, another sanction on the Sportity app.
Can you explain the touring thing? Because there were lots yesterday. There are quite a few today, aren't they?
Okay, so George Bowes is the latest pair. In fact, Danny Kent. Here's one for Danny Kent. It's just literally hot off the press. During free practice 3, you were observed to be touring in sector 2 on lap 5. You were required to attend a hearing of race direction and acknowledge the incident. And it is the decision of race direction that under sanction F2.19 touring that you were issued with an official warning. So there you go. You can appeal it, but you have to pay £250. I don't think Danny will be doing that. But you can't be slower. Larry, correct me, keep me right. You can't be slower than 135% of your fastest sector time in any one sector of the circuit.
Yeah.
And these are experienced people who are getting picked up for this. The first person who went into race direction was Richard Cooper, of all the people.
Wow.
And I was thinking, oh, good grief, Richard Cooper's going to race direction. What's he done? Then I saw the sanction. I saw Luke Mossey getting done. We've seen Danny Kemp. We've seen Christian Idden, I think, as well. It's one of these things after what happened at Oulton Park, where so many riders complained about riders touring on the track, you can't do it anymore. They've just gone and said, okay, if the riders are touring, there's a regulation in place. You can't do that. And now people are you get an official warning the first time. I think if you're up there 2 or 3 times, it will be slightly different after that. You know what it's like, Alan. You've never been dragged inside your Talker bus, but you wouldn't want to. But it's one of these things. Jamie Coward just slipped off at
from
Campbell.
outside the door of the top of the Talker bus.
And that's all you want to hear. You don't want to hear anything else from that.
No.
Bike number 36, Jamie Coward. The Malenko by Paget's motorcycle Hondas slipped off at Campbell. That's not something that we see very often. Jamie's gone down at the Campbell Cobb and Seagrave complex. Those names just roll off the tongue, don't they? It's named after the greats of the land speed record era. Noble as well. We'll take that in. Goodwood was a very much a fast place back in the day. Brooklands, it's fabulous, the names around this area. Even Allard. I'm just going to keep going and name them all.
Long may corner names continue.
Yes, I'm a big fan of corner names. People who use corner numbers, sometimes I think they're just a little bit lazy to actually go and learn the circuit diagram. That's one thing. But to David Allingham, he came up to the commentary box at Oulton Park and he says, "No, I don't use the numbers. I use
like
the names."
Yeah.
And I like that
Good
because
for him.
that's good. David still thanks me for having that little bit of airtime.
We'll do it again. I really enjoyed it.
I said, David, it's us to thank you for coming into the studio and helping us fill a little bit of time and spreading the word about your SMS Nickel Oils race team.
Also, for most of us, we hear from riders in their post-race interviews, post-qualifying interviews with Larry. To put a face and a personality to a voice is a really nice thing to do.
David's a great guy. I've known David a long time. He's been a super sport racer. He's been a super bike racer. He now finds himself a really front-running super stock racer. He finds himself top of the championship. He finds 7 wins have gone the way of that little SMS Nickel Oil race team in 2026. And he's got a 49-point championship lead. That's telling. That shows that they've got a good package underneath them. He's coming back to a circuit where he fell off at Church on the Tag Honda, remember, 2 years ago and broke his leg, and that ruled David out for quite some time. And when he broke that leg, there was a big thing about Dave, could he be bothered coming back to do this? Does he want to do this anymore? He was quite vocal about that, David Allingham, but thankfully for us and for race fans, David did come back to racing, and he came away from the Tag Honda setup where he and he was getting on top of that Honda. He really was. Him and Sean Winfield were a bit of almost having a bromance on track, off track. They were always together on the timing screens. They were together in every single session on track. Used to see them walking through the paddock together. Their girlfriends were starting to think something was up with those two. But David had to come away from that because Tag had to fill the vacant seat. And putting together his own little race team after a very quick stint in Paget's was one of the best things that David ever did. He's had certain people go through his books. He has had Lee Hardy. He now gets help from another crew chief around in the paddock, and he thinks that is what makes the difference for his SMS Nickel Oils race team. He's kind of got control over the purse strings. He's got control over his staff, and he knows that he's going to have something really good and really strong underneath him. So that's fabulous, and it's giving him 7 wins. It's giving him a 49-point championship lead. And we also see the man that's chasing him is a veteran. It's Luke Mossey, and Mossey, he knows how to win races. He knows how to put together championship runs. He and Clive Paget will be working day and night to try and see if they can get back the gap that David Allingham has built up. Lewis Rollo sits in 3rd place in this championship. The young man from Inverness, the young man from Edinburgh, don't know why he moved to Inverness, thinking of Callum Bay. Lewis Rollo, Big 88 from Gifford up north. Motorrad Central Edinburgh, BMW Motorrad Central Edinburgh, his sponsors on that MLAV BMW. Local BMW dealer in Edinburgh, who have been supporters of bike racing in Scotland for quite some time, sponsored a couple of local classes at local rounds, and good to see them putting a bit of money behind Lewis Rollo on his return to racing, because if you remember last year Lewis Rollo had that pretty nasty early season pre-season winter crash. Oh, somebody goes down at the S's, and that was a blown engine just in the mid part of the corner. Saw that directly on the screen, and Luke Mossey, a lot of hands getting waved there. That looked like a black bike. It just looked like something went wrong with that one. Will we have a stoppage to the session? Yes, we do. The red flags come out. Caught that on the camera there. And that's not what we need. There'll be a little bit of track contamination probably getting looked at for that. As, oh, yes, another rider comes through and has a fairly sizable moment on the... Are you laughing at me with my arms about the place here? Sorry.
No, we're trying to get a place where Laura can perch, where she doesn't appear on the camera. And I think we've worked it out.
Oh, right, okay, that's perfect. Behind Duncan, yeah.
I think we've got Laura... We'll make an X on the carpet.
We're not going to have a replay of that. We don't get replays. But I can tell you that I think there was a technical problem with the bike heading up towards, or actually in the middle of the club chicane. It wasn't one on the way towards it. It was just as they tipped back onto the left-hand side. A lot of smoke, down goes the bike, and we'll get an update as to who that is in a second. The red flag and the checkered flag come out with that, and that will be that session brought to an end. Great shame for that one. That's given somebody and the race team a lot of work to do. Also, the track marshals will have a bit of work to do down there as we see Scott Swan going through. Because that's a little bit of track contamination. Number 3 has gone down. That's Skippy McConnell. There you go. Billy McConnell goes down. Through no fault of Billy, from what I saw. But Skippy McConnell on the C&L Fairburn Properties Honda that it's got in here. It was a BMW before, if you remember, Larry. But the change to the Honda for the C&L Fairburn Properties Honda of Skippy McConnell. We'll wait and get an update from that. Rider is A-OK. But a great shame that that technical problem has happened to Skippy at the club chicane. He's gone down, session has been red flagged, and the free practice has been checker flagged, and it was David Allingham who ended up fastest by 300ths of a second over Luke Mossey. And the sole rapid Honda that we have out there of Ash Barnes, because we heard from Larry with Declan Connell earlier on, a broken wrist for Deco Connell, unfortunately, sees him ruled out till possibly after Cadwell Park, which would be Doyington, because the Pirelli National Superstock Championship do not go across to Aston. Now we're going to bring this man in here. Just come in for a second, because this is one of the legends, one of the unsung heroes for us. Richard Evans, please come in. The chief timekeeper for the BSB is a guy who is always brings our sheets for us. He does everything for us. Tricky, come and get on screen for just a second and give the YouTube audience a bit of a wave. TSL, this is Mr. TSL. He brings us everything we need to know. Thank you very much. That's no problem.
You know why he's standing there?
Yeah.
Because that's where the air conditioner is.
I know, he only come in to get a shot of the aircon, didn't he? There you go. We will pause for a quick commercial break while the team set to work on the track at the club chicane to pick or to remedy any contamination that we have there. Let's hand back to Heidi in the studio.
Live from every circuit, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines, the Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2-friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bond Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And I reckon we are straight into racing now. In around about 8 minutes' time, we'll have the green flag at the end of pit lane to get out the bikes for the first heat for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. A quick start procedure, so we won't have Larry Down on the grid. Is Larry Down in Park Fairmont? I fancy probably not after a free practice session for the...
No, the bikes are being whisked back to the paddock area.
I rather thought that, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. But we have got time to catch up with a few of your messages before we get racing underway here at Thruxton. This is really good news. We're into 2 races, 2 heats for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. 8 lap races around the Thruxton circuit. Then we have a brief interval where we've got Johnny Davies, the JD Stunt Show, presented by R&G on the circuit here. They've got a commentator with them, so we'll have live commentary for you and a bit of a musical backing as well for our stunt show. And then we're into qualifying for the British Superbikes. That's between 1:20 and 1:35 for Q1, and Q2, the Rocket Off Performance qualifying, will get underway at 1:42 until 1:57. Then we go racing all the way this afternoon at 2:10. We've got the Pirelli British Sport Bikes, R&G Moto 4 British Cup at 10 to 3. At 3:35, we've got the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes, and then we begin the build-up with the pit lane opening for the Superbikes at 4 o'clock. Race gets underway for a 20-lap race at 4:15. Sprint race for the Quattro Group British Super Sports at 5 o'clock, and then rounding off the afternoon, the bikes you've just seen out on circuit will be qualifying for 25 minutes for the Pirelli National Super Stock. So that's how the afternoon looks. We'll bring you all the action here live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, including your requests and dedications and shout outs on WhatsApp, please. 07482 877 877. 07482 877 877 is the number. This one says, hi, it's Nathan here, currently on a boat on the way to the Isle of Man for the Manx GP and Classic TT for my 5th year being a marshal. I want to wish Finn Smart Whedon good luck for the race today, cheering you all on. That's for Fat Boy Finn, which is Finn Smart Whedon's affectionate nickname. This one says, can we have a shout out to Miles, Ned and Liam from Devon watching BSB for the first time. Fingers crossed the cool bag survives the weekend. Best luck to all the riders and Luke as well. And this is just a reminder of what's happening down there on the Meet the Riders Zin Zone stage, where Dave Neal throughout this weekend is conducting interviews. You have just missed Scott Redding. You've probably just missed Glenn Owen because he was on stage with Dave at midday. But you are probably, if you're in the paddock, just in time to hear from the reigning champion, Carl Ryde, appearing down there on the Meet the Riders zone, the Zin Zone, at 12:15. Jano and Chu is on stage at 12:30. 2:30, Fraser Rogers. 2:40, Brad Ray. Lee Jackson at 10 to 3. David Allingham at 3 o'clock. And Scott Swan at 10 past 3. That's the way, located in the trade area here at Thruxton Circuit. And Dave Neal conducts very insightful interviews with all of those riders over the course of today and tomorrow as well. I'll give you those times again as the afternoon goes on. This one says, hi team, can we get a big shout out to Luke, Miles, Liam and Ned, sat watching at Campbell with a cool bag of beer. Thanks very much indeed, Ned. Thank you for writing in. Hope you have a great day here at Thruxton. And this one says, hi there, please can you give a birthday shout out to Owen. Happy birthday. He's a chassis technician for Dow Racing. Lots of love from Tom. He's very proud dad, and Kate as well. Please can you wait for a gap in the sessions so he hears it. Thank you. Yes, we can. And yes, we did. Tom, thank you very much indeed. And happy birthday to Owen, who had his own table for breakfast this morning at Dow Racing. It was it was all decorated as if it was a little party.
Oh, right. Okay. Not that nobody wanted to not sit beside him.
No. He had a chorus of happy birthday when he came in for breakfast, and it had all the happy birthday napkins and everything.
So we had lots of birthdays this weekend. We had Mark Woodage yesterday, a.k.a. Brains, in the Brad Ray's garage.
That's right, I heard you say that.
Harry Parkinson, who's a Hagar PBM technician for Scott Redding, who's been there for quite some time. And now we've got Owen. I know exactly who Owen is as well. at Dow Honda. Fabulous. Anybody else got a birthday?
And so you know that when everybody sang happy birthday to him, he was very shy and embarrassed, but really rather liked the idea of it, that nobody had forgotten his birthday. So happy birthday, Owen. This one says, morning guys, keep up the great banter. Down from East Lothian in Scotland to support Lewis Rollo and Leon Haslam. That's from Adam. Adam, great to hear that you've made the journey down to Hampshire, and hopefully you're feeling very welcome indeed. Kevin says, hi from Kevin and Chris. We came up from Chepstow yesterday, sat baking at Seagrave with wet towels around our necks, keeping cool and enjoying being trackside at Thruxton. Go, Scott Redding. Thank you very much indeed, Kevin and Chris. Do keep cool. Lots of water. They're the only suggestions that we have. And as we hear bikes in the background, that means bikes are leaving pit lane for our first race of the day. It's for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. One more message. Shout out to Ryan Campion. First race back after missing out on the past 2 rounds with injury. Come on, Scamps boys, from Jordan and Katie at Be Smart. Thank you very much indeed for all of your messages. Keep them coming on WhatsApp only, not iMessage or text message. It's on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Right, we're going racing, Dunk.
I'm not used to this. I would normally see the bikes lining up on the grid doing their warm-up lap, and I've only just noticed they've just gone past for their warm-up lap.
Yes, they have, yeah.
This is really strange. I mean, I should have my binoculars out so I can maybe see a little bit more.
Well,
but
you could try it.
I'm not going to see much in here, that's for sure. Let me give you the grid for heat number 1 of the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Barry Burrell is on pole position with Kieran Smith and Dale Thomas for company. Row number 2 sees 34 Kenny McLeod, 88 Bobby Very and 44 Harley Preble on row number 2. That's a good showing from the Prebster. Row number 3, 29 Aaron Dakin, 2 Rhys Coates and 14 Liam Vella. On the 4th row, 94 Alex Pearson, 16 Josh Smith and 3 Farron Dry, Dazzler himself, Darren Fry of FS3. The 5th row, 66 Joe Carnell, 8 James Seath and 73 Harry Gower. And on the 6th row, 47 Nick Heath and 27, a welcome return to Giovanni Belliosi, which is good to have him back on the grid. Larry Carter, I think we will all say aye to that one. Giovanni, who picked up an injury, he was away for quite a while. If you remember, Thomas Strudwick actually got a ride on that bike, and good to have Giovanni Belliosi back. We don't have a last chance qualifier. That's something we don't have for the BMWs at Thruxton, but we do have a pretty exciting heat ahead.
Notice James Ellison is conspicuous by his absence this weekend. Any idea where he might be, apart from on the back of a breakdown truck?
You're harsh, Larry Carter, you really are. I haven't heard anything from James Ellison. You are the man with the intel on the ground. I'll let you start making some inroads on that and have a little find out where James is, nothing seemed to fall untoward at the previous round, as we're already under starters' orders and away in towards turn 1. Barry Burrell takes the lead of the race as he cuts across the nose of everybody going through turn number 1, and it is Kieran Smith who sits in second place as they come round and in towards the complex for the first time. Dale Thomas right in the mix, and there's Bobby Very, back with the yellow leathers. Kenny McLeod ahead of Bobby Very, but that's quite something. Bobby did have the white leathers on yesterday. He's resorted back to having the different coloured old style leathers on. That could just be a comfort thing, Larry Carter. We've both had brand new leathers made for us, and sometimes they just don't fit well around certain areas. That's what we'll say. The shoulders, the knees, the elbows, and you just need to bed them in.
They had to slaughter the whole herd for mine.
Yeah, and the next counties. Sorry, Scoop. Sorry. As we get Barry Burrell, I'm back for one round only. Yeah, that's maybe going to be his new nickname. He's leading the way in towards Church. The Halliwell Jones BMW, he is in with a chance of a championship. And we've got to keep our eyes firmly on the sharp end of this race, because if Burrell starts to check out, that will be worrying for everybody else. Burrell leads in towards the club chicane from a very bouncy camera angle. Kieran Smith in second, Dale Thomas, Kenny McLeod, Bobby Very, Harley Preble, Rhys Coates, Aaron Dakin. We've got Liam Vella and Alex Pearson inside the top 10 as they make their way across the line for the first time of asking past my old commentary point, which leaves me high and dry from where I am at the moment in time in the back of the media room.
You're really missing it,
I
aren't
am.
you?
You've got no idea.
I can tell. No, we have every idea. We can tell.
This is a little bit strange.
They're going to build you something lovely. No, don't worry. They'll build you something lovely.
Kenny McLeod's got work to do. He's in 4th place just now on the True Heroes Racing BMW as Dale Thomas has a look at Kieran Smith. McLeod and Very have got time to get up towards the sharp end, but they can't leave it too long. There's a big gap behind Bobby Very, and that's Harley Preble in 6th place. So Harley, the Prebster, doesn't seem like he has the pace to stay up at the sharp end as Bobby Very starts to try and make inroads towards the back of Kenny McLeod. They could work together. You would think they possibly will. But at the sharp end, Dale Thomas has had a real good turn of form recently. Bike number 93. He's all over the back. In fact, he goes underneath. He tries to go through on the inside and towards Church. That had me kind of getting a little bit excited in the commentary point there, but he backs out of that one as they pop out from the slipstream up towards Woodham Hill. And Dale Thomas on the inside. Barry Burrell being drawn back by Kieran Smith as well. Burrell brave and late on the brakes as they come in towards the club chicane. They go right, they go back to left, they go back to the right over the little bit of track contamination that we saw from Billy McConnell's engine, which let go earlier on. But everything looks pretty good and handy in the club chicane. And it's now 4 bikes at the sharp end because Kenny McLeod has done really, really well to pull himself away from the battling man behind him, Bobby Very. He's dropped Bobby Very off the back. Bobby Very with a bit of a gap of 1 second up to the back of Kenny McLeod. Now let's hope that Kenny uses his head here. He is a very fast racer, Kenny McLeod, but he sometimes has a rush of blood to the head. I'm sorry to have hit your arm there just at the moment you're trying to use your phone, Alan.
I'm afraid I sent the wrong emoji.
Oh,
that may cause problems later in the day.
I wonder what emoji he sent and who he sent the emoji to. Don't do that. That's always wrong. I'll not touch you again. I'll be in a restraining order.
I don't mind being touched.
Yeah, I'm sorry. A bit like a cat that way.
It was a critical moment, though.
Yeah, critical moment of being touched, and he unfortunately.
I think I've sent the cowboy emoji to the wrong person.
As long as it wasn't aubergine, Mum, we're absolutely fine. Trust me. 3 bikes through Church with a 4th bike in the mix, and that's Kenny McLeod. Bobby Very's just not got the pace in this race, it would appear, and that's very strange to find him a little bit on his own, detached from that leading quartet. Burrell, Smith, Thomas and McLeod with Very off the back. Then it's Harley Preble. We see Harley coming under attack from Aaron Dakin. Dakin comes up the inside, makes a manoeuvre, and Liam Vella doubles through on the inside as well and goes ahead of Rhys Coates, which is a lovely move, a double overtaking towards the club chicane for those guys. Harley Preble under attack from Aaron Dakin. He goes past and Liam Vella goes ahead of Rhys Coates as Dale Thomas pops out from the slipstream. We've had a change of lead. In fact, no, Burrell back through on the inside. Kieran Smith doesn't want to give Barry Burrell too much breathing space. That's the bit about Barry Burrell. As soon as you give him too much, give him an inch and he will take a mile. Now, it's Kieran Smith's brother, Christian, who leads the championship. He's got that slender 4-point lead. Kieran Smith was leading the championship at one point, finds himself 21 points down now after, well, sometimes things just don't go your way. And that's exactly what we saw for Kieran Smith as he picked up a DNF last time out when we were at Oulton Park in the main event. That's where he scored the big points. If you're going to have a DNF, try and have it in the heat. Don't have it in the main event. But the best thing is, just don't have a DNF at all. As they come through Church Corner, we can see Barry Burrell getting himself tucked in behind the very small bubble that we have on these BMWs, and a bit of a change of position for second. Here comes Dale Thomas on the white bike. Look at the draft that Kenny McLeod gets. He gets a double slipstream. He pops out, tries to go around Dale Thomas and does, moves himself into P3. Kenny's been threatening this all weekend. He was third fastest in free practice 1. And he puts the True Heroes BMW onto the podium for this heat race. That would move him into the ball draw as Kieran Smith goes through on the inside of Allard. That was a nice control manoeuvre. Burrow, you could see him just lifting himself up to try and almost miss the back seat unit of Kieran Smith.
You're going to want this message from Linda. Hi there, guys. You were talking about birthdays this weekend. It was Barry Burrell's birthday yesterday. There we go.
Well, why didn't Barry tell us that when we were speaking to him yesterday?
He was being shy and reserved.
People are like that, aren't they?
I am.
Because if you come out and say, oh, it's my birthday, people think, you want a present?
Yes. What do you want me to do? Put out the bunting?
Larry Carter will be able to give him the spoils of possible heat victory and belated birthday celebrations after this race, depending on how it goes for him. But Barrel at the sharp end. Thank you very much, Linda, for that little bit of information. That goes a long way in the BSB radio, powered by Kawasaki commentary box. Burrell, Smith and Thomas down towards Church. What's happened to Kenny McLeod? He's had a little bit of a shuffle. Oh, he's wide going in towards Church. He was almost into the next county or down the A303, and he loses a whole lot of time there. You can see him off the back, and here comes Dale Thomas. He picked up the perfect slipstream once again from Kieran Smith, but Kieran is very small in stature and he doesn't draft that easily. It's a little bit like Heidi and myself. You'd want to draft me, you wouldn't get a slipstream from him. You agree with that?
I have no option.
Drafts like a truck. Many people have said that in the past, Larry Carter, if I'm not mistaken. As we watch them coming through the first corner of Allard, round towards the complex. Campbell, Cobb, Seagrave. It comes at you that quickly. It's a right to left and a right that opens up and takes you out in towards the countryside here at Thruxton. And we can see Barry Burrell. He knows not to override the middle part. If you override Cobb, that puts you in a bad position for Seagrave on the exit. So you've got to be nice and smooth as you come all the way through. As we make the way in towards the back part of the circuit, in towards Noble, and then through in towards, we've got Goodwood Village and Church. As they come through Goodwood Village and Church, though, it's very much down towards the back of the circuit where they go down in towards the deep. The bottom of Church, you're downhill all the way in towards it, and then you start climbing back up towards Woodham Hill, back in towards the Club Chicane. Burrell very much in the driving seat at this moment in time as they come back through Church. Burrell out towards the end of the exit curve, brings it back in tight towards the white line. He's trying to minimise anything that may scrub off speed for him. He wants to keep that speed very much at a maximum. His minimum corner speed through Church must be higher than everybody else's, purely because he's cutting the hole in the air. He's the guy who's pushing that still air, or pushing the air out the way to make the still air. And Barry Burrell, once again, look at that. As we move on to lap 7 out of 8, he is in fabulous form in 2026. Halliwell Jones, the guys who, their local round is Oulton Park. He wanted to only do the Oulton Park rounds because it's their local, but he didn't want to arrive there and not be quick enough. So he saw an opportunity in trying to have a couple of rounds before, and he came back and absolutely dominated. And I think the penny kind of dropped there, Larry Carter.
Did you pick that interview I had up with him after qualifying, Dunk? He has confirmed he's going to do the remainder of the rounds. Halliwell Jones have come up with a budget for him, so rather than this round by round sort of like Bitzer has been doing for the past few rounds, he has committed to do the remainder of the rounds, which is good for the championship.
Absolutely fabulous. And look, we've got birthday wishes coming in everywhere now, Alan Hyde. There's one from Josh Owens, his better half, Ellie. So you've got one there. You could read out that towards the end of it as well. I can forward that one on to you. I love it when birthday messages come in. But great news that Barry Burrell will do the remainder of the season with that Halliwell Jones BMW. He's had poles, he's had race wins, he's looked in fabulous, fabulous form. Burrell leads from Kieran Smith and Dale Thomas. That's the three at the sharp end. Kenny McLeod now finds himself 0.8 of a second adrift. He's not too far away. He's still very much in the mix. But then we go back towards Bobby Very, who seems to be just not at the races. He's on his own in the middle of nowhere in 5th place. Then we've got Aaron Dakin, Harley Prebble, Liam Vella, Rhys Coates, all coming into the Club Chicane. We see Rhys Coates at the back on bike number 2, eyeing up the back of the Two Strokes racing entity of Liam Vella. It's his home track. It's his local track. He loves coming here, Liam Vella. We heard that yesterday from Peter Eaton as we move in towards the last lap. What has Kieran Smith got for Barry Burrell? Does he want to stretch it? He needs to. Barry Burrell's ahead of him in the championship. It's 100% on that Kieran Smith wants to score more points than Barry Burrell in this heat. You get half points for a heat victory, which will give you 12 points for a win, and you get 25 points for the full main event victory. And Burrell just looks so good. Dale Thomas is on a way wide line as they go through Goodwood, trying to maximise all the corner speed and use more of the track. But it's Kieran Smith. He's in the slipstream. He's maybe played an absolute blinder here. He has not shown his hand to Barry Burrell as they come up Woodham Hill at all through this race. We need to look at the club chicane. That's the most important part on this, the last lap, as we come in towards that club chicane. Can Kieran Smith make a manoeuvre and go through? No, he can't. Barry Burrell holds that as they come through the club chicane. He'll accelerate out of there and head towards the line, and it'll be a victory for Barry Burrell as he heads towards the inside wall. Kieran Smith crosses the line in second place, and Dale Thomas takes a very well deserved third. We'll get Kenny McLeod in fourth, then Bobby Very. Then we have this mixture coming in, and it's still all going on. It's Aaron Dakin ahead of Rhys Coates now. Rhys Coates has come through. He's got ahead of Harley Preble and Liam Vella, and across the line Aaron Dakin takes a very well deserved sixth place on 29. From to Rhys Coates, Liam Vella, and then Harley Preble. Well, it was all changed towards the end in that battle, but at the front it was situation kind of normal. The baby blue Halliwell Jones. Is it baby blue, Alan? I think it is. The baby blue Halliwell Jones.
It's a good description.
BMW
Yeah, it is, yeah.
takes another
Powder
victory.
blue.
Powder blue. There
That's
we
the
go.
one.
Barry Burrell, bike number 1, defending reigning champion, wins. From 24, Kieran Smith, and 93, Dale Thomas. They will come back in. They'll go to the winners' enclosure and they will sit there. I believe Kenny McLeod will also join that for the ball draw, which we will have after heat number 2. We don't have interviews after heat number 1. We hand directly back to the studio, which is just over there.
All the news, all the stars, all British Superbikes. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits 2 wheels can bring.
Search for British Superbikes on YouTube on race weekends. You might like what you see. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And you may like what you hear on 93.7 FM. It is the sound of the British Superbike Championship here, BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. With your messages on WhatsApp, thank you so much for all the messages that you've been sending in. You can keep them coming in as well as we head up towards the start of our second heat for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. That race due to get underway in about 15 minutes or thereabouts. On WhatsApp, you can get in touch with us here in the studio, 074 07482 877 877 07482 877 877. Larry Carter, if you've got anything for me, then open your mic, and there he is, as if by magic.
Yeah, we've that's the first of the Rocket Off BMW heats, of course. And the way that this works, if you're not a BSB aficionado, and you are very welcome to join us. We're at the rear of what is effectively the media building, the little green media building at the back of the pit lane area, and you're very welcome to come down here over the course of the weekend and join us, where the various riders do assemble after each and every race. And there's the podium as well down here, whereby we will be conducting the podium ceremonies. And you never know, it tends to get a little bit moist with the Baglietti Prosecco at various times. So if you do fancy a quick impromptu shower, or the kids do at least, then here is where you can join us. Baz Burrell is down here just having a check of things. Did that go to plan then, Baz? It was a little bit of a dust-up on that last lap.
Not really, you made it a bit harder than I liked it too now. Obviously, all weekend I've had good pace, and I knew if I could get a couple laps normally I'd be a bit pull away. But to be honest, I just went out and didn't have the same sort of grip as I did this morning. Obviously, the track's warmed up and stuff, so probably I didn't adapt to that fast enough. But yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I'm pleased for Kieran and Christian, because I kind of expected them to make the step last year, and not disappointed, but I kind of expect that's where they'll be, and this year it's nice to see the progression, because it is nice seeing you.
You don't mean that at all, Burrow, because you want to beat them to the championship. That's all that you're bothered about.
Oh, 100%. I'm not saying that, but it is actually nice to see people progress, and I like it because they're doing it the right way as well. Like, some riders can be fast, but they're loose, and it feels like they're going to take you out every 5 minutes. So semi-pleased for them, but more pleased for myself.
Well, you're thereabouts, but I'm going to pass that information on to Kieran Smith down here, and just I don't know what you've done to Burrell, but he's full of compliments for you out there, Kieran. He's saying that he would like you to win the race, and that you've stepped up to the mark this year. I don't know. He obviously likes the aftershave you're wearing or something.
Most people do, so no, but it's nice to get compliments like that off of Barry. He's a super quick rider. He's been doing it for a long time, so if you can sort of impress someone like that, then you know you're sort of stepping in the right direction. This year I've made a massive step in pace. It's closed up at the top, but I feel like I can fight for the wins. So yeah, thanks to Barry for that.
But you want to beat Burrell as well, but there's one person that you really do want to beat, and that's our kid, isn't it, as well? So you can't stand that for a week if he happens to beat you around here.
Honestly, all I've heard since Alton Park, I'm first in the championship, so hopefully this weekend I can turn a bit around. But he's got a good lead. Hopefully we can stay consistent in the main race. Hopefully he has a good heat race in this race now.
It'll be good to see both of them on the podium. Thanks, Kieran, for that one. Well, here is a Welsh contingent down here. Dale, it's like the number 10 bus, isn't it? That all of a sudden you're not on the podium all season along, then here you are. You can't keep off it.
We've been working hard, just trying to get a pace up to where the faster boys are. Slowly chipping away the times, and managed to get myself a few podiums, and just trying to keep the ball rolling now and just keep going with this form.
Well, what we do now is, you're obviously you're not au fait with the way that the ball draw works, mate. Is that if you've got a £20 note on you, mate, and you put it into my right hand pocket, I'll see if I can get you on that front row of the grid. Yeah, that's it. Okay, well, hopefully, because I am one of the last remaining bastions that does accept cash these days. So we'll see what we can do for you. But you never know; you might be on pole position come the race tomorrow.
I know, that's what I'm nervous about. Starting pole for the first time will be bit nerve-wracking for me, but just take it as it is and just do my best to get away with everyone.
And it's a relatively local track for you, this. I know it's still hundreds of miles away, but it's probably as close as we get to your home, this.
Yeah, it is close, but the only thing is you don't obviously do it very often, so you don't get no time here, so everyone's in the same boat, but you know,
everybody's in the same boat.
Yeah,
they haven't raced here since last year.
No, well, I haven't been here since 2015.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I didn't do it last year with these, but you know, I've managed to find some pace really quick and get away with the faster boys. So
didn't realise that. I didn't realise it was that long, Dale. So anyway, good luck with that, and we'll see what we can do for you in the ball draw, mate. Yeah, no promises. No £20 notes forthcoming just at this particular juncture, Al. Did I offer to share the proceeds with you? Well, that bit slipped my mind.
Hello, Larry. It's Casey O'Gorman. How you doing?
Hang on a second. Hello, Larry. This is Casey O'Gorman. How you doing? That's 10 words. Casey, I've never had 10 words off you in my life. What's gone wrong? Good to hear from you, mate. I tell you what, you're doing a cracking job. And of course, Thruxton is one of them places where you have cut your teeth in the past, isn't it? I remember, was it this time last year you were on the Kobe, was it, or was it the year before? Can't remember now, but...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got the lap record here on the Cove.
Yeah, you did, didn't you? Yeah. Can you hear Larry in your ears okay?
Yeah.
That's perfect then, as long as Larry can clearly hear you.
I'm just going for a lay down, actually, because I've had more than one word out of Casey O'Gorman.
I said that. We wanted to spring that one on you, Larry, and make it a bit of a surprise.
Casey, it's wonderful, and keep up the good work that you're doing at the World Championship level, mate.
Thank you.
It's not often we get a Grand Prix rider to come and visit us in the BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki commentary box. My commentary box used to be over there, you see on that screen, but it's now it got knocked down, so this is kind of something that this man next to Alan Hyde has put together. But thanks for popping in. I sent you the message, Casey, are you here? I got the one word answer, yes. One word, even text in one word. But you are doing a fabulous job this year in the 658 race team. I've got to say, seriously impressed with what you've done moving into that Moto3 World Championship. How much enjoying it? Is it good fun? You enjoying what you're doing?
Well, yeah, you can't really get much better traveling the world racing bikes. You know, Brazil, America, Thailand. It's incredible. You know, even just it's like a family traveling around the world together. It's about 12 of us, and it's just like a big racing family, you know. Good little team as well, isn't it? I mean, a lot of history in that team, obviously with Paolo Simoncelli there, that is named after obviously Marco, the great man himself, but very close knit. Is that what you like about it? That it's not a huge team; it's a very kind of small amount of people. Firstly, I think it's more like family. You got the other big teams; they're more like not professional. They're more they have a way of working and they follow that. Whereas they do their best and still be friendly. Yeah. Still enjoy like hire car races to the track. You know.
What's your best hire car story? That's another one. Don't tell us that right now. Don't get yourself in any trouble. What's been the best circuit that you've raced at this year? Because obviously you've raced at a few of them. We're racing the European Spanish Championship. But what's been your favourite place to go?
Travelling wise, it was Thailand, you know, because it takes 2 days to get there. It's just so different, the other side of the world. But my favourite track was America, and we got a whole week out there because we went Brazil, America. Straight after Brazil race, you fly to America, and you got 3 days just to. Because normally you don't really get much time to look around, but when you got back to back and you're flying directly there, staying there for a couple of days, you do get some time off. You know, we did some gun shooting in America, and
I think I saw that on your social media. Yeah.
And we went to rodeo.
The dream?
Yeah,
are you living the dream, Casey O'Gorman?
Yeah, can't get much better.
And have you talked about 2027 with the team? Has anything been looked at yet? Because they must be happy with how your rookie season's going.
Yeah, I signed the 2-year contract last year. Fabulous. So yeah, after my wild cards, a couple of weeks after, I'd already signed 2 years.
That's great for you. It gives you a bit of stability, and that's what you want as a young rider. We've seen, I mean, Rory Skinner had that unfortunately taken away from him, but it's great that they're going to honour that and give you that 2-year deal, because it's what you need. You know, you do that first year to get used to it. I would imagine, from somebody who's never really done it, half the year will be, or half the whole experience will be the whole travelling, getting used to doing that travelling, and then learning the circuits as well.
Yeah, I had to, for example, first time going to Thailand, I had to learn how to just not I set my phone time to Thailand time so that I wasn't sleeping on the plane. Make sure you keep your good sleeping pattern, because you've only got 1 day, Wednesday after so we left on Monday morning, got there Tuesday evening, and then you've only got 2 nights to fix your sleep pattern before you're riding.
Are you flying business class?
Actually,
come on, are you flying business class?
No, I'm not.
I
but
don't believe it.
On the way back from America, the pilot was Irish, and he come and found me, and he took me to the business class.
Touch in, bro. That's brilliant, isn't it? Alan Hyde.
And said, "This is what you could have wanted."
That's good, though. I mean, it makes such a difference, doesn't it? With the team obviously trying to look after money, but to get the pilot finding you and taking you forward, that shows you're doing a good job. Shows you're doing the right things.
Yeah, he told me he was actually at the track that day. And he was doing the flight back from America, 10 hours.
Looked at the log.
Yeah, he's looked at who's on his passenger and seen me and come and found me, and all the team, we was all in economy, and come and pick me out of the team, and they all saw me going to business class. It was quite funny.
Brilliant. So where's the next one for you? Obviously you're at Thruxton this weekend. Your little brother is racing near Ollie, giving him a few tips. Where do we see you next?
I'm out in 2 weeks in Aragon.
Yeah, okay. Circuit you know well?
Yeah, it's a very good track for me. Last 3 races I did in Junior GP on the podium. Don't want to set expectations, but I'm pretty confident going into it.
I want to see you at the sharp end. I've loved seeing you at the sharp end. Obviously, watch it at the television, but obviously follow on social media as well, and seeing the progress that you're making is fabulous, really. And knowing that you've come from what you started doing in this paddock as well. What are you helping young Ollie with? What are you keeping him on the right path with?
Well, actually, this weekend I've been more helping my dad, because this weekend they didn't have any mechanics. So
All right. You getting your hands dirty?
Yeah, I've been taking the trolley to pit lane, doing his tyre warmers. Nothing too mechanical, but I've been helping out.
Is that for the best? Are you mechanically minded, or are you just the guy that twisted the bit to make it go?
Yeah, I'm not very mechanically minded, but I just know how to ride.
As long as you can make it go, We wish you the best of luck in Aragon in a couple of weeks. And thanks for coming to see us in here, because I didn't expect it, to be honest. I thought, we said to him, I'm going to take a chance and drop him a message and see if he gets back to us. You did. And that thing with Larry, I mean, I did say Larry would want to have a lie down after that, because he's not used to hearing you talk. But, you know, when you're young, you're mic shy and camera shy.
Yeah.
You're a Grand Prix rider now, so obviously it comes with the territory.
Yeah, it comes with a lot of cameras in your face, you know.
Listen, Casey, thank you very much.
Thank
the
you.
best of luck for Aragon. Alan Hyde, Grand Prix racer in the commentary box. How cool is that?
How cool is that?
Casey, thanks very much. We'll stick that off there. We'll let you head back out, get yourself some water. Good luck to Ollie as well this weekend. Casey O'Gorman joins us in the commentary box, guys. That was fabulous. We'll let you head off. There we go, Alan.
That was
could have saved that one for lunchtime,
really
actually,
smart,
couldn't we?
wasn't it?
Well,
How
we had
cool
a
was
bit of
that?
a break there, so we'll let these guys head off. Thank you very much. Later on, boys, you can watch that back on YouTube to make sure you're happy with yourself as well. There we go. How cool is that, Heidi?
Very cool indeed. Really good. And by the way, before you stopped him, he was about to tell a hire car story.
I know, but I didn't want him getting himself in trouble.
In trouble, I know.
You know, Dave Neal used to do that on his off-track podcast, and I thought some people might be getting themselves in trouble.
I love
He's got his 2-year deal. Once he gets into the second year, we'll get a hire car story with Casey O'Gorman.
That's a very good
That's
idea.
what we'll do then.
That's a very good idea.
I'm going to pause for a quick drink myself, Alan.
I think
I know
you
it's
should.
too early for whiskey, so we'll just have this water,
We're going to take a very quick pause here with a couple of your messages. Hi, a big hello to Graham and Suzanne on the last couple of days of their honeymoon here at Thruxton. Wow, congratulations, guys. What a great way to finish off the honeymoon here at Thruxton with BSB. Graham and Suzanne, congratulations. And this one says, can we have a shout out? Afternoon, lads. A shout out to my partner, Alice, who is doing a fantastic job with our 4-month-old Henry in this heat. That comes with thanks from Tom. Tom, Alice and Henry, I hope you have a great day here. Yeah, not easy with a little one in the really warm conditions, but well done, Alice. You are doing, it is not going unnoticed that you're doing a great job with young Henry. This one says, please could you shout out to Sean? He used to race bikes, and that comes from Alfie. And this one says, hi there, guys. You were talking about birthdays this weekend. Oh, yeah, that was from Linda, wasn't it? It's Barry Burrell's birthday. And this one says, will you please say happy birthday to Ellie's mum, Tracy, when Josh is going out for quali? What do you think that would be allowed? I can't time them, I'm afraid, Ellie, but hopefully you heard that one. And this one says, Verity, to add to birthday messages, it's my dog Daisy's birthday today. Verity, thank you very much indeed. Daisy, happy birthday. But Daisy, the dog, won't be here. I can hear bikes in the background. That means the bikes are heading out onto the circuit for the warm-up lap for the second heat for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Down in pit lane is Larry Carter, and here in the commentary box is Duncan Vincent. A shout out to Howie and Laura, who are celebrating their engagement. This is our first time here at Thruxton, and we're absolutely loving it. Enjoying the commentary. Keep up the good work. That's from Glenn and Ian from Cornwall. Thank you very much indeed, guys. And this one says, would love a shout out to my husband, Steve. Hope he has the best day at Thruxton Circuit. Keep the sun cream on. And that comes with love from Bex. Thank you very much indeed, Becky. Thank you very much indeed for writing in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877 Larry.
Yeah, just whilst the bikes are on this warm-up lap, you mentioned the name of Howie there. Nothing to do with that particular message, but I did see on social media this week that a very good friend of British Superbikes and a race winner in the past, Howie Mainwaring Smart. Unfortunately, his dad, Steve, passed away a few days ago, and our thoughts are with Howie and his wife Paula, who's the sister of Paul Smart, so very much involved in the racing family. And if you are listening, Howie, our very, very sincere condolences on behalf of all of the BSB paddock on the sad loss of your dad, Steve, who I was a big fan of when I used to go along as a schoolboy to my local circuit of Croft to watch a certain Steve Mannering race. So just our thoughts with the Mainwaring Smart family, Al.
I'm sorry to hear that, Larry. Thank you very much indeed for interjecting here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, 93.7 FM here at Thruxton Circuit. You can email us as well, studio@bsbradio.com, or WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Right, bikes are lining up down there on the grid. We've got a grandstand view here on the television pictures for the second heat for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Quick start procedure, green flag shown at the back of the grid, red flag leaves the front of the grid. We're about to go racing with Duncan Vincent.
Can Josh Corner take the lead in towards turn one from Christian Smith and Nicky Coates? We will find out as they make their way down towards Allard, and yes is the answer. The Chasing the Racing BMW takes the lead as they go through turn number one. Nicky Coates slots into second place. I think that's Jack Tynan who got in third place, the yellow top to the helmet and the yellow boots. And then we have got Christian Smith, the championship leader, who sits in fourth place. He tries to make a manoeuvre nice and early. That was lovely. Through on the inside. That was an experienced move from Christian Smith just to get through on Jack Tynan. Nice and early. Gassed it up just after Campbell through on the inside of Cobb. You could see that one coming. And Christian not wanting to waste any time, having to battle his way through the field. But it's Josh Corner who leads at the sharp end. Josh has looked pretty good this year, but there's been a few errors creeping in. He won't mind me saying this. He's made too many errors. He's had 2 crashes, which is not like him. He crashed at Snetterton, and we saw him crash again at Oulton Park when he was trying just that little bit too hard. Nicky Coates slides through on the inside. That was good. Lovely move from Coatesy. I think this is a great chance for Josh Corner to see where the slipstream's at. Don't give too much away. Keep a bit of your powder dry here, Josh, but pop out from that slipstream, and yes, looks like you could have drafted past here. Coatesy walked him across towards the inside of the circuit, which he is entitled to do. Is Josh Corner up the inside, a lot of lead angle, a lot of brake, but he gets it through the club chicane. You could tell by the kind of key change in the voice here that I was a little bit nervous about the amount of lean angle and front brake that he was trailing towards the apex. But we do get through in that area, and we're already going through Allard. Josh Corner, he just said to me in hospitality when we were having a bit of a chat, I need to have a good result. I want to get back in towards my rhythm. Maybe not winning every race, but he knows that he should be finishing races, and that's what you've got to do in this championship. If we have a look at the championship points and remind you of the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, it's Christian Smith, the man in third place on 75, who sits at the top of the championship from Barry Burrell and Nicky Coates. That will have been readdressed slightly after the Heat 1. Barry Burrell will now be leading the championship, but depending on where the points go here, Christian Smith may take that lead back as they come through Goodwood, heading down towards Village. You can see the undulations in the track, and this is something that James Whittam and myself spoke about in pit lane on Friday. Thruxton's not bumpy, it's got undulations of rolling kind of undulations all the way through it. It's not a bumpy track that you suddenly get a big kick. It's these undulations that cause the tyres to spin when they're on the side, and that's something that the riders need to get to grips with as they go 1, 2, 3 wide, and Christian Smith comes up the inside of both the guys through on Nicky Coates, and Smith goes to the lead. Lovely stuff from Christian Smith. That was so controlled, and he used the slipstream perfectly on the run up Woodham Hill into that club chicane, positioned himself in the right place at the right time, so he wasn't really having to brake too heavy on the side of the tyre, and most of that on the upright position. Josh Corner goes from first to third. Nicky Coates stays in that second place, but it's Christian Smith who moves himself up into the lead on that number 75 SCH Moto Prep by Batham's backed BMW. You can see him in the middle of the Campbell Cobb and Seagrave area, not wanting to stretch too much of the issue through the Cobb section, because you know you then overrun Seagrave and cost yourself a run up towards Noble, where they are now. The very fast left-hander of Noble, few undulations through the heart of that. You go back on to the right-hand side of the tyre as you get towards Goodwood. You can see the bikes here. There's a couple of seams of tarmac if you're around that area that they might try and use the newer tarmac, but then you get the start of the undulations down through Village and down towards Church. I'm saying down because that is downhill. Apex of Church is at the lowest point. You start then climbing back up on the exit of Church in towards Woodham Hill, and let's see the slipstream effect this time. Although Christian Smith super strong through the heart of Church. Here comes Josh Corner going towards the inside. Nicky Coates just defending cleverly there, just walked himself across the back of Christian Smith, and if Josh Corner was going to come round, he was going to have to go the long way, but nobody managing to get past Christian Smith on the run up towards the club chicane. Still Jack Tynan sits in fourth place on the number 96 Rocket Rookie. Behind that, we've got 19 Simon Bastable, and then number 4 James Dutton. James Higginson's just got himself up into 5th place ahead of both those guys in that last lap. Higginson on the number 89 slots himself in there on the DMT Motorcycle Transport BMW. That's a good result for him if he can hold that 5th to the flag. Davy Grace, bike 71, is in 8th. And just behind that, we've got in 9th place bike number 78, which is Maximus Hardy, but we'll go for Max Hardy at this point of heat number 2. Through Noble they come. Bit of a gap now, bit of separation at the front 3. Looks like it could just be a battle of 2. And Christian Smith and Nicky Coates, looking at their last lap time, they were all pretty much the same. Josh Corner was a 10th of a second slower, but he's just dropped back a couple of bike lengths, but you can already see the slipstream working for Corner. No matter where you're in the circuit, those little dots appear on the far side of the circuit. You can see them all concertining up as they go in towards Church. And let's see Josh Corner. If he'd have popped to the left-hand side of Nicky Coates, he'd have probably passed him on the run up Woodham Hill, but he's not willing to do that. Coatesy pops out and goes past. Back to the front goes Nicky very late on the brakes. A whole lot of speed for Nicky Coates going in there. And remember, this is a track that holds good and bad memories for Nicky Coates. Glenn Irwin gave him the nickname as Respawn here many years ago when Nicky had a fairly sizable accident, and as Glenn says, he was respawned back into a better state of health as they come through Allard in towards Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. Coatsy just comes off that white line, just covers the overtaken lane that Christian Smith was thinking about there. Clever stuff from Nicky. Larry Carter said last time, when will the luck come for Nicky Coates? Because he's been in this championship now. I think this is his 4th season we've seen him moving into this championship. The BMW F900R Cup, on whatever sponsor it's had at the head of it. Right now it's Rocket Off. But Nicky Coates is there or thereabouts. He got scooped up in the heat by Josh Corner at Oulton Park, and he had a DNF, no points there. He lost his race points from Knockhill after the bike had a small technical infringement, which was out of Nicky's control. It's just one of these things in a controlled championship. You've got to be absolutely by the letter of the law. He's had just that little bit of luck drifting away from him. It looked like he was a little bit wayward in towards Church as well, and all 3 are now together. Here comes Josh Corner. He had the good run through Church. He needs to try and make some sort of manoeuvre to get back to the sharp end as we move into lap 6 of 8 at the end of this. But still, Christian Smith goes back to the sharp end on the SCH by Motor Prep Batham's BMW. Through the chicane they come. What's the gap back to 4th place Jack Tynan? Well, he's still there. It was 2 seconds across the line back to Jack Tynan on bike 96 for the Rocket Rookies. The 2-second gap now goes to 3.5 seconds as we get to 2/3 distance as well. It's really a battle for these 3 at the podium. This could be the 3 who visit Larry Carter in the post-race winners' enclosure. But what order will it be? That's the big question. Will it be Christian Smith at the sharp end, the championship leader, the man who's riding the crest of a wave? When you're at that sharp end in the championship, you know that you're coming in feeling good, but you want to maximise that. And the gaps are so small, so very small in this championship, that Smith will want to try and do what Barry Burrell did and readdress the championship balance after heat number 1 and heat number 2 as they make their way round and down towards Church. You can see them getting tucked in nice and early as they get behind that slight tiny little bubble. Coates looks up the inside, brave move if he can do it, but he can't. He backs out from that, and that roll of the throttle may help Josh Corner on the run up Woodham Hill. Look at Nicky Coates, has dropped back just ever so slightly, and here comes Josh Corner and Nicky Coates. They both go to the right hand side of Christian Smith as they come up the hill. Coates has managed to make the manoeuvre. Josh Corner unable to actually do anything in the draft. Wonder if Corner's struggling with his gearing up Woodham Hill. Has he maybe got something different from everybody else? Will he have to make a change to make sure that he is in with an overtaking chance as we look back towards the club chicane? Also, a gaggle of 7 or 8 bikes all coming through as they head for the line. This will be the Higginson, Bastable, Dutton, Grace, Hardy and Devonport across the line as they all cross the line. And the next bike in 11th place will be Luke Foreman, who is the good friend of Scott Redding. He rides the same race number, and they were racing friends back in the very early days, was Luke Foreman and Scott Redding, and Luke crosses the line in 11th place. But it's lap 7 out of 8, and Nicky Coates has gone back to the front on the LDC Racing by Frimley Pits Fisheries. That's the sponsor that Nicky Coates has got for 2026. And we can see the bikes as we make our way round the back of the circuit, just teetering on the edge of adhesion as Josh Corner still throws caution to the wind. Corner looks like he's having to try harder than the top three to stay with them. The guys, the sharp end, I've got to say, Coates and Smith look quite comfortable in these positions as once again through Church, Christian Smith picks up that still air. He gets to the back of Coates. He pops out to the left-hand side, goes through on the inside of Nicky Coates. All we need to do is level your opponent here, and hopefully you can hold him on the brakes. It's exactly what Christian has done. Nicky tried to fight that on the outside, but it was a manoeuvre that was not going to work. Okay, we're about to start the last lap. Let's see how this one unfolds around the back of the circuit. I do believe you're not going to see Christian Smith leaving nice big areas for Nicky Coates to come through and get a draft up that back straight. And Josh Corner has come alive back into the mix of things as they come through Allard in towards the complex. Campbell, the first right-hander, all three together through the heart of Cobb. Nicky Coates follows Christian Smith. And Josh Corner, right in the back of Coatesy. Coatesy has a little bit of a moment there, up out of the seat, just grabbing a little bit too much gas, sends Nicky Coates out of the seat, and that's cost him ever so slightly. But as they come through Noble, they're going through the heart of Noble. Christian Smith's already thinking 2 corners up the road. He doesn't care about where he is right now. He's thinking about Church. He knows he technically doesn't want to be leading, and he knows that Nicky Coates will be right on his tail as they come through Goodwood, down through Village, in towards Church. This is getting very close and very tense. Through the heart of Church, Coatesy just wants to pick up the perfect throttle now and also pick up the toe as they come out and head up towards the Woodham Hill. Here comes Nicky Coates through on the inside, he levels. Here comes Josh Corner on the outside. That's a big ask for Josh Corner to go through there, but Christian Smith looks menacing on the inside. This heat means a lot to Smith. Smith sees a gap. Corner goes round the outside into second place on Christian Smith, and it's Nicky Coates who will come out of the last chicane and take heat number 2 victory from Josh Corner, and Christian Smith has to do 3rd place at best. We look further back to see Davy Grace through on the inside. Jack Tynan's crossed the line for 4th place, and it will be 71 Davy Grace maybe across the line, because right underneath him goes Simon Bastable on the run towards the line, and it's Bastable, Grace, Higginson, Hardy, Dutton and Devonport. What a fabulous race that was for heat number 2 of the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Had a little bit of everything, bit of tenseness, good bit of slipstreaming, and Nicky Coates delivers when he needs to. Big catch or 5-star, steps up to the mark. 65 Nicky Coates, your winner, from 97 Josh Corner, and 75 Christian Smith. 4th place 96 Jack Tynan. And rounding out the top 5, number 19, Simon Bastable. Fastest lap of that race, Christian Smith on bike number 75. That was pretty epic, Alan Hyde.
It was superb, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Edge of the seat stuff.
Very much so. Tapping the fingers on the desk as well at one point. And it's still strange not to see the racetrack.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
We will pause for a quick second or two in our commentary box. Larry Carter is already around the back there with the previous guys from heat number 1. He'll get the top 3 from heat number 2, and then we can do the all-important ball draw with Steve Plater as well. So very quickly, back to Alan Hyde in the studio.
Online, on FM radio and live streamed on YouTube, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Powered by Kawasaki, this is BSB Radio.
On 93.7 FM here at Thruxton in the sunshine, which is exactly where Larry Carter is.
And it is the little sun trap that we've got behind the podium here. As we mentioned, when you're in pit lane, around the track, on the bankings, there is just that breeze, a fairly stiff breeze, which is just keeping the temperatures down. But just behind the podium, it is a proper little, it's like a little sauna behind here. So we have got the good news is we've got the ball draw. The bad news is that the £20 notes haven't been forthcoming. So there is no priority as far as we're concerned. I've got my my wonderful assistants here, Holly and Sam as well. So we are going to go. Boys, do you want to gather round? Dale, do you want to come across here? Christian and Josh, do you want to come around and come on across here, boys, around here? Because Plater is going to do the ball draw, and anything can and probably will happen when it comes to this. So the way that this works is that the first ball out of the hat gets P6 on the grid, the second ball out P5, P4, P3, and the last ball that we draw out gets pole position. Then we just do a second draw for grid priority as to see whether or not it is the riders from Heat 1 or Heat 2 that get the echelon performances on the grid. So without further ado, I think we are ready to go there. Plater's going to dip his hand into the ball draw, and the first number out that we get is number 1, Baz Burrell, on the outside of row number 2. In the middle of row number 2, we're going to get the 65 of Big Catch Nicky Coates. So Nicky Coates on the middle of row number 2. Never do him a favour, do we, with Nicky Coates? And 97, Josh Corner, it is, that is on the outside, the inside of row number 2. Now, the all-important front row of the grid, and we did promise him it because that goes the way of Wales and Dale Thomas on the front row of the grid for the number 93. In the middle of the front row of the grid, that goes to number 24, and that is Kieran Smith. Which means that, oh no, we know what's got to happen here. We know what's got to happen here, don't we? Because the last one out then, he's pulled it. He's pulled it. All right, so we got it out, and it is Christian Smith on. So that's the Smith twins on 1, 2 on the grid. So there you go, boys. Could have got a better script than that, could we? So this is for grid echelon as to see whether it's the rider from Heat 1 or Heat 2 which goes onto the priority. And it is Jack Tynan's heat, so it's the number 96, the Heat 2, that get P4 on the grid. And of course, Kenny McLeod will line up P5, P6, P7 like that in echelon formation. So that concludes the grid. Well done, Sam. Thanks very much for that one. Just get a very quick reaction there from Christian Smith. Pole position with our kid stood alongside you. What could possibly go wrong there?
Hopefully nothing. That's the plan. Hopefully we just both get a good start and see if we can work together for the first couple of laps to see if we can maybe try and break away a bit, and then we can have a little dice towards the end of who wants P1 and P2. But very happy to start on pole, and hopefully we can make the most of it.
It's 20 quid you owe me, Smithy. Don't forget that one, mate, because I pulled that one out. Well done. So we'll have a chat with no last chance qualifier for the BMWs either later on today. That race was scrubbed due to the numbers. So
I reckon, Larry, you might have a stunt show commentator down with you.
We've got Wayne Kershaw down here, former TV presenter Wayne Kershaw. I'm just going to hand the radio mic over to Wayne. The radio mic's live. If you want to switch it off, press that button there. The soundtrack's on in the background overall, so I'll leave the radio mic with you, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Larry. Oh, look at that, he's already in action and I'm still wandering trying to find him. So out there on the start and finish straight, really shouldn't need an introduction because this fella's been around for quite a little while now, been doing professional stunt riding for around 10 years. He's a multi-record holder in respect that he's got 3 current world records and he's got about half a dozen in his back pocket, of which he wants to have a go at when he gets the right opportunity and the right support, because it's quite a bit of a process getting the world records that this fella is attempting. Oh yeah, I hear a ripple of applause. Thank you for those who have given the ripple, but we want more than that. Oh, here we go, headstand jobby here now. Definitely performs better upside down than he does the right way up. So Johnny Davis is up from, come down from County Durham. He gets about, does this lad, obviously doing his performances all over the show. He promised he would not leave any black lines. Obviously, he fibbed a little. I'm very wisely staying this side of the pit wall, just for life preservation, because he does have fantastic control over the bike, but it also makes it look like he's just about to squash you. Look at that for motorcycle control. That's what you need to do when you're doing your CBT nowadays, that. Johnny will give you lessons. Fantastic. So the bike he's used, he's got 2 bikes here today, but he probably, because of the time factor, will only use the 1 bike. 636 Kawasaki's with quite a sizable amount of modifications. Look at that, he's hands-free while he's doing that. He's a freestyler, but what control this fella has got, and that's why he's a multiple champion in the stunt world. Look at that. Yeah, go on, Johnny boy. He's walking around the bike there. Look, he's like a ballerina. He does look good in tights, though, to be honest. Yes, go on, give him a big cheer, folks, because that is unreal. Nice one, Johnny. A nice pirouette. That brings me to donuts. I like eating them. Johnny likes doing them. By that I don't mean cooking them. I mean he likes to do them on the bike. So he's a world record holder. That's one of his 3. He's sat back on the bike at the moment and he wishes to attempt the world record in the near future for sitting backwards and going in excess of 152 mile an hour, because that currently is the world record by Dave Coates. Johnny used to watch, believe it or not, myself, and you can't believe that because I do look only 25 years of age, but I am somewhat older, and he watched myself and Dave Coates doing our shows when he was a young pup, and then playing about on his motocross bike to the delight of his father and mother, because he's wild. And then decided to be a stunt rider. 10 years into it now, he's gone down the bottom end there to show off a little bit. And I hope you guys are going to support him when he does a stunt in front of you, because he thinks he's getting paid. The payment is applause or cheers. Like all these stunt riders, they do 10 minutes in front of you guys, but they spend hours and hours practicing and creating new stunts. And like I say, this fella's never happy unless he's got the biggest string of world records under his belt. And so, like I say, currently with 3, and in due course he's attempting several more of those world records. So he's having a little play up there to satisfy the people up on the banking, which is fair dues. We're going to have to cut it short very soon, but nonetheless, he's enjoying himself. Hope you guys are enjoying what Johnny's doing. I'm sure he'll give us a little bit of a ride by here on the start and finish straight before he finishes. When it comes to speed, of course, if he's doing a stunt and it's at great speed, he just flashes past. Especially when you're doing speeds of like 127 miles an hour whilst you're sat over the handlebars doing a wheelie, because that is the world record he has got. And then another one of his records is being dragged behind the bike on his skis, which are titanium shoes. Sparks everywhere, having a great time. Oh, the red lights come on. That means he's got to come off the track. Somebody will have to shoot him to get him off his bike because he's there enjoying himself. And then, as I say, finally, that world record he's got is 159.9, which is, in my book, it's 160 miles an hour. And that, folks, is being on a set of skis behind the bike. He's going to do a ride by now, folks, and let's hear it for him. Come on, let's hear it for the magic of Johnny Davis. And if you're a weekender, you're coming back tomorrow, he'll be here back on the start and finish straight tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have a little longer to have a play and entertain. For now, folks, thank you very, very much, and enjoy the rest of the racing for today.
Absolutely super show by JD Stunt Show, presented by R&G here at Thruxton. Makes his way into the pit lane, and more of that tomorrow is coming up here at Thruxton. Absolutely spectacular stuff. And now here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, we begin to get ourselves ready for the qualifying session. Two qualifying sessions, two qualifying segments for the Zim British Superbikes in association with Pirelli. Position 13 and above from FP1 and FP2 first of all for Q1, and then we'll have qualifying the Rocket Off Performance qualifying position 1 to 12 from FP1, FP2 plus the top three qualifiers from Q1. That's all coming up here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Great to have your company. If you are just tuning in online or you're here at the circuit, 93.7 FM here at the circuit, and of course on all of the speakers around the circuit as well. But also, if you are tuning in online on our YouTube live stream, you can see the pictures down in pit lane with bikes beginning to get themselves ready for Q1. Gets underway in just a couple of minutes here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
Here we go. It's qualifying for the Zim British Superbikes in association with Pirelli. Can we have a shout out to Joshua Williams, 78 Racing in Moto4 British Cup, and to his teammates in Dunsley Heat Racing from Nanny Chris. Thank you, Nanny Chris, for writing in. Can you do a shout out to Zaki, Shane and Abby, enjoying our first time at Thruxton? Come on, Storm Stacey. Well, you can be cheering on nice and loud because Storm was out earlier on. Wasn't out in the second session yesterday, but was performing very very nicely indeed this morning here at Thruxton. And this one says, hi, can you say happy 28th anniversary to my husband, Gordon. Another great day celebrating at Thruxton, supporting the O Show. Great commentary as always. Leslie, thank you very much indeed. And Gordon, great to have you here. If you want a message today, it's on WhatsApp 07482 877 877 07482 877 877, or you can email us studio@bsbradio.com. I think we were just looking, if you're looking on YouTube, just looking into Storm Stacey's garage down there in Pit Lane in the sunshine here at Thruxton. Let's get over to our commentator and Duncan Vincent.
Commentator and Duncan Vincent, I like that. Larry Carter, this is a big moment in the weekend. Alan Hyde, you know how important it is. You've seen enough racing at Thruxton, whether it's 4 wheels or 2 wheels, to know that this is a little bit of a kind of a precursor to what we'll expect to see in the race, but the race becomes a game of chess. This is just a little bit of, I want to get pole position and be on the front 4 rows of the grid. But these guys are racers. They don't really care too much. They want to go as fast as they possibly can. The one lap pace, maybe not as important, Alan, as the race pace.
But the thing is, it's qualifying today, but it's also racing today, and it's a significant race as well. 20 laps around the Thruxton circuit, notoriously difficult on tyres in the warm weather, even more testing and demanding for the machinery. So this is really important. Look at the heat haze. We're just getting the pictures in now.
That's coming up on my computer.
You've been working hard on that computer.
Me. It's, I can tell you, I can report back. We've got Laura Cam on the pit lane just now, Gimbal. There's nothing there just now, but I'm going to quickly do this. This is a very sweaty, shiny Duncan Vincent from quickly running along the paddock to get a bottle of water, packet of custard and run back.
Make up for Vincent, please.
Yeah,
that forehead.
Yeah, we need a mop up in the commentary box here. It is warm. It says 27 on my watch. I don't believe that for a minute. I do not believe that for a minute. For all you guys who are out there in the paddock, you will know how hot it is. And Larry Carter, you're our human thermometer, if you like it, because we can tell by the colour, if you're sitting in that media room, that you're having to hide from the sun as well, as we watch the bikes making their way across the line. So we have Q1 on track for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying Q1 is on track at this moment. Big part of it, Q1, because, well, 3 of these riders will go through into the main event, Q2. The thing is, some big names on the wrong side looking in. Leon Haslam, who was fastest in free practice too. Quite a strange one, that. We've also got Glenn Irwin. We've also got a very fast Rhys Irwin, who's been extremely quick this weekend, and Josh Brooks, Fraser Rogers and Charlie Nesbitt. Good grief. Do you want to have a little bet with Eugene McManus as well? He's been so incredibly fast. This is a session that is going to be pretty interesting as we watch the Pocket Rocket. Now, why is the Pocket Rocket in this session? Well, the Moto Rapido team had to do an engine swap. The engine was at mileage after free practice too. So for pre-qualifying, Leon was getting a new engine. Don't know if it's a spicy engine, but it was just a new engine. But that new engine, unfortunately, it took a little bit longer for the install. Now, it's understandable when things are red hot and you're taking a bike apart, you cannot rush things. The team took their time, and Leon just gets tripped up with Graham Irwin going in towards the club chicane. So effectively, Leon got 3 laps towards the end of the pre-qualifying just to make sure everything felt okay. And we'll see what he does in this session. Richard Kerr's just put a 15.86 in, and Storm Stacey's is a 15.3. Be interesting to know what they can actually get down to in this one, and I would imagine that Storm Stacey will be one of the guys who wants to get through. I didn't mention him because he wasn't even on my sheet, but we knew he was out there because he picked up straight away on our main timing screen saying that he was on track. And Storm Stacey, very much a man on a mission. That split oil cooler costing him all of the pre-qualifying session. He didn't get on track at all. Too many big names in this with only 3 transfer spots to get through. We catch Glenn Irwin going very slow through Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. He has done a 15.5. The times yesterday, well, what would have got you through and what wouldn't have got you through? If you're above a 15.573 yesterday, you wouldn't have got through. That was where Eli Michalczyk sat with his time in 12th place. Thing is, today's a different day. The temperatures are that little bit lower. They're a bit kinder as the 2 tag Hondas and Eugene McManus make their way in towards the club chicane. Here comes the Pocket Rocket. He's looked pretty good. He was adjusting something on the handlebar, and there's a huge slide, as does Fraser Rogers as he comes out of the chicane. Nearly tipped back off my seat at that one. A big, big moment. Haslam goes to the top of the 15.1 while he didn't look good going through the club chicane area at all. Storm Stacey down to second, Glenn Irwin in third. Richard Kerr, very impressive run in fourth place out of Rhys Irwin, Eugene McManus, Charlie Nesbitt and Fraser Rogers. Josh Brooks getting wheeled back into the garage is a big moment in this Q1 session. Josh Brooks already back into the garage. Brooksy in 11th place. Wait to see Brooksy yesterday. It wasn't awkward. He just says he's just struggling. He is really struggling on that bike around Thruxton. And hopefully getting some sort of change coming his way overnight. But it doesn't look like it. He was holding an ice cream yesterday. And I think at one point during interview, we were both more worried about the ice cream dripping onto his hand on the floor than the actual interview. It was. It's been pretty difficult to watch with the former series champion struggle this much around a circuit where he knows he can win. I think he was saying 2018, 2019 he was in pole position, he was a winner. Brooksy hasn't lost that pace, just something missing at the Dow Honda camp at this moment in time. On the other side of the garage though, Lee Jackson having a really, really strong run through the free practice and into qualifying. Here comes Charlie Spud Nesbitt out of the last corner to cross the line. Spud currently sits in 7th place. That's not good enough. Brooksy stands at the back of the garage and just has a look over the Dow Honda while they do a little bit of work at the front end. Tyre warmer goes on there. That looks like a new front tyre that's going in that bike as well, as Storm Stacey and Leon Haslam come down pit lane. I would imagine Storm Stacey's going to park that. Rhys Irwin stands in the pit lane as his teammate comes out of the complex, and Eugene McManus has a good long look over his shoulder. McManus finds himself in 6th place as a pocket rocket. Leon Haslam, very delicate on his feet walking into the garage there. Larry Carter, did you see that?
Noticed that.
Yeah, very, very gingerly walking in
down
there.
here. And do we detect something physically wrong with Leon there? He looks like he was just going a little bit badly on the feet, Anne.
No, I don't think so. I looked at him and he nodded his head, so I think everything's okay.
Yeah, I don't know whether you'd sort of like taken the old slipper or the wooden spoon to him or something. I didn't know whether you'd taken the old slipper or the wooden spoon to him due to performances yesterday.
No, I think everything, honestly, the times that he's doing, I think he should be happy with them.
Should be happy with them. Yeah.
Maybe not happy for
Well, not happy, but satisfied with him, yeah. Yeah, I noticed that just walking into the garage there. Mum says everything's okay, and who are we to argue with Anne? But, yeah.
Well, Larry, I'm going to give you a job then, Larry. And I can see in the pit lane, I know you're a human sun magnet. I want you to watch the Pocket Rocket walk out for that garage for Q2 if he makes it through. I'm sorry, buddy. But we both saw something different there.
Make me feel like a stalker.
You love it. Do you want binoculars? You can watch them from afar.
Is there not a law against this now? Excuse me, Leon, I'm going to stand here and watch you. With a sinister tone in his voice.
Yeah. Friend wants to see. It makes it worse, doesn't it?
My friend has asked me to stand here and watch you. It gets worse. It gets worse. There's no defending this one.
Yeah, who's at the wrong here, me or Larry? That's the worrying part of this session.
I'm not part of this.
7 minutes of qualifying left to go. That may be everybody in the top three. They might want to stay in the garage now. Leon Haslam, Storm Stacey, Glenn Irwin, Richard Kerr. If I was Richard Kerr, I would be throwing caution to the wind on that SM Racing Honda. I'd be seeing what I've got. A 15.886 for Richard Kerr. Pre-qualifying, he did a 16.1. That's a big jump in performance we've seen for Richard Kerr. And I've got to say, Fraser Dykes was looking pretty happy down there yesterday. If we look at the combined times for Richard Kerr, that's the quickest we've seen him go this weekend to drop that little Honda team down into the 15s. You know, Richard Kerr goes well around here. We've all seen the old super stock videos. We know that he can race well around here and control the tyre. Would you put another tyre in? Kerr crosses the line. Does a 120.4. Obviously a little bit of a slow lap for Richard there to try and maybe see if there's any life left in that tyre as Charlie Spud Nesbitt goes through turn 1 as well. Charlie in 7th place, Fraser Rogers, his teammate, down there in 8th place. They had good pace, but it's just not coming back. 16.1 for Charlie Spud Nesbitt, 16.16 for Charlie Nesbitt, 16.18 for Fraser Rogers. They're that close, those two guys. They've only been separated by a couple of hundredths of a second throughout the course of the weekend. And that's exactly what they're separated by. Again, 200ths of a second, or 25 thousandths of a second, as a good colleague of mine would like to say. back home. Makes it sound even tighter. An outlap for Nesbitt and McManus, who are going to have a go. Brooksy's on a personal best, so I think Brooksy's gone out there just to get a feel for the bike, come in, put the new tyres in, then go for a lap. Let's see what Josh Brooks has got for us on the number 25 Dow Honda. I think that's Brooksy heading in towards the club chicane, as usually McManus stays well out the way. Here comes Brooksy through the corner, personal best across the board. We get him out across the line. Here comes Brooksy. Does he move from 11th? Let's keep our fingers crossed for Brooksy. He goes up 3 places to 8th, a 1:16.1. Not quite the improvement that we were actually looking for Josh Brooks, but he probably still has one more lap in those tyres to get the peak performance as Joe Sheldon-Shaw rumbles back in towards pit lane.
I'm not sure we'll see Haslam out again in this session, especially if the order stays the same with 3 out of the top 4, 3 in the riders there. We would expect Haslam, Stacey and Glenn in there, wouldn't we? The one interloper that we might have expected is Brooksy. But I listened to, I was only dipping in and out of the coverage yesterday afternoon whilst I was in the office, Dunk, but I did pick up the interview that you'd had with Josh Brooks, saying, Josh, what's the problem? And he just said one word: tyres. He says quite simply the tyres over the years haven't kind of developed to the extent that what we want. Now, bear in mind that Josh Brooks is the lap record holder here at the Thruxton circuit, but traditionally it's been a track that I know he's won 9 times, I think, is it, over the years. But as the tyres have kind of evolved and the Thruxton circuit is unique, we don't have the tyre option effectively. It's a special tyre that Pirelli bring to Thruxton each and every year for 2 reasons. One, because it's very, very abrasive out there, and secondly, because it's the fastest circuit that we arrive at in the UK. Average speed of around about 115, average speed of 115 miles an hour. So it needs a special kind of construction of tyre to make sure that everything does hold up. But yeah, that was a fairly profound interview that you had with Brooksy yesterday. And when you stick a microphone in front of Josh Brooks, you don't get a Casey O'Gorman, do you? You get chapter and verse. You get, how long have you got? Well, I might as well go and put the kettle on and sit here for half an hour, because you ask me a question, I'm going to give you the definitive answer, and that's exactly what Josh Brooks did. And when I was talking to Tommy Hill this morning, he says 15 years ago I was doing a 114 around here on a Pirelli tyre. Yeah. And that's sort of like, yes, you know, there's circumstances, you know, the rules have changed and everything else over the years. But the fact is that, you know, these lap times that Josh doesn't seem to be able to get to grip with. It's not just here at Thruxton, it's been whole season long, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. He's just improved though. He's got up to 6th place. Charlie's gone ahead of him. 6th for Josh Brooks. It was 5th a minute ago, but you know, 114s round here 15 years ago was fine. I think that we've actually done a good job not to let the bikes get ridiculously fast around here, because what you don't want them doing is 113s, 112s, because then it gets into an area where it's like, that's probably too fast. Pegging them to this 115, if we get down to the 114, fabulous. But 15 years ago, you know, if you take the rate of development in those 15 years, we should be doing 112s around here. But thankfully, we're not, because you've got to look at the runoffs, you've got to look at the track safety and the evolution of the whole series. I think we've got a pretty good point right now, but it doesn't work for everybody. And that's what makes it a challenge. It doesn't work for everybody and every manufacturer. You know, it's working for other manufacturers, but it's not working right now for the Dow Honda concern, as we see Charlie Spud Nesbitt again coming in, giving it everything in towards the club chicane. He accelerates out, comes towards the line with 2.5 minutes to go. He will be trying so hard. Local boy on track right now. He has a look over his shoulder, a shake of the head. That's telling from Spud. You know, that's telling from Spud. And it does seem to be, without having a go at anybody, it does seem to be like the Dow Honda and the Tag Honda who are struggling this year on this tyre that we have, especially the SCD, the harder compounder tyre that we bring only towards Thruxton, or mandate everybody to use at Thruxton. They were allowed to use the SC1 tyre for initial free practice 1, but after that they had to use the SCD. They got an extra sticker as well for this weekend, Larry, so I believe they get an extra tyre sticker, so it does make it that little bit easier for them if they want to have a second shot at this, as Brooksy crosses the line again. So that personal best for Josh, a 1:16.022. He can't go sub 1 minute 16 though. Brooksy's stuck there with a 1:16.0, but he has to get down to a 15.5 to do anything about getting through into one of those transfer spots. Everybody basically on track apart from Haslam, Stacey and Glenn Irwin, the 3 guys who sit in that transfer window. And you're always the nervous guy if you're the third in line, because you're the first guy to get knocked out. And that's Glenn Irwin. The only thing Glenn's got in his pocket, you could say, he's got 0.3 of a second over Richard Kerr. Richard Kerr is on track, and he's putting in a good first sector, but it's not good enough. A 26.957 through sector number 1, which takes us from the control line round towards the exit of Seagrave. He's already 0.9 of a second away, so that's put him behind his actual fastest sector as Kerr spins the SM Honda through the back of Church and heads down or up towards Woodham Hill and the club chicane. Complete with AMD sponsorship. It wouldn't be a Richard Kerr bike if it didn't have AMD sponsorship on it. Both Master Mac Hawk Hondas go through that area, and Q1 coming to an end as we look at our TV screens and across towards TSL, and it's got 21 seconds to go on the time screen. Seems to be a number that pops up quite a lot, that one, Alan Hyde. You enjoy your hula hoops in the corner. Other makes of crisp are available, but beef hula hoops seem to be the one of choice.
They really are.
I've never seen anybody eat beef hula hoops in years, actually. As we get into the last 10 seconds, Brooksy steps off the bike, walks away. It's a tough watch, Scoop. You know, that's a tough watch. We know how fast Brooks is. He was a race winner last year. He was on the podium last year. And things just have not clicked. It's unfortunate for Dow Honda. We saw them make the change from Kawasaki because the Kawasaki they thought was at the end of its lifespan. They moved over to Honda. They had a pretty good year last year, but it's just not worked this year. Something missing down in that lovely garage that Samai Nankatoon very much and Clarissa Bredman, who are the gaffers down there, if you like it, Larry. They're the people in charge, but you've also got a very good team of people in that garage. Johnny Bagnall, the crew chief, or the actual team manager, TP you could call him, team principal, and then on one side of the garage, Lee Jackson, on the other side, Josh Brooks. They've got good riders in there.
Poor old Baggers had to get on the old tools at Alton Park, if you remember. Josh Brooks launched it into the scenery in one of the races. By the time they'd extracted with a cherry picker out of the foliage, there was very little time to actually get that bike ready for the forthcoming race. And I do recall seeing a post from Brooks. He's saying that what a wonderful team I've got with everybody mucking in. Even team manager Johnny Bagnall had to get on the spanners. Something I've not seen Frank Bird do, I must admit.
Probably for the best, actually.
Probably for the best, yeah. The thought of seeing Birdie with a toolbox and what have you,
it worries me that Johnny Bagnall was on the tools, actually.
Yeah. And Brooks ended up getting his best result of the season, didn't he?
Yeah. So maybe there's something telling there. The checkered flag has flown, Larry, and it will be Leon Haslam, Storm Stacey, and Glenn Irwin who take the transfer spots, the 3 transfer spots, and go into the second phase of the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying. They will join the guys who made it directly through from pre-qualifying yesterday, the 12 riders who made it through: Kyle Ryde, Max Cook, Scott Redding and Joe Talbot, with Rory Skinner, Christian Idden, Danny Kent and Ryan Vickers. Bradley Ray, Jason O'Halloran, Lee Jackson and Eli Michalczyk. And now at the bottom of that list you can add Leon Haslam, Storm Stacey and Glenn Irwin. We've seen a 1:15.181 as our fastest time. Yesterday in pre-qualifying, Kyle Ryde put in a 1:14.5. Can we see that happen in qualifying 2 coming up in just a couple of minutes? Time will tell. We're not far away. Let's hand back to the studio to Alan Hyde for a very quick commercial break.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now, look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K Options Finance. with competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at Kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
On 93.7 FM here in the sunshine at Thruxton's. Thank you so much for all of your messages that are coming in. We are awaiting Q2. We're just a couple of minutes away from getting that underway. If you're watching on our YouTube live stream, you can see pictures inside the garages here at a very, very warm Thruxton indeed. Not quite as warm as it was on Thursday. Yesterday was a little bit cooler. Today is a little bit cooler in turn once again, but it's just a relative concept. It really is very, very hard work for the teams, for the crews, for the marshals, for everybody concerned. This is really quite warm, even for the rather lovely green fields of Hampshire, that's for sure. We've been without rainfall for many, many weeks, and quite a few of these little periods of extreme heat have been quite plentiful this summer, that's for sure. So we're getting those pictures from pit lane, and we are awaiting Q2. Gets underway at 42. We're now just about 1.5 minutes away. Nigel in the straw hat is doing the ironing. My darling wife's string the beans. Keep up the great commentary, Nigel. Thank you very much indeed. That relates back to the World Superbike meeting at Donington Park, where Nigel was wearing a straw hat and does listen to us here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Can you wish Romy a happy birthday from Reese? Thank you very much indeed. And can we get a shout out to Josh, Jay, Ma, and Martin, who are here with all of the boys, and girlfriend Georgia celebrating his 30th. He's a massive Scott Redding fan. Well, get ready to cheer on Scott, because the bikes will be making their way out on circuit very soon indeed. Less than 1 minute to go until we have a green light at the end of pit lane. Could we have a shout out to our friend celebrating a 30th birthday at British Superbikes this weekend, from Gert and friends, Jonathan Gert. Thank you very much indeed, and that's for J. Marr. There we go. We're up to date here. If you want to shout out over the course of this afternoon, 07482 877 877. We are on WhatsApp, and we are on email as well, studio@bsbradio.com. 20 seconds to go before we have a green light at the end of pit lane. We're getting the pictures from pit lane as well. Let's get back in the commentary box to Duncan.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Great stuff. Yeah, we are getting the pictures across here, and things are about to get that little bit interesting for this one. This is the Rocket Auction Performance Qualifying. This is Q2. Leon Haslam can't wait to get out on this circuit, and that's quite understandable, because he is a man who, got to say, he wasn't too flustered. He doesn't get flustered anymore. Leon Haslam's done this long enough, and Leon knows exactly what happens. Sometimes things go the way. You never fall out with your team. You never get upset with your team, because they are the kind of nucleus around you that you need to survive in this. And when they basically said, look, the bike's going to be a little bit later getting made, getting put right after the engine swap, he took that on the chin. He took that very much on the chin, as you would expect, and he moved on from there. And this is where we sit now. We wait to see exactly what they have in the next couple of minutes. I think we need to watch out for the Bimotors. Maybe not so much in qualifying, but definitely in race. They spent a whole day yesterday just trying to work on race trim. That's all they were doing, and they made no bones about it. They weren't trying to sugarcoat it and hide it or do anything like that. They were basically doing race runs, trying to get the best bike they could underneath them in order to give them something that they can take towards the end of this race meeting and use in the 20-lap races. That's the big thing. The 20-lap races are long. They're kind of sapping off energy for the riders, performance from the motorcycle, and ultimately around here, the tyres. As Larry Carter very much knows, he's been around a long time. He's watched the era of the tyre wars come and go. The controlled tyre era that we're in now with Pirelli. Pirelli do give us fabulous tyres. You know what? Sometimes they're actually too good, the tyres. They're that good. They put in such strong performances, and you can't take that away from the manufacturer. That's what they're here to do. That's what they want to do. Power is nothing without control, is what our good friend Harley Stevens will tell us, the man who is behind Pirelli PR. But here we go. This is Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying Q number 2. I've just changed my screens ever so slightly in the commentary box, Alan, and I think you'll be in favour of what we have.
You'll get retina burn from that.
I could move myself back ever so slightly.
You could. Yeah, Salisbury would be good.
Is it that bad? Is that quite bad? Is it that close to television?
Yeah.
Well, I actually, it's pixelated because I'm that close. I do need to move back a little bit. Here we go.
I've never seen the like of it.
We're watching Kyle Reid chase Ryan Vickers through Church and make their way up towards Woodham Hill. Off the back of that, we've got Leon Haslam, the pocket rocket, who very much is in tow. Vickers could be an interesting one to watch here. When all around him in the paddock, as he misses his braking marker and goes straight on at club, when all around him in the paddock, everybody else on Hondas is struggling, Vickers seems to have something there that he can fight with. He's got a tool that he can take and use around Thruxton. So is his teammate, Jason O'Halloran, which is something that we absolutely love to see. A 1:15.3, the first lap for Kyle Reid out there, and a 1:15.6 for Storm Stacey. We're seeing a replay of Joe Talbot out the back of the circuit. That was a warning for Joe Talbot round the back of that circuit as we get in towards the exit of, I think that was Noble Corner, if I'm not mistaken. And well, Max Cook has an
again.
Yeah, equally. Was it Max Cook or Joe Talbot we just saw in the first moment? I've forgotten now. It all kind of happened at once as we watch Cookie Monster in towards the chicane. Can he get the apex? There was an apex somewhere in the first part of that, but I think he missed it. He's purple. This could be a fastest lap of the session for Max Cook as he comes out, crosses the line. Where does he go? To the top with a 1:14.748 for Max Cook. That is half a second faster than anybody else. We're about to see a replay of Max coming through Church, and he's out. oh, good grief. He's sideways mid-corner, and then it's up the exit curve, and he's still fighting it towards that.
He never learned a lesson 12 months ago, did he?
No, he didn't, but he did it on the way in last time. But, you know, going to Church is nice if you do it politely, Max Cook. You don't want to do it like that. Crossing the line, Leon Haslam goes 4th. Good lap for the Pocket Rocket, 1:15.3. Everybody chasing that 1:14.748 that Max Cook has given us. That's 0.2 of a second away from yesterday's time. And this is a man who could do it. Joe Talbot, his little younger teammate, Front Row Joe. Will we finally be able to cheer about Front Row Joe actually being on the front row as he comes out of the club chicane? Nice and calm on the throttle towards the line. Goes across the control line. P2 for Talbot. 1:15.168, 0.4 of a second away from his teammate. But here comes Bradley Ray across the line. Bradley goes third. Goes third. Bimota, Yamaha, Ducati, Honda of Jason O'Halloran in 5th place. Leon Haslam, Storm Stacey, Lee Jackson, Christian Ed and Danny Kent. Now there's people that haven't put laps in yet. Vickers, Michalczyk, Skinner, Redding and Glenn Irwin. But that was a pretty interesting first run. Ryan Vickers didn't put a lap in there, or did he? Yes, he put the lap in and came in. He ran on going in towards that club chicane, so something obviously not working for Ryan Vickers. Storm Stacey sits in the garage. I think Storm Stacey said that's enough. Is he not going back out? Did you get that hand signal there, Sir Al?
It looked like it.
Yeah, or no, I want more, basically. I want more, and I want it now. Scott Redding crosses the line. This is a lap for Scott Redding. The outlap's complete. Let's watch Redding Power on the Hagar PBM Ducati make his way through Allard in towards Campbell, Cobb, then Seagrave. Well, we won't bother. We'll pick up with Bradley Ray, who's coming at the back of the circuit up towards Woodham Hill area. And this is Brad on a bit of a push lap. He's in P3 right now for Brad Ray, and he's personal best across the board. This will move him into 2nd place if he gets in and out of the chicane perfectly. Bearing in mind, Max Cook was a little bit weak going into the chicane, where he did miss an apex. Brad Ray does go 2nd by almost 0.2 of a second. Cook, Ray, Talbot, your top 3. I do want to catch back up with Scott Redding, though. He's out the back of the circuit, Redding Power. Personal best sector number 1. Personal best, he comes down towards Church. He's on the lean angle. You can see the bike moving on the way in through Church. Never mind the bike squirming. Heidi's squirming in the studio next to me. Redding, look at him get his bum up on the back of the seat as well. Tries to lift himself up, make himself more aerodynamic as he hits the brake, drags the leg into that club chicane, gets back on the foot peg as he pushes it down into the ground through the chicane. Really nice lap for Scott Redding this. Very clean as he comes up, crosses the line. Does Redding power move to the sharper end? P2 by 0.04 of a second. Chased across the line by Glenn Irwin, who went P8. Max Cook still with the helmet on, sits in the pit lane. I'm still fastest. Not sure about this. You can almost see that. You can almost see the look of, we're still fastest. When's Brad Ray going to show up on that Yamaha? What's Kyle Wright doing? A 1:15.3 for Kyle. That's what he's doing, Max. And Bradley Ray, well, he's 2.5 seconds off the pace. This is an in-lap for Brad. He'll come through the club chicane on the McCams Raceways Yamaha, pull to the right and hit pit in, and through he comes. So, if that's everybody with their first push, that's an impressive lap for both of the Bimotors, as Rory Skinner is on the business. Skinner, 0.6 of a second. This could move him into 4th.
Absolutely on the edge.
If he can keep this up there with the likes of Joe Talbot, who's in 4th place. Skinner, back to the inside. That looked neat and tidy. The front of that Yamaha planted and buried into the ground as he comes through. Rory heads towards the line. Where will this put Rory from 14th on the grid? Where does he go? He goes up to 9th. So he lost a bit. Oh, Ryan Vickers almost lost it all coming into the club chicane. That thing was on the move, on the way in, on the front and on the back. And again, it doesn't look tidy as he heads towards the line, but Vickers drags the Honda to P4. 10 place improvement. Oh, I don't know if he's too happy with that one.
Not happy at all.
No, Ryan Vickers not happy. Better watch. He's going to pop his airbag in the suit, the amount of jumping about he's doing on that Honda. Yeah, that didn't look nice. I'd like to see a replay of that if Richard Coventry has that in towards the last chicane. It was on the move on the front and the back just as he gets towards that last part. But hang on, everybody, let's not get too excited. Here comes Kyle Ryde. What is the defending reigning champion going to do in this session? He's on an outlap. He's up towards the club chicane. We could be about to witness something pretty special around Thruxton. Remember, the fastest ever lap that we've had around here was set by Shane Byrne, and it was back in Q2 in 2016 of a 1:13.8. I don't think we're going to get down to that today, but we might get something into the low 1-minute 14s as Kyle delivered that 1:14.5 yesterday. What he said to me in the garage yesterday was, I want to go out and I want to get the banker in so I don't do what I did at Oulton Park where I fell off and I made it difficult. He's got the banker in. He's in 6th place. Now he can do what he did at Brands Hatch, where we saw one of the most impressive laps we've seen in a long time as Kyle comes through the first area. He's about to go through the first checkpoint. He has done, and it's a personal best. It's not the fastest, but it is an improvement of a personal best. That Ducati on the side looks nice and pliable as he goes all the way through Goodwood down towards Village. Little bit of smoke off the back tyre as you would expect. Now down to Church, knee on the ground, throws the elbow at the ground and goes through the bumpy apex of Church, and it's spinning on the exit as he comes out towards the exit. Alan's not used to this in the commentary box. Up towards Woodham Hill, throws the leg onto the floor, but gets it back on the peg quickly. Needs to keep it tight here. Good, that looked nice and neat and tidy. Back onto the other side of the tyre. Can he get good drive out the chicane across the line? Personal best across the board. Where does this move the defending reigning champion to? He goes to pole with a 1:14.505. That's basically what we saw Kyle do yesterday. He is 0.03 of a second faster than his pre-qualifying time yesterday. That was something just a little bit special to watch and witness. We've now got Danny Kent coming in. This could put Danny Kent into P6 ahead of Joe Talbot if he can hold this to the line. His teammate Rory Skinner dragging him around. Skinner goes P7, Kent goes P7 and pushes Skinner back to 8th. Good bit of team riding from the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha guys. As we catch back up with the Pocket Rocket, he's 0.4 of a second down. He gets a nice entry towards that club chicane. You can see the front of the bike dancing on the way in there. 0.4 of a second, we'll put him again. 6th place ahead of Joe Talbot. The Pocket Rocket can hold that to the line, and he does. He goes into 6th, knocks Joe Talbot back ever so slightly, and Glenn Irwin crosses the line and stays in 12th place. Whew. Draw for breath in the commentary point. Senkat Yamaha of Christian Idden and the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team of Ilya Mikhalczyk. Ilya's in 15th place. He's got a lot faster than that, and Christian Idden finds himself in 11th place. He is faster than that as well. We've got 2 good laps from these guys coming towards an end. Christian doesn't want to tow Ilya up the hill though. He lets Ilya go past, and Ilya personal best across the board with the fastest speed of anybody down the back. We could be about to see the BMW throw its hat into the ring. Where will we see this? Half a second. This could put Mikhalczyk ahead of Haslam as he crosses the line. Will we see him going to P6? Crosses the line 7th. P7 for Ilya Michalczyk. That's a pretty impressive lap with 3.5 minutes to go. But what he can't do now is tour. He's got to keep on it, and you've got to get yourself back in to the pit lane. You can't be slow in any sectors as Leon Haslam. He just looks so busy on the bike coming in there. And I think he's wide. Yeah, wide on the way in. Haslam couldn't get the bike stopped on the way in towards the club chicane. The big shake of the head tells the story from Leon Haslam as he heads towards the Allard turn 1 in the control line. That wasn't what Leon Haslam wanted at all. There's a seam of tarmac going in there. You could actually see him braking over the seam, and you could almost see him just being that little bit cautious and missing the apex, which was over on his right-hand side. Didn't look happy with that one, Leon Haslam. Didn't look happy at all. Somebody that does look happy is this man that we can see in the garage. That would be none other than Kyle Ryde, who's taking his helmet off. And he's going to look up at that timing screen and watch for the last 2.5 minutes from his garage. What can Bradley Ray do? Brad still finds himself in 4th place. When all that shuffling's been going on, Brad keeps himself to himself. The outlap's complete. He goes through the first sector with a 26.465. That's quite chunky away from the time of Max Cook. A good half second or so, which would keep Brad Ray. It's actually slower than what we've seen Brad do earlier on. So he's got work very much to do here as he makes his way round the back of Thruxton in towards Church. The Yamaha just looks nice here as he almost has a little foot fleeting off the outside peg going in. But the Yamaha has worked here for so long on various different types of tyre. The Yamaha has always been the benchmark around here. But in 2026, we're seeing something just a little bit different. We're seeing the return of Ducati back towards the sharp end, very much with this new Panigale V4 that they have brought out. It looks good. It looks the real deal. And as Bradley Ray crosses the line, well, he stays in 4th place, but will this be a push lap? Or will he set up coming out of turn number 1? Ilya Michalczyk out the back of the circuit towards Church. He's still on the go. Flames out the back of that bike. 0.4 of a second down at split number 2. Again, could move him ahead of Danny Kent. We know the BMW is strong up the hill. He passes Christian Eden. If he can stop it coming in towards here. In fact, I think Ilya's gone and bailed out of this lap, believe it or not. Yeah, he has. He's slowed down and he's going to go straight through the chicane. Rory Skinner comes through with Storm Stacey. I don't think Rory Skinner's terribly happy with Ilya there as they cross the line. Ilya goes straight back into the pit lane. Skinner doesn't. He continues on. Storm Stacey continues on after we thought Storm Stacey was done.
I thought it was over, yeah.
Yeah, he's come back out with 50 seconds to go. A lap is live for Storm Stacey and he's in 14th place. Will we see an improvement for Storm Stacey as Joe Talbot comes through? 0.3 of a second away. This will move Talbot up. This will move him ahead of or into Ryan Vickers' territory. Joe finds himself in 10th, chasing Bradley Ray in towards the last chicane. And front row Joe, brilliant marker for him just up the road. That's exactly how you want it, where you want it. A good man ahead. Brad Ray accelerates towards the control line, as does Talbot. And Talbot doesn't move. That's a great shame. That drifted away right towards the very end where he needed that to be strong.
And that was such a committed lap as well, wasn't it?
Oh, I haven't seen anybody on an uncommitted lap. It's
True.
been kind of terrifying sitting watching this. True. Leaping back from the 40-inch television screen. What can Rory Skinner do? Do you have anything left in that bike with Rory? Well, we do. Rory's only a 10th and a bit away at the first split. This could move Skinner into P4 if he can drive this Yamaha in and through here. Gets through the club chicane, excellently accelerates towards the line. Oh, that little bit of movement from the rear tyre is going to cost Skinner as he crosses the line. He goes 4th. What a lap for Rory Skinner towards the end. Seriously impressive. 10 laps deep in that session and pulls a 1:14.7 out of the bag to put himself at the head of the second row of the grid. It's maybe only the second row of the grid, but that was quite impressive. It says a lot about the SCD tyre as well, because I didn't see Rory back in the pit lane as Max Cook sits and watches on. I can only imagine that's Nigel Snook who's in front of him just now, saying, "You've done a cracking job, Max. We'll get them tomorrow. We know we have something special when it comes to race pace." But checker flag does fly here at the end of the Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying. He's in his garage. He looks happy. He doesn't look flustered at all. The defending reigning champion on the nitrous competition, Ducati, has a look at the times with Tommy Hill. A 1:14.505 sees Kyle Ryde 0.02 of a second ahead of Max Cook around Thruxton. The Bamota comes home P2 and the Hagar PBM Ducati of Scott Redding a fine third place. Strong showing from the big guns, with the Cookie Monster shoehorned right in the middle of it. You wouldn't have it any other way.
I left the circuit quite late on Thursday evening after setting the studio and the commentary box up, and I walked down the pit lane, wrong way down the pit lane, and it was late in the evening, 7:30, something like that, and Max was still in the garage with the team, and they were smiling and joking while the team were working away, and I like that.
Yeah,
I really
like
quite like that.
I like when people do stay behind. It reminds me a little bit about when Lando Norris stayed back and used to take his McLaren race car apart. I love that.
Exactly that.
Rather than just disappearing in away for a shower and a steak.
Yeah, he's part of the team.
He is part of the team. And he's been brought up with that mentality from Nigel Snook, who has really nurtured his career from very young, from Talent Cup S-Bikes all the way through.
Yes.
To where Nigel has Max now. But Kyle rides fastest from Max Cook and Scott Redding. They're the three who Larry Carter will catch up with in the post-qualifying debrief for the Rocket Auction Performance Qualifying. That was quick. That was tight. Out of place? Well, maybe just a little bit. I'm looking at Storm Stacey in 13th place, and also I'm thinking about Leon Haslam. Interesting that Rory Skinner did pull something out the bag at the very end. Bradley was solid throughout. Ryan Vickers ain't a happy bunny. That's all we can say about that one.
That was evident, wasn't it? As soon as he went across the line and headed up towards the complex, he was still grumpy by the complex.
There's work to do down there, but Scoop, what a qualifying session that was for us. Gave us just a little bit of everything.
Top two inside the lap record, which, given the temperatures out there, is something to be appreciated. And also with that pole position becomes pole position number 38 for Carl Ride, and he, in the history of the British Superbike Championships, is now the 6th most successful rider in qualifying, as he keeps rewriting the record books. But Max Cook on that Kawasaki engined bimotor. Then this is his local track, the lad from just a few miles up the road at Swindon. Then he certainly knows his way around here, and you've got to fancy him for breaking that duck here this weekend. As the Cowboy comes in, I don't know if you've seen on social media, but we've been having the Yeehaw competitions over at the Scott Redding merchandise unit, and lots of people taking the Yeehaw challenge to see if they can do anything better than the Cowboy himself. Well, he's there. He's just about to be whisked off for the TV interview. Here is Max Cook down there. Max, 2/1000th of the second. He couldn't be much closer out there, but doing yourself proud at your local track again.
Yeah, obviously really enjoying it. Love riding at Thuxton, and yeah, it's awesome to be on the front row. Obviously, yeah, just carded a nice lap, and yeah, just 200ths away from pole. But yeah, it's all really close. I think we were all within a tenth. But yeah, Thuxton, it was cool. I think I did 2 laps. I messed up the first one, and you know, the second lap weren't quite as good.
We saw the rodeo ride.
Yeah, oh, good stuff. But yeah, it was all right. I'll definitely take it. But yeah, big one in the race.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. As Carl Ryan, not too sure whether Carl has made his way across here. That is Stuart Higgs down here. We've ordered the weather anyway, Stuart. That's a good thing this weekend. Just a bit too hot for us Northerners.
Yeah, no, we've been blessed at this event for many years. We're looking back in the archives over the 30-year period, and we used to have this race at April and sort of like 3 degrees, something like that. So much different problem now. Obviously, it's a big weekend for tyres. That is the big talking point. And the Thruxton races are a bit like kind of the Tour de France, you know, the peloton effect with people in a big group, and then who pulls the pin with a few to go. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously, with the big change I think this year is with the Ducati, obviously without the single-sided swinging arm, that was always their kind of nemesis at this track. But it looks like, you know, quite, you know, dauntingly that they've got their act together on this track now. But yeah, it's you know, this track favours the brave, and yeah, we'll see where we are at R4 today.
Liking it from DC-10 was the mode of transport. Concorde's come along, hasn't it, sort of thing. Well, there is the Cowboy. Let's go and have a word with Scott Redding. Oh, I'll tell you what, Cowboy, it's your local track, but it's not a place that you visit regularly, but nice to see that you can get the Ducati up there in the front row of the grid.
Yeah, no, obviously when you look back to last year here, how much of a sufferfest it was for us on the Ducati. It was fun, but it was no result coming. Whereas this year I feel like we've got a bit of a bike underneath us to fight for the podium or fight for the win, which is important. We've been working on that a lot. My qualifying lap wasn't that good, to be honest. Went into Village and I just lost the rear going in. I'm not sure if it was something with the tyre or the track temperature, but I felt good there all weekend, so we're going to study over, see what it was. And for the race, I'm feeling pretty good. It's going to be hot out there, it's going to be greasy, probably going to be a big pack of riders, so we'll see how we get on.
How's the Yeehaw competition going on across the merchandise? Been following that on social media this morning?
Yeah, I saw that myself and I thought I'm going to have to get involved, so yeehaw, baby.
Yeehaw, baby. We'll have one of them on the grid, Scott. Don't worry about that one. It's taken off. It started off as a little bit of an innocuous little throwaway comment, as it were. And there is Scott Redding now with his own trademark, the cowboy, the comeback kid, call him what you will. But I think that the hats are on sale at the Muck-Off stand, actually. People have been asking as to where they might be able to get them. But there is Cal Ride. Underneath the lap record there, Youth can't do much more than that in practice. Pole position 38 times now on a pole position in BSB. The 6th most successful ride. Just keep rewriting the history books, don't you?
Yeah, trying, yeah. Was an half decent lap. Sector 1 and 2 was really good. Kind of ran a bit deep into church and did a bit of spinning up, but yeah, the main thing, Larry, just get as close as you can to the pole position, and that was the main job. Any other time I could have missed a gear and I'd have been third, but then I was first. So yeah, the main objective here is just to get out at the front. If one of us three can dictate the pace, we might be able to save the tyre a bit better than the rest. But yeah, we've had a good weekend up to yet. For me, the bike worked really good on used tyres. When I started that session, did a 15.2, which would have got me through easily through Q1 when they had new tyres. So we've got some good speed. Just try and keep this trophy hall thing, whatever it's called, an 18 on the trot, see if we can keep that going.
Keep it going, Cal. Thanks for that. Well, there you go. There's a pole position setter, Cal Ride, who will sit on pole position. You're very welcome to join us down here behind the main podium area. If you can see where the scrutineering bays, where all the trucks are at the end of pit lane, then we've got a little enclave down here where you can see the podium. You're very, very welcome to come and join us. So with that, I think the sport bike's already heading out to the grid. We can hand you back to the studio and Alan Hyde.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter. Great to hear from the riders down there in the down in the paddock following qualifying, and of course they race today. The British Superbikes, they race at 4:15. So you've got so many places to watch around the circuit at Thruxton. Work out where you want to see these amazing machines on the fastest circuit in the UK and get yourself settled in nice and early. 4:15 with the pit lane opening at 4 o'clock.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Can you please say hi to our boys Ollie, Jack and Tyler? First time at Thruxton, going to Kos on Tuesday, but then coming back from there in time to head to Cadwell Park. That's August Bank Holiday weekend up at Cadwell Park up in Lincolnshire. We hope you have a lovely weekend. What a way to start our holidays, with love from Mum and Dad. Amy, thank you very much indeed for writing in. And this one says, hi again. As BSB is celebrating 30 years, I want to show you this programme from this time of year, a Knock Hill programme back from the day. Thank you very much indeed for sending that in. That's from Linda. Thank you, Linda. You've been really helpful today here on with your messages on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. And please can you shout out to Melanie, celebrating her 52nd birthday and first BSB event, the first of many, I'll hazard a guess, here with boyfriend John, her brother Chris and sister-in-law Karen. Big up Josh Brooks. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Melanie. Great to have you listening. And afternoon, Paul from sunny Preston. Please wish Glenn Irwin a fast race. Race gets underway 4:15 this afternoon, and we'll have all the action here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Right, we're about to go racing. Pirelli British Sport Bikes, 14 laps around Thruxton. And Duncan is in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Sir Al. Great to be here in the commentary point. And we've also got somebody who should be in the grid, but he's going to join us for a bit of commentary. Sullivan Mounsey, what's going on?
Yeah, well, sadly we've had a technical issue, which was a bit of a shame with the bike, and we haven't been able to get another engine to get out for this one. So it's a bit of a shame, especially when I was third and two purple first sectors, and then you have an engine problem. It's a bit of a shame, but you know, that's the way it goes sometimes, isn't it? And you can't beat the odds. You just got to make do with what you can, and sadly, that's the way the balls rolled today, so we'll reset and go again tomorrow.
You've been around this game long enough. I've been keeping an eye on you racing the Red Bull rookies as well, so it's fabulous to see you back in this championship. I was just going to say, I don't think we've got time to check in with Larry Carter. There was 30 seconds to the green flag lap there. Normally I'd see you on the track, Scoop.
Yeah, we were there, but unfortunately we were on an ad break at that point. I know it's difficult given that you guys don't have eye contact with the grid or
just
whatever.
Just shout over us, Larry.
Yeah, and if that's the case, it's difficult when we're on an ad break. That's the only thing. So if you just be aware that I might be out there just on the build-up to the races, and hopefully we'll get a word with one or two riders as we progress through the course of the weekend.
Yeah, no problem, Scoop. Perfect stuff. We will get as many grids as we possibly can. But here we go. We're getting ready for the... well, I've got an amended grid in front of me here for race number 1, 14 laps off the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. Carl Harris is on pole from... Oh, Larry, if you could mute your mic, that would be perfect for us there.
That's the door.
That's the door.
Should we call Radio Dave?
Get Dave to oil that door, Larry. With Asher Durham and Dan Goodman. But the amended grid is the reserves 14 and 90 have been brought in. Correction, actually. Rhys Stevenson has withdrawn from this, and Sullivan Mounsey has withdrawn. You know how I know that? Because you're sitting next to me. So in the back of the grid we have Jack Knights and Nick Cronin, who have been brought in for this one. This is version 2 of the amended grid, but that's what happens. It's a busy grid. We've got 40 riders in total. Let's try and give you as much as we can. Carl Harris, Asher Durham and Dan Goodman on the front row of the grid, from Richard Cooper, Aidan Davey and Ted Wilkinson. Peter Willis has Harrison McKay and Lewis Smart for company in row 3 and row 4. See Zach Shelton, Cam Dawson and Alfie Davidson. Ed Best on the Simsidis Kawasaki heads row 5 with Rossi Barnum and Brodie Goth. The 6th row is Harley McCabe, Charlie Atkins and Kieran Kent. Row 7, Finn Smart Whedon, Samuel Munson and Joe Ellis, with Zach Weston, Craig Danson, Aaron Robertson on row number 8. Row number 9, Sam Green, Lennon Doherty and Callum Beach, with Jacob Stevenson, Charlie Barnes and Max Wilson. The 11th row, James Bull, Liam Wood and Brandon Keane. Row 12, we're still going, Sean O'Reilly, Dan Bray and Ryan Garside. The 13th row is Joshua Proudfoot, Max Chambers and Jack Knights, and Nick Cronin makes up himself in the 14th row. We did it, silly.
Long one, wasn't it?
We did it. We wait for the green flag at the back, and Alan Woods will clear the front of the grid as he does. And we are about to go sport bike racing for 14 laps off Thruxton. Let's see who gets the jump. Red lights on and off. Carl Harris gets away. Does he make the jump? Yes, he does. Carl Harris will hold that down towards turn number 1. A very busy Allard for everybody as they come through. And this will be an interesting sport bike race. Asher Durham, with a good start as well, is right in the mix of that. But it's Dan Goodman who leads handsomely in towards Campbell. Now, Dan Goodman's really come alive since the mid part of this season. Very impressive to see. Richard Cooper in the mix as well. Black fairing on Asher Durham. Oh, who's at the back? Zach Weston having a disaster. Looks like there's some sort of throttle issue with that. Not good. The technical issue early in the race for Zach Weston, the former winner at Donington. But Dan Goodman, Sullivan Mounsey, what a great start from the man who steps up from the Talent Cup.
Yeah, well, he's actually one of my best mates, is Dan Goodman. And so coincidentally, I'm like, come on, Dan, get it. But I'll tell you what, Asher Durham all weekend, whenever I've been behind him, he has pace. He's been cutting a lot of the chicane, but it invalidates all his laps, and no one's able to see it. But I'll tell you what, if he can get to the front and go, it could be quite a long race, and it could be him breaking away. But let's see what Dan Goodman can do, because obviously he's been riding alone. He's got good pace alone. Richard Cooper was playing a lot of games, and Carl Harris done his lap alone as well, of what I've heard.
They're doing a lap alone is a big thing around here, because normally people get a tow, pick up a tow and see if they get on. But I'm impressed that Dan Goodman's your friend. I like that. Dan at the sharp end. Oh, typical bit of carnage at the chicane. Down goes number 44, which is Jack Knights, if I'm not mistaken. Sam Green, sorry, is down, and a couple of other bikes down. Riders getting to the feet perfectly okay. There was 3 of them. The first inclination we got something was wrong was Lennon Doherty coming through in the grass, unfortunately. But yeah, this will be interesting. That's Lewis Smart in the middle of this as well. But let's see what Asher Durham can do. I think Cooper is a man they need to watch out for. That was Aidan Davey having a big warning from the back of the CF motor coming through Seagrave. Is that an easy thing to do, to light it up there?
Oh, it's very easy. It's off camber, so as you're pushing on the power, off camber, it's always going to try and break away from you. And
now,
here you go. Here's the crash.
What did we see? Lennon Doherty a bit wayward on the way. Oh, but it was ahead of him. Yeah. Oh, so when that just getting caught up with bikes there, unfortunately. It's one of these things, it's such a busy part of the circuit. Who initially went down? Was that Kieran Kent who went down, or was it behind it? Oh, it was Sam Green into the side. Oh, Sam Green scoops up number 70, which is Samuel Munson. Down he goes, and then basically after that, it's well done to everybody else for avoiding. Lennon Doherty was pushed wide as well, but yeah, that was a bit of unnecessary roughness, I think we would call that. There's a change of lead at the front. Asher Durham goes to the sharp end, Carl Harris and Dan Goodman. But this is what the race is probably going to be like, Sully. It's going to be a bit of a slipstreaming affair, an epic one.
Exactly. Well, you have to be quite smart with how you play these races. You can obviously kill your tyre quite easily. And what I've noticed, I've never really noticed much tyre drop, but there you go, Harrison McKay with the fastest lap in this massive group. But it's very easy to kind of kill your tyre, and the next thing you know, you're all over the shop, and you could see it with Aidan Davey. He's putting a lot through that rear tyre just to try and keep it. And that's one thing I think Asher's quite good at, because he seems quite fluid, he seems quite smooth, and actually they're kind of it all does look quite calm at the moment, but now Asher's got to the front. I think the only thing that's going to keep everyone with him is this slipstream on the back straight.
Do you need to ride these bikes like the smaller capacity Talent Cup bikes that you've come from? Are these momentum-based bikes where you can't stop it and accelerate hard? You have to keep that momentum flowing?
So it's quite interesting. There's many different ways of riding it. I'm riding the Kawasaki, and everyone's been telling me it's a stop-and-go bike, it's a stop-and-go bike, but they was literally stopping it and going, and you can't win a race by doing that. And that's why I'm here, is to basically develop this and make it go round the corner. And that's what the Suzuki, and especially the Aprilia, and this is why you see the Talent Cup guys. Oh, there goes Carl Harris.
Carl Harris. He's always been a brave boy in the brakes, Carl Harris. Richard Cooper trying to put the bike through in a tiny space on your mate Dan Goodman, but Dan says no, doesn't let him go through. And the 2 CF motorbikes all together. This is a big pack of bikes that we're seeing here, and at the front of it, the sharp end, is Asher Durham with a black fairing, Larry Carter. I don't know if you caught a glimpse of this. You're in the Asher Durham Appreciation Society. Is there any reason why we've got the black fairing?
Yeah, we mentioned that this morning during qualifying, Dunk. I said he'd got the black and gold fairing on. This is a tribute to one of his latest sponsors, Lady Bella, who's in the chauffeur industry, and it's a one-off colour scheme that they're running for this week in deference to that sponsorship. So it could be gold means top step here for Asher Durham.
I do apologise, Larry. I must have had my headset on my cans off at that point. I can't even remember that conversation. I was maybe getting a bit too excited during qualifying, but great that Asher's got a sponsor. The Powerside Suzuki looks lovely in black. As we catch up with Richard Cooper going through the back of Goodwood down to Village and then Church, he's got Dan Goodman now behind him. Harley McCabe's another person that I want to see in this race, but McCabe in 13th place He is in the lead pack, though. I don't actually think there's a breakaway. If we look at this one, it goes all the way back down to, is that Kieran Kent that could be back down there? In fact, it may be further back than that. Maybe 19 bikes in the line here. A slipstream epic as Carl Harris goes to the front on the Rocket Rookie Suzuki past Asher Durham. And Harrison McKay, the man who picked up a double victory back-to-back at Snetterton and Brands Hatch, then picked up that fairly big high side. We see him getting into a bit of the mix as well. Shout out to Dave Sellers as well, who's still working away as Alfie Davidson lifts up Lewis Smart into turn 1. Wasn't a lot left on the table there for Alfie and Lewis.
No, exactly. Well, they're obviously trying to take chunks out and get to the front of this race because they're all front contenders and they're kind of in the middle of the pack where it's always quite crazy. There goes Richard Cooper up the inside now. Who was that? Daniel Goodman.
Yeah, he was trying to go through, but what would you be doing in this race? Where would you be? Would you want to be at the front or would you want to be mid-pack?
See, it's quite a difficult one for me because obviously I haven't actually done a race in this. In Alton Park, I had a technical problem. I've now got another technical problem, so it's not really going my way. But I believe that I could break away from these guys as soon as I'm able to get this Kawasaki going in the right direction and we're able to fix his mid-corner jump in and oscillation, then I think I could demolish everybody in my personal and cocky opinion.
I love it, Sully. Never change, buddy. Never change. And that's how it should. That's how you've got to think as a racer. Do you think the Kawasaki has the minerals in it? Can it do the business?
Yeah, it's got really good power, but at this moment in time, it's really powerful. That's the only reason it's able to stay in the fight. Now we're actually working in a way it's actually good around the corners, and that's why you're able to see me up the inside. And there's Dan Goodman getting really close to Carl Harris.
Lovely stuff from your good friend Dan Goodman. Lewis Smart lifts up Harrison McKay and then lifts himself up, getting on the gas a bit too much. And that's put a little bit of a spanner in the works. It's put a bit of a split in the pack as we see them all going through there. Super Ted Wilkinson in the mix just behind Alfie Davidson. But that's it. What you want to do is try and, I would imagine, beat the sharp end of this. I love how you said you would want to pull away. We've seen you do that before in Talent Cup races. We know you've got this ability, as we see again. Cooper has a look at the middle of Cobb, but that was on his teammate there. He didn't want to force that issue just as much. One thing that Ali Grant and Eddie Roberts wouldn't like is the number 47 CF Moto burying itself into the side of Aidan Davey on a random lap 6 manoeuvre in the complex. But Dan Goodman, come really, we've seen him in this all year, but he came onto the scene in alive, round about Snetterton, Brands Hatch moving forward. Cam Dawson's fairing, that's Finn Smart-Whedon's fairing, actually loose on that Suzuki going around the back of the circuit. Bike 74, Finn Smart-Whedon finds himself in 19th place, the whole of the underbelly of that fairing flapping around and moving. And that's a disaster because if it is dislodging itself, it will act like a sail and get so much air into it.
Yo, I'm really hoping that is just buffeting and that isn't actually loose fairing, because that is a real big problem. But that's, oh, well, there we go. And there's Carl Harris up the inside of Aidan Davey. Now it's getting very tight. You can actually see the chatter. And I'll tell you what, that's one thing that we've been really able to work it out with the Max and the suspension guys, is fixing all this chatter.
You're like a walking advert. I love it. SimCirrus, Kawasaki, Maxton. I love it. I love it. I love the way you put it out there, Sully. You've been schooled very well by Donna to get all the points across, and you've always been a good communicator. That is something we've known from a very, very early age. Sullivan Mounsey joins us in the commentary box. He should have been out there in number 4, SimCirrus Kawasaki, the man who's been racing in the Red Bull Rookies in the world scene. Proper racer, Sully. Back here to help develop the SimCirrus Kawasaki, and the top SimCirrus Kawasaki of Ed Best in 8th place for Steady Eddie. But it's his good mate Dan Goodman, who he knows from Talent Cup days, the Fibertech Aprilia and the Powerslide Suzuki, starting to pull away and put a bit of a gap in here. Dan Goodman does look really good, and that Fibertech Aprilia suits his riding style.
Yeah, exactly. It's very close, I've realised, to the British Talent Cup. And that move, there by Carl Harris, that's really going to mess them up, because if
is that not a good overtaking place?
See, I think it is if you haven't got the legs of the bike, basically. Okay. And if you're leading the race, perfect. But now all that's going to end up happening, now they haven't caught, this is the time. If they aren't on the back of them now, which they aren't almost there, if they're able to get their head down now, stop dilly-dallying, this could be a 2-man battle for the win rather than a whole massive group. And as you can see, they've kept that gap. That's quite hard. But Carl Harris, you know him, he is a bin it or win it character. If he is going out, and he'll either catch or he'll crash.
Carl Harris never ever leaves anything on the table, that's for sure. They've already started to catch them up through Allard in towards the Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. I have to say, Goodman and Durham were side by side through the club chicane, and that cost them a whole chunk of time and let everybody else just start to catch them back up as they went through turn number 1, Allard, onto that Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. But it's 1-2 at the sharp end with the Carl Harris, Aidan Davey, Alfie Davidson in hot pursuit. Behind that, we do have, I think it's Richard Cooper, then Lewis Smart. Behind Lewis Smart, it certainly is Harrison McKay, who's still in there. Harrison McKay, Ed Best. Harley McCabe's coming through. He's up to 10th place. His teammates leading the way. Harley will be looking at it thinking, well, I'm sitting third in the championship and there's Dan leading the race. The bike is clearly good enough. And that Fibertech Aprilia, as we see them getting everything tucked in. This time there's no overtaking as they go through Church. But here comes Asher Durham popping out from the slipstream. The Suzuki equal to the power of the Aprilia as they come up. But look at Carl Harris. He gets a double toe. He comes up the inside late on the brakes. But how impressive. How impressive is Dan Goodman to control that on the brakes?
It's really good, to be honest. And it's really nice to see my mate out there because at the end of the day, he's been in the Talent Cup. He's not been at the front solely because of how big he is. He is a heavy, tall lad. And that's really the problem. As soon as you're trying to battle around and ride a bike really fast, that basically just doesn't really go anywhere. There's not enough power.
There is a lot of him in a nice way. You know, he's tall, he's got big shoulders. He outgrew that Talent Cup bike like so many of you guys have over the years. It's quite funny. I was speaking with Clayton Edmonds in the pit lane. He was on the bike and he stood off the bike and I went like that with the microphone. I thought, Clayton, you're about 6'1". How did you manage to get on that bike?
Yeah, exactly. It was a bit. He is massive, Clayton. He's taller than me, and it's crazy when I actually see these guys in BTC racing these bikes. Because I'm like, bloody hell, you're taller than me, mate. Like, it is absolutely crazy, especially when you think of Lucas Brown, Emmanuel Brinton, all these guys are actually really tall riders, and even now
they managed to fold themselves up behind a tiny screen. It's incredible to watch. But let's focus on the race now because Asher Durham and Carl Harris have got into it. They've got into each other having a bit of a dig here. And that's allowing your man at the sharp end, if he can just break that toe, if Dan Goodman can break that toe, and it looks like he has, Dan Goodman could... Did Asher Durham just tap the seat? Did I see that?
Yes, he did.
Did I see that?
Yes, he did. You
Alan
did
Hyde,
see that.
I'm bringing you in. How many times has the seat tap worked since you've been involved in this?
I've never seen it work.
Yeah, no. Never.
But it certainly works to entertain me.
It's got a 100% failure route, that. But Asher Durham thinks he has the pace. Doesn't want Carl Harris to fight him because he can see that Dan Goodman has got pace today as they cross the line. Harrison McKay still with the fastest lap of the race. He did that on lap 7 out of this race, and it's a 1:20.321 for Harrison McKay. 19.7 is Asher Durham's lap record. And Thrasher sits there in second place with Carl Harris, Aidan Davey on the CF Moto, the Moto 12 CF Moto. Two of them line astern in the pack. That could be the danger point. There's two guys out here who work together. Richard Cooper just keeping an eye on Aidan Davey. And by all accounts, from what Eddie Roberts has been telling me, Richard Cooper has been one of the best things that's ever happened to that team. The calming influence, the way he's nurtured the riders and brought them on. You're doing it with the bike. Cooper's now doing it with the riders.
Yeah, well, it's quite an interesting one. I just was like, right, let me just sit on the back of him. He's experienced. He knows what he's doing. And in the end, he just ruined my qualifying, his qualifying, everybody's qualifying, and ended up going right behind me. But he's quite a smart rider. He knows what he's doing. He obviously tried to keep everyone off his toe. I'm not sure, though. Is he holding himself back, keeping it? But also, look at the gap these guys are doing. Really, if I was him, I'd want to be there or thereabouts.
You want to be in third, second or third. You don't want to lead in my eyes. You certainly don't want to lead in the last lap. Oh, who's that? Joe Ellis down and up and walking away at the exit of Church as well. I think that's Church. That's a big place for you to go missing. But Joe Ellis on his feet and walks away from the number 23 liveried bike, which is Joe off his... is that the Triumph that Joe's on? No, it's a Suzuki GSX-8R. Church, not a place you want to go missing, silly.
No, exactly. I almost had a couple moments on the BTC bikes. You're keeping it flat, and I've tried to keep it flat on the second lap of FP1. I can tell you that almost ended in a big disaster.
Sullivan, I have stood down there on a Friday for free practice one and watch you guys come through there. And I remember standing thinking, I hear they come, they're accelerating out Goodwood, I can hear them accelerating down Village, and they're not actually throttling off. And I remember thinking, whoa, the speed of a Talent Cup bike through the apex, and you guys are just wide open. And it was breathtaking. It's a shame we don't have a big spectator grandstand down there. You can get VIP access with Zinn to get yourself down there, but where the guys are just now, nice bit of clear-up work from the Port West Race Safe Marshals on the outside as Joe Ellis's bike gets moved. But back at the sharp end, Asher Durham under threat from Yeah, Dan Goodman looking pretty hot. We go back into the pack to see Cam Dawson. Or is that Finn Smart-Whedon with the shaky fairing? It is Finn Smart-Whedon back down there as the leaders now come back through the top of the club chicane. Bit of a weird one for the camera to suddenly jump back and give us almost 2 bikes that we've been looking at on screen. But Dan Goodman leads across the line. We're going on to lap 12 of 14. It's Goodman, Asher Durham, Carl Harris with Aidan Davey in 4th place across the line. Then we've got Lewis Smart, Richard Cooper, Alfie Davidson, the championship leader, in 7th on 28. Harrison McKay, Ed Best and Harley McCabe in 10th place. This is not really a game of chess right now, but it kind of technically is. I don't think people want to lead. Dan Goodman's doing a good job of pulling them at the front. He has got good pace, so it's not a case of everybody stacking up behind him. He's got pace to almost kind of semi-stretch them, but not quite.
Yeah, well, he's stretching it out now. Harrison McKay's just gone and done an even faster lap time, a 2:19.997, followed by Dan Goodman doing 1:20.3, Durham 1:20.0, and Harris 1:20.3. They are picking up the pace now. It's almost getting to the end of the race. Are we going to see some tyre drop? We had a big tyre drop on FP2.
Do you get tyre drop in this class yet?
Yeah, so I've never had it. It was actually overheating tyres rather than tyre drop.
I can understand that on Friday.
yeah. That was a hot day. But as you can see, Dan Goodman is pushing on the pace. Now,
but he looks happy in the front end. He's got that on lean. He's braking towards it. It looks stable. It's not jumping about too much. Out of all the bikes out there, the Fibertech Aprilia looks the smoothest and the nicest. We've now got Lewis Smart making a move. He's coming through the field. He's picked up 3 or 4 positions in the last couple of laps, picking off Cooper, picking off Davey, picking off Harris. Now puts himself right in the mix. And Lewis, a man who we know very well from the Super Teen era, as Aidan Davey looks up the inside of Carl Harris, and through he goes. Carl's going to lose a place to Alfie Davidson as well on the black 28. Through he goes, yes. Good move that from Alfie Davidson. When you see one of your rivals in a lame situation, you got to pounce, Sullivan.
Exactly. Well, that's why I used to tap the back of my seat, and I'm sure you'll love to hear that.
Yeah, I remember mentioning it, yeah.
I got to a point where I was like, I'm tapping the back of my seat, and it's basically like going. Instead of going stay behind me, it's like, come past
me. I know.
So I've kind of learnt, right, screw that. I ain't doing that no more. I'm just going to keep going. And that's exactly what Daniel Goodman's doing. He's not tapping the back of the seat. He's just head down, let's go. And look at this. It's now, they are stretching this out. 4 attempts now from Aidan Davey to Asher Durham.
Good move from Davey through in Church there. If he can hold that and not hold himself back. There's a back marker going to come into this. We're about to start the last lap of the race. I think this is a 2-horse race. Is between your man Dan Goodman and Asher Durham Thrasher. So it's you against Larry Carter. You do realise that right now, Sully. Rather you than me. You're a brave man to pick a fight with old Scoop Doggy Dog as we watch them coming out off that last chicane and across the line. Last lap time for the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, race number 1. And has Aidan Davey got anything that he can come back to the sharp end on that CF Moto as Carl Harris just drifts a little bit wide there, and we find him in 5th place. Long lap time penalty of 2 seconds equivalent for Max Wilson. That will be for taking a shortcut and not losing enough time. But let's not worry about that. Let's look at what we see at the sharp end. Dan Goodman using as much of the real estate as he can to keep that momentum going and not try and abuse that tyre too much as Lewis Smart pulls a big move on Aidan Davey, and through he goes. It was almost a foot off the peg for Aidan Davey there. That was almost like a bit of a shock for him. Dan Goodman, though, looking strong, Silly.
Yeah, he's looking really good, and actually they've been eking out this gap even more. 7 tenths now, and it's looking like it's at a second. I think this is a 2-way scrap now. Let's see how it goes. But you never know. They could mess each other up, and these guys get in. But it's looking like Asher's in the perfect position. 2nd place now. He's going to be having the perfect slipstream. Dan needs to keep that line closed. But there you go, Asher. He's just blowing past him. Let's see if Dan can get the slipstream and go on the inside. But Asher's been amazing at keeping a really tight line here. Dan's not going to do it.
No, he's not. Look at the battle for 3rd as well. Kyle Harris has got himself into that 3rd place. Dan Goodman needs to be good through the chicane here. It's Asher Durham who leads out of the club chicane for the last time. He will take the victory. Dan Goodman with a fabulous 2nd place. The charge for the line goes the way of Carl Harris, who picks up 3rd place. Aidan Davey, Lewis Smart, Alfie Davidson. Everybody else comes across the line in one massive big group. We have got Harrison McKay, Richard Cooper, Ed Best, Cam Dawson, Harley McCabe, Peter Willis, Brodie Goth, Kieran Kent and Charlie Atkins down to 5th place. But Asher, old Thrasher, does it with the brand new sponsors fairing. And he made that one look very good there. And you're correct. You don't want to lead in the last lap, and we just saw Asher Durham blast past, and he had enough of a momentum for Dan Goodman not to get through and inside. But that was still a really, really strong showing for Dan Goodman. First podium this year. Delighted to see that.
Exactly, absolutely amazing. I'm going to go run and see him now on the
Oh, you're
podium.
leaving us here?
I'm going to ditch you. Yeah, sorry to that, guys.
Cheers for the aircon, I'm off ski.
Yeah, exactly. I needed the cool down from the sun, and now I'm off. No, it's a really good race. He's showing everyone what he's made of, and it's really nice to see him at the top. But I have to say, I can't wait to give it to Asher and basically, hopefully, show everyone up and blow away.
I love it. Sully, thank you very much, buddy. Great stuff. We'll put that button off there. We'll see Sullivan Mounsey on track.
He fits into our
tomorrow.
team very well, doesn't he?
Just, yeah. I like how he's not shy and coming forward as well. That's one nice thing about him.
Yeah, super.
We'll watch out for number 4 on track tomorrow. Sullivan Mounsey will be back in the race tomorrow in his Sim Series Kawasaki. Well, that was an epic race. Asher Durham wins from Dan Goodman and Carl Harris. Let's pause for a quick commercial break and bounce it back to Heidi in the studio.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bon Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bon Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Thruxton looks absolutely gorgeous on the television pictures, bathed in sunshine. Let's get down to Park Fairmay and join Larry Carter.
With 3 delighted riders down here. Carl Harris getting his first podium since 2024 when he was on the podium at Donington Park for the Super Teens. Dan Goodman getting a career first podium for the rider out of County Durham up there in the northeast. And Asher Durham making it back-to-back race wins to close that gap towards Alfie Davidson at the top of the standings. There is Asher Durham down here. Well, Thrashy, you had a point to prove out there, but that last lap, it was still in the balance right to the end.
Yeah, you know what, it was a bit of tactics, because the Aprilia, I could just get him just there. Everywhere else, there wasn't enough of a straight to get any advantage, and he hit the limiter in 5th, went to 6th, and it gave me a big jump to get past him, but I knew if I led on the back straight I was doomed, so I tried to play it as perfect, get the gap as well as I could, and it gave me the jump, and I was a bit skatey on the front end into the chicane, but I had to make sure I was offensive for the left-hander, and it gave us a win, so happy to get 2 wins in a row and put the Power Star Suzuki on top, and thank you to Lady Bella for coming on board this weekend. Yeah, it's massive.
Loving the colour scheme as well. Are you running that colour scheme tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow as well, yeah.
All right, thanks Asher. Well, there is Carl Harris just being taken off for the TV interview. There is good Dan Goodman. Well, Dan, you've been threatening for a long time now, but you've finally got that first podium.
Yeah, it's just so relieving just to finally be here. It was a great race. I just tried to stay at the front just in case anything happened, and just so I didn't get pushed back too far into the back of the group. But I think I might have went a bit too hard at the start because my tyres, I was just losing grip on the edge everywhere. But it's still a good result.
No, it's a fantastic result, and you've been threatening this as well, so hopefully you can pull it off again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done, Dan. Well, that is the thing. We're talking to a lot of these riders. The dulcet Derbyshire accent of Asher Durham, then the County Durham accent there of Dan Goodman, and we will be having a chat to the very mellow Yorkshire accent of Carl Harris down here. Just once he's had his chat with Shane Byrne for the TNT Sports job. There's Dave Tyson. Just grab a quick word with Dave Tyson down here, if we can. He's just striking the bike up just to make it. Dave, any more plans? We keep talking about this Superbike and Super Stock project that you might be under. Any further developments on that?
Not yet. Obviously, there's talk of things happening for next year within the championship. So until that sort of comes out and we know where we are, so we need to know that what we're going to do is going to be competitive. But from what we're hearing, I think it will be. So yeah, we're just sort of keeping our cards close to our chest and see where it takes us. But
you've had some dialogue with the race direction and series organisers about possibly what we're talking about, folks, is bringing a Suzuki into the Superbike class to add to the Yamaha, the Hondas, BMWs and Ducatis as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, Suzuki have always done well in it. We've looked at it. We're just trying to put everything together. I know there's other teams looking at it as well. You know, so I think that, you know, it's a possibility. I mean, the first job is to win this and then and win Super Sport Cup with Cam. So, but yeah, let's get this done and we can continue the process. We've got bikes. Bikes are at the power slide now, so yeah, we can start on the process and see where it takes us.
It's fantastic. I know you did have a year or two out in the touring car paddock, Dave, but it's fantastic to have you in bikes. And nobody ever forget the Danny Buck and Ching Dow days as well, whereby you were in with the Kings.
Yeah, we had a good year with Danny in 14 with the Ching Dow job, and then obviously Jack in 21 with the Kawasaki that can't win anything, everybody told us, and we went and smoked everyone. So yeah, we've had some good years, and I enjoy being in the paddock. It's way better than touring car. The quality of the racing, the structure of the series, everything is so much better. You know, and the fans, they turn up and they get access to everything. They get access to the riders. Way better than they do in BTCC.
We're not best because we've got Alan Hyde, who's the pit lane reporter there from Touring Cars as well. We don't want to upset him too much, do we? So,
hello. Never mind, eh?
Never mind, eh?
Don't make a man get Tyson.
Did you? I'm not sure I agree 100% with Dave there, because the Touring Cars is a very friendly paddock and what have you. I'm not too sure. Yeah, Dave, who ran a team there, so there's nobody more qualified than that. Here is Carl Harris down there. Come on, mate. Let me give you a high five there, because you've done it. You've got it on the podium for the first time in sport bike.
Yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon. I've tried so hard for this and getting closer every weekend. I've been close since the start of the season, so to get this podium means everything, and this is just the beginning. Just to get that first one off my shoulder, it means the absolute world to me.
That's it. Now you've done it once, but there's only one place to go now, mate. It's not on the podium, it's the top step.
No, that's what we're going to try to do tomorrow, is get on that top step, so thank you very much.
I'm just having a word that Duncan Vincent and Alan Hyde in the studio saying there might be a little bit of prize money on the they might just get the money in the back pocket if that's the case. I'll act as your manager, mate.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Perfect,
We'll save that for the swim in the River Swale, eh?
Swim in the River Swale, yeah. Us Yorkshiremen have to stick together, don't we?
We love young Carl Harris.
Yeah, it might just be costing you a couple of quid, mate.
Sullivan Mouncy's left us and gone for TV. Larry, have a word with that young man. He can't drop us to go to TV.
I can just see him there.
We're a warm-up act.
Yeah, they pay better than you do, Vincent. That's the thing. That's obviously the case. Well, I think we are just about ready to go. Just my colleague, can we get the mustard and Polly? Can we get the riders across here? Come on, boys, we need to get you across here for the grid, for the podium. Then we can start the come across here, Thrasher and Dan Goodman, who's wrestling with the Michael Laverty team across there. As I said, you're very, very welcome to join us here behind the podium, where we are about to go then with the podium for this, the first of the two races in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship here at Thruxton. And onto the podium for the first time this season for rookies, it is Carl Harris. And leading the cheering is Anne and Ron Haslam as Carlos makes his way onto the podium. Second position, another Northeasterner. First time on the podium for Mike Fibertech, Michael Laverty Aprilia, and Dan Goodman. And that meets with approval as well. But the rider has now taken two successive victories. It's the third win of the season for Powerslide Suzuki, and the race winner, Asher Durham. as he makes his way onto the top of the podium. And we'll ask Natalia Mill, representing the brand engagement for the SIN PMI, to make the podium presentation to the third place rider, Carl Harris, King Carlos. Well, pretty sure that his dad will be looking on as the team get the award as well. There you go. That one will be a special place in the trophy cabinet when he goes for swimming in the River Swale a little bit later on this week. Dan Goodman, all the way down from County Durham. He gets his first BSB podium in his career, and a third win of the season, and edging closer to that championship lead, the race winner, Asher Durham. And the Power Slide Suzuki team get the team award as well. Thanks to Natalia for making the podium presentation as well. Well, this is where it gets a little bit juicy, folks, because out into the crowd goes the Prosecco. If you don't want to get wet, folks, take a step back. I've never seen Dave Tyson move so fast in my life. As the riders go out there. If you don't want to get wet, folks, we did warn you that it does get a little bit spicy down here. And as I speak from experience, when the bees and the wasps and the hornets and everything else, they do make a beeline for you once you're covered in that Prosecco. Did you get a bit wet there, Cammy? Yeah. The photographer's life is a hard one, isn't it? So that just about concludes the podium then, with the riders going out to celebrate with the crowd. You're very welcome to join us. We can't guarantee that you'll stay dry, but that concludes the first of the race presentations then here at Thruxton this weekend, and we're about to go Moto 3 races. So with that, back to the studio.
Yeah, Larry will head out to the grid. Thank you very much indeed, Larry. It sounds like a hugely fun celebration in front of the podium here at Thruxton, so loads more of those to look forward to, including the R&G Moto 4 British Cup, which is coming up next, the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. They've got a race before the Superbikes at 4:15, Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship, the sprint race at 5 o'clock, and then we've got qualifying to finish off the day here at Thruxton. So loads more action to look forward to, loads more messages as well on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877 is our number on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877. Larissa says, can you wish my mum Melody a very happy 50th birthday? Came from Cornwall, wishing Reese Irwin good luck this weekend. Great to have you up here from the beautiful Cornwall. I bet it's warm down there as well. And please can you wish John a massive happy birthday? We hope he has an amazing day. Lots of love from Boo Bear, Josh, Ellie, Callum, Rosie, Oakley, Brody and Willow as well. Larry Carter has made his way onto the grid already.
Thanks, Al. If we could just grab a quick word with these riders just before the 3-minute board goes up. Here is the Rhino, Ryan Frost, as his crew chief Joe Dickinson is down here. Well, Ryan, the equation's quite simple. Just continue where you left off at Silverstone last week.
Yeah, exactly. It's easier said than done, but no, I think we're going to have another close race here. Obviously, everyone's been quick all weekend, but hoping I'll just get my head down and just keep doing what we've been doing.
All right, well, we wish you well with that one. The grid has already been cleared. Such is the pace of what we're moving things on at. Just a very quick word with Jack Burrows down here. Jack, make up for lost ground last weekend. Winning this first race would certainly do the cause good.
100%, that's the plan.
Wish you well, my friend. Well, we are being ushered off of the grid there and ready to go with this, the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. Not going to get a chance to have a word with the little Spaniard, Alex Remisal Lomas. He is expected to go well. Remember that we had another foreign visitor here on our shows a couple of years ago by the name of Marco Morelli. Whatever happened to him? He's only winning races in Moto 3 nowadays, isn't he? But this is the star maker. These are the riders that will be racing in Grand Prix in years to come. We have a problem for Luke Fitchett down there at pit lane. Luke Fitchett, one of the favourites for the race, can see his dad Duncan on the hoof down there, and he is going to have a pit lane start for the number 7 of Luke Fitchett. So yeah, we're all Ryan Saxby, the Saxman. Looks like he's had his work cut out there. But we are going to be starting with Luke Fitchett from pit lane, boys, which is not what he would have wanted, given he was on the podium last weekend at Silverstone.
Disaster for young Luke Fitchett, but Larry, they had a problem in free practice 1. I think they had to change an engine. Well, I'm surmising. Luke was telling me that it felt like the bike was pulling back on him as he was coming up Woodham Hill. That, to me and you, would sound like the engine would be tightening up. But I'll let you're
on the hoof to see what we can find out, Dunk.
I was just about to say you're going to be on the hoof to find out. That's quite incredible, that is, Alan Hyde. You know what? I've never seen Alan Hyde look so busy, actually.
You're busy doing nothing, as normal.
You're busy normally, but Alan, there's a bit much going on for you this weekend.
I'm watching a lot of things.
Laura, go and look after him. Right, let me give you the grid for this next race, the 14-lap race for race number 1 for the R&G Moto4 British Cup. On pole position, Ryan the Rhino Frost on bike 24, 16 Jack Burrows alongside him, and 23 Alex Remus Lomas. The second row of the grid has 42 Thorley Trevorrow, 15 Harrison Day and 88 Mason Foster. And row number 3 is 7 Luke Fitchett, 19 Tyler Humphreys and 63 his countryman Jack Dunnaby. Row number 4 sees Holt the Bolt, Marco Holton 37, alongside 6'2" of Clayton Edmonds, give or take a few inches, and 67 George Bowes. Row 5, 31 Henry McCartney, 90 Azir Devine and 11 Finlay Plohill. And row 6 has 27 Hudson Cooper, 78 Joshua Williams and 12 Archie Hopper. We had a shout out for Joshua Williams, if I'm not mistaken. We had that earlier on.
Indeed, yes, we did.
Road number 7, 34 Charlie Cunningham, 65 Lily Rhodes and 58 Max Rhodes, with the 8th row of the grid belonging to Ollie O'Gorman, who is out there along with his brother Casey O'Gorman, giving him a hand. Scoop, what do you have down there, Scooby-Doo?
Ollie O'Gorman will be joined by Luke Fitchett on the back row of the grid, because he's just about to leave pit lane. Had a chat with his dad, Duncan, said, what was the problem? He says, I don't know, I was stood on the grid just waiting for him to come round, and he didn't come round. Ryan Saxby had to leg it off back to the awning to get something sorted out with it, but they think that bike is okay now. He is the rider with the green and black flashes on towards the back of the grid, start at the back of the grid. Hopefully they've got that problem sorted, Dunk.
Great stuff, Larry.
Let me just check with the sax man. He's just down here with that. Ryan, what was the problem there for Luke?
Yeah, when we come to start the bike, it didn't want to start basically, so we found a broken wire. Usual electronic.
But you were lucky to find it then.
We were lucky, and we just managed to get him out. So.
Should be okay to go though.
Yeah, it should be good. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, that's why Ryan Saxby is a multiple championship winning team owner, isn't it? Because he knows why to look for things like that, and more importantly, he knows how to fix them, Dunk.
He certainly does. He's been around long enough. He builds very, very good bikes, very strong bikes, reliable bikes, and puts together great teams. And there is a lot of it in this paddock, that's for sure. This is going to be an interesting race. It's a slipstreaming epic. It really is a slipstreaming epic around here. And well, would you like to have guess at who might win this? Because there could be one of 24 bikes that could win this.
I
actually,
wouldn't like to. No,
it's like Larry Carter's. Have you ever seen a bad talent cup race? No, and especially not around here.
I've just cost you and him a few quid for Cal Harris threatening to get on the podium. Poor old Hardy's feeling a little bit vulnerable at present, so he's probably gambling's not the best thing to start.
I noticed that you were trying to give our hard-earned money away.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm here for. Yeah,
never digs into his own deep pockets, does he?
I don't have money. I'm like the Queen. She never used to carry cash on, and like the King, he doesn't carry cash, and it's like called old Scoop Doggy Dog is the latest name.
I don't know where that came from.
Don't know where.
Scooby-Doo was better. I've got to say.
Apparently, I'm some rap singer now.
Scooby-Doo was a lot better, and you were quick off the mark as well, weren't you, Larry? Yeah, here we go. We're on the grid. We're ready to go. Green flag at the back. Alan Woods leaves the front of the grid. We are about to go racing. Hold on to your hats. Red lights on. And it's go at Thruxton for the R&G Moto4 British Cup race number 1. Frosty against Burrows as they head in towards turn number 1. Allard, it's not really a corner, it's more of a kink on one of these bikes on the start lap before they head up and in towards Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. Ryan Frost, he has the pace. Burrows is deep into there. He has to hope that sticks and comes through, and it does. From there, we're then back into the Cobb Seagrave area of the track. Jack Dunnaby's made a good start and he's got himself off the line. He is in a position now where he can attack. And I wasn't really too worried about Jack Dunnaby not having a great qualifying session, because around here, as we have seen many a time, as long as the Superbike guys say, as long as you're in the front 4 rows, you shall be fine. And I think really the same goes for the Talent Cup bikes. But what they can't do for the R&G Moto4 British Cup is, oh, somebody's stopped. Who would that be? It's a long camera angle for us to try and see. As good as my eyes are, I can't pick that one out, Alan. The heat haze is actually giving us a nightmare to try and see. Number 12 stopped with a technical problem. I mean, Archie Hopper's not having much luck there. The young man, very small in stature, but big in heart, that's for sure, walks away and he'll be back tomorrow. Frosty's actually got a fairly big jump here, and the rest of this chasing pack need to keep their eyes on Ryan Frost, because if they give him too much of a gap and he pulls away, he could do a Marco Morelli. He could do a Marco Morelli and pull away. Now, I know a lot of you will be thinking, well, don't bikes go quicker if there's a lot of them in a line? Well, they kind of do if they're working together. But that doesn't really happen very much in the RNG Moto4 British Cup. Smells very clean over that side in the studio. I'd like to point that out right now.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you just wiping everything down.
Very sanitised.
Yes, aren't we just? Jack Burrows is Jack Dunnaby's namesake for a company right behind him. And then we have got Mason Foster. Mason's been a little bit quiet through the course of the weekend, not really getting too involved up towards the sharp end, keeping his powder dry and now pushing forward towards the sharp end. As we watch Jack Dunnaby, you can see the bike's bouncing all the way through the heart of that corner. By the time that the bounce is kind of finished, it's oscillated itself all the way from the front wheel through the middle and out the back. They have to get their breath together because they're charging downhill towards Church. Burrows gives the position away to Foster. I'm going to say that. Burrows didn't fight the fight there. He knew what was coming and he was happy to just surrender that position. Burrows then has a good run through the corner and takes the position back. But look at this at the sharp end. I'm a little bit surprised and shocked. Let's see if Frosty can keep this brilliant drone shot if you're watching the big screens around this lovely sun-kissed Thruxton circuit. Look at that for a drone shot. That's brave as you like. As we watch the bikes going through there, the way the guys throw the bike on the right, then back to the left, and the gusto, the energy consumption in the riders, they put it through that area is fabulous to see. And Jack Dunnaby now up into second place. What can the young Dunnaby man do? The man who comes from East or South Ayrshire in Scotland. You can't really be East Ayrshire because, well, there's right on the coast anyway. As we watch Mason Foster bounce off the apex curb as he came through Cobb, the middle of that lovely complex, Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. There's Harrison Day deep in the pack. Well, we'll say deep in the pack, deep in the chasing pack for the second place. He's 6th place overall, and he's got the other young rookie from Dundee, Tyler Humphreys, right with him as they get everything tucked in and down towards the back of Church. Dunnaby takes a nice wide arcing line. Jack Burrows decides to take a bit of a tighter line towards the inside to see if there's any advantage to be had there. And all the time, Mason Foster sits waiting to pick up the pieces. Here comes the Bolt. Holt, the Bolt, pops out from the slipstream. He's going to pass one. He's going to try and pass two if he can on the run-up towards Woodham Hill. But he decides not to. He just rolls the throttle ever so slightly to take up a good position coming in towards the chicane. So Marco Holt, he had good pace there, but you could almost actively see him not wanting to make that manoeuvre. Was that somebody pulling tape off their radiator? I very much doubt that'd be tape on a day like today. Something come off one of those bikes there. Don't imagine these guys would be having tape on the radiator with to keep the temperature in the engine up. That's definitely not needed. But the leader, Ryan Frost, is a 1.2 second lead. He is up the road from Jack Dunnaby, Jack Burrows, Mason Foster, Marco Holt, Harrison Day, and then Tyler Humphreys coming in towards the... What lap are we on? Lap 3 out of 14. Frosty, 1.2 seconds across the line. Let's see how that unfolds. Let's see if he can just hold that. If he can hold that steady, that's a very impressive lap. And this is something that Frosty knows how to do. He knows how to control a race. But to control a race at Thruxton when you're the leader out front is something that's very, very difficult to do, because sometimes it's out of your control what happens behind you, and just the speed of the chasing bikes, catch up in a pack. It's almost like what happens in your world, Alan, when you go to NASCAR. You get the vacuum right behind and it draws everybody back up, and that's what we're seeing happening. The slipstream is pretty big on that back straight, but also Mason Foster was on the white line going up Woodham Hill area. That's not where you want to be, and he tries to go around the outside. He's going to have to be brave, but he can't. He'll slot into 4th place behind Jack Burrows. Burrows, well, he blotted his copybook last time out, Alan. The first time we've seen a mistake from Burrows, he actually slipped off at the British Grand Prix.
Yep, and you can't afford to do that here at Thruxton, you know. You've got to keep it very neat and tidy, and it is a beautiful, fast-flowing circuit. But you need to avoid curbs, you need to avoid the bumps, you need to keep it sweet and smooth.
And we've seen them running up white lines at the fastest point of the circuit.
Yes,
they're not shy, that's for sure. Tyler Humphreys had a bit of an incoming look at the side of Marco Holt on the number 37 City lifting bike. Tyler Humphreys on the number 19 Fibertech Honda just had to hold back at that last split second. And it's 1.2 across the line the previous time. The gap at the front's now gone out to 1.5. Ryan Frost is actually pulling away from these guys. He's not having to look at the infighting. He can ride the perfect lines, hit his apexes, but he doesn't have any of that slipstream. But you know what? The Rhino, the way he operates, Pretty impressive. Look at him.
It's the perfect situation for him, isn't it?
Yeah, let them fight, let them battle out over the curbs where they're not meant to be. They'll get their tailing off from race direction and almost touch each other. And Frosty's away at the front, trouble free.
Yeah, beautiful.
That was a little bit closer comfort in Church.
Absolutely textbook for the race leader, who is on a roll.
Frosty looks good. Oh, Tyler Humphries, sorry Alan, wide going into the clip chicane. Tyler Humphries goes wide there, and through goes Harrison Day on the inside. Humphries goes to the back of that pack, which will be 7th place as they cross the line. But a good run for Tyler Humphries. This will be his first visit here. It's not a place you can come and do many track days. It's not a place you can come and do very many race meetings. And Tyler Humphries getting in the mix as Jack Burrows goes underneath Jack Dunnaby. A lovely, good quality overtake from Burrows on Dunnaby, as you would expect. Has Burrows got something that he can pull him up towards the back of Ryan Frost? As we watch them coming through the Exeter Seagrave up towards Noble, but Dunnaby's gone straight back through, powered past. 1.5 seconds. Number 11 gets a course cut at 12, 13 and 14 on lap 5. That is Finlay Blowhill. Unfortunately, he will be needing to give a little bit of time back in that area of the track before he gets over the line. If he hasn't done it now, he'll get a bit of a reprimand for that. Humphries has got back ahead of Harrison Day. And, well, we've talked about chess games earlier on in the junior sport bike race. This is the biggest chess game that we'll see possibly this weekend. Look at Marco Holt. If you're at Woodham Hill, the red bike in the queue coming up there, third on the road, just popped out from the slipstream, almost enough to get a little bit of air through the radiator, I would imagine, more than anything, and let that bike just breathe ever so slightly. Got to watch temperatures, and also you don't want to just sit constantly in that slipstream, because the front tyre will start to gain a little bit too much pressure, and then you could be at a serious disadvantage for adverse handling as well if the tyre pressures do go up too much. We saw Luke Fitchett very briefly. He's in 10th place, and I think that's a decent ride for Luke Fitchett, considering he started on the back of the grid. Fitchett finds himself up into 10th place. That's quite a big work through the field for him. Trying to pick out the perfect time to do the perfect passes. I'd like to know what's going on with I've done it, Larry, with Alex Remisel-Lomas. Remisel-Lomas was, well, he was right at the sharp end. He was qualified on the front row of the grid, but unfortunately now finds himself in 12th place behind George Bowes. He's not in the leading mix at all, and he just seems to not have the race pace that he had in qualifying, which is a bit of a shame. Okay, the 1.5 second gap that Ryan Frost had has come down to 1.2 seconds. This is getting a little bit spicy towards the halfway point in this race. Lap 7 out of 14 on this 2.3 miles of Thruxton track. Here comes Burrows. A look at Dunnaby, unable to go through in that area. It was actually Holt who was looking at Dunnaby, and Burrows was looking at Holt. But they all hold position. The gap across the line this time. That still looks like 1.2 seconds to me, Heidi. Is it to do cross the line? 1.1.
Is really all he needs. A 1 second gap would be absolutely fine. So controlling it, looking after tyres, is that what's happening here?
I think this is just pure panic on everybody else trying to get back up with Ryan Frost. And bearing in mind, Frosty did this on lap 1. Lap 1, he put a bit of a gap into everybody. As long as Frosty hits his marks, he should be okay. Having said that, last time round, Jack Dunnaby was 0.2 of a second faster, and that drags everybody else forward. 0.2 of a second has disappeared. Frosty is coming under attack. Not absolute attack. Now, has Frosty got something wrong with his knee slider? Was that a knee slider I saw fell off earlier on? Did you see the right-hand knee on Ryan Frost coming round there? Something didn't look right on the leathers of Ryan Frost from a long, long angle. Don't know if you picked up on that, Larry Carter, but something didn't look 100% on the knee of Frosty. If you lose your knee slider and you start putting your knee into the ground, that becomes a bit of an issue. But the right-hand knee of Ryan Frost, to me, didn't look ideal as he had that on the ground going through the village, Goodwood and village area of the track as Jack Dunnaby comes in towards the chicane. Still in a good, strong second place here. 1.1 seconds was the gap across the line last time from first to second. Let's see what they get across the line this time, Heidi. Through they go. The gap comes in. Well, it goes back up to 1.2.
Yeah, so not being hindered too much. Fastest lap of the race went to the bike in third place. The number 16 bike, Burrows, just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:21.889 in the heat of Thruxton. And let's see if they can all work together. We've got 6 laps to go in this race.
Look at that knee slider.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with that knee slider on Ryan Frost. There's something not right with that. Larry Carter, we've got a big problem for Ryan Frost. He's managing to manhandle this, but I saw that out the back of the circuit as he came through Village and Goodwood, and we're now seeing a slow, high motion picture of this. The knee slider is gone. It looks like it's dug into the leather, Alan. And what that does, when he puts that on the ground, it drags your leg back. It can almost pull you off the back of the bike, and you lose that little bit of a reference point that you need so much, Larry.
Yeah, our race control keeping an eye on this as a potential black and orange flag.
Ooh, a safety issue there. That could be something. Well, we've seen people lose knee sliders before, but if there's a hole in his leathers, that could be something completely different. Yeah. He's also, it doesn't look like 1.2 seconds, but then again,
there's something flapping, isn't there?
Kind of does. I did see something at the club chicane very early in the race. Remember, I said, is that a bit of tape?
Yeah.
Was it a knee slider? But, you know, these guys won't know there's something up with Ryan Frost, that's for sure. And as Mason Foster has a very, I'm going to call that a big fat nearly for Mason Foster there. That was almost asking a bit too much from the back of that lovely number 88 bike. The 88 bike, which comes from, it's Ultra Whippet is what we've got in that now as the entrant for Mason Foster. That's a new one. It was Mortimer for a while.
Halter's just put in a fastest lap of the race now, so they're all pulling each other along, aren't they, in that battle for second place. Yeah.
2/3 distance complete as well, Heidi. Very good. This is a strong race. 1.1 seconds. It's fluctuating between 1.1 and 1.2 seconds. Let's see what happens with Ryan Frost. Thing is, Frost is an experienced guy. He'll know that he's lost that knee slider because he'll have felt it a couple of times. You feel it the first time, you think, oh, that was strange. You do it the next time, you think, something's not right. Then you gets really hot the next time, so you don't put your knee in the ground anymore. But you lose that little marker that you need to have there just for that little tiny bit of feel, and it will be an issue. But if he can manage that, right now, where are we? We're on lap 9 or lap 10 out of 14. Behind them, they're still wanting to tear lumps out of each other. We've got them almost two riding and flying V formation up towards the club chicane, and it's Jack Dunnaby who holds Marco Holt at bay, the man who Alan Hyde has just said put the fastest lap of the race in. And through they come, through that club chicane. 1, 2, 3, but it's second, third and fourth as they come across the line. 1.1 seconds. That gap's now down to under a second in my eyes. It is 0.8 of a second, Heidi. Game on here. Frosty's being pegged back, Scoop, and this is going to get tasty towards the end. 0.8 of a second and a new fastest lap for Jack Dunnaby last time round. 1:21.404. New lap record for Jack Dunnaby. The Pirelli tyres once again giving us exactly what we expect to have at Thruxton.
They're trading fastest laps in that gaggle, the battle for second place. Absolutely fascinating to watch, and they will probably continue to do so. 4 laps to go. This is a stunning race, isn't it?
Yeah, 0.8 of a second. And the thing is, Ryan Frost will be getting on his pit board as he comes round. You can see him actually hovering his knee off the ground now. He's a clever lad, Ryan Frost. And he's managing a potential, well, it's not a potential situation, it is a situation. It's something that he expects to have underneath him that he doesn't have.
Is this the sort of situation where you should tap the back of your seat?
Jack Dunnaby's not that brave, surely, is he?
Sorry for asking.
You never, what, Ryan Frost? That'd be a red flag to a bull, wouldn't it, to be honest, if Ryan Frost did that from 0.8 of a second up the road. But all it takes is for these guys to have a little bit of a go at each other. What they haven't done recently is try and attack each other.
Gaps come right down.
And they've been line astern, so the slipstream is powerful here at Thruxton. We know that, but really clever riding from these guys behind. 0.6 of a second as they cross the line. Jack Dunnaby, Marco Holt and Jack Burrows have been clever. They have not tried to pass each other. They've used the slipstream to bring them up. And was that Marco Holt almost on the grass on the exit of Allard as they go in towards Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave?
Who in turn has just put in again another fastest lap of the race.
Wow, that's a quick one. A 1:21.145. That is half a second under Manny Brinton's existing lap record from 2024 as we come up and in towards Noble. Now, this is not a good place to catch Ollie O'Gorman as Ollie O'Gorman gets... I think he actually moved out the way there, or he was forcibly moved out the way. Ollie O'Gorman through that very, very fast entrance to Noble Corner. There's a few kind of undulations as you go through the heart of that corner. It's really good to watch the bikes there. You can get right round the outside of the circuit in that banking. But as we come down towards Church, 0.6 of a second... Do you think Frosty's got a sweat on? We know him well.
Even without this 0.6 of a second of a gap at the front, yeah, I think he'd have a sweat on, that's for sure.
He's about to come into slipstream. He'll feel himself on the next lap being pulled back in that area. The bike won't want to rev as fast. He'll think, oh, well, I've done everything I could do. unable to manage the gap at the front, just purely because of the draft these guys have got behind. 3 bikes in a straight line go quicker than one on its own at the front. 13 laps of 14 was where we go.
It's come down to 3/10.
3/10 is gone, isn't it? It's absolutely gone. And you can't blame Ryan Frost. He's not done anything wrong. His lap times have been pretty respectful and consistently fast. But just these guys behind have got that little bit more in hand. But the thing is, Marco Holt now sees Ryan Frost coming back towards him. How long does he stay and follow Jack Dunnaby? Oh, that's going to hurt Frosty as well. He has to roll out the
And now you can see to the eye, it's 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely nothing between those two guys at the sharp end. What's the gap back to Jack Burrows? Burrows will bite the screen. We know what Burrows will do here as they cross the line. 0.2 of a second. It's actually 0.8 of a second from Dunnaby back to Burrows. This has given Frosty a bit of a lifeline. He's not got a gang of bikes here. He's got a one-on-one. Bit of a bare-knuckle fist fight with young Jack Dunnaby. Jack Dunnaby knows Frosty so well. He'll go through at the heartbeat moment if he can. And it looked like he was trying to build up going through the middle of Cobb. You had the same idea as myself as they come through Seagrave. Frosty gets tucked in behind the bubble. It's 3/4 of a lap away from a checker flag and a victory for Ryan Frost. But then we've got Jack Dunnaby and Jack Burrows very much in the mix, as you would expect. Frosty can't put his knee in the ground. He's missing that little tiny visual reference of feel. It's not visual, it's a feel reference for him as he's on full lean angle with that knee. But as they come down towards Church, Dunnaby's in the perfect position. Holt goes up the inside into third place. Oh, he does not give Burrows any room on the way in there. Chops Burrows ever so slightly. And will that affect the run that Burrows has up the hill into Woodham Hill? But here we come. The battle for the lead. It's Ryan Frost from Jack Dunnaby. Frosty tries to be brave on the outside. He knows he's strong here. Dunnaby can't come through. Ryan Frost into club chicane, middle of club chicane, exit of club chicane, clean as a whistle. Frosty will take the checker flag and a well-deserved victory for Ryan Frost. Jack Dunnaby second and Marco Holt across the line in third place. Jack Burrows down to fourth. Mason Foster a good fifth place with Tyler Humphreys in sixth. There's people everywhere going through the chicane at the back now. Harrison Day was closer to the TV compound than he was the racetrack. But he does finish in 12th. Behind Mason Foster, Luke Fitcher in 7th, Clayton Edmonds, Luke Fitcher in 6th, Clayton Edmonds 7th, Tyler Humphreys, George Bowes and Alex Remisel Lomas in 10th place. Thurley Trevor 11th, Harrison Day, Henry McCartney, Azia Devine, and everybody else comes through behind our 15th place racer number 27, which is Hudson Cooper. Well, Luke Frosty's now tapping his leg. He knows, he knew that something was up there. And I'm just glad that we could bring that information to you guys nice and early.
It was a good spot early on, Tom.
Just noticed that going through Village that something wasn't right there. Frosty, though, the Rhino. Well, he flexed his muscles there, Larry, and he gave us exactly what we'd expect from Ryan Frost. He coped with the pressure well, Alan, and he delivers.
He coped absolutely supremely. Did everything he needed to do at the start of the race. He got the gap. Then circumstances unfolded and the gap came down and the gap came down. But he was able to hold it off. I'm not sure how much longer he would have been able to hold it off.
No, Jack Dunnaby was very, very much a coming. We'll pause in the commentary box for a very quick commercial break, which is brought to you by Ice Valley Water today. We're going to use some of that. And let's hand back to Alan in the studio for a very quick commercial break.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoride.kawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
There'll be much to talk about down in Park Fairmate, and to hear all of it is Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al. Well, Ryan Frost just on the scales. After each and every qualifying session and race, the riders then go onto the scales because there is a combined minimum weight of 148 kilograms for both bike and rider. Well, Rhino, congratulations. That's 3 in a row now. That's another 5 points ahead in the championship, which means that my calculation is just 26 points now. So irrespective of what happens tomorrow, you're going to lead the championship here away from Thruxton.
Yeah, we had a good race. We managed to get a solid lead on the first few laps, but and then we managed to hit our knee on the curb.
Yeah, we did see that.
Yeah,
it's ripped the
race, so we struggled a little bit, and I think we pushed a bit too early on, so our tyres were a bit warm. But at the end of the day, we still finished where we started. So no, another good race, but obviously we've got to do it all again tomorrow.
Did you rip the knee slider off then physically, or?
No, it just came off. I was trying to push it back on my elbow, but it wouldn't have it. So in the end, it just came off, and I know how to deal with it. So.
Yeah, who needs knee sliders anyway? It's leading the championship. So there's the Bolt. Michael Holt down here. Just, well, I tell you, that looks refreshing, Marco. There, that's a good old race there. Another podium for you. What's that? 5 of the season so far?
Yeah, it's good. Great racing out there. It's really hot. So yeah, quite hot now. But no, yeah, it was a good race. Unfortunately, got caught up in some traffic at the end, but. No, yeah, I felt good, and we'll go for tomorrow and see how we can do tomorrow.
Try and put it on top of the box tomorrow. Thanks, Marco. Yeah, a bit of a fan of Marco Holt, to be perfectly honest. The Bolt, 14-year-old. The 15-year-old Jack Dunnerby just been interviewed on TV. We'll grab a word very soon. But it's the positively ancient 17-year-old Ryan Frost. Can't buy a pint in a pub, but Jack, just grab a quick word there. Well, it was all coming down to a boil-up on that last lap, wasn't it? You tried to get the on the brakes in towards the chicane, but he just had a little bit too much for you.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Having the crash on FP2, it kind of knocked my confidence a bit for qualifying. But no, I felt really good on the bike, so huge thanks to the team. And yeah, I managed to catch Ryan up. And then on the last lap, I tried to get some slipstream, but I was already on the limiter. So when I pulled back out, I mean, that was kind of it, really. I couldn't really get him on the brakes. So, no, I'm really happy with the race.
Yeah, happy enough with solid points. Just need to close that gap after he's won 3 in a row now, don't you?
Yeah, thank you.
That's what you need to do. Yeah, thanks for stating the obvious there, Scoop. Yeah, of course I need to beat him. He's beaten me for the past 3 races. My championship's just edging away a little bit. Well, we're just waiting for, I think we are just about ready to get the riders up here. There's a slightly detached podium, if you're wondering. We have to do the podium down there for branding purposes for obvious reasons, but we are just about to go with the main podium here for this, the R&G Motor4 British Cup. As we get the riders up here, there is the Rhino, there's the Bolt, and we'll have to come up with a nickname for Jack Dunnerby, won't we? Because we've got nicknames for most of the others. So as we eject James Whittam off of the podium, you nearly got covered in the old bubbly there, did Whittam, before we even started. So I'll just wait for clearance to go with that one. Yeah, we've got the thumbs up from Holly, so let's go then with round 6, race 12 in the R&G Motor4 British Cup. And onto the podium for the 5th time this season for City Lifting, Ryan Saxby on the Honda. 3rd place to Mark Holt, the Bolt. Holt! Well, Marco, up onto the podium. 2nd position then, another one of the Ryan Saxby runners, this time with backing from Cavara Projects, and that is the 10th podium of the season for Scotland and Jack Dunnerby. JD. And with a 6th win of the season, a 3rd successive victory, and increasing his lead in the championship for Michael Laverty and Fibertech Honda, the race winner, the Rhino, Ryan Frost. And we're going to get the team award as well on behalf of the MLAV racing team. Michael, who is here, I have seen him kicking about actually, as we'll ask Richard Hutchins, the BSB Technical Operations Manager for R&G, to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, the Bolt, Marco Holt. Marco, who had a 5th podium to his collection this season. Second position then, that goes away of Scotland's Jack Dunnerby. Jack, who said, I was on the limiter, couldn't do anything about Ryan in that race, but he'll have another go tomorrow. And increasing that championship lead to a provisional 26 points. The race winner, the Rhino, Ryan Frost. And the MLAV team get the team award as well as the top three in the RNG Moto 4 British Cup. Hold the trophies up. That's it, boys. You're live on telly. Go on, hold the trophies up. And if you want the results, as we mentioned earlier, then the best place to get all that is tsltiming.com. Timing Solutions Limited, that's what TSL is the acronym for. And that is where, with a little bit of navigation, you can find out all of the various PDFs, the various times and lap charts. You've got lap times, you've got absolutely everything. Around about 80 or 90 pages for every championship race. And that's where we get our results from. That's where I get my results from. And I'm pretty sure if you want to fill your race programs in or add to the scrapbook or anything else like that, that is where you need to be for that one. So that concludes the RNG Moto 4 British Cup. We are going racing with the 1P Mobile Junior Sport Bikes very, very soon. But in the interim, back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter, who will head out to the grid in the build-up to the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. They have a 10-lap race in prospect around Thruxton, and that precedes the pit lane opening for the first of our British Superbike races this weekend. Pit lane opens at 4 o'clock. The time here in Thruxton and in Andover is just coming up to 20 past 3. So get yourselves settled in wherever you're choosing to watch the excitement that we've got coming up for the remaining races of the day. We've got the Junior Sport Bikes, we've got the British Superbikes, and we've got the Super Sports as well. All of those races coming up and qualifying at the end of the day for the Pirelli National Super Stocks. And your messages as well. And this will bridge the gap before Larry makes his way out onto what a family picture Duncan Vincent has just sent me. Is that a puppuccino? Yeah, the family dog has got a little puppuccino. Very nice indeed. They're having a nice day. Hopefully you are as well, everyone, here at Thruxton. It's a great day to go motor racing, and it will be tomorrow as well. The weather forecast for tomorrow pretty similar to today, maybe a couple of degrees cooler. Hi guys, listening and watching at home this week, and with how warm it has been for weeks, could I ask for a shout out to all of the fire crews around the country who are working so extremely hard. Go Glenn Irwin, and that comes with thank you from Wayne. Yep, reiterated. Wayne, thank you very much indeed for asking for that shout out here on BSB Radio. Powered by Kawasaki. I'd just like to say hello to my husband Lee. First time at Thruxton BSB. We landed back from our honeymoon to get here to pitch up our tent and spend the weekend cheering on Max Cook. Well, he qualified second. You might have a very happy Saturday here at Thruxton. Great to have your message, Kirsty. Thank you very much indeed, and Lee as well. And thank you for writing in. Could I have a birthday shout out to Tara, who is at the racing today? Thanks from her mum and dad. Lynn, thank you very much indeed. Tara Dean. And this one from Anthony. A very warm welcome to Matthew, who's attending his very first British Superbike race today here at Thruxton. Anthony, Matthew, thank you very much indeed. Great to have you here. This one says, hi guys, love listening in when I can't get to the track or watch on TV. Currently clearing the deadwood out of my neglected garden while the sunshine is out. Shout out to Jim Lee and the OWR racing guys in the F900R Cup. Wishing Jake Hopper a speedy recovery from a fellow Northeasterner. That's from Matt, who is now based in Nottingham. Matt, thank you very much indeed.
That's no way to talk about the wife, is it, Matt? Clearing the deadwood out of the garden.
I'm not sure that's exactly what Matt meant.
I interpreted that's what he meant, actually. Sadly, Jim Lee, who is a fellow Northeasterner of ours, Matt, don't think Jim's with us. He dipped out at Alton, and I think he's just having a little bit of a sabbatical for a time. I don't know whether it's financial. I don't know whether he's got other fish to fry or whatever. But, yeah, sadly, we've not seen Jim for the past couple of rounds. And Jake Hopper, of course, he was involved with that incident at Snetterton with Richard White, and I think that Richard, who is on the sick list still, he tried to come back at Alton Park, just wasn't possible, and I think he's an absentee this weekend as well. So, yeah, just giving a little bit of insight into one or two of their messages, given that not everybody, indeed, certainly sometimes not I know what's happened to them. But anyway, good to hear from you, Matt.
Very useful, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. Are you down on the grid without bikes?
Yeah, without bikes, mate, yeah.
that was my guess. We have
Can you not do them X-ray vision specs that you're wearing in the back of the broom cupboard? Do they not go through a couple of walls?
I only have a view of the club chicane at the moment, and there's no bikes there, so I took a wild guess and thought there'll be no bikes with you either, because the race is not due to get underway until over 10 minutes away, actually. So the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes due to get underway at 25 to 4. We've got a guest in the studio as well to take us through the commentary. Duncan will pop the headset on our guest in just a couple of moments, and we'll begin the build-up to the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. We've got time for one or two messages. Please could you do a shout out from Kate, that's me, to my dad Mike, my children Ruby and Louie, and my boyfriend Luke. My dad is 82 and has been to Thruxton many times over the years, but this is his first time in ages and his first time with his grandchildren Ruby and Louie. Can you say huge congratulations to Ruby for absolutely smashing her A-level results and getting into her first choice of university. That is really well done, and thank you very much indeed. You are more than welcome, Kate. Thank you very much indeed.
I'll see if I can just grab a quick word with Hudson Kenyuk down here, because we know Hudson for bringing Ryan van Newkirk across here, but he has brought another young South African across here by the name of Tristan Pienaar. Now, Hudson, we've alerted the authorities to this freight train of South Africans that keeps coming across the channel. I'm presuming that these are all through the legal channels, but you brought another one across with you. We've had Ryan van Newkirk across here with us for a couple of rounds. What an impression he's made, and I have got to say, what a polite young man he is as well. He's very, very well mannered. Thank you. Yes, no, sir. 3 bags full, sir. But as far as Tristan Pienaar is concerned, he's another South African on one of your bikes. Just tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's good friends with Ryan, and in a strange twist of fate, me and his dad did the Isle of Man TT race as newcomers in 2010 together, and me and his dad have raced many, many years ago in South Africa, so there's a good family link, and Ryan's family is very close with him. So when Ryan had to go back to sort of tidy things up to come back next year, Tristan asked could he step in his place, and we said absolutely. So what he is finding challenging is he is very fast. He did a test before that he broke lap records, but the Thruxton racetrack has tamed him, and he's just hoping for a solid race today. But as we all know, if he gets in the tow, and with these young lads, anything's possible.
Yeah, you keep. There was talk of a teammate coming along with Ryan. Obviously, you're just topping and tailing with him. But as for next year, is it looking like you're going to be fielding a team in this championship?
Absolutely. We're hoping the class continues. I understand it is, and we've got a second bike that's nearly ready. We can't bring it to the track because you're not allowed to spare. And we will run 2 riders next year for sure in this class, and most likely they'll be South Africans, and Ryan will be one of them. So there's another Tristan that's in the mix, and at the moment he is scheduled to come over here and be our junior rider, and who knows, you might run a third.
Oh no. Well, thanks, Hudson. Yeah. He's been a part of this championship for many, many years, and I'll tell you what, if they're half as good as Hudson Kenner, as is the anglicised version of the name is, Kenyuk is the correct pronunciation. It is of Manx heritage. That is where the name comes from. In fact, if you ever watch the Commonwealth Games, Olympics, you'll see, I think there's a name of a guy that was involved in shooting called Peter Kenyuk. No relationship, or no relation, but it is a traditional Manx name that I think stems from his father's side of the family as far as Hudson is concerned. Interesting times ahead. If they're bringing a team of South Africans across, the Brits had better up the game, Al.
Interesting indeed, Larry Carter. Thank you very much indeed for that insight. You will have bikes joining you on the grid in just a couple of moments. We've got Finn Smart-Whedon in the commentary box with us, waiting for Duncan to return to begin the build-up to our 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. Thank you, Finn, for joining us. This message is quite an important one. And I'm going to be fairly cryptic about it as well. If you are planning on being here for the whole of the weekend, and you are missing something that you're going to need to come into the circuit tomorrow, they something has been found at the back of the grandstand. Okay, so just check if you've been round to the back of the grandstand and you're missing something that you're going to need tomorrow morning. I suggest you go to the ticket office and describe what it is you are missing. And a big thank you to Tom for that. Tom has found something, he's handed it in to the ticket office, and if you head down there, if you've lost something, then thanks to Tom, you'll be coming here to join us tomorrow. Kevin says, hi fellas, great comms as always. Are we going to see the sidecars again as part of the BSB package later on this season? I'm going to ask Larry about this one because I haven't seen the entry programme for all of the remaining rounds this year. But Larry may well have done. Are the sidecars due to join us again this year?
Yes, we'll be having them at the finale at Brands Hatch. I think that is the next time. The schedule was just altered around a little bit, and they've got one or two lesser meetings. If does sound derogatory, that doesn't it? But one or two festivals, one or two effectively club race meetings where the sidecars are at. But yes, I think we're scheduled to go with the finale as we have done for a number of seasons now, with the chariots at Brands Hatch for the season finale on the 17th, 18th of October.
Look forward to it as ever, Larry. Thank you very much indeed for that answer. And hi team, can you shout out the Mears tribe enjoying the sunshine and the racing with my boys rooting for the Cowboy. Yeehaw! Scott Redding, thank you very much.
Can you do that again?
Yeehaw! Was it good?
Bit of practice on yeehaw! Well, I think we need one of them. And we've got the little bed of music, have we, when we're interviewing him?
We can do that. We can do that again. Don't you worry about that.
I thought I was watching the Blues Brothers again.
Thank you very much indeed for the shout out. And this one says, Robert here. We are here again, camping all weekend. Big shout out for JD. What a modest guy. I was fortunate enough to speak to him at Knock Hill and in awe of his talent doing the stunts that we enjoyed at lunchtime, to which he just shrugged his shoulders. All the best. Keep up the usual great commentary. Robert, thank you very much indeed. And yeah, we are delighted to have the JD Stunt Show here today, which we enjoyed at lunchtime today and tomorrow as well. Right, I think we're probably almost ready to get down to Larry Carter on the grid.
Yeah, Ben Jolliffe sat down here. He's just had a cold towel placed around his neck, and you could feel the delight as that went round, because it is red hot down here on the grid. It's absolutely scorching. I'll tell you what, Ben, you do a lot worse than go around the track with that thing wrapped around your neck as well. Here you are on pole position, though. It's time that you took some more points off Marley. He's a couple of rows further back down the grid. Now's a good time.
I couldn't really hear a word you said there.
No, it's all right. I just told you a joke there, mate. I wondered why you weren't laughing there, but hopefully you can box this one off and pull some points back on Marley.
Yeah, hopefully.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Ben, he's a very studious rider, is Ben. He doesn't, he's not quite a Casey O'Gorman, but Arnie Carr is down here as well. Arnie, here you go. You talked to me on the front row of a grid of a British Championship race, effectively. It's about showtime. Get away at the front. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, thank you. We'll see what happens and we'll send it.
We'll send it. That's what we're expecting. The 3-minute board has gone. We're still waiting for the remainder of the grid to come down here. We've got the next row. Mason Johnson's down there, the championship leader. Marley Mackenzie all the way down from the southern banks of the River Forth up there in Scotland. He is there and ready to go on this one. And Lewis Mullen, the rider across from Northern Ireland, he is ready to go there. Don't have the grid, Alan or Duncan, but we are missing a rider from the front row of the grid. It's Laken Payne. Laken Payne, just thinking about it, that's the rider that I'm not seen down here. The 3-minute board has already gone. Not too sure whether or not your track
He's coming.
Ah, that was going to be it. Whether or not the track is there. Here he comes. He's making his way through here onto the front of the grid, and the rider out of Lee in Lancashire all the way down. No, sadly not going to get a word with Jones. It's good to see Chloe is there. Just see if we can give her a quick wave. Yes, she gives us a wave back, and we give the thumbs up there for Chloe Jones. Sometimes joins Duncan Vincent on commentary, but the one of the leading ladies in the UK. She's got a guest ride here this weekend, and see what Jonesy can do from row 3 of the grid. Under that number 15, she is in your race programme. She did get slotted in there, so looking forward to seeing what Chloe can do. Remember, she's a super teen podium finisher, and that was the class that effectively this one has superseded, and she is a podium finisher at World Championship level as well, is Chloe Jones. in the Women's World Championship, most recently at Donington Park, and looking forward to seeing what she can do from row number 2 on row number 3 on the grid. With that, back to you guys in the studio.
Larry Carter, thank you very much indeed. Down on the grid, right, it's the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes to take you through the action. Finn Smart-Whedon and Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Thank you very much, Scooby-Doo down there as well. It looks hot out in that grid, Larry. I only popped out for a second. You saw me nipping into race control and timekeepers to pick up a little refreshing cold bottle of water and some timing sheets. I was only outside for a brief period of time and it is warm. Finn Smart-Whedon, you've just stepped off a bike. You look even warmer than I feel.
Yeah, it's very hot. It's always very hot here down at Thruxton, and it's going to be hot for these boys out there, not only for them but for the tyres as well. For over a 10-lap race this one. Yeah, they'll be feeling it by the end of it. Ended
grid for 10 laps after Jediah Cumbermack was disqualified from the qualifying results. Goes to the back of the grid for having an incorrect tyre sticker on his tyre, so that's not good. Somebody's been pushed off the grid. That's Luca Hopkins. Luca Hopkins getting pushed off the grid for the team SBR. Powered by DKS Drilling, Larry. That's not good. That's a man who sits 3rd in the championship. Ooh, that's not good at all. We still have Isaac Mark out there. We'll cover that in a second or two once we get more information. We can see Luca over at the side. Is that Brogy with the bike? It certainly is. Steve Brogan pushed the bike himself off the grid, so that's not what they want to have happening.
Didn't look like there was any work being done. Didn't look like it was something they were desperately trying to get fixed. I wonder if maybe just with the heat here, maybe if the bike
well, there is some confusion here because he was directed off of the grid. They got the bike started, so whether he just stalled it, and he has now gone against the officials' recommendation of arriving down here in pit lane, and he has taken himself off on the warm-up lap. Now, one would imagine, I've got Paul King down here who's looking down. Was he supposed to come into the pit lane there, Paul?
Yes, he should be in the pit lane, and he should be starting from the back of the grid as he would be to start a normal pit lane, a normal warm-up lap from the pit lane. Yeah.
But if he now is circulating, if he pulls up on the back row of the grid like he should do effectively, would that incur a penalty?
That will be fine.
That'll be fine. Oh, yeah. But it's just if he takes his normal grid position.
His normal grid position, that becomes a problem.
Yeah. Okay, Paul. Thanks for that. Well, there you go. One of the MCRCB representative there.
Well,
just telling us
that's perfect, Larry.
Okay, so keep our eye on that one. I don't know whether you...
I'm channeling my Luca Hopkins telepathy to say, go to the back of the grid, Luca.
Right,
Please go to the back of the grid.
You've got me running up and down pit lane like a spring-like gazelle on the hottest day of the year. I'm going to head across just to see whether or not...
Oh, we'll see it from here, Larry.
You can see it from there.
Yeah,
okay,
don't you worry. We'll get on one of the many cameras that we've got in this commentary box.
That's good. So
you stay where you are, buddy.
So yeah, he's out there on the warm-up lap at present. The grid's starting to form. The big question now is, does number 41 have presence of mind? Because he's got no ship-to-shore radio, nobody no radios or anything to tell him that. Does he have the presence of mind to think, I've had a problem there, I need to be on the back row of the grid? Because if does, that's okay. If he tries to take his grid position up, to quote Houston, we got a problem.
We're going to watch Jeff Cam. He's just gone through Matt. Jeff has picked him up as he comes into the area now at the very back. The green bike with the blue helmet, Luca Hopkins, needs to stop at the back. And it will be fine, not a fine. That's what I got worried for here. And he's getting told to stop at the back by an official as well. Yeah, he's done that perfect. Luca Hopkins is on the back row of the grid. This will be exciting. The man who sits third in the championship. Well, pushed off the grid at the start. We get a green flag at the back. There is a space. It's Ben Jolliffe, Arnie Carr, Lakin Payne on the front row of the grid. Mason Johnson, Marley McKenzie, Lewis Mullen, row 2. Let's see how this one unfolds. Red lights on, Finn Smart-Whedon, and away we go. Great start for Ben Jolliffe on the R7 Yamaha as they all head towards the apex of Allard and somebody very, very, very wide on the outside there.
I was paying attention to the middle of the group there. There was a couple of very awkward starts in the middle of the pack there, I think, from Freddie Oakley and a couple of people on the same row. So it would be maybe Isaac Mark and Chloe Jones. And then it got a little bit close into turn 1 there. That's what we saw with somebody going very wide on the exit.
Yeah, we see Chloe Jones in the mix of the battle here. Marley McKenzie's already made a place past Isaac Mark, if that's who we've just seen. Or was that Arnie Carr he's gone past? It was Arnie Carr, actually. Arnie off the front row of the grid as Marley McKenzie has gone through. Now, I was saying through qualifying, Marley McKenzie has got a 46-point championship lead. There is 2 races at Thruxton and 2 races at Donington, and that's the championship done. He just needs to get through Thruxton, be clever, get points, and then move into Donington. He's in a championship mode right now, Marley McKenzie.
He has to be, and especially a place like this. You know, it's got its own little quirks, this place, and the races never go how you're expecting them to, especially on these little bikes, the way the group racing lends itself. So he just needs to stay out of trouble, try and stick around at the front, and not to worry too much about the necessarily being right at the front, but just staying out of trouble.
What he did there was very clever. He let Lake and Payne get into all sorts of situations with Lewis Mullen. They both went wide, and he got one of them without even having to really make a manoeuvre. And that's when situations like that unfold in front of you. You're actually, you're almost grateful for that. But this is going to be a pack race. Nobody's really going to disappear in this one. We saw Ryan Frost try it in the RMG Moto4 British Cup as Lewis Mullen goes through and takes the lead at Cobb from Mason Johnson. Yamaha at the sharp end. And Alan Hyde's a big fan of these Dunsley Heat Racing Yamahas. He loves the colour scheme of them. That blue and purple.
What's not to like?
Yeah, you like the names, don't you? Blue and purple.
Superb.
As Marley McKenzie tucks himself in there in 4th place. Lake and Payne has a look at Marley McKenzie. Then we do have Arnie Carr, who's still very much in the mix. Behind Arnie Carr, it's Luca Wilkinson. Then Chloe Jones. Let's keep our eyes back for Chloe Jones. Chloe very much in the mix. In fact, Chloe's ahead of Wilkinson now as he come down here. This should be Chloe Jones' territory. You know, she's raced these kind of bikes before. She'll be used to the R7 Yamaha as well, is another key thing.
She'll be one of the only people, I would imagine, on the grid who will have multiple seasons of experience around Thruxton as well. Like I said before, it's a place with its own quirks, and I don't suppose many of these riders will have had many laps around this place before this weekend as we watched the 4 abreast into the final corner.
I like the wee sharp intake of breath through your teeth there. Yeah, that was Chloe Jones coming up the inside of Marley McKenzie. Chloe Jones now having a look at Lake and Payne, but yeah, that experience it counts for an awful lot at Thruxton, because it's not some place you can just come and rock up and do a track day on a Tuesday morning or a Wednesday afternoon. It's very restrictive running that we have down here, but still the 3 Yamahas at the front with Lewis Mullen, Mason Johnson and Ben Jolliffe. Then we've got Lake and Payne, Chloe Jones ahead of Marley McKenzie. Right in the middle of this end, it's Arnie Carr off the back of Marley McKenzie, but he's not far off the back of Marley McKenzie. Behind Marley McKenzie, Luca Wilkinson, as we rightfully said. Then it's Kylan Shuttlewood. Kylan Shuttlewood with a good run up into 9th place ahead of Isaac Mark. Now, where has Luca Hopkins got to? Luca Hopkins working his way through the field. I can't see him for looking at him. Thank you very much. I couldn't see him for looking at him.
But he's 1.2 seconds behind the next rider in front of which is Freddie Oakley.
And
so
that's a big gap.
Yeah, around this place, that's a massive gap. Coming out of church, especially on a little bike, down that back straight in towards the final chicane. Coming out of there with no slipstream on a bike like this, you're going to be losing a lot of time to the wind and just by being on your own there.
Mason Johnson hits the front, but for how long? Here comes Lake and Payne, popping out from the slipstream up the inside on the ZX4RR. Round the outside, Ben Jolliffe. Wow. Now, I'm not saying Mason Johnson was shy on the brakes there, but the other guys just all rocketed past him on the brakes and took the positions away. Chloe Jones now back behind Marley McKenzie as Lewis Mullen fancies his shot going in towards Allard and takes the lead on the red, white and blue. Number 12, Lewis Mullen Racing R7 Yamaha. DJ Racing for that R7 Yamaha of Lewis Mullen. And then they come back in towards Campbell, then Cobb and Seagrave, past the fairly busy grandstand or crowded areas, bankings that we have here on the Saturday. Tomorrow will be even busier through the come, though. They're all together. They need to not be trying to trip each other up here. There needs to be a little bit of sense and sensibility involved in how you race these bikes.
Yeah, there was a move just there into the left-hander after the first chicane, and it's moves like that will split the group.
Yeah.
And when you've got the level of pace that these boys have, where it's all separated by less than a second across those front group, you don't want to be making moves like that to split it, because there's no way you're catching that gap back up, and you could be maybe the quickest rider on the grid, but as soon as you've got that gap in front of you, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be fighting for a podium anymore.
Yeah, you've got to pick your movements and pick your moments cleverly here, because if you just split that gap, it's not going to go down well. It looks like it's 3 and almost 3 now. There's just that bit of a gap behind Lewis Mullen. They go 3 wide, and instantly that helps the guys behind them because they're 3 wide. Who's brave on the brakes? Lake and Payne is brave. Is he wide? He is, but he manages to get back to the apex. But again, then Lewis Mullen and he kind of trip over each other going through the chicane. and everybody is then back together on the exit of the corner, just behind Arnie Carr. Chloe Jones has a bit of a gap off the back as Arnie Carr goes through. Lovely manoeuvre to go through. Or was that Luca Hopkins? It was Arnie Carr going through on Marley McKenzie. Just to correct myself, there's a very much an SBR-looking Kawasaki with a blue helmet. But at the sharp end, Lakin Payne holding Lewis Mullen and Ben Jolliffe at bay. This is a great showing from Arnie Carr. Now was Lewis Mullen. Lakin Payne sort of gives himself a bit of a fright there and gives us a fright as well. Oh,
yeah, that was who is that there?
That's a rev to race bike coming back into the pit lane, which is a great
Kyle
shame.
Payne?
Could well be Kyle Payne. Into the pit lane, number 82, Kyle Payne retires from the race. Good spot there for you, Finn Smart. Weedham.
To bring attention, though, to our back of the grid starter there, Luca Hopkins. He's just put the fastest lap of the race in, and he has caught that group. And I would say there's a little bit of a gap there between 8th and 9th, but I would say he's in that front group now, so it'd be very interesting to see if he can work his way through and get back to the front of this race.
What's it like when you're in the middle of this pack and you're going in towards church and there's bikes? You're not in a line; they're just scattered about the track in front of you. What does that feel like?
It's probably the one of the scariest things that will happen during a season as we go here into final corner with, I would say, almost 6 abreast there.
Good grief, yeah. Marley McKenzie in the middle of this doesn't need to be there, but he kind of got lucky. The slipstream pulled him forwards and he went from 5th starting the lap up to 3rd at the end. Ben Jolliffe behind him. These guys need to keep an eye on him. McKenzie technically is racing Ben Jolliffe, if you like, for the championship, and also Luca Hopkins. Luca Hopkins, unfortunately, starting from the back of the grid, has only got up to 10th place. And recently, Luca Hopkins, if you remember, think back as well to what happened to Luca Hopkins at Oulton Park, because he only picked up 5 points there. Something happened. I can't remember at this moment in time, but it was a big thing for his championship. I think he went straight on at Lodge.
I think
was that not another pit lane start? I seem to recall that there was an issue with Steve Brogan working on the bike in pit lane there, Dunk.
I thought he was in the gravel at Lodge, Larry. We'll come back to that later on, pal. Not a problem. But yeah, it's things like this, picking up that 5 points has really hurt Luca Hopkins at Oulton Park.
Yeah, Luca Hopkins with only 46-point gap behind Marley McKenzie. Even if he just picked up, 15, 16 points there rather than the 5, it would be a 10-point smaller gap, and that's a little bit more manageable. Obviously, a 46-point gap now. All Marley McKenzie has to do is get through this weekend, and he's almost wrapped it up.
And you've got to bear in mind, Finn, as well, that after this race, there's only 3 races left. One tomorrow for 25 points for a win, then the double header at the final round with 35 points for the win. Races are running short now.
Yeah, absolutely. Donington Park, the last round for us. They get a summer holiday after this from Thruxton. We don't see them again until the 2nd to the 4th of October. They could go away for September if they like, Finn. So as long as they keep the weight off for the racing weight, then they can have a bit of fun after that. As we watch them all coming through, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the front. Is that a breakaway? It's 2/3 distance complete. That's Luca Hopkins, who's got himself up into 7th place now. Good run through the pack from Luca Hopkins, Finn. Smart reading.
Very good run through the pack, but it almost looks like that's where the gap is split. But if anyone's going to catch that group back up, it's going to be Luca, and I think he'll then end up pulling those boys and girls behind back to the front group as well. And I think the front group is just going to close back together in the next couple of laps, and I think we'll have a 12-bike front group again there.
Yep, Chloe Jones just behind Luca Hopkins as they make their way into the noble area of the track. But we are on lap, what have we got? 7 out of 10. We've passed 2/3 distance. We make our way through Goodwood, then down towards Village. From Village you go in towards the bottom of Church, which is a downhill run, all the way in towards us, as we've said, over several seams of tarmac, which you do feel on the bike as you cut in there.
You definitely feel those seams out of Goodwood. If you've got any kind of spin coming out of Goodwood, those seams are incredibly easy to get caught out on the outside of the middle of the circuit there going into Church. I'd imagine Church on one of these bikes is almost flat out, so making that an even scarier of a corner.
Marley McKenzie makes a manoeuvre that he didn't have to do. He's cost himself massively there. That was a moment that didn't need to be pushed from Marley McKenzie, and he goes off. He tried to go up the inside of Lakin Payne from quite a long way back, and that's cost him, and that gives Ben Jolliffe and Luca Hopkins that little bit of breathing space as McKenzie drops to 9th place. Watch this. Talk us through it, Finn.
So we're going in here. He looks like he's just missed his braking marker a little bit too much there. He was very sensible, if anything, to make the decision so early to pull off, because
I think he's lost enough time as well.
I think I was just having a look there. It's 2 seconds in the final sector he's lost there, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's a second you have to lose before sector 1. to not get the penalty.
Yeah.
So I think he's done just enough there. But he made a really smart decision to pull up out of that after he'd made the mistake. It did look like you could see him running wide on the brakes rather than sometimes in that situation you put a little bit more pressure, and that's what causes the crash.
Well, it was either harpoon somebody or pick the bike up, and Marley thankfully picked the bike up there, but he has cost himself dearly. He is still kind of in the back of the pack. He's not there. He's going to score points. He's not at the sharp end, but there is still 8 out of 10 laps. Anything can happen in this couple of laps towards the end as Lakin Payne has a look up the inside, but it's Ben Jolliffe who goes to the sharp end. Ben Jolliffe, the man who sits second in the championship, now ahead of Lakin Payne as they come through there. That's Luca Hopkins up there ahead of Arnie Carr as well. And Marley McKenzie trying to cut underneath Luca Wilkinson as they come out of the club chicane.
And this race is turned upside down very quickly. We were talking at the beginning of the race of Luca Hopkins being the one at the back of the grid, and Marley McKenzie being. You should be happy about that. Yeah. And now it's almost swapped around with that mistake there from Marley, and looks like Luke Hopkins could be on for a really good result here if he manages to stick with Mason Johnson here. And going on to the last lap, I'd say he's probably in the best position you could be.
Campbell, Cobb, Seagrave before they start opening the taps on these smaller capacity bikes out towards Noble. It's Ben Jolliffe who leads away from Lakin Payne and Lewis Mullen. Mason Johnson in 4th place from Luca Hopkins, Arnie Carr, Chloe Jones and Marley McKenzie battles away in 9th place, trying to get ahead of 8th place Luca Wilkinson. As I think he's done that on the run through out towards Noble on this lap 9 out of 10. Yes, he has. He's now eyeing up the back of Chloe Jones to try and see if he can slide through and inside into Church. Can Marley McKenzie do that? No, he doesn't. He thinks better of it, but he really could do with getting ahead of Chloe Jones and Arnie Carr just to keep himself in touching distance of the two guys he's battling in the championship. But Ben Jolliffe starting to make a bit of a break at the sharp end here. He will get caught back and pegged up in the brakes here as Lewis Mullen comes underneath Lakin Payne, or tries to. Lakin Payne is strong on the brakes. He looks really planted in towards that club chicane as well.
Yeah, I think for Lakin Payne here, well, for everyone, but especially for Lakin with how strong he is on the brakes, it's going to be a question now of tactics rather than just out-and-out pace here on this last lap. Whoever goes out of Church in, I think, 3rd or 4th is going to be the person who wins this race. That's going to be my prediction here.
1:23.648. Marley McKenzie's angry. He's got a lap record. It is the first time they've been here, so it's still to be established as Ben Jolliffe. That's a warning. You don't get away with that too many times on one of these smaller capacity bikes.
He's doing everything right, but that was, I would not want to be in his seat at the moment right now.
Full lean, opening the gas. The back of the Dunstall Heat Yamaha started to step out. That was a long, lurid slide, which normally comes back to high side, but Jolliffe has had a warning, a very big warning, in the middle of the Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave complex. It was just after the apex of Cobb, before he was accelerating to Seagrave. That's a warning. You don't get too many of those. We're on the final lap of the race. It's now or never for Lakin Payne. You don't want to really lead out of Church, but the Yamahas have looked strong. Here comes Lakin Payne. Here comes Lewis Mullen. The draft is strong as they come up towards Woodham Hill. Jolliffe goes behind them. Here comes Luca Hopkins on the outside. Who's going to be brave? Hopkins tries to be brave. Mullen up the inside. It's going to be Ben Jolliffe. Will they make the corner? Yes, they all do. Lakin Payne to the front. Fabulous stuff from Lakin Payne. Brave as you like. It's a drag race towards the line. Lakin Payne from Ben Jolliffe and Lewis Mullen across the line with Luca Hopkins, Arnie Carr, Mason Johnson, Marley McKenzie salvages 7th place out of that, ahead of Chloe Jones in 8th, Luca Wilkinson in 9th, and Isaac Markholm in 10th place. How tight do you like it? The top 3 covered by a 1/10 of a second.
That was the... that last corner, I would, even though he's come out of that in 4th and not made the most of it, I want to give a shout out there to Luca Hopkins into the last corner. Coming around the outside of them on the brakes, that was the only thing he could do.
He started last. You know what? He started on the back row of the grid last. Brave as you like round the outside. You're always putting yourself in a high risk, high reward situation there. But yeah, that was just, thankfully it didn't get messy as they all headed in, funneled in towards the apex of the club chicane. But what a great race for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship as we look at our TSL timing page, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. It's 72 Lakin Payne who wins from 42 Ben Jolliffe and 12 Lewis Mullen. 41 Luca Hopkins in 4th place with 33 Arnie Carr, a season best in 5th. Mason Johnson, bike 88 in 6th place, and 7th for 45 Marley McKenzie. 15 Chloe Jones in 8th with 76 Luca Wilkinson in 9th. And then we've got Isaac Mark getting the Team SBR powered by DKS drilling the second Kawasaki in the top 10 for Baywatch Brogan. Finn Smart-Weedon, thank you very much. It's a pleasure as always. We will pause for breath in the commentary box and hand back to the studio, because up next, it's the British Superbike time.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at BritishSuperbike.com and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
On 93.7 FM here at Thruxton in the sunshine, BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki, straight down to Park Fairmay and Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al. Well, a delighted Laken Payne just about embracing the whole of Thruxton as he gets that first victory under his belt as well. Laken, congratulations. That's a day you'll never forget, the first ever BSB level victory for you. And you did it the hard way. You had to come through the field to do it, and that last corner could have been anybody's race.
Yeah, I felt like I knew I was really strong into the final corner of our race. That's where I knew I would make time and lucky. It's obviously the main part of overtaking track. I knew I had to keep in the second. I didn't think I could come from third on the final lap. So I had to hold my ground through the last 2 laps and put myself in a good position, and I managed to get the job done.
You got the job done, mate. Well done. You're a race winner in the One Peak Mobile National Sport Bike. We'll get the riders up here, Holly, just as soon as we can, because we've got an extended grid walk to do with 1 or 2 bits and pieces happening down there on the grid. So what I'll do is we'll just forsake, given that there's no TV interviews on this one, with your permission, ladies and gents, we'll just forsake the interviews with Lewis Mullen and Ben Jolliffe on this one, because as I say, we need to get down onto the grid, not only to have a chat with 1 or 2 riders, but there is a significant happening down on the grid which I will be bringing to you very, very soon. So we'll get the riders across there. What Holly needs is coming across here, Lewis, come across here, Ben. Laken, if you want to come across here, mate, we'll get the podium rattled off here as quickly as we can, and then we can head down onto the grid. We'll have a longer chat with the riders tomorrow if we get a chance. But I think we are just about ready to go then with the podium in this, the 7th round, race 13 of the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. And onto the podium for a 3rd time this season for DJ Racing Yamaha, Lewis Mullen. Well done, Lewis. The tall figure of Lightning Lewis goes on to the top with 3rd step. 2nd position then, an 8th podium for Dunsley Heat Racing Yamaha, Ben Jolliffe, who closes that gap at the championship to Marley McKenzie. Marginally, and a day you'll never forget because he's taken his first victory at senior level. Onto the podium, the top step for LP41 Racing, the race winner, Laken Payne. And the team as well, the LP41 Racing team as well will join their rider on the podium. And we'll ask, as ever, our good friend Clifford Weatherall from 1P Mobile to make the podium presentation to the rider out of Northern Ireland. And that is Lewis Mullen, adds to his podiums at Donington and Snetterton. Ben Jolliffe, an 8th podium of the season, just keeps them championship hopes alive into tomorrow, with now just 3 races to go. He gets P2. And Laken Payne, a special one in the trophy cabinet, that'll go as they takes that back up the M6 to Lee in Lancashire with his first career victory at BSB level. And the LP41 racing team get the team award as well. Thanks to Clifford Weatherall and, as ever, to 1P Mobile for their sponsorship as ever. And boys, you know what? There's a few kids out there that might just want some of that Balietti Prosecco just sprayed in their direction. So if you don't want to get wet, folks, take a step back, because it might just be a little bit moist out there. We're going to leave the riders to do that. It'll take me literally 2 minutes to get onto the grid. I'll give you a shout when I'm down there.
Thank you, Larry. Absolutely super to hear that podium presentation and whiz through, because of course we are now in the build-up for our first race of the weekend for the Zim British Superbikes in association with Pirelli. So Larry will head down to the grid along with all of the team personnel, guests and VIPs, all making their way onto the grid. Pit lane opens for our first BSB race of the weekend at 4 o'clock. So we're just 2.5 minutes away from that. Time enough to have a shout out to Stevie and Debbie here to support number 45 Scott Swan. Keep her lit. Thank you very much indeed. Scott Swan getting plenty of support here at Thruxton today. And hi guys listening and watching from home this weekend. We've done that one. This one says, good afternoon. Could I get a shout out to Nathan for bringing me to Thruxton for 9 years? Thank you very much indeed. That's from Oliver. Thank you, Oliver. And this one says, hi guys, we're enjoying the shade on this very hot day. A nice cuppa and listening to the radio. Wish we were trackside. Can you give a shout out to Jason O'Halloran, please? And all the best for the weekend's races from his #1 fan, Little Primrose, who is 7 years old, Bex and Paul and the House of Quills team. And a little picture of a very cute little hedgehog all wrapped up in a number 22 livery as well. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Great to have your support. On WhatsApp, you can get in touch with us here in the studio, 07482 877 877. You can send us an email, and Larry, you can shout as soon as you're down on the grid. This one says on email, Alan and Tracy here. We've travelled down to the campsite on Thursday from North Lancashire, our first time here at Thruxton, and now we've visited all the circuits. Having a great weekend so far. Sat on the banking at Allard, cheering for Scott Redding, Storm Stacey, Dean Harrison, Jack Dunnerby and Josh Corner as well. Thank you very much indeed, Alan and Tracy, and thank you for making the trip down to this beautiful circuit here at Thruxton in Hampshire. Can you please wish my dad Colin a happy 82nd birthday from Richard and Campbell, who've travelled down from Scotland for the weekend, and hopefully by now we'll have a Larry Carter down there on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little bit of cloud cover that's just come in, which is more than welcome, to be perfectly honest.
On the webcam, yeah.
Yeah, it's and if anything, the temperature has just dipped a little bit. I was down here for the junior sport bikes and the Moto 4, and it was getting a little bit uncomfortable, to be honest, and that's okay for me when I have got a little bit of refuge out of the sun. But for you people around the track, I realise that with so little air and the sun beating down, it does just become a little bit intense, a little bit oppressive at times. So that is something that, as we said, just need to be just a little bit careful of whilst if you're out there on the grid, as it were. So yeah, we're just waiting for the riders. They are being released from pit lane now, and what we'll do is we'll grab a word with one or two of them as well. We have got a small function to undertake down here on the grid. All will be revealed in due course. I am sworn to secrecy.
Yes,
so,
I know.
And it is a bit of a military operation, because we're having to manoeuvre certain people into certain places for this to happen. And whilst I'm broadcasting on air, nobody can communicate with me, which is making it a little bit more difficult. So if I do have to just mute the radio mic like this,
absolutely fine.
That means
absolutely
that
fine, Larry.
I'm talking to somebody. I haven't dropped dead or anything.
No.
Just yet. So just waiting. I don't want to get involved with the various people. But yeah, riders now just starting to make their way across here onto pit around the track to make the way here. This is, if you've never been to Thruxton before, why not? It's one of the best circuits in the country. If you've have been, you'll know what to expect, what is coming up. We call them the Thruxton Thrillers, quite simply some of the best racing that you'll see in the Zin British Superbike Championship all season long. It's pack mentality. If you like NASCAR, me and Duncan Vincent are massive fans of NASCAR. They're not doing 190 miles an hour around the Daytona banking, but they are doing 190 miles an hour up the Woodham Hill in towards the club chicane, and that's usually where it's happened. If you people in the grandstand seats have got a seat there, then that is something that you will want to certainly look forward to. As Stuart Higgs, race director, just makes his way onto the grid, as we don't want to get too involved with the TV pictures because there's nothing. I saw you on telly last week, Scoop. I'm not supposed to be on telly. If I do my job, I do my job wrong if I do that. And there is Stuart Higgs just making his way towards the front of the grid. And then what I'll do is I'll grab a quick word with the riders and just come and grab a quick word. It's Stuart Higgs down here. Stuart, the temperature is just edging up a little bit down here. And what just keep your eye on Laura there. But what we're wanting to know, Stuart, is you've been in the hot seat for many years, and I'm not too sure whether you realise that this is a very significant number for you here today, because we've all been doing the maths, we've all been doing the sums, and let me tell you that this race is your 800th in charge of a British Superbike Championship race. Now, you didn't know that, did you? So, because we have a small surprise for you here, because we'll edit that bit out, Stuart. His son Sebastian and daughter Olivia have been smuggled into the circuit there. Not too sure whether you're picking this up, but that is Seb, his son, and his daughter Olivia. And Stuart, that was just part of the surprise, mate. We've smuggled them in. You didn't know anything about this. Blame your staff. It's nothing to do with me. But it's a part of the surprise. And he's got a... that was the good picture there back in 2001, I think that was. But 800 races in charge. You get MBEs for similar stuff to that, Stuart, and quite simply how you've not been recognised for your dedication to the British Superbike Championship over the years. But it is just a little bit of a surprise. And
start for about 30 minutes.
Yeah, the delayed start, boys. We've got a delayed start on this one. But there, the various photographers will just let Stuart compose himself a little bit.
What a lovely moment that was, Larry.
Well, Stuart, he's got a bit emotional, as you would imagine, but the whole fact is that Sebastian and Olivia down here have made their way down here. He was asking, how the hell did you kids get here? Stuart, sorry about this. I only found out about this morning. Blame your MSV staff from over there and Miss Stevens. But the whole staff are there. They were all in on this one as well. And I was about to do the sums this week because I knew it was nearing 800 until Laura told me this morning that it was. But anyway, it's a landmark. And can I just say, long may you continue in this role.
Thanks, man. Look, Thruxton has always been a special place for me. And with my kids, when they were growing up really young, Olivia first drove here slightly underage. We won't go into that. But no, look, this is amazing. Thank you to my staff. I work them hard, but they're the best in the world. And this means a lot. I mean, I've got to compose myself and do the day job in a minute. But no, thank you, everybody. And yeah, just... No, amazing.
Stuart, you've been a dedicated. BSB wouldn't be the same if it wasn't for you. You don't need us to tell you that. And like I say, we'll look forward to celebrating 1,000 if it comes around.
That's, well, yeah, why not?
Why not? Oh, let you enjoy it with... Come on, Rogers, let's hear it once more. Come on, crowd, let's hear it for Stuart Higgs. Does a wonderful job there. And quite simply, he is Mr. BSB. He rubs people up the wrong way, we know that. Him and I have not seen eye to eye on a number of occasions, but believe you me, you cut him in half and he would have BSB written through him, and the crowd do acknowledge that for Stuart. We'll just leave him to have a moment or two with his kids down there. He's overcome, as you might imagine, on that one. Kyle Wright just having a quick call of nature down there. Back to the serious stuff down here. $1 million Max is down here. He's got to be cooking on gas for this one. Can't think of any other thing to say about that one, Max. Here you are at Thruxton track where you've had a lot of success in the past. You've got a lot of fans here this weekend. It's red hot, and this race is going to be a cracker.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Did a lot of work yesterday on the race laps and stuff, but it's Thruxton, so anything can happen, you know, what will be will be, but no, I'm just really enjoying riding the bike. We've done a lot of hard work to get here, but yeah, starting from the second row, just want to be patient this race, just not get carried away, nice and easy, and then yeah, towards the end of the race, hopefully have some tyre left and give it a good go.
Pull the pin, that's what we like to hear. There's Kyle Wright. 18 races so far. He's finished on the podium in all 18. He's run 12 of them around here. Kyle has said Ducati can't win around Thruxton. He's only won once since 2016, so you're going to put that stat right.
I think hopefully I'll give it a good go. It'd be nice to stop the winning streak of Yamaha, but we've had good speed. As long as we, if I get a trophy in this race, I'll be buzzing and some data for tomorrow.
Yeah, because traditionally this has been the nemesis of the Ducati track. Well, let's just see whether or not we can grab a word with the cowboy, the comeback kid down here, and that is Scott Redding, just having a chat down there. He's got the fan on down there. JC's down here just getting the last of the preparations out there. Well, cowboy, it's time to round them up and roll them in. Let's see what we can do on this one, but just about ready to go with this one. Thruxton, a lot of local fans here for you.
Yeah, it's good seeing loads of cowboy hats out there. Spent a lot of time with the fans this weekend. It's been absolutely mega. Sun is shining. People out on the bank enjoying some racing, and where better place to come than Thruxton. So it's going to be a chess game out there. We're going to do the best we can, as we always do, and yeah, try and get a podium. If we can get a win, we'll take that, and that's what we work for.
Let's have one then. Go on then. Yeehaw!
Yeehaw, baby!
Baby, that's what we like. 5 minutes to go as we get the cowboy there. Well, the last time that the Yamaha was beaten round here was 15 long races ago, and the rider that's going to try and take it to the Ducati, the Bimoto, and the other Ducati in front of him is Rapid Rory Skinner here. That was some lap towards the end of qualifying there, Rory. We know how good the Yamaha is around here. Can you put it onto the podium?
Going to try my best, Larry. As you said, Yamaha's been very successful here in the past. I'm definitely feeling that from when I'm riding the bike, and yeah, looking forward to this race, to be honest. Keen to get a race distance under our belt properly. You know, obviously we've done them in practice, but a racing environment's a totally different ball game. So yeah, see how this race goes, get stuck in, and yeah, see what we can bring to the boys in the front row.
Love to see you up there, Rory, see what you can do out there. A rider that has yet to win around Thruxton. He's got a lot of success, but it is the Raceway's McCam Yamaha of Brad Ray. Brad, you won a couple of races already this year. We know how good the Yamaha is here at Thruxton. Hopefully you can manage to give the Ducati and the Bimoto a run for its money this time.
Yeah, we'll have a go, definitely. We'll see what everyone's got in this race. I mean, it's always tricky. The last 5 laps are where the race is won. So yeah, we're going to see what everyone's got.
Wish you well, my friend. Thanks for that one. And the first of the Yamahas. Good to see Ben Curry down here. I had to double check there just to make sure everything was okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm alive. I'm all good. Everything's good.
Okay, well, I was the last person I was expecting to see, Ben, because there was some hit you took at Ben Curry I'm talking to here, the injured Ben Curry out of the Supersport race. Hopefully back before the end of the season.
Yeah, mate, honestly, I'm down here. I'm absolutely loving this. This is such a buzz, like Superbike racing with packed banks here at Thruxton, you know, soaking it all up. Actually, I feel a bit emotional, but emotional thinking about it. Like, obviously, I'm not racing here, which is a shame. But you forget how cool this is and how lucky we are to do it. So hopefully, I won't be too long, and I'll be back.
Yeah, we know Ben Curry. You won't be too long at home, mate. Great to see you, Ben. And a rider very, very quickly down here. It's Flying Ryan, the Thetford flyer down here. Ryan, again, it's Honda's won a race around here with Andrew Irwin back in 2019. It's a long way back, but you've proved that you've got the pace. You've proved that you can run up there with the podium finishers. Get away with the pack, you never know.
Yeah, I think the proof is going to be in this first race, you know. We did a lot of laps, me and Jason, on Friday, just to try and understand what the bike's going to be like at the end of the race. We've got a good idea now. I've got a lap time that I'm going to target, and let's hope it's enough.
Wish you well, my friend. Well, we are just about ready to go then with this, the first of the Thruxton thrillers. We've got a Ducati on P1 and P3. We've got that Bimoto in the middle of it for Max Cook, the local hero. There's so many subplots with this one. We remind you that the last person to win on a Ducati was 2019, and that was Josh Brooks on the Paul Bird Vision track machine. And then we've got to think about the time before that, and that was 2016 when we had a Ducati victory. One win in those 10 years, but I think it could change now with a new V4R rocket ship that the championship leader and double defending champion Carl Wright is on. But that start about Yamaha, they've won 15 consecutive races around Thruxton. Brad Ray, Rory Skinner and the rest of the Yamaha contingent are going to have a say about that one. And what about Flying Ryan on the Honda? He has been knocking on the door of a podium so far this season. It's going to be pack racing mentality out there. Get away with them at the front, and you never know. It's going to shuffle up on the last lap. So we
Elliott for company, and we are set for something just a little bit special. And when I say special, the bikes getting ready now to go on for their warm-up lap. We've cleared the grid of most of the mechanics, and the last couple of people will make their way across in towards the pit lane. It was a busy grid out there. It's one of the first grids I've ever actually been able to get on, and it was a lovely experience. You can feel the tenseness in the atmosphere. We have 20 laps ahead of us here for the British Superbike Championship race. 20 laps of a Thruxton thriller.
The official tyre of British Superbikes live tyre update.
All riders on the SC1 front and the SCD rear. 43 degrees track temperature, 31 degrees air temperature. It's go time at Thruxton, and we have a green flag at the back of the grid. Alan Woods clears the front of the grid, and we are now under starters orders. Kyle Ryde, Max Cook and Scott Redding, the front row of the grid. Red lights on, go, quick turnaround. Bad start for Max Cook. He missed the jump, he didn't get away, and will the second row of the grid leapfrog him? Yes, they have. In towards turn one. Already Ryan Vickers ahead. Rory Skinner was trying to come around the outside as well. And Max Cook under attack in towards Campbell, but he's managed to keep the Rory Skinner attack at bay as they come through the heart of Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. It's Kyle Ryde who leads at the front. Scott Redding actually who leads at the front now. That was a strange overtake. Scott Redding just sitting up and driving straight past Kyle Ryde. 20 laps here. Have we already started seeing people thinking, I don't want to lead from the front, I'm happy to follow? The thing, if you do follow, the tyre pressure does increase. We've got such a high ambient here. We've got such a high track temperature here. We're dealing with kind of Grand Prix temperatures in the middle of Europe. But we're in Hampshire, in Thruxton, and this is a tyre eater off a circuit as we make our way in towards Church. On the inside, Rory Skinner slides past on Max Cook as they go through there. And look at everybody taking their time. It's like an outlap towards the grid. They're all sitting it up nice and gently and accelerating out of Church. That will start to fade as the race goes on. But it's Scott Redding at the sharp end on the number 45. Hagar, PBM, Ducati. From second place, Kyle Ryde, Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati. And everybody else coming through. keep your eyes on Storm Stacey. He could be a man who does a bit of moving and shaking as well. Storm Stacey starting fairly deep in the pack, but watch for Storm working his way back up towards the sharp end. Started on the 5th row of the grid. There's the tyre notification once again. Remember, SC1 on the front, which is kind of standard, and the D tyre on the back, SCD. It's a special Thruxton-esque tyre. Scott Redding, left to right through the Campbell Cobb Seagrave area, just nice and gentle on the bike. Look how steady and smooth they're being. If you're standing anywhere in the circuit and you can see one of those big screens, you'll see that nobody's really trying to put too much energy through the bike. It's all softly, gently, quietly at this stage of the race, because it's a 20-lapper. And they're already thinking about lap, basically, 17, 18, 19 and 20. That's where things will come into play. I spoke with a good few people in the grid there. Nice to be out there. Didn't know that Ilya Mikhalchik had blew an engine in qualifying. That's why he had to pull off the circuit. And he's put an engine in already on the lap to the grid. He said to the boss, this is a faster engine than we've had before. And that's always good to hear. Good to get that feedback. Darren Fry says, don't want to sound like everybody else, but it will come down to the end of the race. But Max has a good head on these young shoulders, and he knows what he's got to do. As Joe Talbot gets a little bit out of shape as he comes through the club chicane, just asking a little bit too much from the back of that SED tyre on the AGN Steelstock Bimota. But at the front, Scott Redding, fastest lap. A 1:15 flat. We're not slow here. These are quick lap times that we're putting in. Nobody is just meandering about here. Redding just trying to keep the pace alive. A 1:15 flat for Redding, a 1:15.3 for Ride, 1:15.3 for Vickers, for Skinner and for Cook at the back of that. Then it goes to Brad Ray, a 1:15.5. Watch out for the Yamaha mounted men. We'll say that now on lap 3. Watch for those guys coming good towards lap 12, 13 onwards. They'll start to pick a move round some places on these circuits and get those Yamahas elevated up towards the sharp end. Already Brad Ray having a bit of a half look at Max Cook into Church, and through he goes. It was a nice calm manoeuvre, and look how gentle they are coming through there. Ilya Mikhalchik on the other hand a little bit wide, but still very much wheels in line. Christian Idden also looking good in this one on the Senkat Racing Yamaha. But at the sharp end, 0.6 of a second is the gap that Scott Redding has. Will he manage to keep that? Will he hold on to that? We've seen a few people build up leads today and then have that lead taken away. We can hear them going back past into Allards in the background. The Pocket Rocket now ahead of Max Cook as well. This is all part of the plan. If you drop back into the pack, it's not a disaster. It should come good for you at the end. We've seen these lap times that they're doing just now. When the drop-off comes and they start going into the 1:15, high 1:15s, maybe even a low 16, if you're the guy that can keep your bike doing a 15.2, 15.3, maybe even a 4, you're going to be a threat to everybody else on circuit. And we watch Leon Haslam. He's been here so many times. He knows everything that he's got to do in this. He's played the chess game and the game of chance around here so many times. The Moto Rapido Ducati of Leon Haslam is a force to be reckoned with. The local-ish man, Steve Wilfmoor, who's just along there in the West Country. Still quite far, a bit like Ian Wallacott. Still a good couple of hours to get here. But this is what they look forward to, coming to Thruxton. It's a once-a-year effort to get to come here, and Redding is making hay while the sun shines and the temperature soars here at Thruxton as he goes underneath the big crowd into Woodham Hill. Impressive with Ryan Vickers. Vickers, after qualifying, looked like a man who was ready to physically assault the Honda that was underneath him. He didn't look happy at all. Punching the tank, arm in the air, shaking his head. He was still doing that on the in-lap in towards the pit lane. But his race pace looks really, really strong. We've just dropped into the 14.8s for Brad Ray. That's because there's a bit of a necessity and an urgency for Brad to make sure he can make that little bit of a gap disappear in front of him up towards the back of Rory Skinner. And he's done that. Don't expect to see Bradley stay in the 1:14s for too long, but 1 or 2 laps just to get the gap down and get to man in front of you is doable. Leon Haslam should be the next person who we see going into the maybe low 15s just to try and have a bit of a squirt on his. Oh, Rory Skinner lifts Ryan Vickers as they go through Village. The eyebrows on Alan Hyde in the studio, well, I'll need to pick them off the ceiling after that one. That was not a robust move from Rory. It didn't come in with a lot of anger and aggression. Vickers just did not expect that, and underneath him appeared the blue Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, which looks so smooth and stable. Stuart Shenton on the grid, had a bit of a chat with him. I said, what do you think? He says, absolutely no idea. It all comes down to how he looks after that thing on the back. And that's exactly what it comes down to. Stuart Shenton, crew chief to Rory Skinner, hit the nail on the head. This is a guy who's worked with the greats, likes of Kevin Schwartz, Papa Stu, as Rory does like to call him, in that blue corner. And that Yamaha, that Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, does look good, and it looks strong. As we look for the picture-in-picture on the big screen that you'll see into Rory Skinner's garage there. That's Michael Laverty that we can see, I think, on the front there. Lav just having a bit of a look there at the charge of Rory Skinner and Danny Kent. Let's not forget about Danny. 10th place for Danny Kent. He did the double here last year on the Sunday. Danny was really, really strong on the Martrain Yamaha. And you don't need to be at the sharp end. You can work your way through. But they need to maybe have a little bit of an eye on what's happening ahead, because Scott Redding, again, last time round, a 1:15.2. He is managing to put lap times in there and use his experience from from 125 racing, from Moto 2 racing, from his time in MotoGP, where you want to use the power, but use the power in a clever way, and you still get the drive, but you don't use the tyre. That's exactly what Scott Redding's doing. His gap is now up to 1 second at the front. Didn't expect this to happen. But there's plenty of time for these guys to come back. Quarter of the way through the race. Lap 5, we're on to lap 6 actually. About to start lap number 7 as Bradley Ray homes up towards the back of the Honda of Ryan Vickers. Was that Ilya Michalczyk in a bit of trouble going through that chicane here, or was that somebody else I saw in the background sitting up? Difficult to get a view on that one from where we were in our commentary box. But somebody just looked like they were going through in a slightly different line to everybody else into that club chicane. Yeah, number 17, course cut 12, 13 and 14. That's Ilya last time round. So Ilya getting himself in a bit of a muddle going in towards the chicane. As long as he gives up a little bit of time, that will be okay. But I definitely did see Ilya sitting up in the background. And we can now see the rubber starting to get laid down on the run from Seagrave up towards Noble. The Superbike starting to put some of that rubber down. Christian Idden has a warning from the back of the Senkat Yamaha. We can also see that Rory Skinner is pulling away from the likes of Vickers and Ray, and he's catching up towards the back of Kyle Ryde. He's using that nice, smooth style that he has, and he's using the Yamaha. But he can probably also think, hang on, Scott Redding's pulling a Swifty here. He's disappearing. He's effectively done a slide job on everybody, and Redding is not wanting to hang around. I heard the team maybe talking about this in the sprint race. Didn't expect Redding to come out so quickly in this one. 15.4 last time round for Redding. What's his lap time this time? It's just a second across the line last lap. He crosses the line to the exact same gap. A 15.6 for Redding, a 15.6 for Ryde, 15.5 for Skinner, Vickers and Ray. So that's the three guys a tenth of a second quicker who are behind Kyle Ryde. Interesting stuff. Almost identical lap times from Kyle Ryde and Scott Redding. But Redding having that second gap, Kyle's going to now have to dig a little bit deeper if he wants to catch up towards Scott. And he's just put a personal best first sector in. So Kyle's thought, not happy about this gap that Scott's having over us. Let's see what we can do in our nitrous competition Ducati. See if we can pull ourselves up towards the back of Scott Redding and half that gap, at least half the gap, so he's not got too much to try and fight with come the end. He may not have enough tyre left come the end, but as they go through the middle part of the lap, looking behind them, we've still got Leon Haslam, Christian Idden, Max Cook, Danny Kent all together. And, you know, Max Cook in there, Joe Talbot in there as well. Then the gap back to Lee Jackson. Lee Jackson ahead of Storm Stacey and Fraser Rogers as in towards the club chicane, change of position. Vickers goes ahead of Skinner. So Ryan Vickers puts the Honda ahead. Has the gap at the front come down any? Yes, it has. 0.2 of a second Kyle Ryde has taken out of Scott Redding. Scott did a 15.8 last time, 15.6 for Kyle Ryde. I'm pretty sure that these guys will have a lap time in their head, Alan, and they'll be chasing that lap time. They'll be trying to do it through block stages of this race. I want to do this lap time at that point of the race, rather than getting too carried away. We can see that Kyle Ryde with that 1:15.6, the 0.2 of a second faster. Vickers quicker as well, but Rory Skinner dropping into the 16 bracket, 1 minute 16 flat. That's not where Skinner wants to be. But you have to remember he was also passed by Ryan Vickers on that actual lap, and that does give away a little bit of free lap time. Round the back of the circuit, down through Goodwood, into Village and now Church. the undulations in the track, taking the little bit of life out of the tyres and extra heat through the suspension and everything else that's mechanical in the bike that can move and can soak up those bumps. As we come in towards Woodham Hill and the club chicane, it's all calm on the western front. That's the only way we can say it. Leon Haslam starting to pull away a little bit from Christian Iden. Christian Iden has Danny Kent, Cook and Talbot for company. I expected a little bit more. I didn't expect it to be this many gaps in the traffic, to be honest. I didn't expect the front row for Max Cook to find himself in 9th place.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
I think they've now left themselves too much work. We're halfway through the race, and unless everybody's alarm and their phone goes off because there's a heat wave coming in or something like that, there's too much time, in my mind, for these guys that we can see on screen making their way through Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave to make up the time.
I think you're right. It's a little bit perplexing.
It's all very well to try and think you'll save tyre towards the end, but if you get to the end and you can't catch the guys you're saving the tyre to do, then effectively you've taken a gun and put it through your foot. So that's not what they're wanting to do. 0.7 of a second the gap from Kyle Reid to Scott Redding. So it was a second for a good couple of laps, and it's just been chipped away ever so slightly by Kyle Reid. But also Ryan Vickers is very much in the mix, and Rory Skinner and Brad Ray. We will have a group of 5 towards the end of this. That's very easy to say. We can see this coming. What we won't see, I don't think, is Leon Haslam bringing that second group up towards the party. 6th onward, look like they've possibly given themselves too much work. This is the battle we need to keep our eyes on, in towards the club chicane. Be interesting to see when somebody thinks, I've had enough of this, I'm going. I've still got enough tyre left, it feels good.
Who blinks first?
0.4 of a second. Is Kyle Reid starting to do the blinking? Is he using a bit more tyre than Scott Redding to catch up? With a comparison over the last 4 laps, Kyle Reid's been 0.2 of a second faster on lap 8, 1/10 faster on lap 9, and 2 almost 3/10 faster on lap number 10. He is pushing on harder than Scott Redding, but we haven't seen Redding do anything. Eli Michalczyk enters the pit lane on the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team by IWR M1000RR, a retirement for he. And that's a great shame after that engine swap that they put in, as Rory Skinner homes up once again towards the back of Ryan Vickers. Tense battle this, real tense, and my hands are so tightly gripped together in the commentary box. You can see the white in the fingers.
Knuckles.
See the white in the fingertips as we watch them going in towards Church. I'm interested to see if Kyle can catch Scott, which he basically has done. I'm interested to also see, has Scott got anything in return for Kyle? Has he kept something safe? That PBM team know what they're doing. They've been here long enough. He and Johnny Moat, Scott Redding and Johnny Moat, that is, know how to get the job done. Need to release my fingers and get a little bit of blood circulation back as we come out the club chicane. Across the line, Scott Redding, Kyle Reid, the gap, 0.3 of a second, then 0.7 of a second back to the incoming Ryan Vickers. So Vickers is falling back, and that gap starting to build. Lap time last time round, Redding 15.9, 15.7, 15.9, 15.9, 15.9. Leon Haslam in a 15.7 as well, so still with the same lap time as the leading bunch. But the gap back from Brad Ray to Leon Haslam is 2.1 seconds, Al. It's too big.
Yeah, and it's Brad Ray, let's not forget, that's the only bike that's gone into the 114s. 114.896, fastest lap.
Oh, Storm Stacey has a huge sideways moment out the back of Village in towards Goodwood. That's just Storm using a little bit too much tyre early on, starting to drop back. He's lost 2 positions as Rory Skinner tries to go around the outside of Vickers, and there's a change of the leaders. They're in towards Church. Through on the inside of Church goes Kyle Reid. He hits the front. The defending reigning champion goes through on Scott Redding. What does Redding have underneath him? He takes a tear off from his shark helmet. He pops straight back out from the slipstream. I think Redding is here to play today, ladies and gentlemen. He tries to come back up the inside, and he does. And it's a forceful manoeuvre. It was late on the brakes, and through he went. Scott Redding, I think, has got a lot more in the tank, but he doesn't want to open that tap yet, Heidi.
Wow, absolutely wow.
Now we're opening the tap. Did you see the bikes? A completely different dynamic, a different visual on the bike as they come along this start-finish straight here at Thruxton. It's a big long curve. Redding wide. Underneath him goes Reid on the inside towards Campbell, but Scott Redding straight back through on the inside. And that's brought Vickers back into it. Kyle trying to fight all the way. It's like we're in a different race all of a sudden. Through in the exit off Seagrave goes Kyle Reid. Scott Redding has a big moment. That was a warning for Scott, just being a bit too greedy on the throttle pedal. or throttle twist grip, and in this first quarter of a lap, they've probably used more tyre in this quarter of a lap than they have an entire race to this point.
This is playing into Rory Skinner's hands, I reckon.
5 bikes in the battle now. The 2 Yamahas at the back, Skinner and Ray. I said, watch out for these Yamahas, they will come good. As Vickers now goes past, that wasn't something I was expecting. What they can't do is try and let Kyle Wright get into his rhythm and pull away as we come through Church, tucked up behind the bubble, heading up towards Woodham Hill. Rory Skinner, Brad Ray looking through the bubble to try and see past Scott Redding, but they decide to back off. They know Redding's got good pace, good power. You know what? Wind Vickers up. So let the spinning top go free and see what he can do to Kyle Wright. Vickers has got nothing to lose here.
I'm completely out of puff.
Yeah, Vickers has got nothing to lose here. He is here to prove a point. He has not had the greatest of years. He has dragged that Honda UK Fireblade towards the sharp end, and Vickers, in my eyes, in this whole group, is the danger man, because he will put that bike in a position where everybody else will have to surrender the position, because Vickers simply doesn't care. Another man in that mix would be Rory Skinner. It's been an up and down season. We've seen flashes of speed, but Vickers and Skinner, well, when you throw 2 wildcards into what is technically a championship battle, and remember, we're looking at the championship battle in front of us right now, because it is Kyle Wright who leads the way from Scott Redding and Brad Ray. The top 3 in the championship are in this top 5 with those 2 wildcards. This is going to get spicy towards the end. We are on lap 14 out of 20. A little look further back into the pack sees Fraser Rogers now ahead of Lee Jackson, and Jason O'Halloran just hasn't had the pace that his teammate has. Fraser Rogers, though, Hollywood looking pretty good around here, I've got to say. He finds himself in 11th place. Fraser Rogers, and Bradley Ray now pops out from the slipstream on Scott Redding, but that Ducati power tells true coming up in towards Woodham Hill and the club chicane. Redding deep on the brakes. Can he stop it? Yes, he does. Didn't look easy, though, I have to say that, but just hold everything calm. The dynamic of the race has changed. We've seen that with Kyle Wright as we're going to lap 15 out of 20. He has the pace. It's Wright, Vickers and Skinner, the top 3 now. And Alan Hyde 30 seconds ago said this is falling into the hands of Rory Skinner. Well, it is. Vickers and Skinner, it's falling into their laps right now.
The 2 of them, isn't it? Yeah, and those 5 are in a race of their own now, and I wonder if Max Cook has now pulled the pin. Is it too late? 6 laps to go.
Max Cook still behind Leon Haslam. What is he behind? Yeah, quite a chunky gap behind, but 15.8 last time round for Max Cook. One of the quickest riders on track was Max Cook, as well spotted by Alan Hyde. Has he pulled the pin? Where is he? Needs to get past the pocket rocket, and that's never going to be easy. Lee Jackson has once again gone back ahead of Fraser Rogers as they make their way out there, and Storm Stacey's coming to the mix of this as well. I've basically written Storm Stacey off about 40 seconds ago.
Never do that.
And yeah, silly Duncan as Storm Stacey gets right up to the back of Lee Jackson. The only thing is Storm's bike seems to be pulling a lot more shapes on the dance floor than anybody else as they make their way through and along Village, down through Goodwood, in towards the bottom of Church. Skinner goes second. Rory Skinner with a nice late braking manoeuvre into second place. Are we about to see a big upset here?
I did wonder.
I did see a blue Yamaha. I did see Yamahas would do it. Alan Hyde said Rory Skinner. This could be interesting. Skinner coming good. 0.4 of a second behind he is as Storm Stacey goes through. Now look at Eugene McManus round the outside of Fraser Rogers. What a manoeuvre from number 15. The rookie on the Mastermac Hawk Honda returning to the championship after injury. That was a big manoeuvre. And this is what we expected the front of the race to look like. 8 or 9 bikes all together. But we don't have that. We have 4 or 5 bikes at the sharp end. Maybe we have a group of 3 and a group of 2. Leon Haslam last time round. 1:15.9, 1:15.9 for Max Cook, 1:15.9 for Christian Iden. The top guys, well, they're 15.9 as well, but Skinner with a 15.6. Rory Skinner seems to still have grip in that Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. And I tell you what, Scott Redding doesn't have anything left. It looks like he's slipping off the back and heading back towards Leon Haslam, who I think I need to eat humble pie here. The pocket rocket is dragging that second group up towards the back of them as Kyle Wright extends his slender advantage in towards the club chicane over Rory Skinner. By now, the tyres will be starting to feel a little bit iffy as Max Cook's wide into the chicane. He's going to compromise his exit massively and through back on the exit. Oh, Max Cook touches the back off Leon Haslam and into the barriers goes Max Cook. Just caught the back wheel of Leon Haslam and into the recticel. We've got a red flag on the exit of the club chicane. That will be a result. Max Cook unfortunately goes in towards the recticel and he is down. Red flag here after contact with Leon Haslam just made a mistake going in towards that chicane. And a bit of a moment's calm in the pit lane suddenly changes as a rider goes down directly in front of everybody there. We're looking at the Hagar PBM team. Great shame for Max Cook there, as the medics and marshals already in attendance to see young Max as the red flag has come out. Building to a grandstand finish, but Kyle Reid will take the lead and he will take the actual victory. Rory Skinner with a good second place and Ryan Vickers in third. But right now, those guys won't be too bothered about that. They'll come round and they'll be realising why we've got a red flag, and their attentions will very much turn towards Max to make sure he is okay after that off. Just unfortunate there. Nothing Leon Haslam could do about that. Max just rode over the back wheel of Leon, and down he goes at the exit of the club chicane. Red flag and a result. But what about that? Kyle Reid wins the race. Fastest lap of the race in pole position will be for Bradley Ray. That's one thing. We then have, in second place, look for the next fastest lap. It's going to be Scott Redding with that 15.045. After that, we go to Leon Haslam. Leon Haslam, the pocket rocket, will be on the front row of the grid. We then have to look a little bit further back for the next guys, but it's a bit of a topsy-turvy grid as they all come into the club chicane. Nice rapturous applause. Ryan Vickers will. Vickers will be happy with that, purely because he didn't expect it after qualifying. Punching the tank, hands in the air, not happy. That's Vickers. Is that his first podium this year, Larry Carter? Yes, it is.
I think it is, yeah.
First podium for
and
Ryan
Rory
Vickers.
Skinner's as well.
And Rory Skinner. Brilliant stuff. As we hear the guys coming back into the Parc Fermé winners' enclosure. But thoughts right now going with Max Cook on the main straight after tipping over the back of Leon Haslam. But Scoop, that race building towards the end, but it wasn't the race that we were all expecting. That was something completely different.
Yeah, I think Redding cooked his tyre, didn't he? We started to see that back end of the PBM Ducati, Hager PBM Ducati, start to just look a little bit loose in places, and I think that Scott had just used his tyre by then. But yeah, absolutely delighted. I thought we were just shaping up for a cracking last couple of laps there, but sadly it sort of started unfolded on the run into the chicane when Max just totally got the line wrong, didn't he? He compromised his the right-hander into the left-hander, and then effectively, just as he gassed it up out of the corner, then he just clipped the back of Leon Haslam. So let's just hope all is okay. We have the best medics in the world. We've got the best marshals in the world, ladies and gents. So if you are a first-time BSB, these sort of things do happen, and the situation is perfectly under control out there. And we will bring you up to speed with any information that we get as and when. But there is Flying Ryan. There is Rory Skinner. Just going to have a chat to his good mate Oliver Barr across there. As well, Carl down here, well, that's the way to do it. Unfortunate to see a red flag there, but it looked like you had the measure of that one. Win number 13 of the season.
Yeah, great race. Obviously, I knew me or Scott had some good pace, and when I've seen the lap times, I thought it feels like you can do it, but with 5 laps to go, my tyre was completely shot. So tomorrow, if I'm going to win, I think I'm going to have to beat Ryan and Rory, and I'm going to have to go a bit slower at the start. So I did well. I let Scott go, and then I just did my pace, and I slowly come back. And then when I passed him, I just got my head down. And yeah, don't want to celebrate that because I think I don't know who's crashed. Someone said Max maybe.
It was Max that went down, yeah.
Yeah. So all prayers were Max, and hopefully he's okay at his own round.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Well, yeah. As I said, we will bring you Eddie up to speed on that one. Here is Rory Skinner. I'll tell you what, Rory, you nearly kept that Yamaha winning streak going there. Another couple of laps, it might have been a different story.
Honestly, Larry, after this year, cheers, Ryan. After this year so far, that podium feels like a win. I actually felt like I had pace there towards the end to go with Kyle. But hey, red flags happen. That's one of these things. I've been caught out with them myself before, and again today. So, hey, I'm over the moon with that second place. It means so much to me, almost as much as a win, quite honestly.
Did you have the pace to go with Kyle if it had got another couple of laps?
Yeah, I think so. I felt quite comfortable there, which is nice. So, yeah, massive thank you to the Cheshire Mold and Yamaha team. You know, it's not been an easy year so far, but first podium of the year at a track I've never podiumed at before. I'll take that.
Delighted for you, Rory. Well, he has been on the podium here before. Ryan Vickers, tell you what, Ryan, this is what it's all about, isn't it? Again, unfortunate to see that red flag, but it was boiling up to be an absolute cracker. You've got a podium for Hodden at the first of the season.
Yeah, I know. feels dead strange. We've been riding amazing. The team's been doing a great job, and we've been knocking on the door the last few rounds, and we've finally done it. We've been pipped for P4 quite a few times now. It's nice just to put a P3 next to the bike. To be honest, I was feeling really strong at the end of that race as well. I felt like I would have had a bit of a fight for the front two. So yeah, well happy, buzzing for the team. Thanks to Honda, all my sponsors. It's been a long time coming, but God, it feels sweet, so really happy.
Yeah, you've been knocking on the door, Ryan, you deserve it anyway. Congratulations. Well, absolutely wonderful there that we've got Ducati breaking the streak after those long years, that 15 strong years for 15 consecutive victories for Yamaha, and the first time since Josh Brooks in 2019 who takes the victory for a Ducati. And Ducati, prior to that, was Brooks again in 2016 actually, so it's only the second Ducati victory in 10 long years here at Thruxton. But this is as we liked it earlier, we've got rid of the DC-10 aeroplane with the props on and everything else, and we've just invented Concorde. That is the difference in metaphorical terms of this bike that Ducati have punched out, this brand new V4R, which is really proving to be a game changer all round. And fair play to Rory Skinner on the elderly. It's like Granny's Boom, isn't it? It's had a couple of different chassis and a few different engines, but it is ostensibly the R1 Yamaha, where the technology goes back to the mid 2000s. And remember that year that Leon Camier came rocked up on the crossplane R1 and swept everything before him. 2009, so that is how long the Yamaha's been about. And likewise, the Fireblade, invented by Baba-san back in 1992. And this again has developed through the years, and now in the very capable hands of a rider that was in the World Superbike Championship just 12 months ago, and that is Ryan Vickers, the Thetford Flyer, the rider that's based in Norfolk, and now just about to go and have a chat with the team. There is Carl's always doing the guest rides now down here. Paul Curran down here. Paul, congratulations. That's broken Yamaha's winning streak there. 15 consecutive races that won around here, and you've just put a Ducati on the top of the box.
Yeah, we're obviously coming into this weekend. It was a bit of an unknown really for Kyle and the bike, but I think with what we've learned throughout the start of this season, we're pretty confident that it should work just as well here as it has anywhere else. So.
It has been a nemesis. Thruxton and Ducati have never really got on, have they? Not been very good bedfellows over recent years.
No. Recent times it's been quite difficult, but obviously, from a chassis perspective with this new model, they've made quite a step. So. Good on them.
Yeah, absolutely. You're doing a cracking job as well. Win number 13. That's 19 consecutive podiums. Nobody's had a start to the season like this before. It's rewriting the history books.
No, it's you got a hats off to Kyle. He invested in himself over the winter. Went out, bought his own V4R training bike, put the miles in, put the effort in, and with the Shannon and the guys that are putting the bike together on the weekend for him, it's all working well as a team package, and the results are showing.
You get out of it what you put into it, Paul, and you're quite right how he bought his own training bike. Hadn't seen the race bike till the first round, was it? Or was it one of the tests?
Alton test.
Yeah. So no Spain or anything like that.
Larry.
Well done. Yeah, go on, Tom.
Just a quick update on Max Cook. Conscious talking to the medics, taken to the medical centre for further assessment for anybody who is on site and worried about Max Cook. Conscious talking to the medics, taken to the medical centre for further assessment. That is great news all round.
Yeah, thanks for that update, Duncan. We always do try and bring you the information from Mission Control as and when we get it. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't, but that is good news. We don't know the extent of any injuries there, but the very fact is that if he's sat up talking to the medics and he's just been whisked off to the med centre just for a quick checkup, then we will get some definitive news as to whether there's a couple of outcomes of this one. If he has tweaked a bone, or if there's any injuries which require further investigation, he'll be taken off to initially they are treated at the very, very advanced facilities of the on-track medical centre here. It's almost like a mini A&E unit that travels around with us to each and every round of the British Superbike Championship, and he will be taken off there for initial assessments. They do have basic equipment there that they can conduct the various bits and pieces, a little x-ray machine. They can put limbs in pot and what have you, but then if there is any investigation, he'll be taken off to the local hospital hospital where they will undergo any further necessary medical checks. And what we'll do, there will be an official statement released by Laura Stevens in the MSV press office at some point in time later on this afternoon. So if you keep your eye on social media, then that might be the first place that you get that. If we find out any information in the interim, we'll bring that to you, or indeed one would imagine that it will be tomorrow before we get that information up and out into the public domain. But yeah, you feel sorry for Max because he didn't do an awful lot wrong there, but where he went down just was at one of the fastest parts effectively, and the trajectory into the barriers is never good at that point. But the good news is that he and the bike seemed to glance the barriers at an angle rather than going in and kind of like at a 45 degree or 90 degrees to the actual direction of travel. So yeah, all very well, Max. If you are trackside can hear us, hopefully you will be back on that AGN Steel Stock Pomoto and battling where you rightfully belong at the front of the race tomorrow. Carl Wright just finishing off the interview down here with Shane Byrne for TNT Sport. You see Dougie McAdam looking on. I think Dougie, who runs the McAdam team alongside Mick Wadsworth with Ollie Bayliss and Max Wadsworth, then he will be out in the next race. We have still got a couple of action on track. We've got the Supersport race coming up, and then we've got the qualifier for the Pirelli Superstock. So just waiting for TV to finish with that. It looks like we have been given clearance from Carl Ride, and there is Rory Skinner. Just we need to get Ryan Vickers across here. If Ollie could just get Ryan across, we'll get him across just to see whether or not we can then go with the podium presentation. Just waiting for clearance from the TV director, and then we'll get you boys up here onto the podium. We just need Flying Ryan across here, mate. He's just having a chat to the team. What have you?
I was thinking about maybe not spraying any champagne, but I feel bad because obviously Rory and Ryan, it's their first time up here today, so I'm sure Max won't mind. But yeah,
we've just had notice he's conscious, talking to the medics, going to the med centre for a checkup.
All right, well, we'll have a spray of champagne on that then.
Well, do us a favour, Carl. There's one or two people out in the crowd that might like to wear a drop as well. What we will say, folks, is after the national anthem, if you don't want to get wet, take a step back, because they will be coming out into the crowd with the champagne, with the Prosecco. So make sure that you get there ready. So Vickers, we needed a cross. Ryan, come here, mate. Yeah, we're ready. Okay, Ollie, we are ready to go then. Let's get them out here then. Round 19 of the Zinn British Superbike Championship here at Thruxton, and onto the podium for the first time this season for Honda Racing UK, Flying Ryan Vickers. Second position for Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha, and for Scotland, the first podium of the season for Rory Skinner. And taking a 13th victory of the season for Nitrous Coins, Nitrous Competitions Ducati, the race winner and championship leader goes away of Kyle Ride. And the David Williams Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competitions team get the team award as well. And we'll ask Natalia Mill, representing our sponsors Zinn PMI, to make the podium presentation to Ryan Vickers. 21 times now on a podium in his BSB career, and a second at Thruxton. Rory Skinner, 19 times on a BSB podium for the rider just from Perth in Scotland, but with an 80th career podium and a 37th career win. The race winner is Carl Ride, and the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competitions team get the team award. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect please for the race winners. National anthem. two Englishmen and the tall Scotsman on the podium as go boys, you know what to do with the Prosecco. The Baglietti Prosecco is about to come out into the crowd. If you don't want to get wet, take a step back, because out it comes. Ryan Vickers leading the way, Rory Skinner as well, and Carl Ryde as well, as they get poor Spider gets absolutely ambushed with the bubbly there and out into the crowd. I don't know why you folks love it. Absolutely, I do my best to avoid it. You don't understand which bit. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. I've spent a lifetime trying to avoid the Prosecco as Duncan Vincent makes his way back to the commentary box. He congratulates his good mate Rory Skinner as well, they might just be heading back up the motorway to in convoy later on tomorrow evening. But Carl Ryde extends that championship lead now as we get ever closer to the showdown section of the season. Just one round remaining after this weekend at Thruxton, and that's at Cadwell Park over the August Bank Holiday weekend, when we then start turning our attentions to the final three rounds of the showdown. Effectively, that is Aston, that is Donington Park, and then the final triple header, which is effectively double points at Brands Hatch, double points at Brands Hatch, as we start to think about the end of yet another season. But that just about concludes the podium then for this, the 19th race in the Zinn British Superbike Championship. A race win for the reigning and defending champion Carl Ryde, ahead of Rory Skinner, with Ryan Vickers taking third position. And what's more, we've got to do the Thruxton Thrillers all over again tomorrow. Not once, but twice. Looking forward to it already. With that, back to Al in the studio.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range, from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio, and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Sam is sitting in her garden just outside Gloucester, listening from home this weekend because hubby Dave has to work. Wishing Scott Redding and the team the best of luck this weekend. And Dennis says, brilliant, all the nicknames: Cookie Monster, Front Row Joe, Redding Power, Pocket Rocket, Flying Ryan, Sir Al, Dunk, Scoops, and our Dutch Scottish. It's all there. Thanks for the entertainment, guys. And we're getting another weekend closer to Assen. That's from Dennis.
There'd be something wrong if we actually used people's first names and correct names, wouldn't they? You know, but we are very privileged. We do sometimes think it does sound a little bit frivolous that we do refer to these people as by the nicknames or whatever. Bearing in mind that we work with these guys every other weekend during the summer. We've all used to race. We've known the families, the friends, and everybody else for not just years, but for decades. And it's a little bit like with some people at school, some people at college, some people at university, some people at work. You just kind of get to know them a little bit better than everybody else. So apologies if it does sound a little bit frivolous. There is Luke Stappleford on the front row of the grid, just having a chat with his team out here. Showtime, Luke. Looking forward to this one. See if we can propel the Ducati up there to top step.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got the pace for 12 laps, certainly. Tomorrow may be a bit of a different story, but
let's see. I'm not sure who can keep the tie, and I think we're one of the ones that can. So we'll try his best.
Wish you well, my friend. Jack Kennedy down here. We'll just a very quick word with Jack Kennedy. Shorter race might just suit you. It's cooled down a little bit, Jack. This will work in the favour of the tyres, hopefully.
Yeah, just have to obviously all about managing pace and trying to be in the right position at the right time, but I feel like we've improved the pace, so feeling confident going into this one. Just get a good start and get away in the right place.
Thanks, Jack. And very, very quickly, a very quick word with Dino Harrison down here. Get away at the front, Dean. We've seen what happened in the Superbike race. You never know come the final dust up on the last corner.
No, so I'm not sure. I think the tyres might play a part as well in this one, so we'll just sort of set off, see where we are, and try and stay at the front somewhere if we can.
Point it in that direction.
Yeah,
Thanks very much. Well, that is the front row of the grid then. Luke Stapleford on the Scars Racing Ducati. Scars is an acronym for Scarlett, Charlie, Alfie, Reggie and Sol, the names of the kids who run that team for Lee Finley and for Dale McElveen. Then we've got the two factory Hondas racing out of Louth up in Lincolnshire, the 5 times champion, and that is Jack Kennedy racing out of Dublin. And then the Yorkshireman now based in the Isle of Man, and that is the multiple TT winner, Northwest winner, you name it, he's won it on the road, and that is Dino Harrison. That second row, though, that could well be where the championship comes from, because we got 1, we've got 2, and we've got 3 World Championship stars there. We've got Ollie Bayliss, we've got Josh Watley, and we've got Chad Onshu there. The rookies are lucky to try and get out there as one of the riders. That's Manny Brinton. Manny Brinton's had a problem as the Millionaire Racing.com team. He's going to start from the back of the grid there, but as I was just about to conclude that, keep your eye on that second row of the grid with Onshu, with Watley and with Bayliss, because they could really put a cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, Manny Brinton down at the end of the pit lane. He'll be a pit lane start for this race. He may actually get to go at the back of the grid on the Millionaire Competition R9 Yamaha. He's had a bit of a fraught weekend for his venture into the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. But great stuff, Larry. I know you were busy there from post-race winning stuff across to the grid. Stapleford is in pole position from Jack Kennedy and Dean Harrison, with Ollie Bayliss, Chan Onshu and Josh Watley. Row 3 is Hazard True Love, Corey Tinker and Oliver Barr. That's a really interesting row. True Love, you'd expect him to like Thruxton. He goes pretty well around here. Manny Brinton right now currently having a discussion at the end of the pit lane with the pit lane marshal. He's now looks like he's turning the Millionaire Competition R9 Yamaha off.
He should have gone by now.
Yeah, but he's got the technical, MSVR technical, Port West technical team are down having a check at that. There's something they're not happy on that bike.
Is it a tyre sticker?
I think they're looking for a tyre sticker, and there's no tyre sticker on that bike in my eyes. They're pushing him back.
Well, this isn't boding well for Emmanuel Brinton, is it?
Now, there was random tyre pressure checks, Larry. I wonder if he's fallen foul of that. I'm watching this on my screen.
I think they're looking for a tyre sticker, Dunk.
Yeah, and the barcode just is something being scanned and stuck on that bike there. Come on, Heidi, you've got better eyesight than I have. I'm an inch away from a 14-inch television. I can't tell you what's going on.
To explain is that there's a strict limit to the amount of tyres that they can use, and those are regulated by the organisers issuing an envelope full of barcoded little stickers that have to go on each of them tyres to authorise their use. And if one of them is missing, quite simply, the scrutineers pick it up. There is a little technical check that they have to do, and that means that they can't do that. That is what we're assuming is the case. We don't know that for certain.
I think they were maybe checking the tyre pressure there. I think there was maybe something connected onto that, checking the tyre pressure. Random tyre pressure checks have been getting made. But we'll come back to that anyway, because the sprint race for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship.
Pit lane start.
Pit lane start. Thanks, Larry. 12 laps around the Thruxton circuit, and we're getting ready to go. That is where our extra cameras paid absolute a blinder for us here, Alan Hyde.
Certainly did, yeah.
A few more options on the camera. 16 other options on the camera, actually, but I do apologise.
You're going to want this all the time now.
I know. I actually quite like being beside you.
Hello.
You know, that's quite nice. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. He's a lovely chap. What can happen here? Stapleford is on pole position. He will be wanting to try and make the jump and own this race if he can. Take some of the momentum away from Ollie Bayliss. Down towards Allard we all go. And it's a Chan Onshu start from the second row of the grid. Wow, that was a launch for Onshu as he gets towards the sharp end. P3 is Honda Yamaha. Luke Stapleford's gone back behind the front row. He is into 4th place with Hazard True Love trying to go past him now. And that was an incredible start from Chan Onshu in towards the first Allard. corner as we get everybody through, thankfully, and they start to stretch their legs out into the back of the Thruxton countryside. Manny Brinton has got away from the pit lane, and he is now very much in it. Jack Kennedy leads at the first intermediate from Jean Onchu. Well, he was keeping his powder dry, maybe we saw some quick laps coming in from Jean Onchu right towards the end of the qualifying session, but right now he's in P2, tucked up behind everybody. Apart from, well, Jack Kennedy wants to follow nobody in this race. He's at the sharp end. And look at the breakaway. Kennedy, Onchu and Harrison. Then a bit of a gap back to Stapleford. Then we've got Ollie Bayliss, who will be playing it kind of cool here. But if he can get ahead of Luke Stapleford, he will do that. As up the inside of Ollie Bayliss comes Hazard True Love. And through he goes on the inside. Does he take Ollie Bayliss? Yes, he does. Good move from Hazard True Love. That was lovely. Bayliss tried to fight that on the brakes, was unable to do so, but he gets a better exit on the club chicane and goes straight back through on the inside on the Macadam Factory Racing Triumph. You saw Dougie Macadam earlier on. I also caught up with the great man himself just as we were in between races. It's good to see him. Haven't seen Dougie Macadam since we were in Navarra as, well, that's Jamie Davis taking lumps out of, or was that Josh Watley? Got to make a decision here. Josh Watley taking lumps out of the side of Corey Tinker. That's not something I would like to do. Corey Tinker's a big lad. But Josh Watley's not hanging around. He goes through on the XMT Triumph. And this is one of the best showings we've seen as Jean Onchu hits the front on the McCams R9. This is, fabulous. Typical Onchu style. Gets to the front and tries to deck himself around the fastest part of the circuit of Village as we come down towards Church. The only problem from Jean Onchu is, I've got to say here, I think you might agree with this, Alan, that he doesn't actually know what to do now when he's at the front of the Thruxton race.
Well, it's a tricky one to work out, isn't it? You have to plan your strategy well in advance.
He's an absolute world-class racer, but yeah, it's quite a different place to come and race at Thruxton, but we're going to see just how good this man is as he leads in towards the club chicane. Through he goes on the exit, heads down towards the Allard. They call this a start-finish area. It's not really a straight. In towards Allard they come, tight back towards the inside as they go through. The resurfaced portion you can see in the inside of the track gives them that nice smooth feeling. Fastest lap for Jean Onchu, 1:17.258. That's a second or so away from the lap record. But Kennedy will be watching this thinking, this isn't too bad. He's not taking points off of me, really. He's not in my championship. As long as I can keep Luke Stapleford behind me, that's exactly what he'll be wanting to do.
He's braking, you know.
Max Wadsworth. Max Wadsworth's gone out of the race. That's a great shame for him. Yeah, Jean Onchu is breaking away.
He is.
He's breaking away, and it's a well-noticed thing there as we look out the side of the commentary box hut and give Ryan Vickers a bit of a wave there. That's a little bit surreal. He's now banging on the door, wanting to come in. We're in the middle of a super sport race, Ryan. I like that one. As we watch them coming down towards Church, through Church, you can see Onchu just starting to edge away at the sharp end, and that little bit of a gap that he's putting in, making it better for him. The distance in between the bikes is better if Onchu can disappear at the front, because then he's not in the slipstream.
So you ask the question what to do when you're at the front. If you can put in 2 or 3 qualifying laps and break away, then you've kind of worked out your race. But can he do it? He's got a little bit of a gap.
Surprised that Ollie Bayliss is still behind Hazard True Love, but remember, Ollie hasn't raced here before. He's making moves to try and get through and get past, but he just can't make that overtake actually stick. Can't make the overtake work. Fastest lap of the race last time round for Ollie Bayliss, 1:16.995 as we come into the Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave area through the complex that I do like to call this. Great section of corners. It's tight, it's less tight, and it opens up as you go through all of those corners, the left, right, and then, or the right, the left, and then the right on the exit as we come up towards Noble. Through goes Ollie Bayliss. Good move from Ollie. Going to call that a power move if we can, because he needed to do that. There was a bit of a slight gap starting to form from the back of Luke Stapleford back to Harry Trulove, and Ollie Bayliss has now plugged himself into that area. Plus, you've got the incoming Josh Watley, who's coming through like a freight train on the number 70 XMT Triumph. And it's great for Chris Hicks and that small XMT team who have got sport bike racers and super sport racers, putting youngsters in the limelight and giving them an opportunity. As Stapleford comes through on the inside of Dino. Dean Harrison has got nothing against Luke Stapleford, and Stapleford slides up the inside. In true Stapleford style, he made that look so easy and so smooth on the Scars Ducati.
Gap was 0.2 of a second. It's 0.3 of a second as they cross the line once again. But it looked to me on the majority of the lap as if Jack Kennedy had closed the gap right up to the lead.
Yeah, Kennedy looking pretty strong in second place as long as he has Stapleford behind him. Here comes Ollie Bayliss. You can see him run hard in towards Campbell, thinking about diving up the inside into Cobb, unable to do so. Dean Harrison, I don't think there's team orders down there at Honda because we've seen Dino and Jack go hammer and tong. But if Dean Harrison can get in front of Luke Stapleford, that is a huge help in the championship for Jack Kennedy. As Jean Onchu, 0.3 of a second, almost 0.4 of a second across the line last time round for Jean Onchu. As Ollie Bayliss has that triumph, making all sorts of shapes and sizes as he goes through the middle of Village in towards Goodwood. We're running down to Church. Bayliss on the inside of Dean Harrison. Harrison cuts across Bayliss. Doesn't want to let him go through there. It backs Bayliss up in towards the incoming Harry Trulove, and then look at the bike behind Harry Trulove as Bayliss pops out from the slipstream. It is Josh Watley, the next bike behind Trulove. Bayliss just mirror signal manoeuvre Dean Harrison.
Tick, tick, tick for Ollie Bayliss at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Man in front, better catch him, better pass him. Man in front, better catch him, better pass him. It's exactly the Bayliss mentality. We've seen that with his dad many years ago as well, as we come through to complete another lap. We're at half distance effectively already at the end of this lap.
Where did that go?
Lap 6 out of 12, and Jean Onchu at the front. Well, remember, Jean Onchu started on the second row of the grid in 5th place, middle of the second row. He's a replacement rider for the injured Ben Curry. I did see Ben Curry on the Superbike grid. He'll come and see us probably tomorrow for one of the Supersport races.
That would be really good.
Or this Supersport race.
Yes.
Because he's not here right now. But Jean Onchu dropped in by Yamaha into that McCam's ride for this event at Thruxton because there's no clash, and we have a couple of World Supersport guys here. In fact, 3 in total. You have got Jean Onchu, Josh Watley, and also Ollie Bayliss, which is a fabulous bit of scalpage for the Quattro Group British Supersport to have as Carter Brown trying to go underneath. Oh, Carter Brown tried his best there, could not go through. Where is Oliver Barr in this, actually? That's something I should say. Where is Oliver Barr? Ollie Barr will be in 11th place, a couple of places behind his teammate. So Carter Brown on the better, up the inside of 1, up the inside of 2. Wow. Luke Stapleford, through he goes. 2 positions in the 1 overtake. Looks perfect, doesn't run wide. But it also makes me think that Jean Onchu wanted that to happen.
Well, it's just a question of where and when, isn't it? And now you just got to stay in this this quartet of bikes for the lead of the race and see what happens in the last couple of laps, because you don't want anything to go wrong between now and the last couple of laps, that's for sure. And I just wonder, has Jean Onchu got enough to stay there in second?
I think he wanted to be part. He's not followed anybody.
I think you're right.
He doesn't know any better. Look how wide Onchu is. He made a small error. He probably could have cut that back. He was fishing for gears on the way in. He gets back. It's no big deal. I'll catch him. We'll pass him later on.
It's going to be about the last couple of laps, isn't it? This is a waiting game.
It always is. There's Carter Brown in the middle of our screen on a 3B Binge Construction Ducati. Carter Brown, CB, finds himself in 8th place. His teammate OB is in 11th place. Between them, there is Corey Tinker and TJ Toms. Great to see TJ Toms inside that top 10, actually. That's something that really does need to happen for the GNS Kawasaki. I'm liking that one. Back. Here comes Ollie Bayliss. He's back on Jack Kennedy up towards the crest of Woodham Hill, and through he goes, dragging his toes on the ground. You can see every time his toes touch the ground, it dragged his foot back.
Another one ticked off.
Yeah, exactly. Ollie Bayliss taking names around this Thruxton circuit, ticking boxes, taking names, and there are, well, the big 4 we could call it in this race at the sharp end. You'd imagine that Jean Onchu's actually Ben Curry right now. He's got the same race number, but if it was, you'd be absolutely, oh, look at Ollie Bayliss. Oh, Onchu back up the inside. I said, it's not a problem. You go through, Mr. Stapleford. I will have that lead back in a couple of minutes. Stapleford needs to not fight that fight right now. In the greater scheme of things in the championship, Jean Onchu is not on his radar.
How has Jean Onchu been able to get through and get a bit of a gap?
Well, he's class. Not that
Really
these guys
class,
are. He's
yeah.
world class. He is a world championship rider, Jean Onchu, riding for the Tenkate Yamaha team in the World Supersport Championship. Oh, Lucas Brown's entered the pit lane on the MSG Suzuki. That's a great shame for Lucas. I met him earlier on when we were on one of the many comfort breaks we have in the commentary box, and you could probably guess where I met him, Alan. Yeah, you know.
It's always the same.
He says, I've had a weekend I really want to forget. It's not been a great weekend for me. There's been so many things going wrong. But we're here. We're going to push on for the race. Up towards the club chicane. Stapleford pops out from the slipstream on Onchu. Through he goes. Onchu decides to drag the leg. A little bit of a side eye over towards Stapleford as they come into the braking zone. And through goes Luke Stapleford on that Scars Ducati. Lap 8 of 12 about to finish. And we now start lap number 9 out of 12. Fastest lap of the race, as Alan Hyde rightfully pointed out, 16.995 to Ollie Bayliss on the Macadam Triumph. And Ollie Bayliss on bike number 68. Triumph Macadam Factory Racing is on tube, back up the inside, through he goes. He passes in the right place on tube, and it just blocks the other rider. That's where he gets that little gap from
He's
Alan.
got a really good line through the complex because he's able to get through
The
and
lead
pull
taking,
away.
The lead taking line.
It's just superb.
We catch him coming back through Noble. I think Jean Onchu likes this. I think he likes this area. Look at Josh Watley as well. This is fabulous for that XMT Triumph team as we get a bit of a visual of Luke Stapleford's bike there. Chatter front, chatter rear on full lean as he just tipped in towards the Goodwood area of the track. But delighted to see the XMT Triumph of Josh Watley in 5th place. That shows that those XMT Triumphs, that's what Zach Corduroy should have been on this year. But Zach Attack, unfortunately injured. Here comes Luke Stapleford back up the inside of Jean Onchu. Onchu, brave on the brakes, will lay that bike across the nose. But Stapleford is in the area where Onchu needs to be. Jean's not actually defending at all into there. I think we'll see a different thing in a couple of laps' time.
Watch him through the complex, but also he is now very aware. We've got 4 laps to go, and Ollie Bayliss is right there, ticking off the places.
Yeah, round towards the complex to come. Let's see if Onchu can get a run through the exit of Allard, up the inside into Campbell. Layer on the brakes, layer on the brakes, layer on the brakes. Stapleford tries to fight it, but can't. Oh, here comes Ollie Bayliss round the outside of Luke Stapleford. Big move of the race from Ollie Bayliss. Round Luke Stapleford he goes at Cobb before Seagrave. Well, you said it, you know, little Jean there's got a bit of a demon line in towards the complex. And Luke Stapleford, he tried to fight that as much as he could, but he then found himself on the wrong piece of tarmac. Watch the replay on the big screen. Look at the late braking of Jean Onchu. The back wheel just teetering on the edge from coming off the ground. Forces Stapleford wide a bit. Ollie Bayliss, you do not need to give that guy 2 opportunities. Through he goes.
We have a big crowd viewing at the complex, and for a very good reason. It's an incredibly exciting place to watch. And this race is no exception.
Up towards the club chicane. Look at Onchu this time, defending in the middle of the road, and then back to it. Here comes Jack Kennedy passing. Jack Kennedy and Josh Watley on Luke Stapleford. That's going to be tight for those two guys. Stapleford just manages to hold that position on lap 11 out of 12. Stapleford, was he not leading last time across the line? He was. He now finds himself in 4th place with a whole heap of angry, fast riders around him. But Jean Onchu at the sharp end on the McCams Raceways R9 Yamaha leads the way back towards Campbell. He looks for Cobb. Then he looks for Seagrave. He'll try and get an exit point from Seagrave and look up the road. But all the time behind him, I think you mentioned it, Heidi, the danger man could be Ollie Bayliss.
Absolutely, he is. And heading down towards Noble now, the left-hand. It's incredibly fast, this part of the circuit. This is a fascinating high-speed game of chess, this one.
The difference is here, Ollie Bayliss, when he's in World Supersport, doesn't technically race against Jean Onchu all the time. Jean's maybe a little bit further up the grid, taking nothing away from Ollie. But situation's different in this championship. That Triumph that Ollie's on looks really, really potent as he runs a little bit wide in towards Church, a little bit wide through the heart of the corner. Bayliss out over the curb. There was nothing else left on the exit of the corner, but he did not back off. That wire was tight out across that curb, and Bayliss did not want to give it in. Here comes Stapleford. Does he pass 2? Yes, he does. That was a classy championship kind of move from Luke Stapleford. You've got to take your hat up to Luke for that one. He's maybe been pretty vocal recently in post-race interviews with Larry Carter, but I think, well, he's certainly putting up in the position where he is. He's doing
last lap, you know.
He's doing the talking, but he's also putting the positions up there. Good point, Alan Hyde. Last lap of the race is Stapleford going for the manoeuvre as Josh Watley goes through in the inside of Jack Kennedy. Kennedy will be thinking, who is this? Never seen those leathers. It is an XMT Triumph ahead of me. Yes, it is. Watley looking really, really good on the XMT Triumph. Puts himself up into 4th place. We see him in the World Supersport. is on the Ducati in the World Supersport, but Whatley finds himself a nice home on the Triumph with Chris Hicks on the XMT race here. Final lap of the race as we come through Village and Goodwood down towards Church. It does look like Jean Onchu is in the driving seat as we get down to Church. Ollie Bayliss is eyeing up Luke Stapleford, and Stapleford's eyeing up the back of Onchu as they come through out towards the exit curb. Nice and neat and tidy. Onchu heads towards the inside. It's what he's got to do. Bayliss to the outside of Stapleford. They're not quite three wide. It will be Onchu as they come in. Round the outside. Bayliss, they almost touch. Stapleford up the inside. Bayliss goes straight on. It's going to be Luke Stapleford who comes out to take the victory. Fantastic stuff from the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Ollie Bayliss and Jean Onchu just a little bit of rubbing in towards the club chicane. And that got just a little bit spicy towards the end of that one. My. Stapleford wins from Jean Onchu, from Ollie Bayliss and Josh Whatley. I have to say, one of the rides of the race for me, Josh Whatley coming home in 4th place, ahead of Jack Kennedy, Harry Truelove, Dean Harrison, Carter Brown, Corey Tinker and TJ Toms. Well, Luke Stapleford, he's been vocal post-race interview with Larry Carter. But you know what? Sometimes you have to put up and shut up, and that's exactly what he's done. He has just answered his critics there. That was an impressive run for the championship for Luke Stapleford. He will be happy.
The talking, didn't he?
44-point championship lead. His nearest competitor, Jack Kennedy, finishes in 5th place. Stapleford has just taken a big step forward in my eyes there, and that was an impressive ride. Larry Carter, I'm going to let you pick the bones out of that one. I've about swallowed my microphone in here.
Do you think there may be a penalty for Ollie Bayliss there? Because he didn't relinquish much time there. I did think I saw something just pop up on screen saying that the incident was under investigation.
No further action.
No further action.
No further action.
So he's got 3rd, yeah?
Yeah, no further action. What about Josh Whatley, though? Is that not super to see Chris Hicks's XMT triumph at the sharp end? Hang on a minute, Larry. We're going to watch the replay on the big screen, everybody. It wasn't quite 3 wide. Look at Onchu and Bayliss. So close. I actually think there was a bit of touching there. Oh, and Bayliss folded the front. He actually folded the front and he slows right down to go across there. So yeah, Ollie Bayliss does give enough time across the line, but he was lucky not to end up in a heap underneath one of the grandstands as Luke Stapleford's good friend Jack Ford punches the air in the Scars Ducati team. Very, very happy with that one.
Every lap, Luke was superb through the club chicane and Onchu was superb through the complex. And the final corners of the Thruxton circuit are the club chicane. That's the one that counted.
Onchu was quick into the complex. You said it. You called that earlier on. Fabulous stuff from the Supersport guys. The Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. We can hear the screaming in the background. They're basically through that wall. Larry Carter, over to you.
Don't know what to make of that, to be honest. It was one of the races of the season. As ever, we keep saying it, the Thruxton circuit just keeps delivering. The fact is, it's never changed since 1968 when it was inaugurated. All the other tracks have had little bits and pieces fiddled with them. There's been realignment, there's been chicanes and other bits and pieces just put in there to aid with modifications and everything else. But the fact here at Thruxton, it's the flat-out perimeter speedball that we've had seen all along. As Luke Stapleford, he's emotional about that one. It's his first win since Snetterton, Grant Bunting. He comes in and congratulates his rider. As you can see Lee Finley in there as well. I haven't seen Dale McElveen here for a while, so I'm not too sure where Dale is down here. Luke, what a cracking ride that was. You were down in, 6th, 7th position at one point in time. You were hemorrhaging points, but then you managed to come through a couple of forceful manoeuvres on there, fair but forceful manoeuvres, and you've managed to take the victory.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Way tougher than I expected, to be fair, so fair play. They got the pace that I probably didn't expect them to have, but certain people made it difficult, that one. I think that was pretty obvious to see, so we've got the job done today. Tomorrow might be a different story, but we'll try and keep ourselves clean because I think it's clear to see that could get out of hand quite easy. So we've took the win today and we'll take the points.
You've just got to concentrate on the championship. That's 44 points now in the championship lead. Doesn't matter that on Tuesday, it's not part of the championship, and it's important that you beat Bayliss or whatever. So you just keep focused on that.
Yeah, it's a difficult one though because obviously them two guys are coming from World Championship, so we'd be naive to think that they don't know each other, and there's maybe a bit of friendship there. So we'll see what tomorrow holds. We've got one over Bayliss today, so hey, if we have to take a good result tomorrow, it is what it is. We move on to the next round.
Thanks, Luke. As ever, I prod him, he responds. That's what I'm here for, folks. That's nice to see James Alderson down here Well, tell you what, us Northerners are not doing a bad job down here in Hampshire Games. Absolutely cracking result there in the cup.
Truxton's always been a good track for us. I knew we could pull something out of the bag. I just knew how to try and pull my finger out. So that was a good race. I'm happy to finally get a win in the cup class and start putting some really good results together. So hopefully that's a start of good things to come.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to that one tomorrow. Where is Ollie Bailey? He's just having a chat to the team down here. You can see Max Wadsworth and the rest of the team down here. Ollie, that looked fun to be racing, but that last chicane, what was your take on things?
Yeah, I mean, both the guys went to the inside and kind of had nowhere else to go, so I tried to go around the outside. Onku just let off the brakes, but if we switched roles, I would have done the same thing. So yeah, I mean, it's all racing. It's good fun. Luke made some weird comments or hand gestures on the way in, but I don't know what's wrong with him. He won the race, so.
Yeah, well, strange that. Yeah, absolutely. This is going to run, isn't it? This is going to run. Talk about no love or lost there between the riders. Luke, yeah, he's got a chip on his shoulder. That is for stage. And John, if I could just say, welcome back to British Supersport. You last had a ride with Gaelic Kawasaki, Donington Park. You won that race, and you very nearly won this one as well.
Yeah, I have enjoyed a lot. We had a really good race with Ollie and all the guys, and we have enjoyed a lot. And I hope to do another step for tomorrow to try to make the team the best result as possible. But today, the best possible was this. Let's enjoy this and let's keep working for tomorrow.
What do you think of Thruxton? It's unique, this circuit, isn't it?
It's a very different track, and to be honest, we have to improve a little bit more in some sections, but generally we was fast. But you know, this is racing. Sometimes the long straights doesn't help. But I enjoy a lot. It was a really, really nice race.
Great to have you back. You're always welcome in this championship, Jan. You know that one. Here is Steve Rogers. Put the cat amongst the pigeon in that one, didn't it, Steve?
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, I'm not sure he's overly happy.
I think there's all sorts of things going about here, may I tell you what things. It's certainly going to get a bit spicy, that is for sure. Well, we're just getting the TV interviews down there. We can see Ollie Bailey's just having a chat there. This is going to run. Luke has got he's got an issue. That is for certainly. He thinks that the world's against him at present, and I can understand his point of view. They've had revs taken off the Ducati. He said all the years I was racing against the Ducatis, there was never anything done against them. All of a sudden I jump on, lead the championship, and it's a bad bike effectively, and he's had this issue going forward. He's been very vociferous. Yeah, and my job is, I'm a journalist, I've got to ask these questions, I've got to provoke a response from the riders, and that is Luke's a professional motorcycle racer. He knows how to answer them sort of questions, but he now feels as though the world's against him, because we've got two World Championship riders with the likes of Chan Onshu and Ollie Bailey, as well as Josh Watley in there as well, and he's sort of like saying they're all friends, they're all ganging up on me, what have I got to do? Well, Luke, what you've got to do is win the race. Like
he's just done the business, though, isn't he?
And then Ollie says, I don't know what the hand gestures were from Luke on the slowing down lap, what's all that about? I think them two is that there's a mutual respect between them. Ollie Bailey's just having a chat with Steve Rogers down there. There's a mutual respect between two very, very fast, two of the best super sport racers in the world. But the very fact is that he's a feisty little man. We've seen Luke Stepford. He is
angry
very,
little
very
Stapleford. It goes
yeah,
to the
he's
back
your
a long way.
Angry little toy, isn't he? At times
don't
as
say
well.
that. Yeah.
yeah. My little toy, I think, at one point in time. But this is going to run. And I'm going to keep my eye on this one, because I think it could explode at any time. Not physically on the track, but I think that there may be words in ears, or perhaps just one or two, just the body language. And I've been reporting, Duncan, you picked up on it, Alan's picked up on it as well over the past few rounds, and the very fact is that whenever I stick a microphone in front of Luke, he seems as though it's him against the world. And at one point, if you remember, at Brands Hatch in the midst of the World Cup, we said, look, we're not going to talk about motorbikes because we know that you're feeling that way out with the world. Did you watch the England match last night? What do you make of it? What do you reckon of the formation? Have you been watching the Open Golf at all? What about the basketball?
Yeah.
And we ended up talking about anything other than motorbikes. And yeah, and we've been around this block. It's not our first gig, is it, this Dunk? We've known that that these things can rumble, and it's the spice of the sport, and not everybody is the best of friends, and whilst we never ever advocate that sort of negative rivalry, as it were, we just report the facts, and the very fact is that Luke Stapleford, he might be leading the championship, he might be on for his second British Supersport Championship crown later on this season, but he's got an angry little chip on that shoulder as well. He feels the world's against him, and this is going to run. But
he's got the speed, though. He has got the speed.
And Simon Bleasdale, when there was the talk about how slow his bike was at Oulton Park, Simon Bleasdale produced the various sector speeds, and the Scars Ducati was at the top of the line in all of them. He says, I don't know what Luke's got to say about it. But anyway, that's by the by. They're a small team run by those two Northern Irish businessmen, and that was something to look forward to.
It's simmering away, Scoop, isn't it?
Simmering away,
It really
I like
is.
that, Donkey. Yeah, it's just simmering. We've just got the pan on nicely on the boil, haven't we, this one?
Yeah, but one step too far, which is going to
and
blow
it
off.
can happen at any time.
Yes.
It could happen at any time.
Well built up, Scoop, well
so
done.
we've got the it's a very cosmopolitan podium, because we've got an Aussie, we've got a Turk, and we've got an Englishman on the podium. So I think we are just about ready to go, as the friendship between Channon Shu and Ollie Bayliss is plain to see down here in the eyes of Luke Stapleford. As we've got clearance here, let's get them up here then for this round 7, race 13 in the ongoing Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. And onto the podium for the 9th time this season for Macadam Racing Triumph and for Australia, Ollie Bayliss. As he climbs on to the P3. Second position then, it's great to have him back for McCann's Yamaha. First podium of the season for Turkey and Channon Shu. But taking a victory for the 5th time this season for Scars Racing Ducati, and the championship leader for England, the race winner, Luke Stapleford. As he exchanges a glance at the team award as well. Gets, I'm not sure what's going on there. Ollie Bayliss offered the hand of friendship. That was accepted. I'm not too sure what went on with Channon Shu there, but anyway. That's, it's like getting like a soap opera, this. Natalia Mill from Zin will make the presentation to Ollie Bayliss. He's having a laugh and a joke with Luke Stapleford here. There is the Turkish rider Channon Shu, who gets P2 on this occasion for Steve Rogers and race for his Yamaha. Luke Stapleford, his first victory since Snetterton, as he goes 44 points in the championship lead on the ongoing Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Nice to see Ben Kerry looking on as well, as his replacement rider is there on the podium. So we've got the Scars Ducati, we've got the McCann's Yamaha, and we've got the McCann. Get loose with the juice, boys, just when you're ready. Hold the trophies up high, and then we're going to get... Then you want to go, you get out there in the crowd, Ollie, if you want, with a bubbly. Just out you go, boys, with the bubbly out into... I'm just going to hide behind Duncan Vincent here, but as there we go. Luke Stapleford goes and soaks everybody else down here. It's Rogers, is it? Oh, it's not the old water pistol. You know what? I nearly said it. I've just felt a spot of rain here. It wasn't. It was Carter Barr with a water pistol as well. So there you go. That concludes the thrilling Quattro Group British Supersport Championship race. We've got one of them to do again tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit interesting when we go with the things. You're a pillock, you are. You know that, Rogers. You know. Oh, it's done. As if I thought it's rain, because it's coming a little bit cloudy here. I thought, did I feel a spot of rain there? But no, it wasn't. Anyway, that concludes the podium then. A rather strange podium, strange post race for that. 2 World Championship riders on there. And let's not forget that Luke Stapleford did a stint in the World Championship as well, going back a few years. And we've got to do it all over in the feature race tomorrow. That's going to be worth the admission fee alone, folks, if you're going to be coming along to Thruxton tomorrow. With that, back to Al in the studio.
18 laps to look forward to. Don't miss it. It's 3:25 tomorrow afternoon, the feature race. 18 laps around Thruxton. And no doubt a bit of a rerun of what we have just enjoyed over 12 laps. Absolutely supreme supersport race, that, Duncan Vincent.
Did you see the podium?
No.
No. There was a distinct lack of a handshake.
Oh yes, Larry mentioned that. Yeah.
And then I thought, my goodness, it's raining. But no, Oliver Barr had a water pistol.
Water pistol.
So he's trying to soak me and Scoop, who are trying to hide from the fizz. I mean, Fraser Rogers, Carter Brown and Oliver Barr having so much fun with the water pistol. So what did I do? And I didn't give him it back. I gave it to Dougie McAdam.
Who squirted me. Simple things, please, simple minds.
Yeah.
That's all we can say, isn't it, Dunk? You and
I know,
we rise above this.
We do, but we'll get them back. Don't get mad. Get even. I've got the Hulk in here, remember? I could just send him out with these green boxing gloves on.
I can lend gloves for you, Larry.
Tell you what, we're needing them for super sport, never mind that. You could have been out there, Alan Hyde.
Listen, a gangster like me, Heidi, doesn't get my hands dirty nowadays. There is contract killings that need to be sorted out here. And I'll point you in the direction of the Binge Pro Yamaha, Binge Pro Ducati team to start off with. So if you can just sort that little problem of mine out in the paddock this evening, if that's possible, and I shall pay the invoice when it arrives.
Larry Carter, thank you very much indeed. Very entertaining. What a race.
Now, I've got to give a quick shout out to happy birthday to Ellie's mum, Tracy, when Josh is going out for qualifying. I think that would be a little wee happy birthday. We like happy birthdays, don't we? Tracy?
We do.
Listening in Cyprus. My goodness me. That's lovely, that, isn't it? And she says, don't forget, Dunk. So she sent me 2 messages. I didn't forget. We were just holding it back, Ellie, to... You know what it's like. If I do something wrong, Ellie will come down with like a ton of bricks. And there you go, Ellie. Wish Tracy a happy birthday for us. And Josh Owens, that is, who is about to go out on track for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship qualifying.
I've got a very simple message here to read out, Duncan. It's from Dave and Gaz, and they say, just loving the racing. It's difficult not to, isn't it? We've had some super racing today.
I mean, the Superbike race was something else. How can you not like what we've just seen on track for Supersport?
Oh, something else.
You know, that pick the bones out of that. There's hand gestures on the end lap. Jean Onchu broke the screen when he came round the back there. There wasn't a handshake with Stapleford. There was, there was always. And then the teams egg it on a little bit more. Jamie Morris, the photographer, me standing there thinking, it's just going to be a punch-up. But these guys at the top of the game, you know what? They're in the paddock. They're not there to make friends, Larry. And I think Cito Pons said that many, many years ago. I'm not in the paddock to make friends. I'm in the paddock to win. And that's exactly what these guys are out there doing, whatever class it is. The final track action of the day is for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, and it's their qualifying that we have. 25 minutes of track action from our TSL tracker map, I think is going to be honest. And we'll keep our eyes on everything else that's going to be happening on the screen, as well as Alan Hyde needs to just nip away for a quick second and try and... You're trying to break things in the commentary box here. Well, it's your commentary box. You can do what you like. Do whatever you like. But there's so many talking points to go through from today, and we really can't just dismiss what we've got on track, because it is the Pirelli National Superstock Championship qualifying. The championship coming in here is led by David Allingham, and D-Bomb has 7 victories to his name in 2026. He has been not flamboyant in this championship at all. It's just not David Allingham's style, but he has been so fast and so consistent. Consistency is the main key thing. Allingham, 7 wins with a 49-point championship lead over Luke Mossy and Lewis Rollo, with Scott Swan in 4th place and Matt Truelove in 5th place. Josh Owens, a very creditable 6th place. And we'll say hi to Josh Owens, and we'll say hi to Tracy once again. Hope you're having a great birthday. And there you go, Ellie. That should make things... I've ticked the boxes now. 6th place for Danger Scouse. 7th place for Simon Reed. 8th place for Declan Connell. Deco not taking part this week, though, after he unfortunately tipped off yesterday and broke his wrist. So that was very early in one of the free practice sessions for Deco and Bike 33, the Rapid Honda racer. He's in 8th place in the championship, just 7 points ahead of his teammate Ash Barnes in 9th, Ash Beach in 9th, and Ash Barnes in 10th place. So 2 Ashes together, Beach and Barnes. I also had one of the Ash Beach supporters come up to me and say, make sure you give Ash Beach a shout out. I said, we always do, but we call him the canny veteran. And she goes, oh, that makes him sound old. I don't think he'll like that. And I said, well, it's Larry Carter that started that. I'm just going to... Sorry, Scoop, I threw under the bus. I'm just picking it up and running along with it. But Ash Beach on the Jones Dorland BMW. The switch from Honda to BMW from Jones Dorland really coming strong. And there's more BMWs at the sharp end of this grid. The presence of BMW very much out there now in this championship. We saw last year Eli Michalczyk pick up the championship lead from a very early point in the season and run on to have a championship victory. He looked really good doing that all year. And what we've seen this year is David Allingham kind of in that same zone. But Lewis Rolo on the BMW. Scott Swan has just switched onto a BMW with SMR over from his Honda. And this morning I actually said I was a Honda for Billy Skippy McConnell. I can't actually update that one now, Larry Carter. The C&L Fairburn Properties definitely is a BMW M1000RR for Skippy McConnell that we have on track. And I can say thank you very much to Josh Corner, who was one of the guys helping me find out about that and keeping us right. So there you go, Skippy. Skippy, I think he lost an engine this morning actually, Larry. I don't know if you can see him in the pits.
Yeah, I'm not actually. Is he on track at present? Noted about we got the official confirmation through that it was on a Honda, and we never ever query what we get sent through, unless it's absolutely blatant. So yeah, thanks
Skippy,
for that
27th place right now, Larry.
Yeah, well,
on track.
That's unlike him at Thruxton, isn't it?
I know. Early days for this qualifying session, but what we probably will see for a 25-minute qualifying session, there might be a fair amount of, don't take this the wrong way, non-activity on track, because they won't want to burn out a whole lot of tyre life that they have here. I better watch out what I'm saying, because Slugger's about to come back into the commentary box. I wasn't saying anything bad about the Hulk, but in comes Alan Hyde in towards the commentary point. But these guys will be wanting to try and save some sort of tyres. It's a long race for them tomorrow when they're out there, Larry.
Yeah, Skippy McConnell has just come down pit lane, and I did notice that there's some prominent SMR decals on the side of that bike as well. So, yeah, most certainly isn't a Honda.
That's exactly the case. Sean Pure Racing wouldn't have his name on a Honda, would he?
Well, not nowadays. I mean, he had a lot of success on Hondas in the past as Callum Bay. What was your journey down from Central Scotland, Dunk? How many hours?
7 hours, 28 minutes, actually.
7 hours, 28 minutes. So 3 hours north of you, up towards the Moray Firth, you found a small village of Huntley. So that's another 3 hours onto that. Is that fair to say?
Callum Bay, easily another 3 hours north of the border from me, north of there.
And add to the fact that you might have just done 65 miles an hour occasionally in the Puma or whatever you're driving nowadays. He's in a race truck. So you've got to sort of like say 9, 10, 11, possibly even 12 hours in a truck when he finishes here tomorrow afternoon. So if he leaves the track at 6 o'clock tomorrow night, he's getting home at 6 a.m. on Monday morning.
He's a warrior, a proper warrior. I just moan about it on the phone to Angela all the way up the road. That's
I made contact. I'm so sorry.
I just got punched from Alan Hyde in the commentary box.
It wasn't meant to make contact.
It's Saturday night. It's all right for fighting, as Elton John used to say, isn't it?
He put his boxing gloves on, looked at me. I put my hands up and he smacked me. I thought, I can't hit him. I might hurt him.
It wouldn't be Thruxton unless old Slugger Hyde turned his hog out at some point in time,
he's got form here. Ladies and gentlemen, last year Alan Hyde, he flipped and he turned into the Incredible Hulk. Hence the reason he's got these Hulk gloves from Aldi or wherever it was. Where did you pick them up? Other supermarkets are available.
Tesco Extra. Andover Town Centre.
I was going to say, if Andover last night when I rolled out of the pub at 5 o'clock this morning, that's where the help came from. We've got a massive riders there. Scott Swan, there is Maddie Truelove. There is a load of other riders just heading out of pit lane. It's going to be a proper bun fight, that one. Luke Mossey, he's down here without the crash helmet on. He's just sitting things out. Callum Bay is on the pit wall as well, just waiting for things. Jamie Coward, it's been quite impressive for Jamie Coward, the rider that you normally associate with the pure roads, effectively. And we normally see the likes of Hutchie, McGuinness, Connor Cummins, Jamie Coward, Michael Dunlop, one or two others at the start of the season when they're qualifying for their Manx racing license, as it were. But Jamie Coward's been a regular in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship for the past 3 or 4 rounds, and he's been waiting in with the points and what have you. It's been, I don't know about you, Dunk, but it's been a pretty impressive performance for old JC. Speaks with a broad Yorkshire accent and what have you. Just having a chat with the team boss down here, Clive Paget and what have you. He's got his 2 boys out there. And Clive, it's you I want to have a chat to, because we go back a long way. How many years are we now claiming in the British Championship paddock? It must be over 60 now.
I think it's 103, Larry. Yeah,
it's mine and your age combined, that, mate.
Yeah, that's not collectively, that's me, and you're not far behind me. And we're still loving every minute of it. Well, you make the drive here every weekend. You do an incredible job. You know, we're still loving life, working with 2 great guys, as you can see here, you know, with Jamie and Luke. And the whole paddock and the people that attend and everyone that takes the time to give, you know, the weekends up and come here. what a special event.
It is, and you've been part of this journey for a long time. I know you've sort of like had a season or two out and various other things. You went Grand Prix racing for a little while and what have you, and the pageants, the rainbow colours of the pageants were sported around the world with the likes of Jay Vincent and Adrian Coates and John Reynolds, Darren Dixon, back to them, back in my day with the likes of Mark Phillips and everybody else that used to. If you were on a pageant Sunday, you would have really made it when I was racing.
Well, that'd be very wrong of me to say that, but yeah, we keep trying, we love it, and we'll do some more yet.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see, and of course the tragic loss of your dad as well, which had a big effect on the family and the personal tragedy that you have had over the years with losing Gary as well, your brother, and everything else like that. Yeah, the BSB paddock, it's a healer. It's where you go when you're down on your haunches a little bit and you're feeling a little bit troubled with the world. Then you just come back home, don't you?
You know, I always say, as soon as you come through the paddock gates, anywhere in the world, everything else stops. Whatever you've got going on at home, at work, the world stops and you're in a different zone, and we've all got smiles on our faces.
I'll tell you what, Clive, you're doing a cracking job. Okay, the British Championship or the Superstock Championship's looking increasingly difficult. You never know, but it just takes one bad result for David and Luke's back in it.
Well, we certainly wouldn't wish that on him, but loving life going racing with Luke, as you say, and Jamie's moving forward. You know, we're looking forward to doing the roads again with Jamie next year, and this is part of that strategy.
Doing a great job, Clive. You're always welcome. It's great to see you. Thanks very much. The legend that is Clive Paget, who your co-commentator, Dunk, is out here with his crash helmet and his leathers on. SC Sam Cox. Normally have him pestering and mithering you in the commentary box, don't we?
Yep, I spoke to Sam Cox today. He says, where are you actually commentating from? I said, I can't tell you that because you're not coming in.
Can't find you.
Trade secret, Coxie. We'll keep an eye on Coxie. If you can get the points, he'll be delighted. Struggling for a rider for Cardwell Park for the Armada SC31 team, if either of you guys are free.
Yeah, because we had Tommy Oliver, and he got the blame for everything, didn't he? He got the blame for the rain at Alton Park. He got the blame for
the milk was warm.
The cat had contracted some disease. He got the blame for it, did Tommy Oliver. I think it was Snetterton, and I went up to him and said, he said, what am I getting blamed for now, Scoop? And I said, well, everything, Tom, like you normally do. But that tenure only lasted a couple of rounds. Then we had Tommy Ward back on the bike at Brands Hatch, and we've not seen Tom since then. He, of course, broke his leg pretty badly at Cadwell Park last year. Then we've got the comeback racer, Sam Cox, who... Was it last year that he broke his leg fairly badly? Or was
it was the start of last year at Brands Hatch, yeah.
So that's been an injury that's been going on for a couple of seasons now. And then there was there were a couple of kind of wildcard riders on the Armada Marine Cables bikes on a couple of rounds. But the old gaffer's had to get turn the old keys himself this weekend. Can't get any old replacement riders, can he?
But for Cardwell Park, his 3 riders are at a bull door test, so they aren't available for that. So he's actually thinking... He said, I don't go very well at Cardwell Park. And he left a big pause looking at me and was like, I'm well past it, don't worry, I'm not coming out. He said, I heard Larry raced a slab side once. Do you think he's free?
I have an answer. I have got the perfect person for that.
Come on,
could Salty Sellers.
Oh, Salty would be good, wouldn't he?
You want me to put that to Tammy?
Why does that works perfectly?
Yeah.
Harrison's in one, Salty Sellers.
Yeah,
Dave,
we're just going to put this to the gaffer down here, Tammy. Tammy, I don't know whether you want to hear this or not, but we're hearing that the Armada Cables team are a bit short of Superstock riders for Cadwell.
Yeah.
And we've been asked as a commentary team to put a name forward.
Okay.
Yeah. And whilst we might have thought Harrison might have done a reasonable job, but he's got bigger fish to fry in the sport bike category.
Yeah.
So we're going with a committee decision. Salty Sellers is on the bike.
Oh, okay.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine with
that. After he busted himself up at Cadwell,
well, that was the last time he rode a bike. So a year later, he could possibly make an appearance.
Have you got an insurance fund or something going on here?
I have, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that where the pictures came from, Larry?
That's Duncan wants to know, Tammy, if that's where the pictures came from.
If what, sorry?
If that's where the pictures came from. Yeah, that little laugh tells you all, doesn't it?
Dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
We shan't
Larry.
elaborate on that one, Duncan. But she's up. The wife's up for Salty Sellers being on the bike. Can I leave you to do that deal?
Well, Salty's actually just sent me a message as we're sitting here right now. I'm too fast. Oh no, it doesn't. There's an S missing from that.
I was going to say, yeah, that's a 4-letter word. The one you're thinking of was 3.
So, Sellers, you've got plenty of time to get there to Cardiff Park. We've got 2 weeks. Crash diet. Heidi, he could be on that bike. Salty Sellers would be the perfect fit.
After he launched himself over the mountain and straight into Lincoln Hospital last time, it might not be such a good idea.
Well, he did have a partial snooze the last time, if you can remember that, and he did kind of take himself out of the equation. But
the wife's rubber stamped it, so I don't see what excuse he can have.
Well, we need to get past Sam Cox right now. So Sam
he only owns a team, Dunk. He's not relevant in this. We've decided that Salty's on the bike, so Coxie just will have to just find a few grand budget to run him that weekend.
Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Salty's good for it. Scott Swan's fastest of this session from David Allingham and Carl Phillips. It's 1, 2, 3 for Northern Ireland across the water there. Carl Phillips having a really, really strong showing here at Thruxton, the reigning Ulster Superbike champion. Luke Mossey, well, he's behind Harry Truelove, 4th and 5th. Then Simon Reid, Ash Barnes, Lewis Rollo, Josh Owens in 9th, and Ash Beach in 10th place. Shout out to Sammy Laffins. The Sam Laffins massive fan club has been in touch with me. All 2 of them. They're non-stop. They're really, really, really nice people. We've got Jodie, who's just come online over in Northern Ireland, and we've got Amber, who's down in Wales, I think, who is very much. Very good people, lovely people. I sound a bit like Donald Trump there saying that, don't I? They're great people. Doing lots of great things. But the Laffins fan club have come online. Bearing in mind, Sam Laffins last year had a slight technical off at church and cost himself a little bit of pain in the nether region, if you remember that, Larry Carter. So
a little off.
Yeah, a
little off. It was one of the biggest crashes I've ever seen in my life. He ended up in Salisbury, didn't he?
It was trying for him, let's put it that way. But thankfully, Sammy back on the number 7 bike, 18th place, and back in with Joe Richardson. Even though he's on the Sam Laffins bike, he's back in the Joe Richardson awning for the weekend's activities, and he has been since Finn Arscott broke his leg at Knockhill. This is Finn's local round. He'll be gutted not to be here, but Finn Arscott, hopefully we'll see you soon. Back on the bike, in the paddock, looking happy. That is important. But Sammy Laffins, hi to Jodie and hi to Amber. Hope you guys are having a great time. I need to ask why they're not here, though. You know, they're very good at getting in touch from afar, but they're not actually here. Alan Hyde's not too sure on that one, Heidi.
No.
Let's move on, shall we? Let's move swiftly on. We have got 8 minutes of this qualifying session left. We're doing lots in this public service broadcasting announcements. We're also trying to get a ride for Cardwell Park, and Larry Carter thinks that's been rubber stamped already. I think Tammy knew what was coming there from Larry, actually, and she didn't seem that bothered about it actually as well. So that's brilliant stuff. If we could have that, Dave Sellers on the Armada, it'd be quite a story, that, actually, towards the end of the day. Steve Days just walked past our box. They did that yesterday, and we decided that he needed to have a shave. Hasn't had a shave, hasn't lost any more of that facial hair. As Scott Swan, fastest of anybody. Do you want to come in for a minute? You can come in. We've got a seat for you here. Bring a seat over. Don't be shy. Oh, you're going to. Professional broadcaster takes a bit chewing gum out from his mouth. Jump in, Mr. Day. Stick that headset on. We've got what? We've got 7.5 minutes off the Pirelli National Superstock session to go. Can we talk Supersport quickly?
Yeah, do I get paid extra for this or not?
No, you don't get paid. Okay. But if you don't do it, Heidi's pretty rough, you know.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Supersport. Wow, what a race! Incredible.
And it rolled on after it into the post-race area as well.
Did it?
Oh, did it? Oh, did you
not?
No,
they cut me off after that.
Oh, there was no handshakes on the podium from first to second. There was a bit of ooh in the crowd, and Larry Carter did the greatest job ever of building it up into something even better.
The wooden spoon was out.
It is very much it's a tinderbox. As Andy Burnham says, the country's a tinderbox, but so is the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. And that Superbike race, is that what you expected to see? It caught me off guard, the Superbike race. I didn't expect it to be so stretched out.
No, not at all. And I think a few riders going for it a lot earlier than I thought. We didn't really know what pace anyone had. Yeah, it did. Listen, first and foremost, hope Max is okay.
Yes.
But we were robbed of a finish because I feel like Skinner was coming.
Alan Hyde said Rory Skinner's going to win this.
Yeah.
He came out with a sweeping statement on lap 6 and then sat there and hoped that it would come true. Impressive ride for Rory. I spoke to Rory outside and he actually said, I thought I could have won that. Just felt like I was stroking it along. Impressive stuff. Max Cook conscious and out talking to the medics away for further assessment, which is good. Hopefully we see him back tomorrow. strange one, just rode over the back of Leon's bike and down in towards the Recticel he went. But we've got a Pirelli National Superstock qualifying session on track for us at this moment, with Scott Swan leading the way from David Allingham, and Carl Phillips looking pretty strong at the sharp end as well, the reigning Ulster Superbike Championship. The guys from across the water ruling the roost in the top 3 spots around here. But as we know, the Superstock race, it will come down to, very much like the Superbike race, it will come down to a tyre battle towards the end of the race. Yeah, it will. Yeah, it's a shame they've only got one race this weekend, because I think it would be a humdinger in this class. I mean, that pace is very quick at the sharp end there from Scott Swan. 15.4, that's Superbike times.
It is.
You know?
But yeah, Phillips was impressive at Alton, actually. Sort of went under the radar a little bit. It's those BMWs again, though, isn't it? Well, BMW, yeah, and then a Honda for Matt Trulove. Matt Trulove always goes well here. Tag Honda have always had a good bit of history here, whether it's with David Allingham, Trulove, or Sean Renfield. Larry Carter's in the pit lane.
Dunk Steve, Luke Mossey is a spectator down here in pit lane. He's sat here for most of the session. He's currently P5. And he's not got the crash armor on, looks absolutely no intention of going out. Not too sure what's going on, because the 2 Padgett's Milenko Hondas are parked up. Now, wouldn't you thought that he's only got 4 laps under his belt there? It's almost as if I'm quite happy with row number 2 of the grid. Just seems rather strange. Or, you know, they will have new tyres for the race tomorrow. It's not as though he's going to have to be out there on a scrub tyre or anything. I just can't understand why Luke Mossey might not just be going out there for an attack lap.
He's an old head. He knows that if he's in the front 2 or 3 rows here, he's going to feature towards the sharp end. As long as there's nothing wrong with the bike, they all get new tyres for the race, so that's not an issue. But Mossey's a canny guy. He's a bit of a veteran in this class. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, I don't know. It's peculiar, though, isn't it? If you look, they've only completed 4 laps each, the 2. Milenko Padgett's on the right.
Steve, curiosity, if he's got the better of me, I'm going to have to ask him.
Absolutely.
Luke, you're saving petrol this weekend or something? You just got 4 laps in? What's going on?
No, we only allowed 1 set of new tyres for the qualifying, so just took just done a strategy of going out straight away on the new tyres and then just seeing if we can get a really good lap time, but didn't really get. I saw the 15, I thought it might be okay, but obviously after 2 or 3 laps round here in qualifying, the tyre's done and we haven't got any more, so no point in going out riding around. You know, the race round here is such a different story. You know, I know we've got good race pace, so yeah, see what tomorrow brings in the race, and I'm sure it's going to be a close one.
Thanks for that explanation. Well, there you go. He did go out and he put a couple of quick laps in. Unfortunately, didn't get the lap time that he wanted. The tyre's no good to do anything else in. No point just wasting fuel. With 3.5 minutes to go, it's game over as far as the Milenko Padgett's boys are concerned.
Yeah, it's kind of what we're seeing. We're not seeing any real green sectors. We're not seeing anybody getting any better laps in, or any sectors. And now, you know, Scott Swanee's done 10 laps, 13 for Allingham, 14 laps further down for Josh Owens. That tyre's well past its best by that point, and Mossey will probably be safe with his second row starting spot. You know, Simon Reed, I think all these guys, they know the lay of the land around Thruxton. 2 or 3 laps and a good tyre, and then it's gone, it's past its best. And yeah, Luke Mossey, I thought for a minute you were going to ask him if he was paying the tyre bill, and Clive Padgett was being a bit tight there. But it'll be interesting to watch him tomorrow. He is a veteran who knows how to race at the sharp end. But these BMWs, they just seem to do everything, I don't want to say slightly better than a Honda, because that can get me in trouble being a broadcaster. But right now, with the 3 BMWs at the sharp end, and it's also quite telling the switch of Scott Swan mid-season to go from a Honda to a BMW with the help of SMR. That's a big scalp that BMW have taken away from Honda.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And I mean, there's already some rumours that Scott could be on a BMW in Superbikes next year, which would be great for him. I mean, he's jumped on that bike and is immediately quick. I just wonder, actually, having heard what you've just said and having heard what Luke himself has said as well, but he knows how the Honda goes in a race here at Superstock. They've not got another race to kind of look at data, whereas the BMW lads, they need these laps on use, brother.
Yeah, they need to know what it's going to feel like towards the end of an 18-lap or whatever, 12 or 14-lap race. Big improvement for Skippy McConnell. That's good to see. He brought out the red flag this morning in the free practice session when he had some sort of technical issue at the club chicane. Bit of oil went down. Skippy went down. 19th place improvement. And Skippy as well, he's on the CNL Fairburn BMW, but as Larry rightfully said, it's got SMR stickers all over it, a little bit like Scott Swan. So I'm impressed that Sean Muir has come into this paddock, picked up the Scott Swan thing. I mean, the hospitality that they've got along there is sensational.
I've not seen that.
Have you not seen the hospitality? No. It's one of the coolest hospitality trucks along there. All deckled out. Looks like BMW Motorsport with SMR. All for Scott Swan.
Unlike you, Duncan, I didn't get invited to these facilities. I'm commentating from a Mercedes Sprinter van this weekend.
I don't have a commentary box.
What's this then?
Well, this wasn't here on Friday. It wasn't. It didn't exist. This man next to you built it. But no, it's good to see that Sean Muir definitely coming back into this championship with a keen eye on getting these guys on track. We're into our last minute of the session, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any change on the timing screen that we have. The TSL timing screen brought to you by Omoligato on 1P Mobile. Swanee fastest from D-Bomb David Allingham and Carl Phillips, with Matt Truelove, Luke Mossey, Simon Reed. Ash Barnes, the first of the, well, in fact, the only rapid Honda out there, we should say, after Declan Connell broke a wrist yesterday. Lewis Rollo in 8th place, Josh Owens, Ash Beach and Billy McConnell. Cam Dixon was looking really strong in the free practice sessions, 12th place. You'll probably be happy with that, actually. Just ahead of Callum Bay and Blaze Baker, with Dan Brooks rounding out the top 15. Steve, thanks very much for coming and joining us.
Problem.
It's been really good. Are you doing some thrill of the race with Rogie?
Yeah, it looks that way. Yeah, I can see he was twiddling his thumbs. He's probably
Sorry,
waiting. No, it's absolutely fine.
I'm right in the back of you.
Yeah, then I'm off back to the hotel, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Look forward to it. Steve Day, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box here. Great to see Steve. Great to hear Steve on air as well. That's the thing. If you look into our commentary box door, look in the window, you're going to get waved in, and you can't then be rude and walk away. Steve's a good guy. Military precision to try and get out from the commentary box near, though. And there we go. The checker flag now flies for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. I got a message from my son there, Alan. I'm going to have to show you this at the end, from Guy Vincent. He's on a weekend away in London, and the message just came up, mega. I was thinking, I wonder what that actually is. What's he showing me? It was the most flamboyant picture I've ever seen from my son. And you will actually, you might not like this, but you know when your son makes you proud, he just does it. He just sent me that. He says, mega. Best old fashioned. Brilliant.
He was 18 this year, wasn't he?
18 years old, having fun in London. He's closer to me than I am to Angela and Lola. But there we go. The checker flag flies. It brings the session to a halt. It brings the day to an end. And what a day we have had, Thruxton. You have been treated to some fabulous bike sport. The best bike sport I can see anywhere in the world right now. The mixture of talent, the mixture of bikes and abilities through the classes is second to none. Taking it from the superbikes all the way back down to the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike. We had an absolute thriller of a Quattro Group British Supersport race. And, well, the Superstock end the day with Scott Swan doing superbike lap times on his Stocker, a 1:15.437. Quick shout out to Sammy Laffins, because we'll have to do that because the fan club will give me a hard time if I don't. 18th place for Sammy at the end of that session. Sam Laffins just behind Thomas O'Grady and ahead of Harrison Crosby. And what about my co-commentator? I hear Larry Carter say 16th place for Sam Cox on the Armada SC31 Honda.
That's a good effort.
Very good effort.
Considering he had a leg hanging off at the start of last year, wasn't it?
The boy with the gammy leg did very well.
Oh no, we've got away with that one from Curly today. She's not been remonstrating with us, hasn't Macy Preble, over the gammy leg comment from a couple of rounds ago.
Now hang on a bit, they've all just walked in here. The whole of the Armada team are now looking in the window with Tammy, Harrison and Frankie. Have I been set up here?
It looks like it.
I think I have been.
The job to get salty right at Cadwell, mate.
Let me hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio. We'll be back in a minute.
Thank you very much indeed to Duncan Vincent. Larry Carter's down there about to get the post-qualifying reaction for the Pirelli National Superstocks, and that was our final on-track action of the day. Larry Carter waiting for bikes to appear. Thank you so much for all of your messages over the course of today on WhatsApp. If you want to get them in nice and early for tomorrow, 07482 877 877 is the number, 07482 877 877. Or you can email us, get them ready nice and early, studio@bsbradio.com, studio@bsbradio.com. Have you got riders down there with you, Larry?
Yeah, just turned it up now. It's an Ulster takeover down here with Scott Swan, with D-Bomb, David Allingham and Carl Phillips, who's welcome back to the paddock as well. He's been with us just for the past couple of rounds as Carl Phillips, the reigning Ulster Superbike champion. He ran for Keeling Kawasaki in the British Superbikes going back a few seasons. But sadly that tenure didn't work out with Mike and Norma de Bidaff, and as a result he went back home to Northern Ireland to race. But yeah, he's having an occasional sortie out here in British Superbikes. And see Lewis Muir there as is the spit of his dad, and there is Scott Swan as David Allingham as well. We'll come back to Swanee after he's just had a chat with everybody down there. But I'll tell you what, D-Bomb, it's another important front row. We know what the race will be tomorrow. It can be anybody's game. As long as you're on the first 2 or 3 rows, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, you know what, I'm really happy with that lap time. That's my fastest ever lap around here on a stock 1000, so really delighted with that. Left a little bit out there, you know, but it is what it is. I'm happy to be in the front row. It doesn't really mean too much around here. It's all about saving that tyre.
Yeah, and just racking up them championship points. That's all that's matters to you at present.
Yeah, you know what, my focus is, Luke Mossey. I shouldn't really be looking at anybody else. It's the focus is on Luke Mossey. It's on nobody else.
Yeah, he's P5 anyway, so he's a couple of rows further back with that one. There is Scott Swan just having a chat with his dad, multiple Irish racing champion Michael down here. Well, this hookup that you've had with SMR's obviously doing the trick, Scott, because they were in pole position again.
Yeah, see, to be honest, all weekend I haven't really got the most out of a new tyre in each session, and even this morning in FP3 I didn't get one clear lap, but I knew I had the speed. We made some changes to the bike. I got enough corners on myself to know that the bike was better, and that there's qualifying. I was actually excited myself to like dig in for one lap because I haven't done it all weekend, and I crossed the line and seen 15.4, so I'm absolutely over the moon with that. Can't thank the team and all the SMR boys enough.
Now you owe yourself something from Thruxton, don't you? Because going back a couple of years, you won a race round here, then didn't in the second race, did you, mate?
Yeah, flip me. I think 2 years ago, I think I topped absolutely every single session, and I broke the lap record by like 1.2. I think I done a 15.2 on the Honda, so I'm 0.2 off on the BM, but I'll still take it. Yeah, sadly I crashed in the last race on that day. This weekend we only have one race, so hopefully I can get the top trophy in the one race.
Look forward to seeing him there. Thanks, Swanee, for that one. He's Cal Phillips, the last person we're going to interview here. What's been a very busy day down there. The biggest problem is getting the water bottle over there, Carl. Well, it's great to have you back in the BSB paddock. In my view, you shouldn't have really gone away, but anyway, you went back home, big fish to fry, and you've done the business there. And obviously on the front row of National Superstock Championship here at Thruxton.
I haven't been here in 8 years, so that's the last time. Well, it is 2017 or 19, sorry, but yeah, just been away racing back home, and then we got a chance to come back with Stuart Bell and Brian and Wendy Hull, everyone. The team's just amazing, the bike's amazing, the BMW is so good, and I'm just in a real good place, and I couldn't have asked for a better time to come back to BSB, because yeah, I'm up for it, like, you know, and yeah, I'm just different attitude towards everything now at the minute, and yeah, I'm really just excited to be here. I didn't actually expect to be here, Larry, honestly, even to see you.
You're class act, Cal. You always have been, mate. You were there on the Geeling Kawasaki British Superbike in the points, top 7, top 8 or whatever. You're a class act, mate. Don't yourself down, and I'll tell you what, I wouldn't rule you out for a podium tomorrow.
Yeah, I was sitting in behind Scotty there, and yeah, I'm up for this. Like, you know, I just sat in there, the two of us, and thanks to Scott for following me around there, but I do honestly think I have good pace here, so yeah, I'll get a good sleep tonight and get ready for this tomorrow.
Northern Ireland lockout, 1, 2, 3 on the read. Can't get them all that.
Fair play. It just shows you, like, all the Irish boys, anybody back home, like, are just so fast. It's just getting the opportunity to be here, you know, and that's what it's that boat. It's that boat that kills us, and yeah, if there's a lot of fast lads back home that deserve a chance here, but unfortunately there's that bit of water in between us, so yeah, I'm very lucky to be here. I'm very fortunate of it, so thank you, Larry, honestly. Thanks to all the BSB ones, all the team, everyone involved in this. It's been amazing, like.
You're always welcome here, Carl. Good luck tomorrow. Just got Stuart Hicken down here. Whether or not there's any unofficial news, we had the Stuart Hicken, who's the boss of the Hawk Racing Master Mac Honda squad, as well down here. I know he's a good friend of yours, but that was a bit of a nasty crash for Max Cook a little bit earlier on.
Just inquired how he is, and nothing broken, but knocked out. So
he was knocked out, or not? Yeah. All right. Well, that probably answers that question.
Right in front of me, it was.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks.
No, see, really. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Stuart. Yeah. So that is a very unofficial update there. That if Max has put his head down on the track, that'll preclude him from racing tomorrow. We will await the official statement. But the good news, I did hear that off the record that there was nothing broken there. So hopefully that is okay. But we will bring you up to speed with any information as we go on air tomorrow, because it is a fairly late start tomorrow. when he comes to that, Al, and that means that you and I and Dunk can go and visit the local hostelries tonight, what have you. But as I said, I'd need to be back at the hotel no later than 5 o'clock this morning, because unlike you guys, I've got a very busy day tomorrow.
We'll make sure you're back in good time, Larry.
And you're back to the studio for the final time, Al.
Thank you very much indeed to Larry Carter, entertaining and informative as ever here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. When Larry says we start a little bit later on tomorrow morning, yes we do. Warm-up is at 10:20 tomorrow morning for the bikes that we've just seen qualify. The Pirelli National Superstocks for 8 minutes will warm up, followed by the R&G Moto 4 British Cup, and then the British Superbikes, they will warm up at 10 to 11 until 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Their races tomorrow, 1:20 and 4:15. So get here nice and early, everybody. Thank you so much for all of your messages on WhatsApp and email today. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed to Amy. Says a shout out please to Rob. Thank you for a wonderful weekend. And if you want to get your message in nice and early for tomorrow morning here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, you can do so overnight on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. In the meantime, thank you so much for coming to Thruxton today. We hope you had a really spectacular day with British Superbikes, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. Thanks to Duncan Vincent, to Larry Carter, and from me, Alan Hyde. Have a lovely evening, everybody, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll be on air for the first on-track action at 10:20. Have a great evening, safe journey home, and we'll see you in the morning. Good night.
This is the sound of British Superbikes online and on FM radio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.